This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Super God Civilization Game. Children, the Great Lord of Grey Mist, the King of Endless Tides, and the Lord of the Seven Seas are watching us. It's time to show our bravery and kill these heretics. On the wide shallows, Lin Xiao, who was about 1.78 meters tall, kicked his feet hard to break up a circle of fine sand, and jumped high with a wooden-handled bone knife in each hand. He twisted his body flexibly in midair to avoid the stabbing bone fork, and slashed into the bulging eyes of a lobster man in front of him. The power far beyond that of ordinary people deeply slashed into the eye socket and cut the SHL, splitting the lobster man's head SHL on the spot, and the yellow and red brain tissue sprayed all over the ground, and was washed up by the rising tide and fell into the sea. He kicked the lobster man's body away, and a strange cry came from behind him. Lord of the Grey Mist, kill these heretics. A large group of fishmen, only about 1.12 meters tall, like children, covered with tiny gray scales, waved various harpoons and forks and passed by him, howling and rushing to the remaining 9 lobster men on the other side of the beach. Compared with the gray-scaled fishmen, who were like children, these lobster men were about 1.67 meters tall, with a thick layer of carapace all over their bodies. They were overwhelming in both size and defense. Unfortunately, there were too few of them. 70 or 80 gray-scaled fishmen rushed forward, and an ant could bite an elephant to death. Lin Xiao was not idle either. After taking a breath, he quickly caught up. After a few steps of acceleration, he rushed to one of the encirclements and shouted, "Get out of the way!" Several gray-scaled fishmen separated tacitly. Lin Xiao jumped forward with the momentum of a leap, stabbed through the hard SHL of the lobster man with a knife, and then quickly retreated. The besieged gray-scaled fishmen quickly surrounded him. Lin Xiao didn't take a breath, and rushed to another lobster man without stopping. He turned around halfway, and threw the bone knife in his hand far away to shoot a lobster man who was besieged on the other side, saving a fisherman who was almost stabbed to death by a fork. But the injured lobster man went crazy and stabbed around randomly, and actually stabbed a gray-scaled fisherman in the head. And the bone spur went into the bone for more than 10 centimeters. Hack! Another one died. Lin Xiao cursed in his heart, feeling powerless to complain about the pitiful fighting power of his family. But even though he was speechless, he still gathered his energy and killed 2 more lobstermen with his fighting power and skills that far surpassed his own people. He killed 2 more and saved the scene 7 times. It took him a full half an hour, and he saved the scene 7 times and killed 6 and injured 8 before he killed the remaining lobstermen one by one. When the last lobsterman was killed, many gray fog fishmen cheered and rushed to the lobsterman's body. One of them was impatient and grabbed a lobsterman's hand that was cut off and wanted to bite it, but was knocked away by Lin Xiao's backhand punch and fell into the beach. He ignored the fishman at all, stretched out his hand to grab a lobsterman's body, raised it high, looked up to the sky and roared loudly. The Great Lord of Grey Mist gave us the power to defeat the enemy. Tonight, we will sacrifice these spoils to the Great Lord of Grey Mist. Immediately, a gray fog fisherman responded and shouted, "Lord of Grey Mist is above. This is Datu, the one with the highest degree of faith among all the followers." After saying that, Lin Xiao dragged the corpse of the lobster man to the other end of the beach, and silently said in his heart as he walked, "Open the panel." Immediately, a light screen that only he could see popped up in front of him, showing a series of data. God interface. Username, Lin Xiao, citizen number TXWD 542154895147. Real name, Cyberlux Meyer. God name, Lord of Grey Mist. King of Endless Tides. Lord of the Seven Seas. Godhead, none. Clergy, none. Divinity, 1. Divine Fire, not ignited. Divine Power, 1. Divine Extraordinary Power, Tide Summoning. Divine Domain, Sea of Grey Mist. Sect, Murloc Ancestor God. Believer, Grey Mist Murloc. Occupation, none. Faith value, 14,425 points. Not bad. Lin Xiao's eyes skipped the above few lines and fell directly on the last one. Regarding the faith value, it was only 14,347 points before, which increased by about 70 or 80 points. Then he moved his mind and fell on the panel with the sect interface written on it. The light screen flashed, and the second light screen panel popped up. Sect interface. Sect, Murloc Ancestor God. Holy Emblem, a forked fishman surrounded by sea water. Faith, Ancestor worship primitive religion. Voter, not selected. Needs to consume 100 points of divine power. Divine spells. Level 1 underwater breathing. Level 1 underwater acceleration. Level 1 seawater essence. Priest, not selected. Believer, 1 fanatic. 14 devout believers. 33 true believers. 59 general believers. There are 2 more true believers. Not bad. Lin Xiao smacked his lips and looked at another race interface. Race interface. Race, Grey Mist Murloc. Category, subhuman. Level, low-level race. Profession, none. Talent, underwater breathing. Skills, none. Features, elementary swimming. Constitution, 0.61 point for an adult human. Strength, 0.5. Even an 80-year-old man may have more explosive power than you. Agility, 0.4/1.1 on land/in water. Spirit, 0.4 even if the gene mutates. It is impossible to become a spellcaster. Evaluation, an extremely weak aquatic race. The race interface is nothing to see. Lin Xiao has seen it countless times. There has been no change in all these years. However, there is a surprise on the arms statistics panel. 2 of the 107 Grey Mist Murlocs show yellow plus signs, which means that these 2 Grey Mist Murlocs have accumulated enough combat experience and can be upgraded. He immediately focused his consciousness on the 2 fishmen with yellow plus signs, and immediately in his eyes, a layer of faint light appeared on the 2 fishmen behind him, distinguishing them from the other fishmen. I will be promoted when I return. Lin Xiao was in a good mood, because the depression of the death of 7 family members just now faded a lot. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth is determined by heaven. It is common for such a weak race to die in battle. It only took Lin Xiao half a year to go from carefully taking care of them for fear of death to getting used to it now. There is a fishman tribe at the end of the beach less than 1,000 meters away from the battlefield. The gray fog fishmen crushed LS and added sea sand, and then ground and mixed the blood and flesh residues of the caught fish together to build houses with sea sand as the structure. This is certainly not something that the fishmen thought of. How could the gray fog fishmen, with their pitiful brain capacity, think of this? This is of course something that the wise, handsome gray fog Lord Lin Xiao thought of, and taught it to himself in the name of God, and then taught it to these gray fog fishmen. When they returned to the tribe, the dozen or so old disabled fishmen who stayed in the tribe happily welcomed them and carried the spoils back to the tribe. That night, a grand sacrificial ceremony was held under the auspices of Lin Xiao, the great lord of Grey Mist, the king of endless tides, the lord of the 7 seas, the creator of all things in the world, the supreme being, the disseminator of civilization, the creator and ancestor of the Grey Mist fishmen. When he read this, even though he had read it many times, Lin Xiao still felt a little ashamed. But when he thought that this was related to the faith of his own family, he bit his tongue and continued to read with shame. The great existence that protects us and allows us to survive and reproduce. Cybelex. We offer sacrifices here, as well as our devout faith. At this point, Lin Xiao's voice suddenly became louder, and he prayed in a huge voice that ordinary fishmen could hardly make. Great Lord of Grey Mist, please accept the sacrifice and grant our brave warriors more powerful strength. As he spoke, he grabbed the lobsterman's body and threw it onto the altar. A dozen fishmen warriors, who were stronger than their companions, lifted the lobsterman's body and carried it to the altar. Then Lin Xiao grabbed a bone staff and danced his own Maori war dance with a fanatical face. Influenced by him, the gray fog fishmen beside the altar also danced a familiar war dance around the altar. At this time, the fishman leader, who was dancing the war dance with a fanatical face like a fanatic, suddenly paused and returned to his original state, but at a level that no one noticed. A golden light containing a mysterious aura rushed into the sky and turned into a golden human-shaped phantom above the tribe. It looked like a handsome human boy. There was a layer of mysterious power surrounding the golden phantom, which was so vague that it was impossible to see clearly. Lin Xiao looked around. He could see through the divine realm that was 5 kilometers long, 3.5 kilometers wide, and 1 kilometer high at a glance. The vast divine realm was silent in the night, with only a few lights and sounds from the gray fog fishman tribe. This small tribe of just over 100 people is all of Lin Zhao's clan. There are only 12 first-level fishmen warriors, and 95 zero-level fishmen. Well, there is also the Grey Mist Lord who personally guest-starred as the leader of the tribe. He is about 1.78 meters tall, and is a powerful fishman who can be regarded as a giant in the eyes of other Grey Fog fishmen. Open the race interface. The familiar light screen popped up, and Lin Zhao found the arm statistics interface with familiarity. Found the 2-0 level Grey Fog fishmen with yellow plus signs. Stretched out his finger emitting a faint golden light, and clicked it. And 200 points of faith disappeared. The 2-0 level Grey Fog fishmen were promoted to first level Grey Fog warriors. He just clicked here. And in reality, 2 golden lights flew out from the holy sign in the center of the altar, and hit the 2 fishmen who were cheering around the altar. The next second, the 2 Grey Fog fishmen suddenly roared, and their bodies grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 seconds, the 2 fishmen grew from 1.1 meters to 1.2 to 1.3 meters taller than their peers, and were stronger. At the same time, the color of their scales became darker, and their defense was higher. After a brief moment of daze, the 2 promoted fishmen reacted and immediately knelt down in front of the holy symbol representing the Lord of Grey Mist on the altar, and madly uttered words of praise. Above the sky, Lin Zhao directly filtered out these words of praise that he had heard countless times, and was tired of hearing. His focus now was that the line of faith representing the 2 fishmen in the sea of consciousness had thickened again, from the previous true believers to devout believers, and the faith value provided was increased from 0.2 points per day to 1 point. A full 5 times. In addition, because they witnessed their peers being given power by the Lord of Grey Mist, and promoted right under their noses, a full 15 true believers, and 3 additional devout believers were born. In this way, the number of devout believers in Lin Zhao's family suddenly reached 19, and the number of true believers reached 43, and the faith value provided every day increased again. This is the main reason why he was promoted during the sacrifice ceremony instead of on the spot. What better way to enhance the faith of believers than to show miracles in person? Although this is not a miracle, but just an ordinary promotion. As a professional player of the game, this operation has become instinctive. Satisfiedly closing the panel, Lin Zhao took a last glance at the divine domain that belonged to him. With a thought, he turned into a golden light and disappeared into the sky. Chapter 2 Golden Finger Opening. Swish. With a slight sound of air pressure, the white door of the God's domain connection cabin opened, and a light blue mist with a calming effect poured out, revealing Lin Zhao, who had just opened his eyes. He reached out and took off the transparent crystal ring on his head, rubbed his eyebrows, and carefully placed the ring in the dedicated storage slot in the cabin. This is an auxiliary device specifically designed to stabilize the mind and buffer mental pressure, in addition to allowing him to connect to the God's domain in the subspace. It also alleviates the perception disorder caused by the more than 100 times time flow rate between the main world and the subspace, and stabilizes the mind, so that new players, like him, who have just opened up the God's domain will not get lost in the illusions caused by divine power. After all, a new divine life like him was still an ordinary person before, and he was just beginning to come into contact with divine power and divinity. Without this assistance, it is easy to get lost in the powerful force brought by divine power. When the Human Federation first discovered the conferred God game, there were no such complete auxiliary facilities at that time. At that time, we often heard that some people were affected by divinity and divine power, and their personalities changed drastically. Some people who were not strong enough were directly enslaved by the power of divinity. Lin Zhao traveled through time in a good time. At this time, after tens of thousands of years of exploration and development, humans had already created a stable God domain landing cabin, and human civilization had also established its foothold in the Chaos Void Sea. There were many powerful people in the clan, and tens of millions of gods suppressed many crystal wall systems in the Chaos Void Sea, occupying countless planes and even crystal wall systems. Lin Zhao was quite satisfied with traveling through time and rebirth in the best era of this glorious super fantasy civilization. He was also quite satisfied with his reborn family. His parents were alive. He had no brothers or sisters, and he was an only son. Although the family had many branches and some internal conflicts, it was generally harmonious, and there were not so many things that went wrong. After all, the true God ancestor of the family, who had ignited the divine fire, was still alive. The lifespan of gods is infinite. before the ancestor died. The younger generation had no thoughts at all, and they could not compete even if they wanted to. Coming out of the god's domain login cabin, he washed his face and heard a ding prompt sound from the god's domain login cabin. He wiped his face and walked to the god's domain login cabin. He touched a button with his finger, and a light screen popped up in front of him, showing Dongning City 5th Middle School, Grade 1, Class 3, the 38th class report card this semester, as follows. Student Lin Xiao. Personal performance, 6.2 points. Family performance, 4.4 points. Comprehensive score, 5.5 points. Comprehensive evaluation, good dash. Class ranking, 25. Grade ranking, 252. Class teacher's comments, personal combat performance is above average, and family performance is unsatisfactory. The report card was very formal. Lin Xiao took a look and shrugged. He had known this for a long time. The clan he chose was indeed a bit rotten. He knew it when he first opened up the divine domain half a year ago. But he had no choice. No matter who it was, the initial clan could only be a low-level race. The newcomer's divinity could not bear the strong race. Only when he became stronger in the future could he change to a stronger race. The reason why he chose the Murlocs was because the divine domain was full of water, and the Murlocs had an advantage in the water. When the divine domain was first opened up, there were only 50 Murlocs. Now, half a year has passed, and according to the time flow rate of 1 day in the main world and 1 year in the divine domain, there are more than 200 years. The lifespan of Murlocs is about 20 years, and they can usually give birth in 2 or 3 years. As a result, after such a long time, there are only 107 of them, and the total growth rate of more than 200 years is only 100%. It's a pitfall. The main reason is that the Murlocs are too weak. Although all the students are weak at the beginning, the Murlocs are also the bottom of the group. Weak strength, coupled with the battle damage of the big class once a week. He didn't get the card to speed up the reproduction speed, and the result is that he is still like this after half a year. However, what makes him unable to complain is that his performance is still at the middle level in the class. He ranks 25th out of the 50 students in the class. There are 500 students in the same grade in 10 classes in the whole grade, and his ranking can still be maintained at around 250. It has been quite stable for half a year. After rubbing his teeth, Lin Xiao closed the panel and clicked on another message. It was still sent by the class teacher. A group notification. Prepare for the baseline test next Monday. This is the last baseline test of this semester. After that, there will be the final exam, and the class will be divided in the next school. Everyone knows what this means. This is your last chance. Please prepare in this last month. The baseline test is once a month. Generally, the class teacher prepares various monster cards to release some monsters with a certain degree of difficulty to invade the student's divine domain. It is similar to the big class just now, but the monsters will be stronger or more. The baseline test is dangerous. If you are not careful, the family in the divine domain will suffer heavy losses, thus affecting development. But correspondingly, this is a good opportunity for some outstanding students, because the student's admission rate will affect the teacher's performance appraisal. So the teacher usually gives various rewards to students with good performance in the big class. And the same is true for the baseline test. Of course, Lin Xiao has not received a teacher reward in more than 30 big classes since he entered school. The best performance was ranked 19th in the class and received verbal encouragement from the class teacher. He closed the light curtain with some solemnity. He was not worried about the baseline test, but the final exam in a month. The Human Federation High School implements a grading system. The first year of high school is normal, but when it comes to the second year of high school, the school will redivide the classes according to the results of the final exam of the first year of high school. That is, the so-called ordinary class, top class, and key class. Undoubtedly, the top class and key class will definitely get more resources and better teaching staff. As for the ordinary class, it is naturally taught casually. Basically, it is left to fend for itself. Even if Lin Xiao has a golden finger, he attaches great importance to this class division. He doesn't want to be assigned to an ordinary class, because even with a golden finger, it will be difficult to get along. It's not that the golden finger is not powerful, but why should I go to an ordinary class when I can go to a key class? This isn't a fantasy novel. You start out as a loser and get ridiculed, then rise up with a golden finger and get slapped in the face. He's not that idle. So this time, it's a baseline test. His consciousness sank into his sea of consciousness. In the center of the sea of consciousness, which was like a starry sky, a crystal Rubik's Cube with a faint glow was flipping back and forth irregularly. A progress bar in the dark had reached its peak. I hope it can be loaded before the test. Before the thought fell, the progress bar in the dark reached the top. And then the crystal Rubik's Cube that kept flipping in the sea of consciousness starry sky burst into infinite light. Like a sun across the starry sky. My golden finger is finally activated. Lin Xiao almost burst into tears. After waiting for 17 years, this thing can finally be used. He stretched out his palm at the first time, and a white light flew out. In his palm, it quickly danced and outlined a Rubik's Cube made of light threads. This is the projection of the Creation Cube. Well, he didn't know the real name of this thing, but he named it the Creation Cube because of its function. As the name suggests, the function of this Rubik's Cube is like creation. It can decompose, refine, extract, fuse, reorganize, etc. anything put into it. And it has the function of completely changing the essence of all things in the world. When Lin Xiao first got the Creation Cube, he didn't know how to use it. But after entering the Conferred God game and opening up the God realm, he knew how to maximize the function of this Creation Cube. Why? I have to try it. He couldn't bear to wait until next time to try. So he turned around and went to the room, opened an alloy safe embedded in the wall, and took out 3 crystal cards from it. These are cards unique to the Conferred God game, including a 3-star resource card, a 3-star skill card, and a 2-star skill card, all of which are ordinary white cards. 3-star resource card fertile black soil rare, one-time conversion of a fertile black soil with a length and width of 60 meters and a thickness of 4 meters. 3-star skill card thrust normal, limited to piercing weapons. Rush to attack the target at a very fast speed, causing double weapon damage and a guaranteed piercing effect. 2-star skill card severe pain normal. Your attack will cause the target to receive 15% additional damage, with a very small probability of triggering bleeding effect. The first of these 3 cards, the 3-star resource card, was given by his grandfather when he first opened up the divine domain. Unfortunately, the divine domain he chose was the sea, and the Grey Fog Murlocs were not good at farming. So this rare 3-star resource card had no place to use. One of the other 2 skill cards was given by his grandmother, and the other was given by a cousin. But he felt that it was a bit of a waste to use it on such a weak race as the Murlocs. In addition, he knew the function of his cheat code very early, so he thought of saving it first. And when the cheat code was turned on, he would decompose and merge these 2 cards into a more powerful card. So it has been kept in the safe, gathering dust until today when it finally has a place to use it. He couldn't wait to take out the 3 cards. Thought for a moment, and took out a crystal bracelet from the bedside table. He pressed his finger on it, and a light curtain popped up. He thought for a moment, and edited a message on the light curtain with his finger. My wise and powerful father, and my gentle and lovely mother. Your son has come to his senses recently, and doesn't want to work hard anymore. I hope you can give your son the New Year's money and red envelopes that he has kept with you for these years. After reading the message, he edited it again and changed you to you. Signed his name with satisfaction and sent it out. Less than 5 minutes later, there was a reply. When I clicked it, a light screen popped out from the surface of the wristband and turned into a projection of a woman in a light blue starlight dress. The woman looked about 70% similar to Lin Xiao. She looked gentle and beautiful like a girl. She looked at Lin Xiao with a doting face and said softly, Xiao, have you come to your senses? Yes, I have. This is Lin Nao's mother, Jin Yunju, a demigod whose priesthood is rainy season and growth. At this time, this is a projection of her divine mind. Her real body is now in a plane group of the AX-14 crystal wall system where the family resides. Like all mothers in the world, Jin Yunju dotes on her only son Lin Xiao and prepares a gift for him on his birthday every year. Chapter 3: The Use of the Golden Finger. It was just that Lin Xiao had thought about soaring to the sky after the Golden Finger was activated. All these gifts were useless and were kept by his mother. Now that the Golden Finger was activated and could be used, he naturally had to take it back. He had to improve his strength quickly and prepare for the final exam. He didn't want to be assigned to an ordinary class and then fight back. That would be too much effort. Jin Yunju didn't ask him why he figured it out. She just told him to study hard like an ordinary old mother. She certainly knew that Lin Xiao's grades had not been very good in the past 6 months. But she didn't urge him. It wasn't that she didn't care. But she had said early on that if his grades were not good, he would drop out of school. She and her father had prepared enough resources for him to become a demigod. This moved Lin Xiao very much. He wanted to tell them many times that he was sure to catch up later. But he could never tell them about the golden finger. He could only keep it in his heart and let them worry. Fortunately, the golden finger has been activated now. And I can't wait any longer. I can take off immediately. I believe that the next meeting will definitely surprise and delight my mother, who is actually hundreds of years old but still looks like a 28-year-old girl. Demigods have long been able to keep their faces forever. And their lifespans are measured in tens of thousands of years. Perhaps it is not surprising in the main world with strict rules. But in the alien crystal wall, every demigod is a terrifying existence that can call the wind and rain, and is looked up to by mortals. After finally sending the 28-year-old mother away, Lin Xiao had an exquisite small box emitting a faint golden light in his hand, which contained all the New Year's money, or red envelopes, he had received since he was 17 years old. He rubbed his hands nervously, opened the box, and a dazzling golden light burst out from it, which made him close his eyes. After a while, the golden light eased a little, and he could see clearly that there were 2 cards lying quietly in the box. Why only 2 cards? Just as he was about to ask his mother, the bracelet popped up a message from his mother. I forgot to tell you that your father took all your things away and replaced them with 2 cards that are very suitable for you. Take a look and see if you are satisfied. Lin Xiao. What else can I say? You have to take a look first to see if you are satisfied. He took out the 2 cards and placed them in front of him. And the attributes were presented one by one. 4-star species card Gray Miss Fishman Ordinary. Get 400 adult Gray Miss Fishmen at one time. Note, half male and half female. 5-star species reproduction card Rare. Species fertility rate plus 300%. Survival rate plus 300%. Duration 10 years. Note, this card cannot be stacked with the same type of effect card. And only one can be used at a time. This. Lin Xiao rubbed his chin and felt pretty good. He remembered that the cards given by his parents were usually between 1 and 2 stars. With only one 3-star card. In 17 years, there were 17 cards in total, which were probably worth as much as these 2 cards. But their practicality was far less than these 2 cards. One species card was directly given to 400 adult gray fog fishmen, and the other reproduction card accelerated the reproduction speed, according to the time flow rate ratio between the subspace and the main world. 10 years in the God realm would only take 10 days in the main world, and the results could be seen in 10 days. The most important thing is that all new divine creatures can only use one card to enhance their strength in each main world for 1 month, from the beginning of the opening of the divine domain to the college entrance examination. And it can be accumulated. Speaking of which, Lin Xiao really wants to complain about the limit of only being able to use 1 card per month, and only being able to use 12 cards per year. It is nothing for ordinary students, but it is a limit for students with backgrounds. But there is no way. The newly opened divine domain is very weak. The things in the cards belong to the rules of the divine domain. If they are integrated into the divine domain, there will definitely be fluctuations. 1 month is the time to smooth out the fluctuations in the divine domain. Generally speaking, the fluctuations generated by different cards are different in size. For example, the fluctuations generated by cards, such as species cards, can also be called influences, which are definitely greater than summoning some weapons. The influence of 5-star advanced cards is definitely greater than that of 1 and 2-star cards. But students generally cannot accurately evaluate the impact time. So in order to unify, it is stipulated that the rules are formulated according to the 1-month impact period of 5-star cards as the standard. As for why the number of card fusions can be accumulated, this involves a word called stability. If the divine domain does not fuse cards for a long time, the divine domain will become more stable, and multiple cards can be fused at one time until the fusion reaches the limit of stability. But this situation will change slightly after the 2nd year of high school. After the 2nd year of high school, the divine domain of students generally develops, and the fusion of cards becomes more stable faster, which means that more cards can be fused. In other words, in the 1st year of opening up the divine domain, only 1 card can be fused per month. In the 2nd year, 2 cards can be fused per month. By the 3rd year of high school, 3 cards can be fused per month. After the 3rd year of high school, if you could become a demigod, the upper limit will be higher. But if you can't become a demigod yet, the upper limit of the cards fused per month will be the same as the 3rd year. And it will not increase, because of the special nature of the 3 years of high school. The 3 years of high school are also called the golden 3 years. It is the 3 years to lay a good foundation. If you can't become a demigod after 3 years, the possibility of condensing the priesthood will decrease year by year, and the possibility of becoming a demigod will be lower as time goes by. Of course, this rule is only valid for students in regular schools. Students who drop out of school can use cards to enhance the god's domain without restrictions without following this rule. But the consequence is that the stability of the god's domain will decrease, affecting the foundation. Not only will it be difficult to condense the priesthood and become a demigod, but it will be almost impossible to ignite the divine fire and become an immortal true god. Therefore, any student who aspires to become a true god will strictly abide by this rule, and never dare to rush for quick success and take chances. Lin Xiao has not used a card yet, but he has accumulated 8 opportunities to use it. Now he uses the golden finger to strengthen the low-level card into a high-star card, maximizing his strength within limited conditions. Put away these 2 cards and the previous 3 cards. Lie back in the god's domain landing cabin. Close the hatch, and light blue mist gushes out. This is the unique energy in the game cabin, which can calm the mind and provide the nutrients needed to maintain the body. He took out the crystal ring from the card slot and put it on his head. He closed his eyes and thought about it. Lin Xiao felt his consciousness sinking into endless darkness. He had no support but countless stars in the distance. This is the subspace, the space between the main world and the chaos sea. All the divine domains of human civilization, from divine beings like him to demigods, true gods, and even the divine domains of several legendary great gods, are all within this subspace. The countless stars are different divine domains. Through the connection between the divine domain login device and the divine domain, Lin Xiao descended into his own divine domain again, and a golden shadow appeared above a small space. Lin Xiao's divine domain is 5 kilometers long, 3.5 kilometers wide, and 1 kilometer high, including the depth below the underground soil and the ground space. 78% of it is shallow sea, 15% is peninsula, and 7% is island. Looking down from the air, the whole world is a painting, with length on the left and right, width on the top and bottom, and most of the area on the right is the sea. There is a coastal hilly belt on the west coast of the world, with a few lichens and a few coconut trees on it. A long beach extends from the top to the bottom, and the gray mist fishman tribe is at the bottom left corner of the divine domain. There are a few islands of dozens or hundreds of square meters in the sea. Most of the islands are bare rocks, with a little moss in the middle, and no resources. In addition to the main species of gray fog fishmen, the entire god's domain only has 4 species: sturgeons, sardines, shrimps, and swimming crabs. These are the biological species initially set when the god's domain was first opened up, mainly for the gray fog fishmen to hunt as food. Overall, this god's domain is quite barren. Normally, if there are no other changes, it is almost impossible to get into even the worst university with only these resources. In other words, it may not be possible to condense the priesthood and become a demigod in this life. Lin Xiao is so confident that he can endure for so long. In addition to his golden finger, the main reason is that he was born well in this life. Both his parents are demigods. He is not as good as the best, but better than the worst. As their only son, he will have no problem in becoming a demigod in the future. It was less than an hour since Lin Xiao last left the god's domain, but according to the time flow rate between the main world and the god's domain, more than half a month had passed in the god's domain. The gray mist fisherman tribe had long forgotten the battle more than half a month ago, and the entire tribe had returned to its original state. A large group of gray mist fishmen were fishing in the shallow sea area with sharpened branches, stone spikes or bone forks, led by a fisherman leader who was in time stronger than his fellow tribesmen. This fisherman leader was usually the leader of the gray mist fisherman tribe, but when Lin Xiao needed him, he could occupy his physical body at any time to descend, which was his special descending body. In addition, in fact, all the lords of the god's domain had real bodies, but very few people would show their real bodies, and they usually made a common body like him. Although it was called the conferred god game, it was not a real game after all. It could be resurrected infinitely. Once the real body died, it was really dead. Lin Xiao did not alarm these clansmen. He looked around and turned into a golden light and flew to the far right of the map, which was a deep-sea area for the Grey Mist fishmen. There was an island here. Normally, the fishmen never came here, so he used it as a temporary stay. A total of 5 cards were lined up. First, the 4-star species card that could recruit 400 Grey Fog fishmen at a time, and the 5-star species reproduction card were put away first. And then his eyes fell on the remaining 3 cards. 3-star resource card Fertile Black Soil Rare. 3-star skill card Stab Common. 2-star skill card Severe Pain Common. Lin Xiao pinched his chin and thought about it. The 2 skill cards can be combined. In fact, he had various ideas for using gold fingers a long time ago. His magic cube was not like other gold fingers that he had to explore. After obtaining it, he was very clear about its function and had simulated it in his mind before. In fact, he had 2 vague ideas in his mind, but one of them involved the existence of other cards in my mother's house. Now that all the cards have been replaced with these 2 high-star cards, that idea must be ruined. There is only one. That is, as soon as he stretched out his hand, a white light flew out, and a dazzling change outlined a magic cube. As his mind moved, the Rubik's Cube quickly became as big as a football and hung in front of him. He reached out and pulled out the 3-star resource card Fertile Black Soil from in front of him. This card would probably not be used for a long time, so it was just right to be decomposed. He pressed the card on the Rubik's Cube and sank into it. The next second, the Rubik's Cube began to rotate, emitting a faint glow. With a slight click sound, the rotating Rubik's Cube stopped. And then in Fong Ning's perception, the resource card in the Rubik's Cube had disappeared, replaced by a strange energy stored in it. Fortune Cube. Let's call it Fortune Energy. Lin Xiao pinched his fingers, took out the second 2-star skill card Thrust, and put it into the Rubik's Cube. And the Rubik's Cube rotated again. Chapter 4 Fusion 5-star skill card Salted Fish Thrust. This time he did not choose to decompose, but to refine, to extract the skill from the card. So when the Rubik's Cube rotated for a while, what appeared was not the good fortune energy of the 3-star resource card that was decomposed before, but a small light ball. Then, Lin Xiao extracted the last 2-star skill card Severe Pain and turned it into a smaller light ball. His idea was very simple. Focusing on the skill Thrust, integrating another skill Severe Pain, and then using the decomposed 3-star resource card as nutrients to strengthen the fuse skill, so as to obtain a skill that combines the advantages of both Thrust and Severe Pain and is more powerful, constructing the operation that needs to be implemented in his mind. As Lin Xiao's mind moved, under the control of the Rubik's Cube's power, the 2 skill light balls slowly approached, and quickly merged like 2 bubbles. And then the good fortune energy that permeated the Rubik's Cube space quickly poured into the light ball, and the white light ball began to brighten rapidly as the good fortune energy was absorbed. There are 2 more directions for strengthening? Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows, thought for a moment, and chose one of the options. 10 seconds later, all the energy of creation merged into the light ball, and the Rubik's Cube stopped rotating. He stretched out his hand and pressed the Rubik's Cube. The Rubik's Cube quickly shrank in his palm and finally disappeared. Instead, a light ball emitting dazzling light slowly flattened under his eyes and turned into a card emitting a faint glow. 5-star skill card Unknown Skill Epic, limited to piercing weapons. Attack the target at a distance of 50 yards at super fast speed, causing 5 times the damage of the maximum attack. And the attack ignores 50% of the defense. This is a reinforcement direction he chose. Pure Burst. Another reinforcement direction only causes 3 times the damage, but the attack has ignoring 50% defense, with 4 special effects of piercing, armor breaking, bleeding, and tearing. Lin Xiao compared the 2 and finally chose the option of 5 times burst. A real man is to be tough. I casually named this newly synthesized skill Salted Fish Stab. Put it aside first, and then took out the 2 cards I had put away before, the 4-star Murloc card and the 5-star Reproduction card. These 2 cards can also be fused. Take the Grey Mist Murloc Summoning card as the main body. Decompose the Species Reproduction card. Extract the reproduction rules contained in it, and then fuse it on the Grey Mist Murloc card, and you will get one. Quickly throw the Grey Mist Murloc card into the magic cube to decompose and extract a light ball. Then throw the Species Reproduction card into it to decompose and extract the reproduction rule contained in the card. It was a trace of golden light that was finer than hair, exuding an intoxicating charm. Strictly speaking, if this reproduction rule is strong enough, and a large amount of faith and divine power are invested, there is a chance to refine a true reproduction divinity. Use it as a foundation to become a demigod, and then invest a lot of divine power to finally condense into a reproduction priesthood. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao doesn't have much faith value now, and this set of reproduction rules is incomplete, so it is too difficult to complete it. Shaking his head and throwing away the messy thoughts, Lin Xiao controlled this trace of reproduction divinity to merge into the Grey Mist Murloc summoning card, and soon a new card appeared in his palm. 5-star species card Grey Mist Murloc Epic. Kit 400 Grey Mist Murlocs with twice the fertility rate and twice the survival rate of their cubs at one time. The number of summons has not changed, and the effect of the reproduction card has been weakened by 50%. But the effect has changed from a buff that lasts for 10 years to a characteristic of the species itself. This alone makes the direct value of this card 10 times higher than the sum of the two cards just now, and the potential value is more than 100 times higher. Lin Xiao couldn't help but stretch out his palm to look at the magic cube outlined by the light thread in his palm, and couldn't help but smack his lips. Too powerful. After all, it is epic quality. The golden hand grasped the magic cube and melted it into the palm. Lin Xiao soared into the sky and appeared in the sky. Two cards were placed in front of him. He rubbed his hands and did not load them immediately. Instead, he consumed 10,000 units of faith value to preload this skill first. The so-called preloading means that it is first loaded into the designated family members in the god's domain. But it cannot be used now. It must meet certain conditions to activate it. The conditions set by Lin Xiao are very simple. The faith level must reach the level of true believers to activate this preloaded skill. For gods, believers from high to low are saints, fanatics, devout believers, true believers, general believers, pseudo-believers, and no believers. Needless to say, saints are extremely difficult to obtain. Even true gods may not have them. Fanatics are the most fanatical believers of ordinary demigods and weak true gods. Devout believers are the backbone, generally priests of the sect. And true believers are the backbone of believers, and are also the largest group of believers of gods. The pan-believers below are also called shallow believers, which are basically worthless. 10 pan-believers are not as good as one true believer. Not to mention the pseudo-believers, which is equivalent to not believing in gods at all. They only put their hands together and worship when they see others believe. The gods do not classify this type as their own beliefs. Normally, divine creatures like Lin Xiao, who have just opened up the divine domain, cannot show miracles, and it is difficult to improve their beliefs. This batch of Grey Fog Fishmen still has the bonus of the initial clan, so there are so many high-quality beliefs. If they go to the natives of the foreign domain to preach, it is hard to say whether they can open up the situation in 10 years. After loading the skills, Lin Xiao preloaded another species card into the divine domain, and then turned into a golden light and fell into the divine domain, and directly put it into the commonly used ascending body. The fishman leader who was fishing with his tribe suddenly paused, and the next second, a golden light flashed in his pupils and returned to normal. The surrounding fishmen were swimming around in the shallow sea chasing the sardines, and they didn't notice that the leader had changed. Lin Xiao, who had just arrived, quickly summoned the fishmen who had been fishing for most of the day back to the tribe, and at the same time activated the preloaded skills, becoming the first to learn the salted fish stab. When passing a reef halfway, he suddenly let out a strange cry and shouted to the other fishmen, "Just now, the great lord of Grey Mist gave me new power." The other Grey Mist fishmen looked at him with strange eyes. Lin Xiao drew out the bone knife from his waist and pointed it at a stone pillar more than 30 meters away. It was 2 meters high and soaked in the sea water and turned black. The next second, the sea water exploded under his feet, and a fishman's shadow dragged a long wind belt to break through the sea water and hit the stone pillar. Boom! The thick stone pillar exploded from the middle, and countless broken stones splashed more than 10 meters away. All the Grey Mist fishmen looked at him with their mouths open in surprise. After a while, Lin Xiao slowly turned around, raised the half-broken bone knife in his hand, and roared loudly. Many fishmen reacted and rushed up excitedly to discuss the stone pillar that was shattered by his blow. 10 minutes later, a group of Grey Mist fishmen surrounded Lin Xiao and returned to the tribe. In the surprised eyes of other tribesmen, They rushed to the central altar of the tribe, and knelt in front of the altar, and prayed continuously. Almost instantly, Lin Xiao sensed that more than 10 lines of faith had become thicker at this moment, and 10 shallow believers had become true believers. Chapter 5. Increase the clan. But this is just the beginning. Lin Xiao first secretly loaded all the true believers and above fishmen skills beside the altar, and then loudly called all the gray fog fishmen to gather at the altar, and reiterated what he had just said. Then, a fishman who had just been promoted from a shallow believer to a true believer grabbed a bone spur in his hand and rushed out with a swoosh. The speed scared the fishman next to him. Under the eyes of all the fishmen, this 0-level fishman, who had not yet been promoted to a first-level fishman warrior, burst out at an unprecedented speed at this moment and hit a sea sand wall not far from the altar. With a loud bang, the sea sand wall, which was as strong as a brick wall, blew a hole big enough to accommodate a thigh on the spot, and countless broken sands were sprayed all over the ground. Compared with Lin Xiao's performance just now, the performance of this fishman was more convincing. After all, he was the leader of the tribe, and everyone knew he was very powerful. But everyone knew that this fishman was very weak but could exert such a powerful combat power, which completely subverted their cognition. In particular, as the skills of the true believers were loaded one by one, they tried to burst out with terrifying combat power for the fishmen. Lin Xiao looked at the fiery eyes of the other fishmen and immediately jumped out and shouted, "This is the power given by the Great Lord of Grey Mist. Believing in the Great Lord of Grey Mist will give us powerful power. The facts are in front of us. It is not just one or two, but so many fishmen who have gained powerful power. These are the fishmen who believe in the Lord of Grey Mist the most. The effect brought by so many examples is amazing. In this short period of less than a minute, the remaining 34 pseudo-believers have all become true believers, and 2/3 of the original 43 true believers have become devout believers. The most important thing is that a full 8 of the original devout believers have become fanatics. Before this, he only had 1 fanatic. After the settlement, Lin Xiao now has a total of 9 fanatics, 38 devout believers, and the rest are all true believers. In this way, all the clans are eligible to load the skill of salted fish stab. The same skills loading, compared with direct and rough loading. This method can also have additional gains. Of course, this does not mean that Lin Xiao is good at hurting believers. These are all the first batch of followers when the God's domain was opened up. There is a bonus in faith. Any player can do so well, and some are better than him. The real test for them is the new followers added in the future, or how to educate the conquered alien native races in the future. That is where the ability of a new god is tested. And Lin Xiao's new test is coming immediately. After loading new skills for the whole tribe, he began to load species cards. 400 new gray fog fishmen suddenly appeared on the northern beach of the tribe, and were moving towards the gray fog fishmen tribe driven by unknown forces. He thought. A golden light disappeared from the head of the fishman leader, and then issued a divine prophecy in the name of the Lord of Grey Mist. The moment the divine prophecy was issued, a golden light shot from the holy sign in the center of the altar into the forehead of the recovered fishman leader. That is, the part-time priest of the tribe suddenly raised the bone knife in his hand and shouted, "Just now, the great Lord of Grey Mist told us that a group of fishmen came to our sea area. Children, follow me. Lin Xiao has a big class every 7 days. So foreign invasions come almost every few years. These fishmen are used to it, although the interval this time is very short." The fishmen did not doubt it. They just got a powerful new force, and were eager to try it out with full confidence. More than 100 gray fog fishmen, led by the fishman leader, rushed out of the tribe aggressively, and walked north along the beach. Halfway, they saw 400 gray fog fishmen, who looked very miserable walking south. Both sides stopped at the same time. Although there were more gray fog fishmen on the other side, they looked very miserable, with yellow faces, hungry skin and bones, and seemed to have fled here. Most of them didn't even have weapons in their hands. Although the gray fog fisherman tribe was small in number, at least they had good food. There were 7 or 8 groups of fish, shrimps and crabs in the divine domain, which were enough to feed more than 100 fishmen. In addition, after fighting, they had just acquired skills, so they suppressed the more than 400 gray fog fishmen in terms of momentum. Unlike facing other invaders, the enemy might be gray fog fishmen at the same time. And with Lin Xiao's spiritual suggestion, the fishman tribe did not shout and kill at the first time. After a confrontation, the fishman leader came forward to communicate with this group of gray fog fishmen. Lin Xiao was relieved to see this, because he was afraid that a large number of fishmen would be lost if a fight really broke out. Since there was no fight at the beginning, there would be no fight later. After all, Fong Ning did not say that it was an enemy invasion at the beginning, and the family did not have a strong desire to fight at the beginning. But the desire to show off was not small. When taking this group of embarrassed gray fog fishmen back to the tribe fishmen kept showing their skills, which shocked many fishmen refugees. When the tribe saw the altar in the center of the tribe, nearly a quarter of the fishmen refugees immediately leaned over and knelt. Lin Xiao immediately sensed more than 100 lines of faith. Although they were all extremely small and were Pan believers, this represented a good start, indicating that this group of fish refugees had a high degree of acceptance of faith. As long as time passed, they were influenced by what they saw and heard, and with his own miracles from time to time, it would not be difficult to convert all of these fish refugees into believers. Time passed quickly, and 10 days had passed. The large amount of fish and shrimp caught made the fish refugees change their original sloppy appearance and quickly integrated into the new tribe. Under the influence of the original tribe every day, more fish people joined the belief in the Lord of Grey Mist, and the number of his believers increased rapidly. Soon more than 2/3 of the new fish people established a faith connection with Lin Xiao, which meant that they were already his new believers. But their faith was not high. Basically shallow believers. But he was not in a hurry. Faith was something that could not be rushed. Anyway, he had a lot of time. So he took his time, praying regularly every day, holding a routine large-scale believer gathering once a month, etc., especially waiting for a period of time to test the bottom, which was a good opportunity to spread faith. On this day, under the conscious guidance of Lin Xiao, the tribe began to collect sea sand and gravel from outside, preparing to expand the tribe. Lin Xiao did not continue to observe until he was sure that the clans were developing well, and the two groups had merged smoothly. He logged off with satisfaction. After coming out of the God's Domain landing cabin, Lin Xiao was still thinking about the situation in the God's Domain. He found that the food for the fishmen in the God's Domain might be insufficient. There were only 4 groups of 1-star sturgeons, 1 group of 2-star sardines, 1 group of 1-star shrimps, and 2 groups of 1-star swimming crabs in the God's Domain. The number was not too much, and it was no problem to provide for hundreds of fishmen. But the problem was that the new fishmen had twice the fertility rate and cub survival rate of similar fishmen, which meant that the number of fishmen in the God's Domain would grow rapidly in a short time. And this amount of food might not be enough. What to do if there was not enough food? Of course, buy cards to feed them. Chapter 6 Classmates. But not now. It will take some time. He doesn't have much money now. The cards that can be used in the God's Domain are not cheap. And now that Lin Xiao's golden finger is activated, his strength will definitely increase dramatically. 1 or 2 biological cards may not be enough, so he needs to prepare more. He plans to directly buy a 4 or 5-star food card or a species card or resource card that can be used as food. The price is not cheap. The best way is naturally to wait for the test. If I have good grades at that time, I can naturally ask my parents for it openly and confidently. This is the difference between a good family and a commoner. Everyone is the same in the number of cards used, and they are limited to 1 per month. But can a 1 or 2-star card per month be the same as a 5-star or above card per month? As for why the descendants of the rich and powerful still have to go to school, it is mainly because the method of opening up the God's Domain is only available to the federal government. No matter how powerful the rich and powerful are, even the legitimate sons of powerful gods have to go to school and open up the God's Domain. In the next week, Lin Xiao would enter the God's Domain through the God's Domain login device every day, observe the situation of the family in the God's Domain, and guide the faith of the Grey Mist fishmen according to the situation. According to the time difference of 1 day in the main world and 1 year in the God's Domain, 7 days is 7 years. According to the average 3 years for fishmen to reach adulthood and have reproductive ability. After 7 years, some of the first batch of fishmen refugees who gave birth quickly are now grandparents. But many fishmen have died of old age. After all, the upper limit of lifespan is 20 years. But according to this living condition, most fishmen will die before 20 years. According to the rules of the 200 years since the opening of the God's Domain, ordinary Grey Mist fishmen are generally considered old fishmen when they live to the age of 15, and they can no longer fight or hunt at this age. thanks to the sufficient food in the god's domain and Lin Xiao's conscious guidance. These old fishmen can still have a bite to eat, and will not starve to death. If it were a wild fisherman tribe with insufficient food, the old fishmen would not only have nothing to eat, but they might be used as food to feed the young fishmen. This is not because Lin Xiao has any old age concept, nor is it because he is kind. The main reason is that every believer is precious to him, especially the old fishmen. Generally, at this age, their faith is good, and they are probably true believers. These are lambs that can continuously provide faith value. How could he give up? For the gods. Even if you do nothing, eat and sleep every day. Sleep and eat like a pig. As long as you can believe in yourself devoutly, you are a good believer, and you have to keep him. After 7 years, when Lin Xiao withdrew for the last time, the number of fishmen in the god's domain had exceeded 600, which was close to the food supply warning line. If the population increased, it would be difficult to supply. Fortunately, tomorrow is the baseline test, and he is full of expectations for it. Early the next morning, he received a reminder message from his class teacher, and simply washed and laid down in the god's domain landing cabin to log into the god's domain. However, this time he did not enter his own god's domain directly, but came to a huge palace suspended in the boundless void. The palace was made of pure gold, emitting a faint divine light. A powerful divine power emanated from it. The plaque on the palace gate read Class 3, Grade 1, Dongning City 5th Middle School. This was a divine weapon of Lin Xiao's class teacher. It was a common divine weapon in the school. It was distributed by the school. Every class teacher had one. It was used for collective classes of students in the class. In this era, there was only one class a week, so students usually stayed at home and entered the divine realm through the divine realm login device. They usually took classes or ordinary baseline tests like this. They only gathered back to the school in the main world during important midterm and final exams. Well, sometimes there were important activities or competitions and so on, and they had to gather in the school in the main world. Lin Xiao's will turned into a golden light and was thrown into the huge palace. He appeared directly in a hall and turned into his real body, standing on the golden floor. Not many people had arrived at this time, so he just found a corner to stand. As time went by, more and more students came, and they were divided into small groups of 3 or 2, chatting quietly. There were also many people like Lin Xiao who were alone. As the saying goes, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Even in a class, students like them, who are qualified to open up the divine realm, are different from ordinary students. They have to compete from the beginning of enrollment, competing for the attention of teachers, competing for school resources, competing for various rankings, etc. And this competition naturally divides into different levels. There are excellent students, and there are naturally poor students. Although they are students, they are also competitors. So naturally the relationship is not very good. Just like the 3 students standing on the right side of Lin Xiao now. The head of the group has a red crystal like an eye on his forehead. The super handsome man is named Yuan Hong, and his family background is very good. His father is a true god. Although he is only a weak divine power and has just been deified, he is still a true god. As the legitimate son of a true god, Yuan Hong inherited his father's bloodline. When he opened up the divine domain, he had a little extra divinity in addition to the basic divinity. He was born stronger than them. He was the strongest and best student in the class. He has always been ranked between the first and second in the class. He is a standout and can be ranked in the top 10 even in the whole grade. On the other side, one of the 4 students is very tall and has muscles all over his body like a little giant. This guy is also a descendant of the true god, but not the first generation of the descendants of the gods, but the second generation of the descendants of the gods. Although he failed to obtain the innate extra divinity, the awakened extraordinary power is very powerful. His grades have always been in the top 5 in the class, and the top 50 in the whole grade. In addition, there are several very powerful classmates, such as Meng Hui, Zhao Erju, Yi Xiao, etc. Although their backgrounds are not as good as these 2, they are also very powerful with their acquired efforts. Generally speaking, outstanding students are in direct competition with each other, especially those ranked in the top 10, top 5, and top 3. Therefore, almost each of these 5 has his own small circle, and many students like to stick to these so-called strong students. Lin Xiao had no interest in these things, and did not cling to any classmates. with his average ranking in the class. He could not compete or threaten anyone, and his relationship with other classmates was naturally indifferent. He could say H, low when they met, but that was limited to H, low. However, this situation would probably change after this baseline test. With the golden finger activated, he could no longer be a lazy fish. He greeted the classmates next to him separately, and then he quietly leaned in the corner with his eyes closed. There was no way. There were 50 classmates in the class, but there were no beautiful female classmates. This was also weird. After about 10 minutes, all the classmates arrived, and 2 particularly dazzling golden lights fell from the sky with a strong pressure. Lin Xiao immediately opened his eyes and saw 2 figures shrouded in faint golden light. One of them was a middle-aged man with ordinary appearance wearing a black suit and tie. This was their class teacher Wu Hai, a high-level demigod with a learned priesthood. The other young man in a white shirt is called Zheng Wenjue, their tutor, and an ordinary demigod with healing abilities. Head teacher Wu Hai swept his eyes across all the students present, and a smile appeared on his face as he passed by a few of the closest students, who were the students with the best grades in the class. Today is the last baseline test for the first year of high school, and the final exam will be held at the beginning of next month. There will be no extra classes during this period, so this is your last chance to catch up. Chapter 7 The baseline test begins. Wu Hai announced the news expressionlessly, then flipped his hand, and a stack of cards emitting a faint golden light flew out from his palm and spread out in front of him, saying, "This baseline test is more difficult than before, but it is basically within your ability to cope with, considering that some students' current strength is indeed different. If you feel that you cannot pass the test, you can contact the teacher to give up. But if you give up, it means that the test is terminated, and I will score you before giving up." After a pause, he took out a stack of thinner cards from his pocket and spread it out, and continued, "Because the difficulty of this baseline test has been increased, the rewards will be increased on the basis of the past. The 11th to 20th in the class will be rewarded with a designated 1-star card. The top 10 will be rewarded with a designated 2-star card. The third place will be rewarded with an additional 3-star card on the basis of the 2-star card. And the second place will be rewarded with an additional 4-star card on the basis of the 2-star card." He paused for a moment, and said in the surprised and expectant eyes of many classmates, "The first place in this test will receive a 5-star card of a specified type, which will greatly improve your strength. So please work hard." Lin Xiao noticed that the teacher's eyes were on the top 5 students in the class, who had previously ranked in the top 5, and those who ranked below the middle were directly skipped. As expected, poor students are not valued. Although I have long been accustomed to it, I still feel angry about being ignored like this. This made Lin Xiao more determined to do well in this test. Whether the teacher pays attention is one thing, but the main thing is the 5-star card that can specify the type, which is a good thing. You must know that for divine beings like them, who have just opened up the divine realm and are not even demigods, the highest level card they can use is a 5-star card. 5 stars and above are called demigod cards, and true gods generally use god cards. Each student has a limited number of cards to use in high school, so they must use high-level cards to maximize their strength. At this time, the head teacher's voice sounded again. "The rules of this baseline test are no different from the previous ones. You can go back and prepare now." After saying that, he swung his sleeves, and Lin Xiao felt a strong force coming, and he flew out of the hall involuntarily. Before leaving the hall, he vaguely saw that it seemed that several classmates did not leave like him, and Wu Hai and Zheng Wenjue were still in the hall. "The teacher is really biased," I vaguely heard a classmate complain. He shrugged and did not respond. According to the previous test habits, the teacher will start testing the enemy's invasion of the god's domain the day after the announcement, so students can enter the god's domain immediately to prepare, or go the next day. But basically the students enter the god's domain immediately and prepare early. Lin Xiao thought so too, and immediately entered the god's domain login device and started to connect to the god's domain. When he came to the god's domain again, a dozen new fishmen were added in this time, but a dozen old fishmen also died, which was a tie overall. But he had a few fewer believers. Fortunately, with the birth of a new generation of fishmen, they have been educated in tribal beliefs since childhood. As they grow older, all the true believers can obtain the preloaded salted fish stab skills, and their strength will increase greatly, which greatly stimulates the shallow believers. A considerable number of shallow believers have increased their faith and become true believers. Up to now, there are 654 fishmen in the tribe, including 19 fanatics, 68 devout believers, 116 shallow believers, and the remaining 451 fishmen are all true believers. This ratio is quite good. After all, the lifespan of fishmen is too short. Life is only more than 10 years. Less than 20 years. There is no chance to slowly strengthen faith. Generally, it reaches the top when it reaches the true believer level. A standard human shallow believer can provide 0.1 points of faith value per day, while the weak race of fishmen can only provide 1/5 of the faith value of humans. Therefore, a fishman shallow believer can provide 0.02 points of faith per day, which is almost useless. True believers can provide 0.2 points, although it is still very few. But at least there are a lot of fishmen, and they reproduce quickly. Now there are 451 true believers, which can accumulate 90.2 points of faith for Lin Xiao a day. A devout believer can provide 1 point of faith a day. Now there are 68 devout believers in the fishman tribe, which can provide 68 points of faith a day. And fanatic believers can provide 10 points of faith a day. He now has 19 fanatic believers, which can provide 190 points of faith a day. The least amount of faith is the most valuable wealth of a god. In summary, Lin Xiao can gain about 350 points of faith every day with this group of fishmen. However, this is the most ideal state. In fact, the faith he gains every day is stable at about 270 to 280 points. The main thing is that believers provide faith points. They must pray seriously according to the rituals prescribed by the church to maximize the effect. Everyone knows the nature of the fishmen. It is harder than climbing to the sky to make them pray seriously according to the prescribed rituals. This is their nature and cannot be changed. Therefore, Lin Xiao can only harvest faith points between 60% and 70% of the theoretical value every day. But even so, he accumulates 270 to 80 points every day. Together with the previous ones, his total accumulated faith points have exceeded 500,000. It looks like a lot, but it is not durable at all. Not to mention that the transactions between players in the god realm are traded with faith points in addition to bartering. Not to mention upgrading the clan and other expenses. But these 500,000 faith points are actually not much. It is not enough to convert them into divine power. According to the ratio of faith points to divine power, 1 million faith points can be converted into 1 point of divine power. And these 500,000 points cannot be converted into 1 point. However, although it is not enough for 1 point of divine power, at least 500,000 faith points are not bad for new divine life, like them, who have just opened up the god realm for less than a year. Sure enough, once the golden finger was activated, he was about to take off. It took more than 100 years to accumulate a little divine power. But now it has accumulated half a point in less than 7 or 8 years. The speed is much faster. And this speed will become faster and faster as his divine domain develops. It is not impossible to reach a little divine power per year in 2 years, when he is about to take the college entrance examination. After a little sigh, Lin Xiao cheered up and first consumed 654 units of faith value to publish a divine prophecy, which is equivalent to 1 point for each believer. The consumption is not large now, but it will be large in the future when there are more believers. If there are hundreds of thousands or millions of believers, a divine prophecy will be tens of millions of faith values. So at that time, generally any divine prophecy will be directly conveyed by the voters. Chapter 8 Snake Man. In the boundless void outside the god's domain, a tall figure shrouded in mysterious golden light was standing outside the crystal wall of the god's domain and secretly observing the god's domain. How did this kid have so many high-quality believers? The head teacher Wu Hai looked at Lin Xiao's god's domain in surprise. His eyes swept over more than 600 gray fog fishmen, and then fell on the incarnation of Lin Xiao who was arming and mobilizing faith. Nodded and said, "It seems that you have made efforts during this period. In this case, I will arrange this card for you." He stretched out his index and middle fingers to hold a card and threw it. The card quickly collapsed and turned into golden mist all over the sky. Under the restraint of divine power, it turned into a golden rainbow bridge and flew into the god's domain. Lin Xiao, who had been staying in the god's domain, immediately noticed that a foreign object had entered the god's domain. At the same time, the light curtain in front of him popped up, and a system prompt sounded. An intruder is building a portal. The first batch of invaders will arrive in 15 minutes. Please be prepared. His heart trembled. And the avatar in the fish tribe had a gleam in his eyes. He raised the newly made bone knife in his hand and roared loudly. Children, the invaders have arrived, and the Lord of Grey Mist is watching us. It's time to show our strength and courage. The fish people who had already accepted the mobilization waved their weapons and screamed. Although it was messy, the morale was high. Lin Xiao, who had long been accustomed to the style of the fish people, was quite satisfied with this. He rushed out of the tribe first, and a large group of fish people followed behind. This time, he did not bring all the fish people out, but only about 3/4. That is, almost all the true believers, devout believers and fanatics in the tribe. All learned the skill of salted fish thrust. The more than 100 general believers who stayed in the tribe did not learn the salted fish thrust, and their combat effectiveness was limited, so they were not taken out to die. Although the baseline test is not as dangerous as the midterm and final exams, it is not easy. If it is not handled well, the loss will make people heartbroken. Although they are all students, they are already divine creatures after all. In the super fantasy divine civilization of the Human Federation, they may be equivalent to newborn babies, but in some small planes of the Chaos Void Sea Crystal Wall system, they are already powerful beings who can call the wind and rain. The way to cultivate a strong person is naturally not to stay in school every day like ordinary students. They have to face various dangers to hone their skills. Every class and every test is a test. If you are not careful, your family will suffer heavy losses. Many students are careless and suffer great damage to their vitality, which makes them unable to recover and sink from then on. They can only be ordinary divine creatures until they graduate from high school, and they will never become demigods in their lifetime. As before, the invasion portal is built in the upper left corner of the divine domain. The terrain of his divine domain is like this. There is only a coastline on the left edge. The tribe is in the lower left corner. As long as it is not an aquatic invasive creature, it can only appear in the upper left corner. A pitch-black light gate with a diameter of 3 meters and a surface with faint light rippling like waves was suspended in the air 1 meter above the beach like a black hole. Strands of black faint light slowly rotated around the circular light gate. With a slight sound, the faint light arched up to reveal a humanoid creature. A sharp object pierced the faint light, revealing a bloody spear. His glass is above. A snakeman about 2 meters tall, with a human-shaped upper body and a snake tail of more than 3 meters in total, emerged from the portal. He smashed a small pit into the sand with a blood-stained spear in his hand, opened his mouth to reveal his forked sharp tongue to explore the smell in the air, and said slowly, I smell the smell of the sea, and there are many fresh little fishmen. At this time, the second equally strong snakeman walked out of the portal, with a forked snake tongue constantly extending and retracting. He held a bone staff in his hand and stabbed it on the beach, and his narrow eyes flashed. I smell the smell of heresy. He reached out and grasped a skull with gems on the top of the bone staff, and said in a hoarse voice, The great glass told me to kill all the fishmen in this sea area. The first snakeman who came out picked up the thick spear and turned around, holding the spear high in his hand, and roared loudly, Glass's warriors, come out! The portal glowed rapidly, and a slightly smaller snakeman emerged from it, followed by the second, the third, and soon a total of 20 fishmen emerged. This test is a bit too difficult. Lin Zhao's true body, who had been paying attention to the divine realm, frowned. Although there were only 22 snake men in this group, they were quite strong. At least half a month ago, he would have had to fight for his life, and he would have to lose a certain number of his family members in order to defeat them. Gray fog fishmen belong to a low-level race, a race that cannot be any lower, and their average combat power is about the same as that of goblins. Well, they will be stronger in the water. The snake men belong to a medium-level race, even if they are the most basic and have not been promoted. Their racial talents also enable them to have the combat power to crush the gray fog fishmen, especially the 2 leaders, who will definitely not be inferior to the second-level soldiers, and even the professions. This configuration is a little difficult for the top students in the class, and it is super difficult for the bottom students. If the golden finger had not been activated and the accumulation of many years had not been transformed into strength, if the number of fishmen was still the same as before, it would be estimated that at least 1/3 of the fishmen would have to be lost to pass this test. But there is no if in the world. Today is different from the past. Now the strength has greatly increased. And Lin Xiao is full of confidence. The fishman leader incarnated and rushed out of the tribe, with more than 500 gray fog fishmen, lining up in a messy formation and rushing towards the snakeman team that had just left the portal. There is no strategy to speak of. And the fishmen can't command. Anyway, the number is absolutely superior. And the mouse circle is directly A. More than 500 fishmen gathered together. The number is still quite large. Anyway, it is a dark mass on the narrow beach. The opposite snakeman was indeed shocked when he saw so many gray fog fishmen at first. But soon, he showed a ferocious smile. 20 snakemen lined up. And the snakeman leader raised the bloody spear and screamed, "The great glass is watching us. Kill all the small fishmen. And glass will give us more powerful power." The other snakeman leader holding the bone staff did not speak, but silently raised the bone staff in his hand. The eye with gemstones on the skull at the end of the staff lit up. An ray of blood light gushed out and turned into a blood mist flying towards all the snakemen. Wherever it passed, the pupils of all the snakemen turned red. And their spears were also stained with a layer of blood. Snakeman magic, boiling blood magic. Improve the fighting spirit and the sharpness of weapons. After being blessed with this magic, the snakeman's fighting spirit is high, and it also has a certain effect of alleviating pain and fear. The snakemen, who already have an absolute advantage in single combat power, are more powerful with the magic, and the sharper spears are estimated to be able to kill a fishman with one shot. The two sides approached quickly, and the snakemen leaned forward under the leadership of the leader, posing a charging posture. Chapter 9: The Surprise and Praise of the Class Teacher. Call the tide. Just as the snakemen were about to charge, Lin Xiao, who was above the battlefield, suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed, and a full 100,000 faith points evaporated, and the extraordinary power of calling taunt was used. The next second, the sea water within a few hundred meters of the shallow sea at the edge of the battlefield was bound by an invisible force, and a wave nearly 300 meters long and 2 meters high was raised without wind and rushed towards the snakemen and fishmen who had just started to rush out. The impact of the big wave was not great, but it was enough to wash the charging snakemen into pieces. Although the amphibious fishmen were also washed into a mess, they were naturally more adaptable to this change than land creatures, and quickly stabilized their bodies. Lin Xiao's incarnation was the first to react, raised the bone knife in his hand and shouted, "Lord of Grey Mist, King of Endless Tides, Lord of the Seven Seas, please give me the power to kill the enemy." Activating the skill Salted Fish Assault, he cut through the seawater like a shark's dorsal fin, and at super fast speed, he slashed in a straight line and hit the snakeman leader, who was unable to stabilize his body due to the tidal surge. The bone knife in his hand split the air, snake scales, flesh and blood, and deeply penetrated the chest of the snakeman leader, with the tip of the blade piercing through his back. As he pulled back, other fishmen screamed and activated their skills, turning into fishmen phantoms and killing into the snakemen. Hundreds of fishmen rushed forward and hit more than 20 snakemen, each of whom could not withstand 5 impacts. More than half of them were torn apart by the 5-fold attack of the salted fish thrust on the spot, and their blood spilled into the water, dyeing a large area of the beach red. In a square divine domain about 6 kilometers long and wide, a battle was taking place in the center of a wide canyon. A large group of about 400 kobolds wearing leather armor, holding hoes in their left hands and shovels in their right hands, were lined up in a long snake formation, fighting with a large group of skeletons holding iron swords, which were larger in number than the kobolds. On a raised stone behind the kobold formation stood an old kobold with red hair and red skin holding a wooden staff, and several kobold guards were standing beside him. The old kobold raised the wooden staff in his hand, and a ball of red light lit up at the top of the wooden staff, which quickly condensed into a fireball as big as a basketball. With a wave of the old kobold's staff, the fireball flew over the kobold's defense line and fell into the group of skeletons. Boom! A loud noise that shook the earth sounded, and a circle of flames instantly exploded, covering an area of 5 by 5 meters. The skeletons in it instantly turned into firemen, quickly burned to ashes, and fell into the flames and disappeared. Good. Wu Hai, the head teacher who was watching the battle outside the divine domain, clapped his hands and said good things, and said to the tutor Zhengwenjue beside him, "Meng Hui has been performing better and better recently. It is extremely rare to be able to train the kobolds to this level, with the advantage of the number of kobolds." He ranks among the top 5 in the class. Zheng Wenjue nodded and said, he also has a kobold warlock who has initially activated his bloodline. If he can completely activate his bloodline and become a kobold dragon warlock before his lifespan runs out, his future achievements will definitely not be low. At this point, Zheng Wenjue sighed and said, it's a pity that this step is too difficult. Wu Hai smiled and said, not necessarily. This time I'm testing my bottom line. Wu Hai, who was talking freely, suddenly frowned and showed a surprised expression. What's going on? Zheng Wenjue asked curiously. What's the matter? Wu Hai showed a look of surprise and astonishment, and said, someone has defeated all the invaders. So fast? Zheng Wenjue immediately became interested and said, which one is it? Yuan Hong or Wan Chuan? Or Zhao Erju or Yi Shaoer? None of them. Wu Hai flicked his sleeves, and the two disappeared. When they appeared again, they had reached the edge of Lin Zhao's divine domain, and saw a large group of fishmen carrying more than a dozen snake ming corpses all the way back to the tribe. He stretched out his hand and pointed, and the light screen in front of him popped up, showing the current scene. Backtrack. As he whispered, the screen began to move backwards, and soon returned to the time when the portal was just opened. As time passed, both of them showed surprise on their faces at the same time, and looked at each other. Zheng Wenjue said, this skill, the explosive power is so high, at least extremely rare quality. It's a pity that it was wasted on the fishmen. The strength of this race is too low, and there is almost no potential for improvement. After a silence, the head teacher Wu Hai said, it can't be said that way. The initial stage is basically the same. As long as you can use this rare card to gain enough advantages in the early stage, it will be enough. If it doesn't work, you can find a way to improve the bloodline of your family after becoming a demigod in the future. Or even if you change to other powerful main battle races in the future. This can also be a secondary main battle race, with the reproduction ability and number of fishmen. It's not bad to be cannon fodder. At this point, he didn't continue chatting. Stretched out his finger, and a light screen popped up, showing Lin Zhao's information. Do you have new news? Do you want to check it? In the god's domain, Lin Zhao suddenly received a message. He answered it immediately, and heard the teacher's laughter. Lin Zhao, your performance in this test is very good. The teacher is very pleased. He curled his lips speechlessly. It was really vulgar. I have never seen you so pleased before. However, he was still very happy. As a student, it was a good thing for the teacher to pay attention to him, especially for a student like him. You should know that many rare cards in the early stage are only available in schools. Even the true gods may not have them. Otherwise, why would those true gods send their direct descendants to school? It is to lay a good foundation for their descendants. The resources of the school plus the resources of their parents or elders can allow them to go further. Just like Lin Zhao's parents can prepare resources for him until he becomes a demigod. But his upper limit is just that. If he does not have a golden finger, it is almost impossible to become a true god. At this time, the head teacher Wu Hai said again, so far, no other students have completed the test. So you are the first in this baseline test. Lin Zhao was delighted, and an irrepressible smile appeared on his face. The head teacher Wu Hai said again, according to the rules I mentioned before, you will get a random 2-star card and a designated 5-star card. In addition, you will have a chance to take an extra test with a very high difficulty. The first place in each baseline test will have it. You can choose whether to take it or not. After a pause, he continued, the extra test is very difficult. Even Yuan Hong, who ranked first in the class, only succeeded once, failed twice, and gave up twice. Lin Zhao hesitated for a moment, and remained silent as if thinking. To be honest, this was the first time he heard that there would be an extra test after the baseline test. This should be a treatment for the best students in the class. He had always been hovering around the 25th place before, so he was definitely not qualified to know. The class teacher reiterated twice that it was difficult and dangerous, which made Lin Zhao not dare to be careless. After thinking for a while, he said, can you let me know the specific difficulty and what the reward is if I successfully pass the extra test? Chapter 10 Legendary 5-star card. Yes. As the voice fell, the light curtain in front of him suddenly changed, and the shadow of the class teacher condensed. He stretched out his hands and spread his palms. In his left hand was a 20-sided crystal dice, and in his right hand was a card that was shrouded in divine light and could not be seen clearly. Wu Hai held the dice and the card in both hands and said, "Next. I will let you roll this dice yourself." The number displayed on the top after the dice stops turning represents the intensity of the test you need to accept next. If the number on the top is 2, you will face twice as many enemies as you faced in the previous test. If the number on the top is 20, you will face 20 times as many enemies as you faced in the previous test. You can use any power in the divine domain, including direct descent in person. Then the class teacher held up the card in his right hand again, and with a flash of light, the card revealed its true appearance. 5-star divine domain card, fertile land legend. Increase the area of the divine domain by 2 kilometers * 2 kilometers at one time, and limit the fertile land. Oh my! Lin Xiao's eyes almost popped out. It turned out to be a 5-star card that increased the area of the god's domain, and the quality was so high. It was the first time he had seen an orange legendary card. You should know that the rarity of the cards from low to high is common. Rare, epic, legendary, and golden mythical. It is said that there are even rarer cards above the golden mythical level. But even the orange legendary level is already a super rare card, not to mention the mythical level. The higher levels have never been heard of, let alone seen. A one-time increase of 2 kilometers * 2 kilometers of the god's domain is more than half of Lin Xiao's current god's domain, and it is limited to fertile land, which is even more rare. Even if his main race is Murlocs and is not suitable for farming, it does not prevent him from wanting this card. Now the main race is Murlocs, which does not mean that they will always be Murlocs. The races in the god's domain can be changed, and other races can be added. Murlocs cannot farm, so get some other races that can farm. Almost instantly, Lin Xiao decided that he must try this extra test. This good opportunity cannot be missed. How about it? Are you tempted? The head teacher Wu Hai saw the excitement on his face and said, "Think it over carefully. If you are unlucky and the points are too high, the enemies that appear will cause a devastating blow to your divine domain, and you may be unable to recover and sink." There is a trace of divine power in the head teacher's voice, which awakens Lin Xiao, who is in a frenzy like a huge bell. Calming down from the frenzy, he began to analyze the pros and cons. Indeed, as the head teacher said, the difficulty of this extra test is indeed very luck dependent. If he is lucky and only rolls a few points, he can still withstand the extra difficulty of several times. If he is unlucky and the difficulty is more than 7 or 8 times, then he can't play. Maybe he can barely withstand it with all his strength and real body. But doing so is too risky. The strength of the player's real body is related to the overall strength of the god's domain. The more believers there are, the stronger the player as the lord of the god's domain will be. The fewer believers there are, the weaker the player as the lord of the god's domain will be. But for new players, like them, who have just opened up the god's domain, no matter how strong the god's domain is, it will not be that strong. If he faces more than 10 times the difficulty, more than 200 snake men and 20 snake men leaders, he may not win even if he uses his real body. Even if he can win, it will be a miserable victory. It doesn't matter if he loses. There is a class teacher here. When the god's domain is damaged to a certain extent, he will help. It is equivalent to a stop-loss line. The key is the real body. If the real body is damaged, the impact will be great. While the divine creatures gain divine blessing and transform into extraordinary beings with powerful power, once they are injured, it is very difficult to recover. This is not something that ordinary healing magic can treat. It must consume a lot of divine power or fall into a deep sleep to recover slowly. This sleep lasts for hundreds of years, and even hundreds of days in the main world, which will greatly affect the growth progress. Or it can be said to be useless in advance. Why? If it was a little later, it would be better. Lin Xiao was already backing off in his heart, and he regained his calm and rational thinking. He knew that the risk of this extra test was too high, even if the card that increased the area of the god's domain was extremely rare. But, wait! He suddenly looked up and asked, "Teacher, can I get the reward for this baseline test before trying it?" Wu Hai was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously said, "Do you really want to try?" Then he answered, "Yes, I have 4 5-star cards here. You can choose one from them. 5-star species reproduction card rare. Species fertility rate plus 300%. Survival rate plus 300%. Duration 10 years. 3-star troop card boar rider ordinary. summons 300 level 3 bugbear boar riders at one time. Note, equipped with standard weapons, and 5 days of rations. 5-star resource card sheep flock normal. Summon 500 sheep at one time. Note, half are male and half are female. 5-star weapon card short spear normal. Obtain 1000 short spears at one time. Note, the spear body is made of wood, and the spear head is made of refined iron. Lin Zhao's eyes swept across the 4 cards, and when he saw the second and last cards, his eyes lit up. It's just as I expected. The reward cards given by the class teacher must have various types for students to choose from, and he guessed that there is a high probability that there will be weapons. In fact, there are more than just weapons. He also found a troop card, a card that can directly summon 300 bear goblins and wild boar riders with strength reaching level 3. Whether it is a weapon card or a knight card, it can greatly enhance his strength, allowing him to have enough confidence to try additional tests. However, Lin Zhao was in a dilemma when choosing which one to choose. Normally, it is better to choose the wild boar rider, which is an instant combat power and is more stable than the weapon card. But in fact, he couldn't choose this because he couldn't afford it. The height of the bear goblin was over 2 meters, and it was strong and fierce. It was a big eater, and its mount of 300 wild boars was even more gluttonous. Now the god's domain could hardly afford to raise these fishmen, let alone so many wild boar riders. The most important thing was that these bear goblins were all males and could not reproduce. If they were kept in the god's domain for decades, they would basically die of old age. In other words, this thing was a pure consumable, disposable. Although the weapon card was also a consumable, it could increase the overall strength of the fishman tribe. The most important thing was that even if the weapon was damaged, the fine iron spear head could be recycled, and it was not disposable. Just the weapon card. He said so. The teacher didn't say anything about this, but took out the weapon card and handed it to him. Then took out a large stack of cards and said to him, "You still have a 2-star card. What type do you need?" "Resource card. Preferably food such as fish." "Here is a 2-star COD card." Wu Hai pulled out a card, and it flew into Lin Zhao's hand. With a flip of his hand, all the cards disappeared, leaving only the 20-sided crystal dice in his left palm looking at him. Chapter 11 Extra Test. With the weapon card in hand, Lin Zhao no longer hesitated and said in a deep voice, "I decided to accept this extra test." "Very good." The head teacher threw the crystal dice in his hand and hung it in front of Lin Zhao. He reached out and grabbed it. He was surprised to find that this thing was a special and strange thing. It could isolate the influence of any power, including divine power. It was just right to use it as a dice. Even if the real god got this thing and threw it, how many points it could throw depended on luck. "Huh?" Holding the dice, blowing a breath and throwing it, the crystal dice fell on an invisible light curtain in front of him and rolled a few times. An 11-digit number appeared in front of him. "Damn!" Lin Zhao's face immediately fell. This luck is very bad. 11 times the difficulty. It's simply too much. The head teacher Wu Hai's face was not very good either. He showed a trace of regret and said, "Your luck is not very good. Work hard." He couldn't do anything about this result. Although he wished that all students could become talents, he didn't have unlimited resources, so he could only give them to the best students. Whether a student is good enough is determined by his performance in each class and test. Lin Zhao's performance this time surprised him, but he couldn't do anything about his bad luck. "You have a month to prepare." After Wu Hai finished speaking, the projection turned into a golden light and left the god's domain. "What a pity! What a pity!" He and his tutor Zhengwenjue sighed at the same time, looked at each other, and Wu Hai said, "You keep an eye on it first. I'll go check out other places." In the god's domain, compared to the 2 teachers who almost sentenced him to death, Lin Zhao himself was not too depressed. Although the 11-fold difficulty was terrible, he was not completely powerless to resist. It was just that the loss would be great. However, if he could complete the test and get the god's domain card, it would play an unimaginable role in his future development. It is really that the god domain card is too rare, and it is a 5-star god domain card of extraordinary quality. The added god domain land type is so good that it can almost change the overall structure of his god domain and make him transform directly at one time. His current god domain is basically a water area, which is okay in the early stage, but it will seriously restrict his development in the middle and late stages. A god domain area type must not be single. Singleness is strong in some aspects, but it also means huge weaknesses. His god domain troops only have one fishman race. If it is not changed, he can only add aquatic races in the future. This configuration is almost invincible in water combat, but it will not work if facing other environments. When he is in the second year of high school next year, the difficulty of the usual large classes and monthly tests will increase significantly, especially the monthly baseline test, which will most likely make them try to invade some extremely small plane fragments, which requires going to different environments. If it is the same water area, it is okay. If the invaded plane is a desert plane or a dry Gobi plane, won't his aquatic race not even be able to get through? Lin Xiao had considered how to transform in the future a long time ago. Now that the opportunity was in front of him, how could he not seize it? 1 month of preparation time was not long. He immediately sent his will to the body of the fishman leader and summoned all the fishmen in the tribe to gather in the center of the tribe. This time he didn't do anything empty. He directly announced that a very powerful enemy would invade soon, and the great lord of Grey Mist gave weapons to help. Then, the prayer ceremony began. There was no need to find a reason, but the necessary rituals were still necessary. After all, this was a world of gods, and the mystery and majesty of the gods must be maintained in front of believers at all times. More than 600 fishmen surrounded the central altar of the tribe. The number looked quite considerable, a large black mass. However, with so many people, it was estimated that many would die in a month, and this wave would definitely be seriously injured. As the prayers came to an end, accompanied by the sound of melodious songs, a golden portal appeared above the altar, which looked like the gate of heaven. 2 seemingly powerful golden armored warriors opened the gate, and teams of palm-sized angels flew out and sang around the gate of heaven. The fishmen around the altar were stunned by this scene. Lin Xiao coughed heavily, and many fishmen lowered their heads and prayed more devoutly. At this moment, Lin Xiao's real body above the sky felt that at this moment, more than 50 true believers became devout believers. What a pity! But the arrow was already on the string, and it was too late to regret. As a dazzling golden light shot from the gate of heaven to the altar, the gate of heaven slowly became illusory and finally disappeared. On the altar, there were piles of short spears of only 1.5 meters, a total of 1,000. The fishman leader walked up to the altar, pulled out a short spear, raised it high, and roared loudly. This is the weapon given to us by the great lord of Grey Mist. Children, take up your weapons and defeat the invaders. As soon as the short spear flew out, the nearest Grey Mist fishman subconsciously reached out to catch the short spear. Looking up, he saw the leader's oppressive gaze, and subconsciously knelt down and shouted to the holy symbol on the altar. Great Lord of Grey Mist, your devout believer is willing to sacrifice his humble life for you. Very good. The fishman leader pulled out another short spear and threw it to another fishman warrior, watching him loudly declare his oath. One by one, the short spears were thrown out, and one by one, the Grey Mist fishmen took up the short spears and swore. This is the fanaticism of religion. When the atmosphere is enough, and when there are enough people with the same idea, they will always change other people's ideas involuntarily. This is both a psychological effect and a spiritual effect. The combination of the two will make even a non-believer involuntarily develop faith if he stays in the tribe for a long time. The weapons were distributed for only 1 day. The first part of the Murloc warriors, and the most devout group of Murlocs all followed this process. But it was unnecessary later because the fanatical spirit would always calm down over time, and mobilizing emotions would be ineffective. All the Grey Fog fishmen were given weapons, and Lin Xiao's incarnation personally led them to train and master the weapons. The short spear is actually one of the most suitable weapons for fishmen, and it can also bring out the power of the salted fish piercing skill. The power of releasing skills with bone knives and stone spikes is not as great as that of releasing skills with fine iron spears. A month passed in a flash, and Lin Xiao's incarnation had been leading the fishmen in training. At this time, all the fishmen were able to use this skill with new weapons. As time came, Lin Xiao's real body on the sky of the gods domain felt that the entire gods domain shook slightly, and the portal that had appeared before appeared again. Teams of snake men walked out of the portal under the leadership of stronger snake men leaders and formed a formation. On the other side of the coastline, the entire fishman tribe was also boiling. Under his command, all the fishmen in the tribe walked out of the tribe and gathered outside the tribe. And as usual, They rush to the north of the beach in a messy formation. Chapter 12. The battle begins. Looking down from the sky, a group of snake men and a group of fish men are approaching each other quickly on the narrow beach. It only took about 10 minutes for the 3-kilometer distance to see each other. There were about 600 fishmen on the side of the nest, and there were 220 snake men. In addition, they were much taller than the fishmen, so it seemed that the scale was not much smaller. According to the racial gap, normally more than 600 fishmen would never be able to beat more than 200 snake men, and 100 would be enough. But now this is Lin Xiao's divine domain. He has the home advantage. And salted fish stab. When the two sides were less than 100 meters away, his true body appeared above the fishmen on the battlefield, turning into a huge fishman phantom shrouded in divine power and golden light. The fishman leader incarnated by Lin Xiao immediately raised his weapon and shouted, "The great lord of grey mist is watching us. Children, charge." The moment he showed his true body, all the grey fog fishmen felt it and raised their heads together. At this moment, seeing their own faith coming in person, all the fishmen began to become fanatical. More than 100 fishmen changed their faith from true believers to devout believers. All the pan-believers became true believers, and more than 10 fishmen changed from devout believers to fanatic believers. If it were normal, Lin Xiao would definitely be ecstatic if so many devout believers appeared in an instant. But this time, he couldn't be happy, because his true body came, and a malicious will locked him. Before this, although he also stayed in the God's domain, he was in another level where only gods existed, not in the material plane inside the God's domain. At that level, he could observe the entire God's domain, and no one could see him no matter where he went. But now he appeared in the material plane from the level where only gods could exist, which can be described in a certain word as the true body coming. If it were normal, the true body coming would not be a big deal. But in this state, his true body came, which means that his true body participated in this invasion war. The most important thing is that he was locked by another demigod. That is, the will full of malice. The snakeman did not come out of thin air, even if it was summoned by a card. Behind that portal was another plane dominated by snake men. The existence called Glass was a snakeman demigod, and he had set his eyes on Lin Xiao, a new divine life. Within the scope of the rules, it was impossible for him to touch Lin Xiao. After all, this was just a test. Although the summoned snakeman came from Glass's plane, but when Lin Xiao's real body appeared in person, he was sensed by him at the first time. According to the rules, Lin Xiao's real body participated in the battle, so Glass could attack him according to the rules. And these snake men were the extension of his will. He could use these snake men to attack Lin Xiao, as a new lord of the god realm who received a complete education in the theory of gods. Lin Xiao certainly understood this, but he had no choice. If he wanted to win this extra test and didn't want his family to suffer too much loss, he had to take risks. When the snake men and fishmen rushed out at the same time and were about to approach, Lin Xiao reached out his hand at the first time and used the trick to summon a tide again. The effect of the extraordinary power summoning tide in the hands of the incarnation and the real body was very different. The incarnation only consumed a few hundred meters of the wave summoned, while the real body could summon a tide up to 1,000 meters from the sea surface and hit the battlefield head-on. Several fishmen in the snake group, who were probably priests, raised their bone staffs and cast spells at the same time. Pieces of red light bloomed and blessed all the snake men with divine arts. The next second, a huge wave came and instantly submerged the entire battlefield. No matter the snake men or the fishmen were washed up on the beach by the sea water at the same time, and then slid into the shallow sea involuntarily as the huge waves receded. The entire battlefield instantly changed from the beach to the shallow sea area. This area is the area extending from the beach to the sea, and the sea water extends from half a meter to 1 meter, and then to 2 meters. The tall snakeman could barely stabilize his body by touching the beach with his tail, and the fishmen were all submerged. But the fishmen are amphibious creatures, more flexible in water than on land, and quickly recovered from the impact of the tide. A fishman rushed out of the water and saw a snakeman swaying with the waves more than 10 meters to the left. He immediately raised the short spear in his hand and aimed at the target. With a bang, a large area of sea water exploded, and a white line broke through the sea water and shot at the snakeman at an extremely fast speed. This snakeman is indeed much stronger than the fishman. He reacted quickly, screamed to stabilize his body, raised his arms holding an iron sword high, and slashed it fiercely. Puff! Puff! Two dull sounds of piercing the body sounded at the same time. And at the same time, a large area of blood exploded, quickly dyeing a large area of sea water red. The snakeman shook his body, and covered the short spear that completely pierced his waist, and took a step back, while the fishman was cut in half by the snakeman, and died on the spot. A devout believer died. But Lin Xiao had no time to feel sad about it. This was just the beginning. At this moment, the snake men and fishmen on the battlefield, which were disrupted by his own call of ridicule, suddenly rose up and tore into a ball in an instant. In just less than 10 seconds, more than 70% of the 40 fishmen near the snake men were killed, and the rest were all seriously injured. But more than 30 snake men were stabbed by the fishmen before they died. The golden human-shaped light man incarnated by Lin Xiao sighed lightly, and the golden light behind him surged. Two golden angels flew out and opened a light gate. He stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. A small fishman phantom flew out from the bodies of all the dead fishmen and rose up quickly, and soon disappeared into the light gate behind his head. The souls of these believers will be thrown into another level of the divine domain, which is the level he was in before. If we are in the material plane of the gods' domain at this moment, the other side is the plane where the true body of the gods usually resides, which is commonly known as the kingdom of God. All the dead believers will enter there and be transformed into petitioners. Or reincarnation? Yes, it is reincarnation. This is the gods' domain, not the kingdom of God. The true gods of the traditional heterocrystalline wall system, when their followers die and enter the kingdom of God, they will be directly transformed into petitioners, and directly restored to the peak state of life, and then receive different treatments according to the degree of faith. The lifespan of petitioners is not infinite, but the lifespan of their own race. But they can live to old age without illness and disaster. And the petitioners will be weakened every time they die. When the number of deaths is too many, their consciousness will become blurred, and eventually turn into nutrients and merge into the kingdom of God. The divine domain of the gods and civilizations of the main world is different. He combines the functions of the kingdom of God, integrates the functions of the main material plane, and adds the function of reincarnation. First of all, the gods and civilizations of the main world call themselves new gods. Unlike the traditional ancient gods of the heterocrystalline wall, their divine domain belongs to the combination of the material plane and the kingdom of God. A divine domain has two interfaces. One is the material plane, and the other is the kingdom of God. Living creatures live in the material plane and enter the kingdom of God after death. Chapter 13 Bloody Battle. It goes without saying that becoming a petitioner is the same as the traditional old gods. The biggest difference between the new gods and the old gods is the function of reincarnation. After all petitioners die too many times, the traditional old gods let the petitioners integrate into the divine kingdom to strengthen the divine kingdom, while the new gods let them reincarnate in the material plane of the divine domain to live again. The biggest advantage of doing this is that after the petitioner reincarnates, the soul is branded with the mark of the Lord of the divine domain. They are naturally close to the beliefs of the previous life. As long as they are exposed to the church's beliefs, they are easy to accept the beliefs and become devout believers. In this way, it is easy to accumulate a large number of devout believers in the material plane, and the faith value naturally flows like water. There are not many petitioners in Lin Zhao's divine kingdom now. Only dozens of first-level fishmen warriors accumulated over the years, and all other dead fishmen believers have been reincarnated. In fact, if he didn't want to get a few for show, he would have pulled all these fishmen warriors to reincarnate. The strength of the fishmen warriors at the first level is too weak. They are not qualified to be cannon fodder. At least the warriors at the third level or above are qualified to be cannon fodder. And the guards of the kingdom of God must be at the fourth level or above. Lin Xiao is ready to take the elite route. Without further ado, when he personally took action to lead the souls of these fishmen believers into the kingdom of God, the impact on the believers at this moment was unprecedented, because it was the first time he did this, and the effect was simply overwhelming. In an instant, more than 70% of the true believers became devout believers, and 30 or 40 fanatic believers appeared at once. If they can all survive this time, his faith will surge again. The fishman leader saw this scene and raised his weapon and shouted, "Children, the great Lord of Grey Mist is looking after us at this time. Kill all heretics." After speaking, he lowered his head and looked at a snakeman priest holding a bone staff in front of him. At this time, The snakeman priest raised the bone staff and shouted, "The great Glass has been watching here. He told me that killing these heretics will gain Glass's pleasure." Before he finished speaking, a figure had already parted the seawater and rushed to the front. The snakeman priest who reacted raised the bone staff in his hand and slammed it down fiercely. As soon as he opened his mouth, he saw a pair of golden pupils. The awe-inspiring majesty made him stunned for a moment. And then he felt a sharp pain in his chest. A huge force surged up, and his body flew several meters away, and fell heavily into the sea. The cold sea water quickly submerged his consciousness. He pulled out a short spear, and shot it backwards into the seawater, and slid more than 10 meters away. The fishman leader emerged from the seawater, and took a deep breath. At the moment he made a move, the fanatical fishmen rushed to kill the snakemen one after another. The salted fish piercing skill gave them super fast speed, and up to 5 times the lethality. Even if the snakemen were strong and the scales on their bodies were good for defense, they could not defend against the 5 times kinetic energy impact of the fine iron short spear. The weapons summoned by the 5-star card are not bad. Even without the 5-fold burst, they can hurt the snakemen. A fishman broke through the seawater at super fast speed and pierced a snakeman's body with a spear, and was immediately killed by the counterattack of the snakeman. Another fishman stabbed a strong snakeman leader at the same super fast speed. The snakeman leader, who reacted super fast, twisted his body to avoid the salted fish's stab and cut it in half with a backhand. With a hideous face and a grin, he grabbed the short spear and was about to snatch it back. The next second, his body suddenly tilted, and a sharp spear tip pierced through his body. The angry snakeman leader backhanded and killed the sneak-attacking fishman. But at this moment, 2 fishmen targeted him at the same time. 2 short spears pierced the snakeman leader's waist and back one after another, plus the last fishman shot. 3 shots passed through his body. Even the second-level snakeman leader could not withstand such a serious injury. The angry snakeman leader roared to the sky, blood gushing in his pupils, and he turned over and killed 2 fishmen who were exhausted due to the outburst with 2 knives. But the next second, 3 more fishmen rushed out at the same time, and 3 shots pierced through their bodies at the same time. This time, the 3 fishmen learned their lesson. After hitting the target, they immediately dropped their guns and rolled into the water. The bright knife light cut through the seawater, but nothing was touched. After being hit by 7 shots in a row, all of which were serious injuries that penetrated the body, the snakeman leader could no longer hold on. His tall body swayed for several circles, and fell into the sea with a bang. The blood quickly dyed a large area red. This is just a corner of the battlefield. The fishmen, who were not the opponents of the snakemen at all, relied on the extremely rare 5-star skill card, Salted Fish Stab, to instantly exert up to 5 times the outburst, although it only had the power of 1 attack. After the outburst, he would be killed by the snakemen due to the weakness after the outburst and the cooling time of up to 10 minutes. But after all, it was a 5-fold burst, plus the sharpness of the fine iron short spear. Even a 2nd-level snakeman leader could not withstand the burst of even a 0-level fishman. Lin Zhao's real body stood high in the sky overlooking the battlefield. Tall snakemen kept falling, but for every snakeman who fell, there must be at least 1 fishman buried with him. And more fishmen were injured. He was silent for a moment, and stretched out his finger again, and the 1st-level magic seawater essence was used, and a full 100,000 faith points burned and evaporated. The next second, countless blue stars rose from the seawater within a range of 100 meters * 100 meters below, quickly approaching the surrounding fishmen and merging into their bodies. And the surface injuries of the injured fishmen were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This magic is a healing magic, limited to use in the sea area. The basic faith value consumption is 10,000. And increasing the faith value consumption can greatly increase the power. And the effect is more obvious when used by his real body. However, it is not a proper healing spell after all. And the effect of large-scale spells is not immediate. So it can only relieve the physical consumption of the fishmen after performing the salted fish stab. And it has no great effect on treatment. But this is enough. At least it can greatly increase the survival rate during the week period after the outbreak. More than 600 fishmen rushed forward one after another, and each of them burst out with fanaticism. Every snakeman had to face 2 or 3 fishmen's attacks. This kind of surprise attack is impossible to defend, except for the powerful snakeman leader who can predict and react in advance. Ordinary snakemen cannot intercept it even if they discover it in advance. They can only watch the black shadow flash in front of their eyes. And they can't even dodge. But the strong physique of the snakemen is difficult to kill with one blow. And their counterattack is fatal to the weak fishmen after the outbreak. For every snakeman who fell, there must be one or even two fishmen buried with him. In Lin Zhao's Sea of Gods, the lines of faith representing believers broke one by one. Every broken line represents the death of a believer, which means the disappearance of at least one true believer. And most of them are devout believers. This is a great loss to the gods. But he can't do it himself. When the divine domain was just opened up, whether it was the teacher, the senior, or the parents, they all warned repeatedly that unless it was a desperate situation, you must not take action in person. Now that his real body has come, at most, he can use divine arts, or use extraordinary power to assist. But he must not personally fight. Chapter 14 Tragedy and Victory. The power of the real body is very, very strong. After all, it is a divine creature. With the blessing of the divine domain, one person can easily kill these 200 snake men. But if his real body attacks, the snakeman demigod hidden behind the snakeman will definitely take the opportunity to attack. How can a small divine creature like him compete with a demigod? With the teacher watching over him, he will not be seized by the snakeman demigod, but he will definitely be seriously injured, which is fatal to a newborn divine life like him. Fortunately, his family is strong enough, and they are not afraid even when facing powerful snake men. And the extremely rare quality skill of salted fish stab also gives them the ability to resist. They rush forward, and each one can cause huge damage to the target. One fishman after another dies in battle, accompanied by the fall of one snakeman after another. The number of snake men is far less than that of fishmen. Every time a snakeman falls, their pressure is reduced by 1 point. When there were only over 400 lines of faith left in Lin Zhao's Sea of Soul, nearly half of the snake men fell down. The most important thing is that almost all the remaining snake men were injured, and almost all of them were injured through the body. The overall situation seemed to be settled. He breathed a sigh of relief, which was within his expectations. The individual combat effectiveness of the fishmen was definitely not as good as that of the snake men. But he had the advantage of home court and numbers, and he could not afford to exchange his life for his life. The injured snake men fell to the ground one by one under the subsequent attack of the fishmen. Although there were constantly fishmen killed by counterattacks, the frequency of death was far less terrifying than the first wave. Compared with the 1-to-2 exchange in the first wave, there was only a 1-to-1 exchange now, which was basically a counterattack by the snake men before they died. There was no way. Although the salted fish stab skill had a super high burst, it also had great sequelae. With the physical strength of the fishmen, they could hardly even stand up after a wave of bursts. It was either you die or I die. As the snakemen fell one by one, the battle situation gradually became clear. Seeing that victory was imminent, Lin Zhao's mood, which had been depressed by the huge loss of believers, was slightly better. Although the loss was huge, compared with the effect of a 5-star God domain card, this loss was still valuable and not a loss. There was no reversal next. The portal for summoning snake men was actually a card. The rules limited it to only 220 snake men, 200 ordinary snake men, and 22nd level leader snake men. Even the true god could not break this rule to send more subordinates. So as more and more snake men fell, the surviving snake men were also surrounded. There were constantly fishmen who quickly recovered from the weakness caused by the last outbreak through the essence of seawater, and once again used the salted fish stab to kill into the battlefield and knock down the snake men one by one. Soon, there were less than 10 snake men leaders trapped in the heavy encirclement. They had not died yet due to their strong physique, but it was also a matter of time. At this point, Lin Zhao once again used a large-scale seawater essence to restore the physical strength and injuries of his clan members. Combined with the last time he used extraordinary power to summon the tide, he used a full 300,000 faith points this time. The 500,000 faith points accumulated before were suddenly reduced to only 200,000 points. All these expenses are necessary and worthwhile. Now, as long as these fishmen can survive, they are all devout believers, and they have accumulated enough combat experience to be promoted to the first-level fishmen warriors. Many of them have accumulated combat experience enough to be promoted to the second-level fishmen warriors. Just look at the combat effectiveness of these snake men leaders to know the combat effectiveness of the second-level fishmen warriors. Maybe because of the racial gap, they are not as good as snake men, but they are definitely elite-level combat effectiveness among high school students. After all, everyone is a low-level race at the level of fishmen. Half a catty against 8 tails. And their combat effectiveness is not very good. Outside the god's domain, the expression of Zheng Wenjue, the tutor who has been watching the battle, can be described as wonderful. Before the battle began, he didn't think that Lin Xiao could pass this extra test at all. At first, he was still wondering when this usually low-key student, who made a splash in the last test of this semester, would ask for help from him. However, the result of the battle was completely beyond his expectations. This student actually used the exchange tactic, and at the cost of a large number of family members dying in battle. He actually killed one snake man after another. More than 370 fishmen died on the spot, and countless were injured. He fought these 220 snake men to death, which was completely beyond his expectations. It was simply, the thought turned around for a long time, and he suddenly laughed. There is a future. There is a future. The figure of the head teacher Wu Hai appeared out of thin air. The card that summoned the snake man was his. Of course, he knew that the summoned snake men were going to die, and immediately came from another student he was optimistic about. He was not interested in knowing why the student had been low-key before, nor was he interested in exploring why the student with average grades suddenly became so amazing. He only cared about this student's current performance. After this extra test, after integrating the God Realm card, Lin Xiao's God Realm will have an additional large piece of fertile land. The increase in the area of the God's domain is one thing, but the point is that the additional area is no longer the sea area, which directly solves the inherent limitation of Lin Xiao's original God's domain. A single God's domain has no future, and it must be diversified to have a future. With this land that is about half of the original God's domain, Lin Xiao's God's domain can develop a second land race in the future. The battle in the God's domain is about to end, and only 2 bloody snake leaders are still resisting. It is only a matter of time before they die in battle. The head teacher Wu Hai smiled at his assistant. It seems that this month's baseline test will be a surprise. Isn't this a good thing? You just observe the whole process. What do you think of this student's potential? Zheng Wenjue pondered for a while, and stretched out 4 fingers. The preliminary evaluation is 4 stars. Although his family is not very good, the skills loaded are too powerful. If there is a chance to get a bloodline card to strengthen the race in the future, the potential will grow by leaps and bounds. Well, it depends on whether he can fight for it. Wu Hai doesn't have a bloodline card now, but the school does. As long as the student's performance and potential meet the requirements, he can apply to the school for this rare card that is extremely rare outside. And the premise of all this is performance and potential. And Lin Xiao's current potential is not enough for him to apply for this rare card. The battle is about to end. In the divine domain, the fishman leader suddenly jumped up when the last snakeman leader killed a fishman with a knife, and shot through the snakeman leader's neck, and a large amount of blood sprayed on his face. Not far away, the last second-level snakeman priest relied on a layer of magic shield to hold on to the end. But as the fishman jumped up and hit the shield heavily, this second-level magic spell could not last long, and was about to be broken. The overall situation has been decided. Lin Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 15, Fright. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the last remaining snakeman priest suddenly gave up resistance, pulled out a bone dagger with gemstones embedded in it, which looked like a snake's tail, and thrust it into his chest. The bone dagger immediately glowed with bloody gold light, and at the same time, the 2 gemstones like eyes embedded in the hilt of the dagger lit up, and a suffocating breath appeared out of thin air. Hiss! The snakeman priest screamed to the sky. His pupils turned black, and snake-like black air flew out of his pupils, quickly shooting at all the dead snakemen around him, and then quickly flew back, with the black air wrapped around the snakemen's souls, and re-entering the snakeman priest's body. As the snakeman's souls merged into his body, the snakeman priest's breath expanded rapidly, and a pressure that only demigods could have slowly emerged and grew rapidly. Hack! Demigods are coming? As both are gods, Lin Xiao certainly knew what this meant. The demigod behind the snakeman actually used the snakeman priest as a medium to forcibly send a little divinity to condense an incarnation. Obviously, this snakeman demigod has taken a fancy to Lin Xiao, a newborn divine creature, and wants to cross the border to kill him in this way. If it were really an ordinary divine creature that encountered this situation, it would probably be kneeling. The demigod is more than a little stronger than the divine creature. Even an incarnation can easily crush almost all divine life. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao is in class now. He is a student. There is a teacher watching over him during class to prevent such accidents. In this case, all he has to do is stay calm. And then, "Teacher, save me!" Bold. A deafening roar came from the horizon, and a golden finger like a mountain fell from the sky and pressed on the snakeman priest, who was condensing into shape. As if sensing this fatal threat, the black smoke soul that enveloped the snakeman priest quickly shrank and condensed into a layer of pitch-black edge, L-like shield. A hideous snakeman face appeared on the shield and roared to the sky. Then, the golden finger pressed down, and the edge, L collapsed inch by inch. The snakeman priest, whose appearance had changed drastically, also collapsed inch by inch, and finally turned into nothingness, leaving only a little golden light hanging in the void and constantly flickering, constantly emitting divine power fluctuations that made Lin Xiao drool. This is a little divinity, which the snakeman demigod sent across the border to prepare for the condensation of the incarnation. Now the incarnation and will collapsed, leaving only this little divinity. A golden light flew out from the golden finger and entangled with this little golden light and rose up. Lin Xiao subconsciously stretched out his hand and said, "Ah," and the golden finger paused and continued to fly away. After a while, he heard the voice of his head teacher Wu Hai. Theoretically, this bit of divinity was generated in this extra test and should belong to you. But with your strength, you can never defeat a demigod incarnation. According to the rules, you failed this extra test. But the subsequent demigod incarnation is an unexpected situation, which is beyond the scope of the extra test. So I took the divinity away. This extra test judged that you succeeded, and the god domain card belongs to you. Alas, Lin Xiao sighed. This was within his expectations. But after all, it was just a little bit of divinity, and he was heartbroken to watch it disappear. You have to know that from a divine creature to a demigod, the most critical thing is divinity, which is the essence of a divine creature. The stronger the divinity, the greater the divine power, and the scale of the divine domain that can be carried. In particular, when a divine creature transforms into a demigod, it needs to condense the divine duties, which requires enough divinity to carry the divine duties. The stronger the divinity, the more and stronger the divine duties that can be carried. Lin Xiao now has only a little divinity, and Yuan Hong, the strongest in the class, only has 2 points of divinity. To become a demigod, the minimum standard is 5 points of divinity. Normally, you need to accumulate 100 million units of faith value plus a certain amount of divine power to try to condense a little divinity. And it may not succeed. A full 100 million. Lin Xiao felt like he had made a mistake. But there was no way. No matter from which aspect, this little bit of divinity did not belong to him. Fortunately, this extra test was successful, and the God Realm card belonged to him, which was not bad. So far, this baseline test was over for him, and the next step was to clean up the mess. The injured fishmen returned to the tribe first, and the uninjured ones cleaned up the battlefield, moved the dead fishmen's bodies and weapons to one side, and then moved all the snakemen's bodies back and piled them together. There were more than 200 snake men, and more than 300 fishmen died in the battle, and the bodies piled up into a mountain. There are only more than 200 living clansmen in the God Realm now, which is a big loss. Fortunately, the remaining fishmen basically have twice the reproduction and survival rate. There is still more than half a month before the final exam, and more than 20 years are enough to reproduce again. Looking at these two piles of corpses, it is easy to rot in the weather at the seaside. So Lin Xiao is going to burn them. But when he was about to do it, he suddenly had an idea. Can he use his fortune cube to do something? He was still unwilling to give up that little bit of divinity. But there was no way that it didn't belong to him, no matter how you looked at it. This made him very depressed. And he always felt that he had suffered a loss, and wanted to earn something back. He was thinking, since the magic cube of good fortune has the functions of decomposition and refining, and can decompose the cards to extract the core inside, can these corpses be decomposed, and what can be extracted? Anyway, these corpses are useless and have to be burned. So why not try his idea to see if it works? It doesn't matter if it doesn't work. If it works, he did it right away. He looked up at the sky. At this time the head teacher and the tutor had left, and there was no one outside the divine domain. He flew over the pile of snake corpses, stretched out his right palm, and a circle of golden light flew out and quickly expanded and fell, enveloping the pile of snake corpses. When the golden light circle swallowed the pile of corpses and closed again, more than 200 snake corpses had disappeared. Then he did the same thing again and swallowed the fishman corpse on the other side. While doing this, he did not forget to let the fishman leader shout, "The great Lord of Grey Mist welcomes the brave warriors to the kingdom of our Lord, and the evil invaders will fall into the bottomless abyss." As an excellent student with full marks in the theory of gods, how to maximize faith is almost immersed in instinct, and nonsense comes out of his mouth. Amid the fanatical cheers of all believers, Lin Xiao's real body soared into the sky and returned to the kingdom of God. His current kingdom of God has almost nothing compared with the mountains and rivers of the God's domain. The kingdom of God is only a chaos, as a new God in the main world that is different from the traditional belief in gods. The core is the fusion of the kingdom of God and the material plane. The domain of God is a double-sided one. The area of the kingdom of God is equivalent to the material plane of the domain of God. The size of the material plane is as large as the domain of God. But for a newly open domain like Lin Xiao, it is difficult to develop the material plane of the domain of God. The accumulated faith value is not enough for self-use. So how can there be space to decorate the kingdom of God? So although his kingdom of God is as big as the divine realm now, its actual area is only as large as a football field, with only a simple palace. His residence and his true body live in the core of the palace. Outside the palace, there are dozens of fishmen praying men guarding the decorated facade. Chapter 16 Choice. When the real body returned to the kingdom of God, a powerful force suddenly filled the whole body. This is the blessing of the entire God's domain. Just like the traditional gods can get the blessing of the rules of the kingdom of God in their own God's domain, the new gods of the main world can get the dual blessing of the kingdom of God and the God's domain, which is much stronger than the ancient gods in this respect. In this God's domain, Lin Xiao is not inferior to the incarnation of the Snake Man demigod. But the problem is that the incarnation of the Snake Man demigod will not foolishly run to the God's domain. He only needs to kill all the species in the God's domain, and Lin Xiao's power will be extremely weak, and the God's domain will collapse. Therefore, the God's domain is very important to the new gods, and it is related to life and death. Fortunately, the Human Federation protects the new divine life very well. In high school, they are generally not allowed to face two dangerous enemies, and there are always teachers watching to avoid accidents. Just like this time. Of course, even the best protection has loopholes. Just like this time. If there was no teacher to look after him during the exam, if Lin Xiao used a snakeman card to summon monsters to train his clan, if an accident happened, it would be the end. So every year, many students drop out of school or even die because of various accidents. In the temple, Lin Xiao sat on the only throne that was quite gorgeous. This throne was the only one in the temple that was relatively gorgeous. Other places were very simple. Lin Xiao, who had long been accustomed to all this, didn't care about it at all. As soon as he sat down, his attention was immediately focused on the magic cube of creation. There were 2 mountains of corpses floating in the magic cube that could not sense the edge. His mind fell on the mountain of fishman corpses and the mountain of snakeman corpses. He pondered for a while and silently said in his heart, "Decompose." A mysterious power suddenly surged in the magic cube, and the mountain of corpses began to decompose. It soon melted layer by layer, and finally all the corpses turned into nothingness, leaving only 2 balls of blood light. When his consciousness fell on the 2 balls of blood light, Lin Xiao showed a smile on his face. It's true. As he expected, the 2 bloodlights were one special gray fog fishman blood with twice the reproduction speed and survival rate of normal fishmen, and the other was a normal snakeman blood. Now he only needs to consume a certain amount of faith to turn these 2 bloods into 2 rare blood cards. However, Lin Xiao did not do so. Instead, he thought about it and suddenly said, "Refine." The bloodlight suddenly exploded into 2 blood mists. And then the power of the creation cube surged, and the blood mist began to fade slowly. Under the influence of invisible forces, some of the power in the 2 bloods was extracted separately, and turned into a total of 5 light spots of different colors above the original blood mist. These represent the pure blood origin, the snakeman life imprint, the pure blood origin, the fishman life imprint, and the reproduction rules. In other words, a snakeman bloodline card is made up of pure life essence plus the snakeman's life imprint. Lin Xiao now uses the magic cube of creation to refine them separately. Even the 5-star reproduction card that was originally fused into the fishman bloodline was refined by him again. After doing all this, he took out the 2-star cod card and directly decomposed it into pure good fortune energy for backup. For him, the 2-star card was a pure waste of an opportunity to use, and he didn't like it. Next, Lin Xiao fell into deep thought, because he had two choices next: whether to focus on the fishman or the snakeman. Yes, by extracting the blood of both, and through the power of good fortune, the magic cube, he could choose to fuse the blood of these two creatures into one creature. There was no problem with the technology. The key was which one to focus on. In terms of personal feelings, he tended to favor the fishmen. After all, they were his first family, and he had feelings for them. But the limitations of the fishmen were too great, which was not conducive to future development. If it was a snakeman, it would be stronger, but it also meant that he had to start over. Moreover, the snakeman was a land creature, and the living environment was not available in the god's domain now. Even if he got the god's domain card and integrated the fertile land into the god's domain after the exam, this environment did not seem to be suitable for the snakeman. Plus, there is not enough food in the god's domain. Well, this is not a big problem. The point is that the second species has appeared in the god's domain. This has to start all over again. A series of cards are needed to cultivate an environment suitable for the survival of snake people. Arm them. Cultivate faith and population, etc. This takes time. And now it is less than a month before the final exam. It has only been more than 20 years in the god's domain. The growth rate of snake people is not as fast as that of fish people. It will not be able to cultivate combat power in more than 20 years. This will greatly affect his immediate combat power and affect his performance in the final exam. Why? This is really a happy trouble. Lin Xiao touched his forehead and decided not to make a decision for the time being. After the exam is over, he will go home and ask his father. His father is a high-level demigod. He is experienced in this area, and I believe he will have good suggestions. At the same time, ask his father for some good things. It is a waste to have such a great father and leave it unused. Sometimes Lin Xiao wanted to complain about some novels where the protagonists didn't use the family resources even though their parents or families were very powerful. Instead, they robbed resources everywhere and caused trouble everywhere, calling it training themselves. It was just like being mentally retarded. If it's one thing not to be able to use it, it's a stupid operation not to use it when it can be used. A divine domain that was not much different from Lin Xiao's divine domain. All you could see was a desert, and there was only an oasis half surrounded by mountains in the middle of the desert. At this time, a checkpoint at the only exit of the oasis had been breached. The wooden fence had been knocked down, and there were corpses everywhere. The densely packed goblins wielded wooden sticks, bone spurs, and other messy weapons, and rushed to the oasis in the valley. Dozens of injured desert lizardmen fought and retreated. In the valley, many young and old lizardmen stood behind the fence beside the small lake in the middle of the oasis, holding their weapons, looking at the goblins rushing in with horror. Above the divine realm, a golden figure that ordinary people could not see looked at the battlefield below with a bitter face, especially at the tall bear goblins. After a long sigh, he looked up and said, "Teacher, I lost." The voice of the head teacher Wu Hai sounded. "Are you sure?" "Sure." "That's good." The next second, a dull drum sound suddenly came from the horizon, and then all the goblins in the oasis stopped as if they had pressed the pause button. And then all the goblins became illusory, turning into clear lights that soared into the sky. And the oasis returned to peace. In the divine domain, the head teacher Wu Hai took back the card in his hand, shook his head and said, "It's a pity. He was ranked in the top 10 of the class 2 months ago, and his strength dropped sharply due to a private behavior. And now he can't even pass the regular test." Zheng Wenjue also shook his head. He should have no chance in the final exam next month. One step behind. Every step behind. It will be difficult to catch up in the future. At the same time, in another divine domain, hundreds of swamp lizard men in the swamp were besieging a two-headed crocodile about 7 or 8 meters long. Chapter 17: The End of the Test. Compared to the last student's divine domain, where only a few dozen desert lizardmen remained, this student's divine domain has developed very well. Nearly 300 swamp lizardmen surrounded the two-headed swamp crocodile, constantly throwing short spears, and dozens of swamp lizard archers continuously shot wooden arrows. About 1 kilometer away from the battlefield, there is a huge swamp floating island, on which there is a huge swamp lizard tribe. Nearly 300 swamp lizard men are besieging the two-headed swamp crocodile outside the tribe, while there are several times more swamp lizard men living in the tribe. And the battle outside the tribe has not affected them. This is a large swamp lizard tribe with more than 1,000 members, living in a huge swamp that is about twice the size of Lin Xiao's divine domain. In the sky, a level that ordinary people cannot see, a golden figure is overlooking the battlefield outside the tribe in the air. This golden figure is slender and handsome, with a red prismatic crystal on his forehead that is particularly conspicuous. On the battlefield, the swamp lizardmen surrounded the two-headed swamp crocodile, and a steady stream of arrows fell from the sky. At this time, the thick crocodile skin of the two-headed swamp crocodile was already full of arrows, and blood flowed all over the ground, dyeing a large area of swamp red. When the damage reached a certain limit, this beast, who had lost an unknown amount of blood, could no longer hold on and fell heavily. When he heard the news that the test was passed, Yuan Hong showed a confident smile on his face, but soon became gloomy, snorted coldly, and disappeared. Different divine domains face different tests, but the difficulty is basically the same. If the number of enemies is large, they must be weak individually. If the number is small, the individual strength must be strong. Just one large monster like the two-headed swamp crocodile is enough to pose a huge threat to the weak divine domain. Lin Xiao stayed in the divine domain for a while, and first spent 27,100 points of faith to upgrade 271 Fishman clansmen to first-level Fishman warriors. Another 22,000 points of faith were spent to promote 44 Fishman warriors to level 2 Fishman warriors, and each promotion required 500 points of faith. So far, the remaining 282 fishmen in the God's domain have all been promoted to level 1 or above Fishman warriors, of which 44 have been promoted to level 2 Fishman warriors, reaching the upper limit of the Grey Mist Fishman race. Unless there are special circumstances, it is impossible to continue to promote. Although the total number is far less than before, the overall strength is not much worse than before the war. After leaving the God's domain, Lin Xiao did not return to the main world, but went to the artifact palace dedicated to the class. At this time, there were already 6 figures inside. He turned into a golden light and appeared from the sky. 6 eyes looked at him at the same time. When they saw it was him, they all showed surprised expressions. In fact, whether it was a big class or a test, his grades had always hovered around 25th. This time, he suddenly passed the exam so early, and anyone would be surprised. But he was only surprised for a moment, and then he withdrew his gaze. Xiao Erju, who was sitting in the corner of the hall and holding a prop like a magnifying glass to examine a metal ball in his hand that seemed to be made of sophisticated parts, smiled at him and lowered his head to continue studying that unknown thing. Lin Xiao smiled back and found a corner in the hall. He snapped his fingers, and a chair appeared out of thin air under his feet and sat down. Although this palace is a divine artifact, it is not the kind of divine artifact with superpower that ordinary people imagine. It is a general multifunctional auxiliary divine artifact. It is a special artifact for teachers in universities in the main world and has no combat power. After waiting in the hall for a while, students returned after passing the exam one after another. There were whispers in the hall, and those who were familiar with each other gathered together to discuss the test just now. After waiting for about 2 hours, Lin Xiao heard a crisp bell, indicating that the time limit for the baseline test had expired. A dozen golden lights were projected from outside, and all the remaining students appeared, as well as the head teacher Wu Hai and the tutor Zheng Wenjue. The familiar pressure of the teacher appeared in the hall, and the whispers in the hall immediately disappeared, and Lin Xiao quickly stood up. Wu Hai's eyes swept across the hall, and when he landed on Lin Xiao, he paused for a moment and quickly passed by, saying in a deep voice, "First of all, I have bad news for you all. Yin Huan has dropped out of school." Ah! Everyone was stunned, but they immediately understood. Unexpected, but reasonable. Lin Xiao knew that this would happen sooner or later. After all, he was one of the top 5 elites in the class 2 months ago, but suddenly he became one of the last 2 in the class. In addition, the final exam is next month, and the time is too tight to develop again. He will definitely be eliminated in the future. Instead of this, it is better to drop out of school early and try other ways. For example, as Lin Zhao's mother said, if he can't learn, He can go home and accept the help of his parents to grow quickly. There are no school regulations. And he can use various cards to help him grow. Or join some private companies or teams. With his previous achievements, it is not that there are no companies willing to take the risk and invest. But no matter which one, his future is destined to be limited. Being a demigod is already the limit. Without special circumstances, it is unlikely to become a true god. After announcing this disappearance, the head teacher returned to the topic and said, "This time the test has ended. There are 49 people in the class. 42 of them passed, and 7 students did not complete the test and were judged to be unqualified. These 7 students are similar to Yin Huan, although they are not as miserable as Yin Huan. Their grades have always been so poor, and they are also the kind with no future. The road to the gods is very cruel. Just like the whole class is running. Once you fall behind, it is basically difficult to keep up. Generally, students who rank below the middle of the class, below the 20th, according to the practice of previous years, 99% of them cannot be admitted to university. Between the 11th and 20th place, they have the opportunity to be admitted to ordinary universities. Note that there is a chance, not a certainty. If you are unlucky and do not perform well, it is normal not to be admitted. Only those who are above the 10th place have a high probability of being admitted to university. But it is very difficult to get into ordinary universities, key universities, or famous schools. It is very difficult. It can be said that there are only 2 or 3 students in the class who have a chance. At this time, the head teacher Wu Hai continued. First, let me tell you a happy story. In this test, our class has a dark horse. Lin Xiao made a big splash. He was the first to pass the test, which was beyond the teacher's expectation. He became the first in this test. It is very good. In an instant, he felt 50 eyes falling on him at the same time, and some of them contained particularly strong spiritual power. He looked over with a smile and cupped his hands. He looked at the top students in the class one by one, with surprise, disdain, and slight hostility. Chapter 18 Rewards and Transactions. Lin Xiao not only got the first place in this baseline test, but also passed the extra test and won an extra prize. The head teacher stretched out his finger, and a card with a faint divine power appeared at the tip of his finger. He said to Lin Xiao with a smile, "Lin Xiao, please come up to receive the prize." He was speechless and complained. Why did it look like an award ceremony? It was too high profile. However, the teacher has always operated in this way. Every baseline test will praise the students with good grades to stimulate the students' enterprising spirit. For the sake of the God Realm card. Okay. He walked forward in the envious eyes of many classmates and reached out to take the God Realm card from the head teacher. Yuan Hong kept his eyes on him until he reached out to take the card. The red prismatic crystal on his forehead lit up, and a voice appeared in Lin Xiao's ears out of thin air. Lin Xiao, is this a 5-star God Realm card? He turned around in surprise. But the other students didn't look unusual. It seemed that only he could hear it. So he nodded. That's right. I'll exchange 2 5-star cards with you. Lin Xiao frowned. There was nothing wrong with this proposal, but it sounded like I'm exchanging with you to give you face. He was very unhappy and simply refused. No exchange. 3 cards. I'll use them myself. He took the cards from the teacher and put them directly into the god's domain. After continuous rejections, Yuan Hong's expression did not change, but his voice became much lower. This god's domain card is very important to me. You can get my friendship without changing the 3 5-star cards. Lin Xiao looked up in surprise and looked at it with an extremely strange expression. Why? This line is so familiar. He remembered that one of the classic lines of those self-satisfied villains in the online novels he liked to read in his previous life was this line. I'm exchanging with you to give you face. Could it be that I will be the protagonist in this life? Familiar supporting roles. Classic golden fingers. Rising on the critical day. Isn't this the standard configuration of the protagonist of a novel? But there are unreasonable places. That is, he is not a useless person at the beginning. His parents are not both dead. He does not have a beautiful sister or younger sister. And he does not have annoying relatives. The most important thing is that the head teacher is not a beauty. And there are no class beauties or school beauties in the class. Well, definitely not. He rubbed his teeth, raised his head with a bright smile, and shook his head. He is not Su Yuanhong. Although he is the son of a true god, He is not bad either. The Lin family also has a true god. Who is afraid of who? Besides, this time he is right. He got the reward by his own ability. Why should he give it up? Well, it's not giving up. It's changing. But the meaning is the same. What else can I do if I don't change? Yuan Hong really couldn't do anything. If it was a student from an ordinary background, he might be able to threaten the other party. But although this student named Lin Xiao didn't have good grades in the past, his background was not bad. He was not as good as himself. And he was not someone he could threaten casually. He just didn't want to change. And there was nothing he could do. After taking a deep look at Lin Xiao, Yuan Hong looked away expressionlessly. The other students did not notice the secret confrontation between the two. The head teacher Wu Hai seemed to have noticed something. But he just looked at the two and retracted his gaze, saying in a deep voice, Yuan Hong, the second place in this baseline test. And Wan Chuan, the third place. Please come to receive the reward. Compared with the first place, the second and third place did not receive the award alone. Handing 2 cards to the 2 people, Wu Hai said, this baseline test has ended. But a more severe test will come next month. You know what the final exam means without me saying it. Yes, it is the class division, which is directly related to your future achievements and is very critical. I won't say anything extra. I believe you know it better than me. I don't have any additional requirements. I don't ask you to get any ranking. Nor do I ask how many you can get into the elite class. I only say one thing. At this point, he stretched out his right hand, and a card emitting dazzling golden light emerged. And an urge to grab it arose from everyone's heart. Gods, whether they are divine creatures, demigods, or even true gods, all have a natural desire for divinity. Without asking or looking, all students knew what this was. Yuan Hong and Wan Chuan, 2 of the best students in the class, couldn't help but step forward at the same time and asked, Teacher, is this? Yes, this is a bit of divinity. The head teacher Wu Hai was very satisfied with the students' reactions and said with a smile, the best reward for this final exam is this bit of divinity. In this final exam, no matter who it is, as long as they achieve the first place in the class and the top 5 in the school, they can get this bit of divinity. After a pause, the head teacher added, Student Lin Xiao only needs to be in the top 10 in the school. Everyone looked at Lin Xiao, and Yuan Hong immediately asked, Teacher, why is this? All the students in the class were also puzzled, and they obviously wanted to know why. Wu Hai said, this bit of divinity comes from the divine domain of Lin Xiao in this baseline test. Lin Xiao has made a certain contribution to obtain this bit of divinity. The teacher did not compensate him, so he has preferential treatment in this final exam. Moreover, if someone else meets the same requirements as him, the divinity will be awarded to him first under the same circumstances. As soon as the voice fell, Yuan Hong and several other top students said at the same time, No. The head teacher's pressured eyes swept over, and several top students swayed slightly. Yuan Hong gritted his teeth and said, I think this is unfair to us. We are willing to compensate Lin Xiao now, but we must be fair in the competition for this bit of divinity. Wu Hai pondered for a while, and said to Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao, what do you think? Lin Xiao clasped his hands together, and his mind was turning quickly to think about their proposal. In principle, he didn't want to refuse. After all, for him, the top 10 and the top 5 in the whole grade were not much different. They were equally difficult to get in. Although he could ask his parents for some good things during this period, the good things he could get were limited. It's not that his parents didn't give it or didn't have it, but it involved the rule that all students could only use 1 card per month. Although Lin Xiao only used 3 cards now, there were still 6 quotas for use. But these 3 cards were composed of 6 cards decomposed and combined into 3 new cards through the golden finger. He only used 3 cards, but in the eyes of outsiders, he used at least 5 or 6 cards, and the remaining cards could only be used at most 3 or 4 cards, minus 1 quota for backup, so as not to suddenly get a good card and not use it. Then he could get at most 3 or 4 cards from his parents. Now that he has the magic cube of good fortune, he will definitely decompose and fuse these cards into new powerful cards. Naturally, the more basic card pools, the better. Chapter 19 Preparation. When the card pool increases, there will be more options for decomposition and fusion. It is also possible to fuse into a very powerful card to increase strength. With increased strength, it is possible to get the first place in the class again, the top 5 in the school, and then the divinity will still be yours? You can use other people's things to strengthen yourself. Thinking of this, he raised his head and smiled. This divinity came out because of me, so it is natural for me to get priority. You guys have always been in the top 5 in the class, and have a great chance to get it. Although I got the first place in the baseline test this time. The loss is great. It is hard to say whether I can continue to perform well in the final exam. Not to mention the first place in the class, and the top 10 in the grade. So in principle, I am willing to sell this priority for a good price. Lin Xiao spoke very directly, without beating around the bush, and directly took this as a transaction. He stretched out his index finger and said, Yuan Hong, you are the strongest and have the best chance. So I want you to have a 5-star card. Do you have any objection? Yuan Hong's face suddenly fell, and his mouth moved, but he didn't say anything. Lin Xiao ignored his ugly expression. Who told you to threaten me just now? He looked at another top student in the class, Wan Chuan, and continued, Wan Chuan, your grades are comparable to Yuan Hong's, and your ranking is slightly lower than Yuan Hong. You also have a great chance. So I want you to have a 4-star card. Is that okay? The tall Wan Chuan glanced at Yuan Hong, who had an ugly face, and said with a smile, No problem. Lin Xiao nodded, and then looked at the other 3 students, who were always in the top 5 of the class, and said, Each of you will have a 2-star card. Is that okay? The competitiveness of these 3 is much smaller than that of Yuan Hong and Wan Chuan. If they want more, they will definitely not get it. The 2-star card is just right. As long as they want to take a chance in this final exam, they will definitely agree. However, to his surprise, the 3 looked at each other and shook their heads. Forget it. We are not interested in this. Damn. The estimation was wrong. I don't know if they didn't have confidence or were fooled. Anyway, they just disagreed. And there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, it didn't matter if the 3 of them disagreed. It was enough for the 2 of them to agree. Yuan Hong and Wan Chuan were not much different in strength. Usually, the first place in the baseline test was mostly between the 2 of them. But Yuan Hong took the first place more times. Strong strength gave him confidence. And Wan Chuan was confident that he could compete with Yuan Hong for the first place again. Then, with the witness of the teacher and other classmates, Yuan Hong and Wan Chuan each took out a 5-star card and a 4-star card for Lin Xiao in exchange for a fair competition. As for the cards, it was random. Even if they had a lot of wealth, they couldn't have a few 5-star cards on them. But the cards they could put on them would not be too bad. And there would be no useless cards. So the transaction was completed. And Lin Xiao had 1 more resource card and 1 species card in his hand. 4-star resource card Bison Herd Rare. Summon 100 bison at one time. Note, male and female are random. 5-star species card Goblin Tribe Common. Obtain 500 common goblins at one time. Note, have 10 bear goblins. Half male and half female. The goblin card is a big useless. But the bison herd is pretty good. The random male and female marked at the back means that if there are a certain number of cows in it, it can be reproduced. The most important thing is that bison can be domesticated. That is, it can be used to plow the fields, or to pull goods, and it can be slaughtered and eaten when there is a shortage of food, or it can be used to charge the formation, etc., with many functions. After coming out of the god's domain landing cabin, Lin Xiao washed his face and returned to the landing cabin, and took out a total of 3 cards from it. The god's domain card, the resource card Bison Herd, and the species card Goblin Tribe. After thinking about it, he hid the cards he got from Wan Chuan and Yuan Hong first, then took out the wristband and sent a message to his mother and father. Less than a minute later, there was a response. With pale blue starlight, the projection of his beautiful and lovely mother, who looked like a girl, appeared in front of him and asked softly, Xiao, are you okay? I remember that today is your last baseline test this semester. How is your score? Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile from the bottom of his heart. He put his hands behind his back and tilted his head and said, Guess? Jean Yinju swept her eyes across her son's face and said with a smile, From your appearance, you should have good grades. What are you holding behind your back? Hee hee. That's right. Clang, clang, clang. He stretched out his hands behind his back and showed the God Realm card to his mother. Look, Your son got the first place in this baseline test and passed the teacher's extra test. The teacher rewarded me with a God Realm card. Jin Yunju looked at this precious and extraordinary 5-star God Realm card with surprise and joy, and said with a look of surprise and joy, "This is true. Son, you actually got the first place this time? It's great." Mom is very happy. She didn't ask him how he got the first place, but just looked at him with joy and muttered, "This is a good thing. I'll tell your dad later and let your dad give you a reward." Seeing this, Lin Xiao smiled, rubbed his hands and said, "Mom, you know, the final exam is next month, and the results at that time will affect the class placement next semester. Although your son's grades have caught up now, he wasted a lot of time before, and there are still several loading places left. You can discuss with Dad whether you can support a few better cards. When my grades are good, I will be assigned to the elite class or key class next semester, which will also make you proud. Right? No one knows a son better than his mother." Jin Yunju knew whether his son wanted to poop or pee as soon as she saw his expression. She covered her mouth and smiled and said, "You should have figured it out earlier. Your dad prepared a set of 5-star cards for you. It was you who said you wanted to rely on your own ability." "But what happened?" Lin Xiao touched his head with an embarrassed look and said, "Isn't that because I was ignorant before? Now I have figured it out. I don't want to work hard anymore. I want to hug my parents' thighs. If I had known this, why did I do it in the first place?" Jin Yunju stretched out her slender fingers and tapped his head. Spitting softly, Lin Xiao clasped his fists and nodded and bowed. "Well, I know I was wrong now." "Then you wait. I will talk to your father." "Okay. I will send my mother off." "You are so talkative." After sending his mother away, Lin Xiao hummed a song and lay on the bed. He was not worried about this. His parents had already planned his life. Even if he really had no talent, he could become a demigod with their help. Even if he was just an ordinary demigod, he would have a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, which was enough for him to live a good life. I have to say, it is great to be born in a good family. There is such a father who seems strict but actually cares for you, and a loving mother who can be said to be quite doting. This is the feeling. Compared to the treatment of other time travelers, this is definitely a winner in life. Lin Xiao is very satisfied with his family in this life. Chapter 20 Preparation 2. After lying in bed for a while, Lin Xiao put on his clothes and went out, ready to go out for a delicious meal. To celebrate his first time getting the first place in the end-of-month test, he called a taxi through the taxi app. When he opened the door, a silver-white aircraft stopped at the door of the 123rd floor of his building. The house he lived in was not his family's house, but an apartment bought by his parents in Dongning City. There were more than 500 floors. He lived on the 123rd floor, and the aircraft was parked directly at the door of the 123rd floor. Such high-rise buildings are everywhere in this super fantasy and super science fiction era hundreds of thousands of years after his last life. Which is not surprising. Lin Zhao's current planet is still the Earth, but he doesn't know whether it is hundreds of thousands of years after the Earth in his previous life, or the Earth in a parallel space. About one day more than 200,000 years ago, the God Realm game appeared out of thin air. At that time, everyone thought it was just an ordinary game. But as the first player in the game became a god and solved the mystery of the game, they knew that this was not an ordinary game, but a real game of becoming a god. Players log into the game, open up the god's domain in the subspace, develop the god's domain, invade the crystal wall system in the chaos sea on the other side of the subspace, plunder resources, fight for faith, seize the godhead, and finally return the power to themselves, achieving the supreme great power, the god above the god. Up to this era, the god's domain has affected all aspects of the entire civilization. After graduating from elementary school for 12 years, all citizens will participate in a comprehensive assessment, including theoretical knowledge, psychological tests, and other aspects. Those who pass will get a chance to open up the god's domain. If they succeed, they will become a formal function game player and enter a middle school dedicated to cultivating gods. Losers will never have a second chance. They can only go to ordinary high schools, learn various professional knowledge, and can only become ordinary people after graduation. So now this super fantasy civilization is not all gods. More than 90% are still ordinary people, living together with function players. Gods and mortals are naturally divided into classes. This is inevitable. The ruling class of the Federation is all gods, and mortals have almost no chance to enter the ruling class. However, this is a supermodern civilization after all, and the slogan of the Human Federation is that all beings are equal. It is inevitable that gods have privileges, but ordinary people are not without opportunities to turn over. The federal constitution stipulates that any descendants of ordinary people are eligible to participate in the annual comprehensive examination. As long as they pass, they have the opportunity to open up the divine domain. Whether they can open up successfully is one thing, but there is a chance. Many gods nowadays were not ordinary people hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years ago. Whether you can become a member of the privileged class depends on your own ability and luck. It is precisely because of the ascending ladder guaranteed by the Constitution that even if the privileges of the god class are obvious, the civilization structure is as stable as Mount Tai. Lin Xiao is very lucky in this life. He is directly a privileged class. The most intuitive manifestation is tuition is free. There is a large living allowance every month, and even the bus ride is only half price. Not to mention other priorities. For example, mating priority, chasing a girl with ordinary people, and being successful first plus 99%. The aircraft passed through the high-rise buildings in the prosperous city and came to a skyscraper with 1,000 floors. There was a super large light screen on the central wall of the huge skyscraper, on which there was a poster of a goddess with impeccable facial features. Lin Xiao was very familiar with this beauty. Her name was Lung Qingxian. She was one of the top 10 singing girls in the Human Federation. At the same time, she was a god with music, dance, women, talents, and other priesthoods. The godhood level reached the 12th level of medium divine power. A real goddess. Like the top 10 singing girls in the Federation. Each of them has a priesthood in music, talent, and other aspects. And the lowest is a true god. Beauty without talent will not make it in this era. The aircraft entered this building covering an area of more than 1 million square meters, passed through a long passage, and stopped at a berth similar to a high-speed rail station. After paying, he snapped his fingers, and a flying board from a slot on the wall at the edge of the platform flew over and floated under his feet. He stood on it, and the flying board automatically floated forward, flying out of the platform. He saw a super prosperous commercial street, full of people and colorful neon lights. Lin Xiao walked into a street alley with a familiar way, and found a snack street inside. He found a shop with a sign of urge beef noodles, and sat down. The old master who was making noodles saw him, and smiled, and stretched out a finger and said, "Still the same?" "The same." Looking back around, the business was very good. Soon a large bowl was placed in front of him. He picked up the chopsticks, and picked up a large piece of hot noodles, and stuffed it into his mouth without saying a word. Delicious. A piece of beef was half a palm long and tasted delicious. Since discovering this shop, Lin Xiao has come to eat here almost every week. After finishing the bowl of vermicelli, which was as big as a small basin, he wiped his mouth, paid the bill, said hello, and left. He strolled on the street for a while. Most of the people on the busy street were ordinary people. There were few divine beings like him, or even demigods. Occasionally, they came with their families to play. These are all people who have graduated and entered society. They cannot become demigods and live in the different crystal walls and planes. They can only find a job in reality and place their hopes on the next generation. Those who really have the potential to become demigods, or are already demigods, basically rarely stay in reality. Most of them stay in the planes of some crystal wall systems in the chaos void sea, which is called the outer realm in modern terms. Just like Lin Xiao's parents, they are now in a plane group in the AX-14 crystal wall system where the family is located. That is the plane where the family made its fortune and the basic base of the family in the chaos void sea. The two true god elders of the family sit there all year round, and most of the other members of the family are in that plane group. When Lin Xiao was a child, he overheard his elders chatting and heard that the family was attacking a large plane with several indigenous gods. He didn't know whether it had been conquered yet. These are still far away from him. At this stage, his main task is to study hard. Only if he fails to get into college will he return to the family plane and become a demigod with the help of family resources. And then, he will serve the family. Now Lin Xiao is only in the first year of high school. After he is divided into classes in the second year of high school, if he performs as well as before and shows the potential to impact the true god, he can get the family's funding and get a large number of extremely rare cards to increase his strength. This is the benefit of having a backer behind you. As long as you show your potential, there will be resources tilted. This is very important to Lin Xiao. After all, even if you have a golden finger, if you don't have a card in your hand, it's like a clever woman without rice, and you have no way to start. Chapter 21 Decomposition. Early in the morning of the next day, Lin Xiao was awakened by a series of crisp rings. He woke up in a daze and clicked on the wristband. The projection of his young and beautiful mother appeared in front of him. Jin Yunju smiled and rubbed her confused son's head, took out a delicate small box and handed it to him, saying, "Son, this is prepared by your father for you. In addition, after this final exam, you are going to go for the academy stream or the war stream. It is best to make a decision early so that we can prepare for you early. Academy stream or war stream?" Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, "War stream." The so-called academy stream and war stream refer to a choice that all students in the newly opened God's domain must make after the first year of adaptation. The so-called academy stream means that students focus on the development of the internal faith of the God's domain in the subsequent development. And the war stream means that students focus on the development of the combat effectiveness of their clan in the subsequent development. This thing is difficult to explain in professional terms, but it can be described in a simple way. That is, the college stream generally stays in some safe planes after graduation, mainly for defense. The war stream is responsible for entering some dangerous planes that have not been explored yet, even the new crystal wall system, conquering and plundering other planes, and fighting head-on with the indigenous gods in the plains. To put it bluntly, the college stream is equivalent to the civilian position in the army, and the war stream is the frontline combat force. In this way, the growth methods of the two schools naturally have different focuses. Class division is divided according to grades and directions. Generally speaking, students of the college stream and the war stream will not be assigned to the same class. Of course, these two schools are just directions. It does not mean that if you follow the college stream, you will definitely stay in a safe place to farm honestly. And the war stream does not go to the battlefield for nothing. This is just a direction. The war stream can also farm. It's just that there are very few such people, and they will be despised if they say it out. If you ask Lin Xiao which direction to go, he will of course say the war stream. Although the danger is high and the death rate is high, the war stream is more powerful. With the same godhood level, the war stream must be stronger than the college stream and can go further. His mother did not object to his choice. She just gently stroked his cheek, leaned over and kissed him, and said, "My child, Mom respects your choice." His mother left, leaving behind a box with an unknown number of cards and a lip print. After wiping his face, he excitedly jumped onto the bed with the box in his arms, opened it, and a soft golden light shone through it. There were 4 cards inside, all 5-star cards. He is really worthy of being my dad. Awesome. 5-star species card Blackback Jackal rare. Summon 300 Blackback Jackals at one time. Note, half male and half female. 5-star resource card Large School of Shallow Sea Fish common. Summon 5 large random shallow sea fish communities at one time. 5-star species reproduction card rare asterisk 2. Species fertility plus 300%. Survival rate plus 300%. Duration 10 years. Note, this card cannot be stacked with cards of the same type, and only one can be used at a time. From these 4 cards, we can see what Dad is thinking. Although the Gnolls are also rated as low-level races like the Murlocs, they are far stronger than the Murlocs in terms of individual combat power. In the early stage, neither the Divine Realm nor the Divine Nature can carry medium-level races or above, and they are one of the most cost-effective low-level races. When he loads the Divine Realm, releases the Blackback Gnolls, and then uses 2 breeding cards in succession, he can breed enough Gnolls in one go before the final exam. With the existing Murlocs, it will not be difficult to get a good grade in the final exam. His father's plan is very suitable for his current situation. But Lin Xiao doesn't think so. He has a better plan. For new 5-star cards, plus the original 2 cards, a total of 6 cards, are enough for him to implement his plan. Put away the cards and enter the Divine Realm landing cabin to return to the Divine Realm, together with the Divine Realm card. A total of 7 cards are lined up in a row. Different grades emit different glossiness. The higher the grade, the brighter it is. In a row of cards, the legendary quality Divine Realm card has the most dazzling orange light. First, he took up the Divine Realm card. This card could not be decomposed or fused. Loading. With a light cry from him, the Divine Realm card shattered into a golden light and flew out into the void. The next second, a rumbling sound came from his ears. Lin Xiao disappeared with a thought. When he appeared again, he was already at the far left of the Divine Realm. This was originally a long and narrow beach. It seemed to be an endless beach illusion. In fact, it was blocked by an invisible light film and could not move forward. But at this moment, this beach suddenly began to boil. The sand on the edge jumped. The beach illusion began to twist and deform, and then shattered and fell like glass, revealing the black land behind the illusion. As the illusion gradually shattered, it was like slowly rolling back a piece of cloth covering this beach, and the black land was exposed inch by inch until the power of the Divine Realm card was exhausted, and a piece of black land with a length of 3.5 kilometers and a width of only a little more than 1 kilometer grew out of thin air on the far left of the Divine Realm. This is reflected in the entire God's domain, which has changed from 5 kilometers from east to west and 3.5 kilometers from north to south to more than 6 kilometers from east to west and 3.5 kilometers from north to south. He placed the entire new land on the left side of the God's domain and merged it with the area where the fish people live. In the God's domain, the fish people did not feel anything unusual at first. Only Lin Xiao, the Lord of the God's domain, could feel the vibration caused by the expansion of the God's domain. The life living in the God's domain could not detect it. It was not until an hour after the entire God's domain card was completely integrated that a fish person accidentally passed by the edge of the original world crystal wall and suddenly found that the invisible barrier here had disappeared. He walked into the newly appeared land in surprise, and then turned around and ran back to the tribe and screamed, attracting more fish people to come over curiously. Lin Xiao ignored the shock of the fish people and only confirmed that the God's domain card was successfully integrated and returned to his own God's kingdom. He now has more important things to do. First, put away the bison herd and the large shallow sea fish card. These two cards cannot be used, regardless of whether the idea can be realized later. These two cards cannot be decomposed. There is a shortage of food in the divine domain now. He stretched out his hand, and a flash of light flew out and spun quickly, outlining the outline of a magic cube, which quickly turned into a solid object. His eyes fell on the 3 cards, and he took out the Goblin Tribe card and put it into the magic cube first. As his mind moved, the magic cube began to rotate, and the Goblin Tribe card in the magic cube of creation was completely decomposed into 3 parts, namely the pure bloodline origin, the Goblin race imprint, and the Bear Goblin race imprint. Then he stretched out his hand and pinched the Black-backed Wolf card, spun it in his palm, gritted his teeth and threw it in. Chapter 22 Fusion. This card only decomposes into 2 parts, namely the pure blood origin and the Black-backed Wolf race imprint. Then, the 2 5-star species reproduction cards were directly decomposed, and the 2 strands of reproduction rules were extracted and placed aside. I don't know if it's an illusion. He feels that the power of creation decomposed by the card seems not as strong as before. So now there are a total of 4 pure blood origins in the creation magic cube. 1 snake race imprint, 1 fish race imprint, 1 goblin race imprint, 1 bear goblin race imprint, and 1 black-backed wolf race imprint, and 2 strands of reproduction rules. Next, Lin Xiao has 2 choices. One is to choose a race imprint, fuse 4 pure blood origins, and then fuse 2 strands of reproduction rules to improve the reproduction ability of the new race. As for the remaining 4 race imprints, they are naturally used as nutrients to strengthen the selected blood origin as much as possible. In this way, the new species will fuse the blood of other species. Even if it is still the original species, its basic strength will be stronger than the original one. For example, he still chooses the fishman. After fusing 4 pure blood sources, the new fishman is still a fishman, but his physique is definitely much stronger than the fishman in the current God's domain. The second choice is to try a brain hole that Lin Xiao had a long time ago. At that time, the golden finger had not been opened, but he had already known the function of the creation cube in advance. At that time, he had nothing to think about, and had many wild brain holes. One of them was that he was thinking at the time, could he fuse different species together to see what would be born? Is it to fuse into a foreign one, or to become a new species? This idea was thought about for a long time at the time, but there was no chance to try it. Now the opportunity is in front of him. It depends on whether he can make up his mind. Lin Xiao certainly has the determination, but the current situation is not suitable for him to try various brain holes. After all, it's not that no true gods have tried to fuse different species. Some true gods with the priesthood of creation have long tried to fuse different species to see if they can create a new powerful species. But basically they all failed. The new species are incomplete in various ways. The unknown changes from the depths of the genes make the new species basically not live long. The most important thing is that the racial imprint of the newly fused species has been completely fused into one. And it is highly likely that it cannot be separated again. In other words, in this fusion, all the cards will be fused into one. And they may not be able to be disassembled in the future. Needless to say, there will be heavy losses. But Lin Xiao had this idea, and was still struggling whether to do it. Naturally, this choice has benefits that he cannot refuse. According to the records of mankind for hundreds of thousands of years, any god who has the ability to create a new species can obtain the priesthood of creation. That's right. Anyone, including divine creatures like him, who cannot condense the priesthood, can also obtain it. But not immediately, but automatically as long as they become demigods. The most important thing is that this creation priesthood is an additional priesthood, which does not require the consumption of the carrying capacity of one's own divinity. That is to say, when becoming a demigod, one has 5 points of divinity. The strength of the priesthood possessed by other demigods cannot exceed the carrying capacity of 5 points of divinity. And he can obtain an additional priesthood within the range of these 5 points of divinity. It is true that the creation priesthood cannot increase any combat power. It is not a combat priesthood, but it is a high-level priesthood, and its main function is to broaden the growth limit. If it is just an ordinary fishman priesthood, the growth limit is not high. Even if there are more fishmen believers, it is impossible to break through the 10th level of the godhood and become a medium-level god. But if you have the creation priesthood, as long as you understand the rules well and have enough believers, you can grow all the way to a powerful godhood that exceeds the 15th level of the godhood. This is the gap. Therefore, knowing that there is a lot of uncertainty, Lin Xiao still wants to take a gamble. As the saying goes, take a gamble, and a bicycle will become a motorcycle. If you fail, the development will be slow at most. With the current strength of his God Realm clan, even if he keeps this state, his grades in the next final exam will not be too bad. He may not be able to enter the key class or elite class, but he will not be assigned to the ordinary class. But once he succeeds, Lin Xiao rubbed his hands, took a deep breath and said, fusion. In fact, it can be done with the mind. But he still said it out loud to cheer himself up. At the moment the words came out, there was a change in the creation cube. According to his idea, the 4 pure blood origins were first merged into a powerful blood origin. Then, the consciousness swept between the 5 race imprints. And with a thought, the fishman life imprint flew up and fell into this powerful blood origin. He chose to focus on the fishman, in addition to the convenience of integrating into the existing fishman clan in the future. There is another important reason. That is, the previously loaded salted fish stab skill is loaded in the fishman race. If the fishman life imprint is the main one, if a new species is merged in the future, it will automatically inherit this authority and can learn this powerful skill. If other species are used as the main ones, the new species that will be fused in the future will not be able to learn this skill. One by one, the life imprints are put into this strengthened bloodline origin. Every time one is put in, the faint fluctuations emitted by this chaotic blood ball emitting a faint golden light will be stronger. After 4 parts are put in one by one, the fluctuations will soon become more than 3 times stronger than the original. Then, 2 strands of reproduction rules extracted from the reproduction card are put in. Then the power of creation transformed from the 2-star card that was decomposed before is also put in. Although the mosquito legs are small, they are also meat. Any bit of strengthening is a bit. After doing all this chaotic blood ball that is about to turn gray is boiling like boiling water, and waves of mysterious fluctuations are pouring out of it. As the master of the creation cube, Lin Xiao fell asleep on the throne unknowingly at this moment. The creation cube suspended in the center of the vast sea of divines rolled back and forth rapidly, and rays of gray light bloomed from the gaps in the rotation of the cube, as if there was a sun shining inside the cube. At this moment, Lin Xiao's soul was synchronized with the creation cube, and a mystery of creation that was beyond his current understanding was directly and roughly poured into his mind. The 4 species of fishmen, snake men, goblins, and jackals, from their initial birth to the evolution of species. Until now, they were decomposed and merged under the control of the creation cube. And all the various changes that occurred were roughly poured into his mind, making him instantly understand the mystery of the creation of these 4 species. At this moment, Lin Xiao had a strong feeling that if his divine power was enough, he could create these 4 species out of thin air. The strong feeling turned into an impulse, and he only felt that he seemed to stretch out his finger and point to the void. The next second, the void exploded, and he instantly lost consciousness. Chapter 23: Powerful New Species. In a daze, Lin Xiao dreamed that he seemed to have done something earth-shattering. As if he suddenly woke up and found himself lying on the throne, with a splitting headache and weakness all over his body, as if he had just been raped by 10 hungry beauties. First X, then C, then X, then C, then X, back and forth, XO countless times, lying on the throne. He couldn't even move a finger, and couldn't raise a single bit of energy. The kingdom of God was quiet, and dozens of fishman guards stood quietly outside the palace like statues. Lin Xiao lay on the throne for a long time before he exclaimed softly, "The interface of the gods." The panel of the gods domain popped up, and he browsed carefully and immediately found something wrong. The interface of the gods. Username: Lin Xiao, citizen number TXWD 542154895147. Real name: Cyberlux Meyer. God's name: Lord of Grey Mist. King of Endless Tides. Lord of the 7 Seas. Godhead: none. Clergy: none. Creature: divinity: 1+1. Divine fire: not ignited. Divine power: 0. Divine supernatural power: tide calling. Kingdom of God: Grey Mist Sea. Sect: Murloc Ancestor God. Believer: Grey Mist Murloc. Occupation: none. Faith value: 0 points. He remembered that he had a little divine power and more than 200,000 points of faith before, but now they have all become 0. But in the column of divinity, there is a dot in brackets. He focused his consciousness on it, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Even his eyes were wide open, and his face was full of ecstasy. Damn it. It can still be like this. This little bit of divinity in the brackets is indeed a little divinity, but it has not yet condensed. In short, he succeeded. After consuming 4 pure blood sources, 5 species life imprints, 2 reproduction cards, 1 2-star card, 1 divine power, and more than 200,000 faith points, he successfully merged a new species, successfully obtained the creation priesthood, and a little divinity. However, because he is not strong enough now, the creation priesthood cannot be opened, so it is displayed in brackets. And this little divinity is the reward for his successful creation this time. A reward from a certain law in the dark, or because of insufficient divine power and insufficient faith points. This little divinity cannot be materialized. It is necessary to gather 100 million units of faith points to materialize this little divinity. It seems that there is no difference from the normal condensation of divinity. But in fact there is a big difference. Normally condensing divinity requires at least 100 million points of faith points and 10 points of divine power to condense. And the success rate cannot be guaranteed, which does not mean that it will be successful. Now only 100 million points of faith points are needed, without divine power, to guarantee the condensation of a little divinity, which is a big difference. In other words, he now has 2 points of divinity. If he performs well in this final exam and gets that point of divinity from the class teacher, then wouldn't he be able to get 3 points of divinity in the first year of high school? Lin Xiao's breathing was a little rapid. If this could really happen, he would definitely be able to meet the prerequisites for promotion to demigod before the college entrance examination. And by then, he would definitely be able to enter a good university. And all this depends on the performance of this final exam. And the performance of this final exam depends on whether this new species is strong or not. Rubbing his hands, Lin Xiao summoned the creation cube and carefully put his consciousness into it. He saw a ball of light emitting a faint orange light, and immediately an attribute table appeared in his mind. Level 5 species card, unknown species legend. Get 200 unknown species at one time. Note: half male and half female. Race: unknown species. Category: subhuman. Level: intermediate race. Occupation: none. Talents: underwater breathing. Primary super strength. Primary regeneration. Scaly sh. L. Skills, bloodthirstiness. Expertise, intermediate swimming. Primary swiftness. Ape arms. Constitution, 1.8 strong as an ox. That means you. Strength, 1.7 plus 1 natural super strength. Nearly 3 times the strength of an adult man. Agility, 1.2 plus 0.5 equivalent to a professional sprinter who has undergone certain professional training. Spirit, 1 not much different from ordinary people. Generally unable to produce spellcasting professions. Evaluation, this is an amphibious humanoid species that has never appeared before. With super strength far beyond ordinary people. Good guy. Lin Xiao was so surprised that he didn't look at anything else but this attribute. He then compared the attribute table of the existing Grey Mist Murlocs in the God's domain. Race, Grey Mist Murlocs lower race. Category, subhuman. Level, lower level 1. Profession, none. Talent, underwater breathing. Skills, none. Features, elementary swimming. Constitution, 0.61 point for an adult human. Strength, 0.5 even an 80-year-old man may have more explosive power than you. Agility, 0.4/1.1 on land/in water. Spirit, 0.4 even with genetic mutations. It is impossible to become a spellcaster. Evaluation, extremely weak aquatic race. There is no comparison at all. No matter which aspect. It directly crushes the Murlocs. Even in the water. Because this new unknown species is also an amphibious creature. And it crushes the Murlocs even in the water. If we calculate based on the strength of an adult male as 1 point. This new species has nearly twice the physique of an average human being. Nearly 3 times the strength of an average human being. Nearly twice the agility of an average human being. An IQ that is not inferior to that of humans. Etc. This is still the basic attribute. Without adding 4 talents. 1 skill. And 3 specialties. There are 4 talents. Namely underwater breathing. Primary strength. Primary regeneration. And scale sh. L. Underwater breathing is needless to say. Those who understand it all know it. Primary strength is just a little extra strength. Primary regeneration means that this new species has a higher recovery ability than ordinary people. And it is not known which species it is inherited from. Scale sh. L means that this species has a thick layer of scales on its body. From the fact that the fishman also has scales, but is not displayed as a talent. It can be seen that the scales of the new species must have higher defense. The skill bloodthirstiness should be inherited from the black-backed wolf man. The effect of this skill is very simple. As long as blood is seen, the wolf man's fighting spirit will increase. And the resistance to abnormal and negative states will be slightly increased. Such as hypnotic fear. There are 3 specialties. Namely intermediate swimming, primary brisk walking, and ape arms. Intermediate swimming is also inherited from the fishman. But it is faster than the fishman's primary game. Primary swiftness, as the name implies, means running fast. And the additional 0.5 points of agility are attached to the skill. Ape arms. This specialty means that this species can wield 2-handed weapons at the same time. Which is similar to a warrior professional skill called Titan's Grip. This is definitely a berserker template race. Lin Xiao immediately matched this series of talents and specialties with a powerful melee profession. If this species is transferred to a berserker, no, even if it is just a warrior, it can greatly increase its combat effectiveness. Unfortunately, the professional card is too rare. The rarity of that thing is second only to the divinity card. Even my father probably doesn't have it. Chapter 24 New Species Black Scale Naga. Lin Xiao has not named the new species yet. Because he does not know what it looks like yet. 5 species merged into 1 species. And he is very curious about what kind of monster it will be. Holding the new species card, and coming to the sky above the god's domain. Lin Xiao pondered for a while, and decided to give up the original family. The Grey Mist Fishman. And let this new species become the main species of the god's domain. It's a bit cruel. But this is the only way for every lord of the god's domain to survive. Every new divine creature that opens up a new god's domain. Because the initial divinity is only a little. The species that can be chosen are generally extremely weak races such as goblins, fishmen, and dog-headed people. Powerful races such as humans, elves, and dwarves cannot be carried by their divinity, and must have a higher divinity value to carry. As the new lord of the god's domain becomes stronger, the original weak species will definitely not be able to keep up. And at this time, a more powerful family must be replaced. This is inevitable. Otherwise, if everyone else has changed to humans, elves, dwarves, orcs and other powerful races, and you are still using goblins and murlocs, what will you use to fight against these powerful races? In the future, when you conquer the outer crystal wall plane, you will lead a group of goblins and murlocs to conquer? Isn't this funny? Lin Xiao knew this step a long time ago, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. He thought he would start to change in his second or third year of high school, but he didn't expect that there would be a suitable new species in his first year of high school. He pinched the card emitting a faint dark golden light and threw it forward. The golden card shattered in the air, turned into a golden mist and fell down, and quickly expanded into a golden mist as big as a football field and fell to the ground. A sea breeze blew from the sea not far away, and the golden mist was blown away, revealing a group of nagas that were about 2 meters tall and more than 4 meters tall with a snake tail, and covered with thick scales. How should I put it? This species looks familiar, and there is no need to waste words to describe it. This thing is very similar to an amphibious species called naga. Yes, just like the naga in a game called World of Warcraft before Lin Xiao traveled through time. But the skin is slightly darker. The scales are slightly rougher. The face is somewhat different from the naga, and it is a little more fierce. There are a total of 200 nagas, half male and half female. It is worth mentioning that this naga was named just because he thought it looked like it. Not to say that this is a real naga clan. In fact, there is a race called naga in some crystal wall systems, and his new fusion species is just similar. Moreover, the new species he named Black Scale Naga has similar appearances for males and females. Unlike the real Naga clan, where males look like monsters and females look like beautiful and charming fishmen, the Black Scale female Naga is also very ugly, with black scales all over the body and no ferocity. The only difference between males and females is that males are stronger, with rougher scales and body lines, while females have slightly softer lines, and can generally be distinguished at a glance. Of course, regardless of whether it is male or female, they look equally ugly, and Lin Xiao will never have any illusions about this anyway. But it did not prevent him from liking this new species, and he was very satisfied with it. Regardless of whether it was a real Naga or not, the attributes and strength were there, and this new species still had room to grow. As a newly created species, recognized by the laws of the underworld, and a new species that had condensed the godhood of creation, he could continue to fuse new blood to strengthen it in the future. According to the laws of creation, he could still strengthen it. Lin Xiao looked at it, and he could strengthen the Black Scale Naga 5 more times on the existing basis? Wait, it can be strengthened 5 more times? He looked at it again with great surprise. And it could indeed be strengthened 5 more times. This is a bit strong. Lin Xiao was very surprised. He remembered that the theory teacher had talked about an example before, where a powerful god once created a new species, and the new species had 3 opportunities to strengthen. After 3 strengthenings, it directly created a sub-legendary species, which was very strong. Even the new species created by the powerful divine power with great effort only has 3 enhancement potentials. But this ugly new species of his has 5 enhancement potentials. Lin Xiao. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. From this moment on, he made up his mind to publicize that his species has only 2 enhancement potentials. Not only can he show his potential in this area and gain attention, but he will not attract some jealous eyes because of being too high profile. The newly born species stood on the black land in a daze. As a newly created species, their memory was blank, unlike the creatures summoned by other species cards that still retain some previous memories. But their memories have Lin Xiao's existence. As the creator, he was born with the faith of the Black Scale Naga clan. And these 200 Black Scale Nagas were born true believers. And when he condenses the priesthood in the future, he can condense the Black Scale Naga race priesthood with only a little divine carrying capacity. Just like the dwarf god, elf god, fish god and other racial gods. That is to say, any creator is the main god who creates species by nature. Therefore, Lin Xiao's current name of god can be changed. Or he can add another name of the father or god of black-scaled Naga, compared with the names of gods that are randomly added to increase the prestige, such as Lord of Grey Mist, King of Endless Tides, and Lord of Seven Seas. The name of god of black-scaled Naga is well deserved. While he was waiwaiing, The fisherman tribe on the other side had already discovered the newly appeared black-scaled Naga. A large group of fishmen poured out of the tribe and observed these newly emerged powerful creatures from a distance. Many fishmen had taken out short spears with fierce eyes. After defeating more than 200 snake men, these fishmen were very brave. When they met these black-scaled Nagas who were not much different in size from snake men, they were not only not afraid, but also dared to take the initiative. The black-scaled Naga on the other side felt the malice of the fishmen, and murderous light flashed in its eyes. The several races that this thing merged were not kind people, and the ferocity in its bones was almost seeping out. These seemingly small fishmen dared to show malicious intent, and many black-scaled Nagas immediately surrounded them. The ferocious face that looked somewhat similar to the jackal, with its snake-like eyes staring at the murlocs coming over. Seeing that the two sides were about to fight, Lin Xiao finally sensed the murderous aura below and reacted. A roar like a muffled thunder exploded in the minds of all the murlocs and black-scaled Nagas, and in an instant, the murlocs and Nagas fell to the ground. The anger from the gods made all the murlocs and Nagas sober up. Lin Xiao took advantage of their shock and immediately issued divine revelations to the murlocs and black-scaled Nagas respectively. Many murlocs immediately climbed up and quickly retreated to the tribe. The black-scaled Nagas gathered together. Lin Xiao designated a black-scaled Naga who looked pleasing to the eye and had the highest degree of faith, and temporarily designated him as an apostle to convey his meaning to him. Whether it was the murlocs or the black-scaled Nagas, they were at least true believers. The effect of the divine revelation was very obvious. One of them returned to the tribe, and the other returned to the place where they had just landed. Chapter 25 New Species with Infinite Potential. But Lin Xiao was not too happy. This was only temporary. He had to worry more about how to make the two races live in peace. This was also a problem that all newcomers had to face. Every time a new species was added, or a species card was used to summon a species of the same species, they were hostile at first. This did not mean that they could live in peace and harmony as soon as they were summoned. This was impossible, even if they were of the same species, such as Lin Xiao's previous summons of 400 gray mist murlocs. If he had not intervened, they would still have disputes and even kill each other in the end. This was true for the same species, not to mention different species. If he had not intervened, they would have definitely fought by now. Solving this problem was also simple. Issue a divine oracle and let the murlocs and the black-scaled Naga send representatives to negotiate. The first step was to live in peace. As long as they did not fight, it would be easy. Then, this way of living in peace would continue slowly, allowing the two races to get familiar with each other. When it reaches a certain point, the two races can live together. Lin Xiao had an idea to let the two races live together and form a mixed tribe. The inherently weak murlocs are responsible for the interior, building the tribe, catching fish for the black-scaled Naga to eat. That is, to provide for them. The inherently stronger black-scaled Naga are responsible for the exterior, that is, the main combat direction, and are specifically responsible for fighting for the divine domain and protecting the weak murlocs. One inside and one outside. They are simply a perfect match. This idea is very feasible. After all, the black-scaled Naga has murloc blood in its blood. Strictly speaking, it can be regarded as a mutant subspecies of murlocs. And it is also an amphibious creature. It is completely feasible to live with murlocs. Next, Lin Xiao stayed in the divine domain. What he had to do every day was to let the murloc leader and the black-scaled Naga messenger designated by him go in and out together, train together, and go out fishing together. From the beginning, there were only 2 leaders, and then a few black-scaled Nagas and a few murlocs were gradually added. After a month or so, it increased to dozens of black-scaled Nagas and dozens of murlocs together, and slowly let them get familiar with each other, cultivate feelings and compatibility, and get to know each other. Well, it sounds a bit strange, but the effect is really good. It only took half a year for all the murlocs and black-scaled Nagas to accept this new neighbor in the divine domain. Under Lin Xiao's deliberate guidance, the murloc tribe and the black-scaled Naga tribe officially began to live together one day half a year later. The black-scaled Nagas also moved out of the temporary camp on the Black Land, and moved into the murloc tribe located on the coral reefs on the beach. The black-scaled Nagas are amphibious species and can go ashore, but they prefer the shallow sea like the murlocs. The two species officially lived together, and Lin Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he lift the restrictions and let all the black-scaled nagas learn the salted fish piercing skill. Before, he didn't dare to lift the restrictions and let them learn. With the strength of the black-scaled nagas, they crushed the murlocs. If they learned this skill, it would be a tragedy of genocide. With the black-scale naga's current physique and strength, holding a fine iron short spear and using the salted fish thrust with 5 times the burst, the lethality is shocking. Any one of them has a more terrifying lethality than the fishman leader, and is extremely powerful. At this point, the murlocs can withdraw from the battle sequence of the god's domain, and the main battle race of Lin Zhao's god's domain will be changed to black-scale naga. According to the general power classification, any black-scale naga has the combat power equivalent to the first-level peak soldiers when it reaches adulthood, which is not inferior to the second-level soldiers of some weak species. For example, the murloc species is upgraded to the second-level murloc warrior, which is not much stronger than the black-scale naga in terms of physique and strength. Once upgraded, it is directly a second-level black-scale naga warrior, level 3 black-scale naga warrior, level 4 black-scale naga shark hunter warrior. In other words, this species can now be upgraded to a 4th-level soldier at most. It may not be clear how powerful it is just looking at it this way. Let's put it this way. The legendary high-level race such as humans can only be upgraded to level 5 at most. For the time being, he is not as good as the mainstream races such as humans, elves and orcs. But he is unlikely to encounter these mainstream high-level races now. At the same high school stage, he can hardly encounter anyone stronger than him. Leaving the god's domain, the god's domain landing cabin opened, and a light blue mist filled the air. Lin Zhao emerged from it with a proud look on his face, and he felt so happy. Next, it was time to cultivate the black-scale naga. He recalled the course on cultivating new species in the theoretical class he had taken. Now that the most critical step had been taken, the next task would be much easier. In addition to the most important thing of spending time to reproduce, the most necessary thing for Lin Zhao was a career card. The skills include bloodthirsty and salted fish stab, plus various talents and expertise. These are enough. Now all he needs is a combat career card. Even the most basic warrior profession can greatly increase the combat effectiveness of the black-scale naga. With the blessing of the profession and various talents and expertise, with the excellent innate foundation of the black-scale naga, it is possible to fight against a higher level. It is worth mentioning that the reproduction ability of the black-scale naga is still good. With the fusion of 2 5-star reproduction cards and the high reproduction talent of the murloc bloodline, the black-scale naga is not affected by the law that the stronger the innate, the lower the reproduction ability. Although the reproduction ability is not as good as the murlocs in the god's domain, it has a reproduction speed comparable to that of normal murlocs. The newborn black-scale naga has only 5 or 6 months of infancy, 2 years of childhood, 3 years of adolescence, and the 6th year is considered an adult. The lifespan of the black-scale naga is slightly inferior to that of humans. The upper limit of lifespan is about 50 years. Each promotion increases a certain lifespan. If it can be promoted to level 4, it will live over 80 years. This is already a very excellent race. Whether it is strength or lifespan, it is very excellent. It can be cultivated as the main race, even if it cannot be promoted any further. This alone is enough to occupy a place in the god's domain. After all, it is a newly created species recognized by the laws of the universe. It can support a race of priests. As long as there are enough of them, it can support a true god. If the 5 enhancements are successful in the future, it will be awesome to be able to enhance a legendary race. There is no need to describe how awesome it is. Just refer to the fact that the gods of mainstream races such as elves, dwarves, orcs are all powerful, and you will know how great its potential is. After washing his face casually, Lin Zhao felt energetic and full of energy. He walked back and forth in the room, turned around, and lay on the bed and closed his eyes. But after a while, he opened his eyes again and couldn't sleep. He always felt uncomfortable without a place to confide in such an awesome race. He knew very well that this was not suitable for publicizing everywhere. But he felt like walking in the night with gorgeous clothes all the time. He wanted to tell his mother, but he didn't know how to explain the origin of this thing. It seemed too exaggerated for him, a freshman in high school who was not even a demigod, to cultivate such a strong new race. Chapter 26 Development of the Divine Realm. Of course, this cannot be concealed. and it will definitely be exposed during the final exam. But at least there is this much time to slow down. He tossed and turned for almost 2 hours before he fell asleep in a daze. He woke up early the next morning, had breakfast, and entered the Divine Realm landing cabin, and came to the Divine Realm in the subspace. First, he checked the Divine Realm as a routine. The Black Scale Naga and the Grey Mist Fishman got along well, arriving above the newly opened fertile land in the Divine Realm. This black land that is 3.5 kilometers long and a little over 1 kilometer wide has some weeds growing on the beach side. Rubbing his chin and overlooking the Divine Realm, Lin Xiao felt that he still needed some economic plants and some seeds. For example, potatoes, red sorghum and other plants that are easy to cultivate and have high yields. He had already placed the 5-star resource card, the large school of shallow sea fish, which contained 5 random shallow sea fish groups, including a large school of white-scaled shrimp, a large school of salmon, a large school of cod, a large school of sturgeon, and a large school of black-spotted grouper. Each large school was divided according to the size of the species. For example, a large school of large grouper contained only 1,000 fish, while a small school of white-scaled shrimp contained more than 100,000 fish. All of them were half male and half female, and could reproduce. 5 kinds of sea creatures, plus several species in the divine domain before, greatly enriched the species in the ocean and improved the food chain. It can be said that as long as they were not overfished and reproduced, these seafoods could fully supply the food needs of 2,000 to 3,000 fishmen and black-scaled nagas. As for the card of the herd of bison, it was not put down for the time being, mainly because the newly opened fertile land had no grass or plants yet, and if the bison were released, they would starve to death. It is not easy to run a god's domain, especially in the early stage, when almost everything is lacking and problems arise constantly. Solving one problem will lead to new problems. In the early stage, the cards that can be used are limited, so reasonable planning must be made, and each card must be considered whether it is worth using. Lin Xiao spent several months thinking in the god's domain. He was considering the future development path of the god's domain, whether to go the main battle school, the farming school, or the comprehensive school. If it is the main battle school, he has to consider forming gangs, just like those excellent students in the class. Find a few friends who get along well, and when the level of the god's domain and his own divinity value reach a certain level, he can choose to unite with others and complement each other's advantages. The meaning of the main battle school is that in the future, all the cards integrated into the god's domain do not need to consider resource output, internal balance, etc., and only need to focus on cultivating the main battle race. As long as the main battle race and the god's domain are strong, the logistics issues will be left to other teammates. For example, find a god domain that specializes in farming. You don't need to develop the combat power of the clan. You just need to focus on farming and produce enough resources to supply the race in the captain's god domain. Just like Lin Xiao's parents. His father is a combat-oriented one, and his mother is a farming-oriented one. The strength of the clan in the god domain is average, but the resource output of the god domain is super high, and there are enough extra resources to support his father's god domain. To give another simple example, in Lin Xiao's family, the divine domains of all members are united around the divine domains of the 2 true gods in the family, with the 2 true gods as the main ones, and the main tasks of other demigods or divine creatures are to assist them, forming a huge divine system. His family is in the AX-14 crystal wall system, and it is displayed in the eyes of the indigenous gods in the name of the divine system. The main battle flow and the farming flow are 1 attack and 1 defense, complementing each other, and the comprehensive flow, as the name suggests, is strong in both offense and defense. And conversely, it can be said that it is not strong in offense and defense, but has no shortcomings. Lin Xiao's previous idea was to go the main battle flow, and then find a beautiful goddess as a wife like his father, but later found that beautiful goddesses are not easy to find. There is no beautiful female classmate in the class, but there are a few in the school. But what does that have to do with him? Like that kind of high-quality girls, there are a lot of LSPs guarding them early, and he has no chance at all. In addition, Lin Xiao personally felt that this kind of division of labor and cooperation had a huge hidden danger. Once one party had a problem, it would affect the entire system. In addition, he had a little obsessive-compulsive disorder and didn't like his own domain to have shortcomings, so he could only go for the comprehensive flow. Of course, this did not affect finding teammates to form a system in the future. In the following time, Lin Xiao soaked in the domain every day, watching the new black-scaled Naga hatch and grow up slowly. He was full of joy. The growth time of the black-scaled Naga is 6 years, and the lifespan is up to 50 years. There are still more than 10 years before the final exam. Enough for the third batch of offspring to be born. According to the black-scaled Naga, laying 1 to 3 eggs at a time, giving birth once a year, and removing the necrotic eggs. More than 40 or 50 newborns were born in the first year. During this period, Lin Xiao gave these believers only one divine prophecy. That is, to live desperately, and strive to accumulate more than 500 black-scaled Nagas before the final exam. Only then will he have enough confidence to get the divine reward in the final exam. As for the Grey Mist Murlocs, he did not issue any divine oracle. Now that he had positioned the Murlocs as an auxiliary race, there was no need to reproduce desperately. He did not expect these Murlocs to play a big role at that time. There was no way. After more than 20 years, even the longest-lived Murlocs would die. The large number of Murloc warriors and Murloc warriors who were upgraded during the previous test would all die by then. The later Murlocs were all level 0. With limited combat power, they would be cannon fodder if they were dragged to the battlefield. However, he still underestimated the reproductive capacity of these Murlocs. There was no war. There was sufficient food. And the newborn Murlocs all had twice the reproductive capacity and survival rate. In these years, the growth rate of Murlocs was as fast as dumplings. Good guy. After half a month, that is, 15 years after the God Realm time, the number of Murlocs in the God Realm had exceeded 2,100. This was because he saw that the situation was not good later. So he deliberately suppressed it, and asked the Murloc leaders to pull these Murlocs to exercise every day so that they would not have nothing to do but give birth to cubs every day. The number has reached this point, basically reaching the upper limit of the God's domain. Don't forget that there are more than 480 black-scaled Nagas in the God's domain. They are also big eaters. The food consumed by these hundreds of Nagas alone will not be less than that of 2,000 fishmen. Fortunately, the newly opened fertile land in the God's domain has been overgrown with weeds in recent years. He activated the bison card and summoned 100 bison to graze on this grassland. Hundreds of black-scaled Nagas rushed over and captured these bison and raised them in captivity. Now they have been initially domesticated. They were not used for farming because there were no seeds. They were simply raised as beef cattle. After a period of time, some were slaughtered as food while ensuring that the herd could reproduce. Chapter 27 Final Exam begins. In fact, these domesticated wild cattle can be regarded as the specialty of the God's domain. They can be exchanged with other students for other resources, or traded with faith points. However, the students of the same grade as Lin Xiao are basically poor and have nothing to exchange. He only exchanged some dried fish with his classmates for a batch of grass seeds, which are the kind that the cattle eat now. Now, there is only 1 week left before the final exam. When Lin Xiao got up that day, he received a notice from the class teacher. After the school committee's research and decision, the final exam for the first grade of high school will be scheduled for 6 days later. That is, June 25th. Please prepare and go to school on June 24th. The content of this year's final exam will be announced at that time. To be precise, there are only 5 days to prepare. Lin Xiao stretched out his finger and pressed it to confirm that he had received it. After thinking about it, he edited the content and added a few words to forward it to his mother. Less than a minute later, while he was still brushing his teeth, he received a reply from his mother. Baby, work hard. I hope you can win some face for me on your grandfather's birthday next month. Lin Xiao opened his mouth full of foam, and couldn't help but think of his cousin from his uncle's family who loved to show off in front of him. And the corners of his mouth couldn't help but slightly bend. Looks like he's looking forward to it. He chuckled and replied to his mother. Mother, don't worry. Your son will definitely give everyone a surprise when the time comes. Then I'll wait and see. And when your final exam is over, I'll prepare a surprise for you. 6 days passed quietly, and Lin Xiao, who had been soaking in the God's domain to prepare, left home and went to school when the time came. Dongning City No. 5 Middle School refers to the 5th-ranked God School in Dongning City, a school that specializes in training newborn God students, and is different from ordinary people's schools. The school is located at the foot of the end of Dongning Mountain, outside the city. It is a huge campus covering millions of square meters. Several high schools in Dongning City that train gods are all in various sections of Dongning Mountain. Unlike ordinary people's schools, god students not only do not have to live in the school, but also have classes at home. There are few people in the school on weekdays, and they only gather on important days. Look! Today is an important day for the final exam. When Lin Xiao came here by flying car, he saw from a distance that the huge school gate was full of flying cars. Many students not only came by themselves, but also brought their parents. The flying car stopped at the school gate and got off. Lin Xiao looked up at the school gate that was hundreds of meters high. A huge dragon head was hung on the school gate with golden chains wrapped around it. The ferocious face was facing the school gate, and the huge pupils were burning with black flames. A suffocating pressure was overwhelming and spread all around, looking as if it was still alive. In fact, it is indeed alive. The head of this giant dragon comes from a certain level of the bottomless abyss of the crystal wall system. It is an abyss dragon comparable to a high-level demigod. After being killed by the first-generation principal, its head was sealed and sent back to the main world and placed at the school gate. A seal of medium-level divine power, coupled with the suppression of the powerful rules of the main world. This abyss dragon has been locked here firmly, and cannot move at all. Lin Xiao looked at this head with great envy. If this thing is thrown into the magic cube of creation and decomposed. Tut-tut! He couldn't help but reach out, and touch the saliva at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he turned around and saw that Yuan Hong had arrived at some point. He looked at the head of the magic dragon at the school gate in confusion, and glanced at the saliva at the corner of his mouth again, with a look of disdain on his face. Damn! A lifetime of fame was ruined in an instant. And it was a great shame. Lin Xiao quickly wiped his saliva and rushed into the school gate. In the first year of high school, there is a teaching building. Class 3 has an independent building with a total of 20 floors, all of which belong to Class 3. When Lin Xiao arrived at the assembly hall, more than half of the students had arrived in advance. He greeted the tutor Zhang Wenjue, who was standing at the door chatting with classmate Meng Hui. The head teacher Wu Hai had not arrived yet. I found a seat and sat down. A classmate leaned over and whispered, I heard that Wan Chuan successfully condensed the second divinity a few days ago. His strength has greatly increased. He may be stronger than Yuan Hong. Lin Xiao looked at this classmate, who he didn't know well before, with doubt and said, So what? You should worry about Yuan Hong. What does it have to do with me? Sang Ping said with surprise. Don't you want to fight for the divinity card in the teacher's hand? He spread his hands and shook his head. When did I say such a thing? Sang Ping was confused, scratched his head in confusion and muttered. Didn't you get the first place in the last test? So what? It's just luck. Do you think I can get the first place this time? Sang Ping was speechless. Lin Xiao ignored him and turned around. He tapped a button on the table with his finger. A light screen popped up. He tapped the screen with his finger. He pressed his palm to verify. The interface changed and entered the school's official website. He began to check the school's announcement about this final exam. Although he would not be willing to be inferior to others in his heart, he still had to be low-key in front of his classmates. Just like the last baseline test, he had to make a splash. Most of the information on the official website was old information. Only one new information was updated, which was about the content of this final exam. He clicked on the information to check it out. After spending a few minutes browsing all the information, Lin Xiao had a clear idea in his mind. Like previous years, the rules of this final exam were roughly the same. It was also divided into 2 stages, one elimination system and one ranking system. As the name suggests, the elimination system eliminates some students. All students undergo a wave of tests of the same difficulty. If they fail, they will drop out directly after the final exam and will not even have the opportunity to be assigned to a regular class. This is not a system unique to number 5 middle school, but the whole human civilization is like this. No matter which middle school, some students will be eliminated after the first year of high school. The reason for this is related to resource allocation, because the school needs to invest far more resources after the second year of high school than the first year of high school, and the school's resources are limited, so it can only cultivate elites. And those with poor grades can only drop out and find another way to make a living. Of course, even if they drop out of school, they are divine creatures after all, much stronger than ordinary people, and they can do well wherever they go. For example, if they join a large private civilian team to go to the outer world for adventure. There is no school restriction, and they can quickly grow to a certain level to be cannon fodder, or work as a coolie to provide resources for the main members of the team. Most students take this path after dropping out of school, and a few with connections can join government departments or the military and go to the safe planes controlled by government departments or the military to live a life. The outer planes are dominated by gods, and technology is not prominent. Divine creatures are the lowest level in the main world, but they are definitely big figures in some outer planes. And no matter how bad they are better than ordinary people. This is just a way to live a life. But if you continue to work hard after dropping out of school, you can be promoted to a demigod or even a true god. It is not that there are no people in the Federation who have successfully become gods by their own efforts after dropping out of school. Chapter 28 Final Exam begins too. And those who can climb up from the bottom and become gods are all tough characters. All of them are very strong and are favored by major forces. But there are too few of them, compared with those who come from formal and strict schools. There are 10 classes in the first year of high school and number 5 middle school. But there are only 5 classes in the second year of high school, and the 5th class is not full. More than half of them are eliminated in the final exam of the first year of high school, and there is no bottom line for this elimination. As long as you fail the first wave of elimination assessment, you will be eliminated. Even if there are too many eliminations, there is no ambiguity. In the past, there have been many embarrassing situations in the second year of high school after the final exam. After the elimination assessment, it is the focus of this final exam. The ranking system, also called the ranking system, is ranked according to grades. The top few enter the elite class, and the rest are all ordinary classes. The specific content of the exam is not mentioned above, but according to the past situation, it is likely to enter the plane controlled by the foreign school for training. After reading the message, Lin Xiao touched his chin and saw a familiar figure in his peripheral vision. Yuan Hong came in with a backpack, and several classmates, who were chatting at the door, immediately greeted him. TSK. He turned his head with envy. He also wanted to have a younger brother, although the younger brother now would soon be useless. It felt great to have a younger brother. When they're in the second year of high school, teachers will encourage students to try to form a team. It doesn't have to be classmates from the same class, but classmates from other classes are also fine. When they're in the third year of high school, the team will basically be formed. By then, every large class will basically be based on the team. This is done to prepare for the establishment of a pantheon. Many of the indigenous gods in the outer domain are based on a pantheon. Even if there is only one indigenous god in a small plane, there are also demigods under his command. Basically, there is no single-handed fight. Although Lin Xiao has a golden finger, he will also find some companions in the future. But his companions are not usually required to be high. At least he will look at Yuan Hong Wanchuan's level and barely keep up with his growth rhythm. This must be difficult. After all, outstanding students of the same grade like Yuan Hong Wanchuan are all the bosses. So why would they be his younger brother? But it is better to have nothing than to have something bad. And the requirements will definitely not be lowered. If there is really nothing, it cannot be settled. At worst, just be alone, and wait until the future to enter the foreign land and conquer some foreign indigenous gods. Or, find a beautiful wife? Just like dad and mom. Husband and wife support each other, and can also get along well. Rubbing his teeth, Lin Xiao suddenly looked up and saw Yuan Hong looking at him. When he saw him looking up, he turned his head with a disgusted expression on his face. What the hell? Have you ever seen drooling before? Is it necessary to keep staring? He lowered his head and glanced at his whole body, touched his handsome face, suddenly shuddered, and quickly looked away. As time passed, students arrived one by one. Finally, Wanchuan, who was as strong as a little giant, came with his class teacher. When he entered the classroom, Wanchuan first glanced at Lin Xiao, and finally his eyes fell on Yuan Hong. Even outsiders could see the provocation in his eyes. After condensing the second point of divinity, Wanchuan's strength immediately caught up with Yuan Hong, and he was already a huge threat to the first in the class. Yuan Hong retracted his gaze when Wanchuan came in. The two looked at each other, and the sparks in their eyes could be seen faintly. As for Lin Xiao, he was not regarded as the main competitor by the two of them. He was happy and relaxed, watching the two cross-eyed staring at each other with a smile. If only there was a bag of melon seeds. Unfortunately, this situation did not last long, and was interrupted by the head teacher knocking on the table. A few dong-dongs made everyone come back to their senses. Wu Hai glanced at all the students with an expressionless face and said, "To make a long story short, I believe everyone has read the updated content on the school's official website and knows the content of this year's high school final exam. According to the elimination system, it is estimated that half of the students in the class may not pass." At this point, he paused. His eyes swept over many students in the class, and continued, "It is cruel, but the school resources are limited, and it can only give priority to cultivating excellent students. And the eliminated students now have many ways out, and there is still a chance to go further in the future, as long as they work hard." At this point, the head teacher was silent. This sentence is just a comfort. The real situation is that among the 10,000 students who were eliminated in the first year of high school, the possibility of becoming demigods in the end is less than 10. Not even 1 in 1,000. But this is the reality. No matter what era or world, there will always be only a small group of people who can reach the top. Lin Xiao was fortunate that his luck was not bad. Both his parents were demigods, and it was a sure thing to open up the god realm. If it was the descendants of ordinary people, the success rate of opening up the god realm without a golden finger was less than 1%. Half an hour later, the students with different moods were taken to the 3rd floor by the invigilator. This floor was divided into many small cubicles, each with a god realm login cabin. During the final exam, they will use the god realm login cabin provided by the school to enter the god realm. There is only one function: to prevent cheating. Yes, it is cheating that exists in any era, and this era of gods is no exception. There are many ways to cheat, and the most common one is to spend a lot of money to buy some special cards to temporarily strengthen your strength. If you are in a good condition and there is a true god in your family, you can directly ask the true god to use his divine power to penetrate your body. Well, whether you can ask him to do it is another matter. But there is such a cheating method. Log into the god realm through the god realm login device customized by the school, under the supervision of many true gods in the school. No one can cheat. Lin Xiao was randomly assigned to room 41 and pushed the door to enter. It was a small cubicle. After putting down a god realm login cabin, there was almost no space. According to the instructions of the invigilator, check the login cabin first. Although there will be no problems after the early inspection, it is still necessary to check it to avoid accidents, and debug it by the way, and then lie in it. As the login cabin door slowly closed, light blue mist poured out, and Lin Xiao slowly closed his eyes. In the vast subspace, a huge golden platform was quietly suspended in the void. The violent subspace storm could not shake the platform at all. Rays of light flew from the unknown depths of the void and fell onto the platform, transforming into young boys and girls. Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the golden floor and the complex patterns under his feet. When he looked up, he saw the transparent dome. Rounds of dazzling golden light balls were slowly rotating around the platform. In one of the golden light balls, he felt the familiar aura of his head teacher Wu Hai. Each of these light balls represented the head teacher of a class in the 1st grade of high school. They were all high-level demigods. There were 10 high-level demigods in 10 classes in the 1st grade of high school. At the top of the dome, he saw several more dazzling light balls. The one in the center was like the sun, pressing down all the light balls. Not surprisingly, this person should be the projection of a vice president of the school. A genuine true god. Chapter 29 Demiplane. A series of projections of high-level demigods surround the golden platform, and streams of light are cast into the artifact platform, transforming into students. In addition to Class 3 of Grade 1, the other 9 classes of Grade 1 are all gathered here today. Class 3 of Grade 1 has 49 students, and other classes have as many as 50 and as few as 40, including many outstanding students whose reputations have jumped out of their classes. Yan Renjie, tall and handsome, with beautiful emerald pupils like gemstones, inherited the blood of his father, the true god. Like Yuan Hong, he has 2 innate divinities, but he is more powerful than Yuan Hong and has always been a frequent visitor to the top 3 in the whole grade. Wei Ning, a petite and cute girl, with a beautiful and cute lowly voice, a petite figure and a perky butt, but her breasts are a bit small. This little girl's mother's family is powerful. Her ancestors once had a god level of 14, 1 level away from being promoted to a powerful figure. Even if she is not a descendant of the first generation, she can inherit a little extra divinity and an extra extraordinary talent. She is the most talented one in the whole grade. Of course, she is also one of the top 3 regulars in the whole grade. She is beautiful and talented. If the school is like an ordinary school and is bored to evaluate the so-called school beauties, she will definitely have a place. In addition to these 2 dazzling geniuses, there are many talented people who are slightly inferior to them, such as Wanchuan and Yuan Hong in this class, who are considered the second echelon in the whole grade. Lin Xiao ranked 252nd in the whole grade a month ago, and belonged to the group that was on the edge of elimination. Now, from the surface results, the teacher's evaluation, and the opinions of classmates, he should belong to the 3rd group, below Wanchuan and Yuan Hong. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely be promoted to the 2nd year of high school. If he works hard and has a little better luck, he will have a chance to join the elite class. Yes, genius is so worthless. In other words, if you are only considered a genius in one grade, you will not be considered a genius if you jump out of a larger circle. Lin Xiao heard that there is a real genius in Dongning No. 1 Middle School, who is born with an extra 3 points of divinity, plus a basic one, a total of 4 points. It is said that he has now condensed a little divinity, and has gathered the minimum 5 points of divinity required to become a demigod. If you want, you can now try to condense the priesthood and become a demigod. It is simply ridiculous. Compared with such a real genius, other so-called geniuses are nothing. Not long after, when everyone was together, an emotionless mechanical voice suddenly sounded. The first round of elimination assessment for the final exam of the 1st grade of senior high school is about to begin. The rules have been transmitted. The assessment will begin in a quarter of an hour. This is the spirit of the artifact, referring to the wizard's wizard tower spirit. The mechanical voice echoed on the platform, and a light screen popped up in front of everyone, showing the specific content of the elimination assessment. Lin Xiao looked at the rules attentively and nodded. The rules are very simple. That is, through the school's functional artifact, all the students' families are projected into the half-plane opened by the artifact to be tested. Because it is a projection, even if the loss is huge or even everyone dies in the test, it will not affect the students at all. The main reason for doing this is that in the next ranking stage, all students will directly descend to a plane controlled by a school in the outer domain. This stage is a real test of student strength. If the loss in the elimination stage is too great, it will be difficult to get good results in the subsequent tests. Another reason is that among so many students, at least half or most of them are destined to be eliminated and drop out. Considering the difficult life after dropping out, the school does not want them to suffer heavy losses when they are about to drop out. Especially, the school artifact is used to test in the form of projection. Even if it fails, the strength is preserved, so that they don't have to start all over again after dropping out. A quarter of an hour passed in a blink of an eye. As the countdown of the mechanical spirit began, Lin Xiao glanced at Wanchuan and Yuan Hong, who was staring at each other, and smiled secretly in his heart. 3, 2, 1, 0. When the time returned to 0, Lin Xiao only felt his feet sink into the void. Below was a golden vortex with no edge to be seen. Nearly 1,000 golden streams fell straight into the vortex, making people feel extremely small. Inside the vortex, he felt so bright in front of his eyes that he couldn't open his eyes. He closed his eyes and waited quietly. He didn't know how long it took before he felt grounded. He opened his eyes and found himself standing in the void. Looking down, he saw a 3 kilometers * 3 kilometers half-plane under his feet. Looking left and right, there were identical half-planes floating in the distant void. It was probably the test site for other students. There was no water or plants in this half-plane, only endless wasteland and gravel all over the ground. Please choose the troops to be deployed. A light screen popped up in front of Lin Xiao again, asking him to determine the troops to be deployed in this test. Does this still need to be considered? All. The sky-high light fell from the sky and was thrown into the half-plane, revealing more than 2,000 fish-faced gray fog fishmen, and more than 500 black-scaled nagas, each holding 1 or 2 fine iron short spears. It has to be said that the races are indeed different, compared with the gray fog fishmen who are still in shock and at a loss. The black-scale naga has a stronger ability to adapt. They reacted quickly and gathered together under the loud shout of a tall black-scale naga. Many gray fog fishmen also came back to their senses under their shouts, and began to scream and scream. Some of the brave ones ran around. At this time, the gray fog fishmen had already harmoniously integrated with the black scale Nanda into a large tribe. Several black scale Nanda leaders shouted loudly, commanding some fishmen to explore around, and the rest gathered in a circle and prayed in a low voice. Lin Xiao's golden figure appeared above the sky, and the prayers of believers came to his ears. The Supreme Creator, the God of Naga and Fishmen. Lin Xiao's current name of God has changed in the past 10 years. From the Great Gray Fog Lord, the King of Endless Tides, and the Lord of the Seven Seas to the Supreme Creator, the God of Naga and Fishmen, which is more appropriate for the power he controls. The previous names of gods were randomly chosen, just to make believers feel that the true God they believe in is very powerful. But in fact, he does not even have a priesthood. Before becoming a demigod, the name of a god can be given at will. But once the priesthood is condensed to become a demigod, the name of the god cannot be given at will, and must be related to the condensed priesthood. For example, Lin Xiao condensed the 3 priesthoods of creation, Naga, and Murloc, so he can no longer be called the Supreme Lord of the Sea, because the priesthood represents authority. You can only call it what you have authority. If you do not have this authority and arbitrarily name the god, the believers will have beliefs that are not related to the priesthood when they pray. The waste of faith value that is not related to authority is a small matter, and the impact of non-authority beliefs in the beliefs condensed by believers in the faith value is fatal. Demigods and divine life are different. Without priesthood, there is naturally no impact. Once a priesthood is affected by this impact, the priesthood will be disordered at the least, and the divinity will be washed away at the worst, making the condensed divinity no longer pure, thus falling in grade, or even falling directly. Chapter 30. The test begins. So before you condense your priesthood and become a demigod, it doesn't matter what you call it. You can even tell your believers that you are the God of creation. But once you condense your priesthood, you must use whatever name you want. You can't call it randomly, in order to avoid the trouble of changing it in the future. Lin Xiao started to change it early. After all, he has already reserved the 2 priesthoods of creation in Naga. The fishman is still uncertain, but it is likely to be condensed. At this time, the prayers of believers continue to ring in his ears. Your devout believer prays here. The Supreme Creator, the God of Naga and Fishmen, guide your devout believer. The prayer was repeated over and over again in his ears. As a traverser who has received professional education in the supergod era and has read many fantasy novels in his previous life, Lin Xiao deeply understands the essence of hurting believers. In non-urgent situations, it is important not to respond immediately to the believer's prayers. You have to wait for a while. In simple terms, you have to pretend. Make believers feel the difficulty of communicating with faith, and have a sense of distance and mystery. Mystery produces fear, and fear needs spiritual sustenance. At this time, praying is the most effective. In this regard, Lin Xiao did very well. It's not that he brags, not to mention the whole class. Even the whole grade is not as good as him in cultivating believers. After about 10 rounds of prayer, Lin Xiao responded with a low voice. In the ears of believers, it was like a thunderous sound in the ears, shaking the eardrums. Evil is coming. My children, take up the weapons in your hands to defend my glory, and my eyes will be with you. After saying this, Lin Xiao specially consumed 10,000 points of faith to cast the divine art of seawater essence. Countless light blue seawater essences fell from the sky like starlight, covering all the clans. This is useless, but it can make believers feel his presence and enhance their confidence. The first wave of tests will be in 5 minutes. Please be prepared. A line of small words appeared in the corner of his eyes. Lin Xiao took a look and did not move. According to the tips they saw before, they need to defeat 3 waves of enemies to pass the elimination test. This is only the first wave. How difficult can it be? As soon as 5 minutes were up, the crystal wall at the edge of the plain located in the north of the demi-plane suddenly opened a 3-meter-high light gate. Goblins, who were not much different in size from fishmen, walked out of it and headed straight for the clan settlement in the center of the plain under the guidance of the unknown. In the void, 10 golden light balls on the edge of the huge golden platform shot out a golden light and flew into the platform, passing through the platform and falling into the huge vortex. After a while, 10 figures floating in the void appeared in the artifact space. Xiao Liang, the head teacher of Class 1, looked up at the demi-planes in the void around him, and smiled and said to the head teachers of other classes next to him, "How many students do you think can pass 3 levels, and then 2 more levels this time?" The head teacher of class 2 replied, "Based on past results, it is possible to rank in the top 20 in the whole grade. But considering the status and command, as well as the different tests in each wave and the restraint of different species, I guess there should be less than 10. Xiao Liang, the head teacher of class 1, nodded. "This number is quite reasonable, but I don't know which students they are." Then he looked up and said to the other head teachers, "How about we play a game and bet on which class has the best performance in this stage? And the winner will have to prepare 3 5-star cards for the winner?" The head teachers of other classes did not say anything, and Wu Hai turned his head and pretended not to hear. He would not accept this bet. Everyone knows that the highest average level in the whole grade is class 1 and class 2. This bet is purely a gift of money, so he would not do it. Xiao Liang looked at the head teacher of class 2, who spread his hands and said, "Don't look at me. If no one else wants to play, we can't just play together. That would be boring. Do you want something interesting?" An old voice suddenly sounded in their ears, and all the class teachers were startled and shouted respectfully, "Old principal." No one showed up. But no one looked up. The old voice said, "Let me host it. I will open the endless mode after 3 waves. You can bet on whose students can last longer after 3 waves. The top 10 winners will be rewarded by the principal. The top 3 winners will each receive a super rare card and a place in the Super Freshman Summer Camp." A place in the Super Freshman Summer Camp? All the class teachers showed surprised expressions at the same time. They could see the shock in the eyes of all the class teachers when they looked at each other. For a long time, there was no sound. They knew that the old principal had left. The shock in the eyes of Xiao Liang, the head teacher of class 1, slowly disappeared. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he couldn't hide his smile. He bowed to several colleagues and said, "The old principal is in a rare mood. Let's accompany him. Everyone. I'll go first." Yu Shihua, the head teacher of class 2, looked a little serious, and he also clasped his fists and left. The 8 head teachers who stayed looked at each other. Wu Hai smiled and said, "That's what the old principal meant. What else can we say? Anyway, the reward doesn't need us to pay." Having said that, they all knew that the best students in the grade were in class 1 and 2, and it was difficult to get the top 3 rewards. In class 3, only Yuan Hong and Wan Chuan might compete for the top 10. But that's just a possibility. If they are a little careless, they won't even be in the top 10. He was still lucky. Some classes might not even get the top 11. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to say this out? After clasping his hands, Wu Hai turned and left. In the half-plane, Lin Xiao looked at the first wave of a total of 100 ordinary goblins, 10 big goblins, and 5 bear goblins below, and his expression was a little serious. It's a bit difficult. It's not that it's difficult for him. He doesn't care about this level of difficulty. But it's a bit difficult for ordinary students. It's already difficult in the first wave, and as each wave is more difficult than the last, the third wave is indeed quite difficult for ordinary students. No wonder so many students are eliminated every year. It would be strange if they were not eliminated at this difficulty. More than 100 goblins rushed to the center of the plane, and soon fought with the murlocs, who also discovered the goblins. More than 500 murlocs jumped up at the same time. The super-fast speed of the salted fish thrust made them rush into the goblin group in the blink of an eye like a warrior charging. Suddenly, people and horses were thrown to the ground, and blood and flesh flew. Then, there was nothing else. The physique of goblins and murlocs was not much different. Being hit by the 5-fold critical hit of the salted fish thrust was basically an instant kill. Even the big goblins, who were stronger than ordinary goblins, could not withstand it. Only a few bear goblins could resist with their strong physique. But this was useless. If you can withstand 1 or 2, can you withstand 5? After a wave of charge, the goblins were almost dead, and the remaining ones were knocked down by the murlocs, who followed closely, and never got up again. In less than half a minute, the first wave of goblins was completely wiped out. Not bad. Lin Xiao whistled, and was quite satisfied with the fighting power of his clan. Half an hour later, the portal reappeared, and the second wave of tests began. Looking at the creatures that walked out of the portal, Lin Zhao's face immediately collapsed. Lost. Chapter 31 Lin Zhao's Talent. 200 lizardman archers walked out of the portal, and lined up in a formation of 300 or 400 meters. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the dozens of lizardman archers in the middle, who were taller than their own tribesmen and even had larger bows in their hands. Right under his eyes, these dozens of large lizardman archers drew their bows and shot arrows at the sky from a distance of several hundred meters. Of course, they did not shoot him because they found him, but shot him from a very long distance. One after another, the powerful arrows flew out of the sky of more than 200 meters and fell obliquely into the charging fishmen, knocking down more than a dozen fishmen on the spot. While the clan was charging, 7 waves of arrows were shot down, and hundreds of fishmen fell on the way. When they reached a distance of about 130 or 40 meters, the ordinary lizardman archers also put arrows on their bows and began to shoot. The rain of arrows fell all over the sky, and a large number of fishmen were shot to death on the way. But no Murloc was afraid. Their firm belief made them forget their fear temporarily. Driven by the Naga behind them, they screamed and rushed towards the lizardman archer. After decades of changes, with the death of the previous generations of Murlocs, including the Murloc leader that Lin Xiao used from time to time, the new Grey Fog Murlocs completely surrendered to the powerful force of the Black Scale Naga. At this time, the Grey Fog Murlocs have completely become vassals of the Black Scale Naga. Now Lin Xiao's divine domain is completely dominated by the Black Scale Naga, and the Grey Fog Murlocs are servants. In terms of racial combat power, the Lizardman archers are definitely stronger than the Murlocs. But there are too many Murlocs. More than 2,000 Murlocs in the entire divine domain are all projected, and a large black mass rushes over from all directions. After these Lizardmen archers fired more than a dozen waves of arrows, the fishmen were already within 50 meters. The Lizardmen were still thinking about shooting 2 more waves and then pulling away to fly. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the first batch of fishmen suddenly increased their speed, like a warrior charging, and rushed through the 50-meter distance in the blink of an eye, and slammed into the group of Lizardmen archers who were caught off guard. The Lizardmen were knocked over without a scratch. For Lin Xiao, these 2 levels were not difficult at all, because he had too many clans now. Not to mention the Black-Scaled Naga. There were more than 2,000 fishmen alone, which was enough to pass the 3 elimination levels. In less than 2 minutes, the fishmen who came one after another overwhelmed the group of Lizardmen archers. The second wave ended just like that, and the Black-Scaled Naga, the actual main force of the Divine Realm, did not even move. Several leaders of the Black Scale Naga shouted to the injured and exhausted Grey Scale Murlocs to retreat, and the other Murlocs gathered in several square formations to guard behind the portal, waiting for the third wave of enemies to arrive. In the void, Wu Hai had just left the demi-plane of one of his students. When he thought of the performance of this student's family just now, he shook his head. In terms of strength, they were not bad. With a total of nearly 1,000 gray skin tree frogs, including some first-level tree frog warriors, but facing the attack of only 500 kobolds. They fought so hard that a kobold warlock's fireball exploded, and some frogs were scared and retreated. What does this mean? This means that the cultivation of this student's god domain family is seriously unqualified. In terms of family size, it has reached the standard, but in terms of family faith, it is seriously unqualified. Fighting for the gods of their own faith, there are still people who run away when they have the upper hand. Wu Hai shook his head. Of course, with the comprehensive strength of this student's family, they can pass the 3 levels and not be eliminated. But in his heart, he can already judge that this student has limited future prospects. As a reserve god, the most important thing is to manage the faith of believers. The most important thing for gods is faith. If you can't even manage your own family's faith, what can you use to conquer the natives in the foreign plane in the future? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of Lin Xiao, a classmate in the class. His god domain family is managed very well. All the family members are actually true believers. The ratio of devout believers to fanatics is quite high, not to mention the whole class. Even if it is placed in the whole grade, it is one of the best. Although Wanchuan and Yuanhong are stronger than Lin Xiao, they are not as good as Lin Xiao in cultivating believers. And their talent in this regard is not as good as his. In the eyes of senior demigods and above, the ability to cultivate the faith of believers is also a kind of talent, which belongs to hidden talent. The school has theoretical courses to teach this knowledge. The main world has a history of hundreds of thousands of years, and countless gods have been born. There are tens of millions of courses on how to cultivate the faith of believers. In addition to the classroom, there are a lot of free courses on the internet that can be searched. This is not a secret. However, even if all believers are cultivated according to the theoretical course tutorial, the same method will have different effects on different students. This is very strange. Many powerful true gods, including a great god, have studied this issue. But in the end, they did not find anything. In the end, the great being only said one sentence. Cultivating faith is also a talent. In Wu Hai's eyes, Lin Xiao's talent in this area is very extraordinary. Thinking of this, the head teacher Wu Hai suddenly stopped the footsteps of the Wanchuan plane and changed direction. He suddenly wanted to see how this classmate is doing now. He remembered that this classmate performed very well in the last baseline test. His family was a weak fisherman, but the powerful burst skill impressed him. I don't know if he can continue to perform well in this final exam. In the north of the demi-plane, a 3-meter-high portal stood on the wasteland. As the waves rippled, a group of pigmen with pig heads and human bodies, about 1.89 meters tall and very strong, walked out of it. Pigmen are a kind of orcs, belonging to the middle race of orcs. Individual strength is stronger than humans, but limited. The strength of their race lies in their strong reproductive ability, which is also one of the best in the entire orc tribe. The third wave of enemies is the pigmen. Because of their strong strength, the total number is not much more than the second wave, with only 300 ordinary pigmen and 30 elite pigmen warriors. But the overall strength is far superior to the second wave. The threat level of this wave is about 70 to 80% of the additional test that Lin Xiao took during the baseline test. He can even pass the additional test. Not to mention this, his clan is now much stronger than before. More than 300 pigmen came out of the portal and gathered in front of the door. 30 elite pigmen raised weapons such as hammers and sticks and roared loudly. After a simple mobilization, they rushed towards the dark group of fishmen. Above the sky, golden light enveloped Lin Xiao, who was invisible to mortals, leaned forward and looked down. He pinched his chin and thought about it, then opened his mouth and issued a divine revelation. The group of fishmen who were preparing to counterattack suddenly stopped and quickly separated. Hundreds of black-scaled nagas swam out with fine iron short spears, their long tails swinging, and their thick scales rubbing against the sand and creaking. At the shouts of several naga leaders, they dispersed and charged at the charging pigmen. Chapter 32 Black-Scale Naga's First Actual Combat. These 3 levels are about to end, but the main combat followers have not started yet. Moreover, it seems that the 3rd level can be passed by the slave fishmen alone. Lin Xiao has to issue a divine revelation to let the main combat followers do it themselves. He wants to see how powerful this new species recognized by the laws of the underworld that he spent so many 5-star cards to synthesize is in actual combat, so that he can have a bottom line in his heart, so as not to misjudge the strength during the 2nd stage final exam, which will lead to additional losses. The movement of the black scale naga is the same as that of a snake. The long snake tail of the lower body swings back and forth, like swimming. The faster the swing frequency, the faster the speed. At this time, Lin Xiao clasped his hands and stared at the naga and pigmen who were approaching quickly. In the divine revelation just now, he prohibited the naga from using skills. Otherwise a wave of salty fish stabs would directly kill the opponent in seconds. What's the point of this test? 50 meters? 40 meters? 10 meters? 5 meters? From the air, the 2 curved front lines have collided and quickly crossed each other. A pigman first hit a naga's waist with a hammer, and the thick black scales were broken and flew away. A fist-sized piece of flesh was smashed into rotten meat and flew up. The naga made a strange sound that was not like a scream, and twisted its body violently to a huge arc that ordinary people could not twist to relieve the remaining power. It bent like a snake and turned almost close to the ground and stood up again, with the force of rebounding. It stabbed the pigman's chest with a spear and passed through his chest. On the other side, a naga and a pigman collided with each other almost at the same time. Unexpectedly, the naga, who seemed to be thinner, just leaned back and bounced back. But the pigman staggered to the side and took a few steps back, almost losing his balance. Just after stabilizing his body, the naga, who had the advantage, raised his left and right hands at the same time, and stabbed down with 2 fine iron short spears at the same time. One spear stabbed the chest, and the other spear stabbed the lower abdomen. All of them passed through the body, and blood spurted all over him. The black scale naga's specialty, ape arm, allows them to wield 2-handed weapons at the same time. And naturally they can wield two-handed weapons at the same time. The effect of this skill is to cancel the penalty for holding two-handed weapons at the same time. As long as a normal person has enough strength, he can raise two-handed axes with both hands at the same time. But raising them is one thing, and using them in battle is another. Without sufficient strength and professional training, the consequence of holding two-handed weapons at the same time is that you can't hit people. The power consumption is doubled, and you will soon lose strength, and the joints of both hands will be sore, which is fatal in battle. The Naga shouted angrily, and lifted the pigman high up, and threw him out fiercely. There was a faint blood light in his pupils. This was the bloodthirstiness inherited from the jackal man. It happened that a pigman with a knife hit the Naga's waist fiercely, and the knife hit the Naga's waist. With a clang sound, sparks flew. A row of scales were cut open to reveal the skin underneath, and a faint blood mark was revealed. This knife injured the body. The angry Naga's long snake tail suddenly bounced up to a height of more than 4 meters. She stabbed the pigman to the ground with 2 spears from above. One spear pierced the pigman's shoulder and broke the skin, which was not a serious injury. However, the other spear went straight into the pigman's head, killing him instantly. Good. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiao couldn't help but applaud. The actual combat ability displayed by the black-scaled Naga at this time was beyond his expectations. The powerful strength plus not weak agility. The top defense of the same level. And the most unexpected thing for him was that the Naga inherited the body shape of the snake man, which was too strong in dodging and unloading. However, it is not without shortcomings. That is, the frontal impact resistance is insufficient. That is, it is not good at resisting the impact on the face. If facing the charge of some powerful races, it will be a bit disadvantageous. There is no way. After all, the species that has just been created has not evolved once. It is impossible to be perfect, and it will never be perfect in the future. Moreover, at this time, Lin Xiao had a little inspiration about the future evolution direction of Naga in his heart. This species is suitable for a strong battle flow. The so-called strong battle flow is a very strong melee physical flow, inspired by the 6-armed snake demon. If this species can be evolved to the point where each person has 6 arms, and the physique is comparable to the 6-armed snake demon, it will be an absolute legendary species. The 6-armed snake demon is the top demon in the abyss. It has 6 arms and 6 weapons. It is very strong in physical close combat. Ordinary dragons are not its opponents. If this species can be evolved into such a powerful race, it will be amazing. While he was thinking, the situation on the battlefield was almost a one-sided defeat. The Nagas quickly gained the upper hand with their innate advantages and numerical advantages. Their scale armor defense is not very strong, and they are completely unable to resist blunt weapons such as hammers. But their defense against sharp weapons is good, enough to resist the full-strength sword of the pigman and only suffer easily. According to the strength of the pigman, it is equivalent to being able to completely resist the full-strength sword of an adult human man. The pigman is stronger than humans in strength. Nowadays, Lin Xiao generally does not encounter 2 powerful races at this level. The defense of this level is already extremely strong, and it is very advantageous in a melee. Lin Xiao did not pay too much attention to the next battle. The battle situation had already been decided in the first round of head-on battle between the 2 sides. The victory of the Naga is inevitable. He stood in the air with his arms folded, watching his family members happily clean up the remaining pigmen, and said to himself, "It's a pity that projection can't gain experience. Otherwise, after the 3 waves of tests, a group of Naga warriors can be upgraded, and the next exam will be easier. What are they called? And how many levels can they be upgraded?" Naga. They can be upgraded. Lin Xiao paused, turned around suddenly, and didn't know when the head teacher appeared behind him, looking at the battlefield below with a shocked and fanatical look he had never seen before. To be precise, he was observing his family members, and even when he asked him questions, he didn't look away. Lin Xiao didn't answer for a while. Wu Hai looked up, and the fanaticism in his eyes made him feel creepy. The head teacher asked softly in a soft voice, "Lin Xiao, where did you come from? A race called Naga?" He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the head teacher's voice seemed to tremble a little, and there was an expectation in his tone that he had never seen before. He pondered for a moment and said, "This is a new species I created some time ago. Because it looks like a Naga, I named it Black Scale Naga." His words were 9/10 true and 1/10 false. He did not dare to hide it. Nor did he make any excuses. He just told the truth. There is no point in hiding it. It is stupid to keep a low profile at this stage of the final exam. Or after the first year of high school. Keeping a low profile will only miss good opportunities. Properly showing your strength can gain more attention and resource allocation. Whether it is this class or other classes, the best students can get the teacher's clear love and resource allocation. Many unique resources are difficult to obtain outside. If Lin Xiao wants to be the most beautiful boy in the class, or even the whole grade, he must be appropriately high profile. Chapter 33: The Shock and Warning of the Head Teacher. As he expected, when he admitted that this was the new species he created, he clearly felt the teacher's mental changes in an instant. And he could see how the teacher's expression changed from serious to ecstatic. Wu Hai turned his head and looked down at the black-scaled Naga who had killed all the pigmen and was cleaning up the battlefield. His eyes were like a pervert seeing his most beloved goddess. He took a deep breath. And when he turned around, the ecstasy on his face turned back to seriousness again, and asked in a deep voice, "Have you condensed the priesthood of creation?" Lin Xiao knew why the teacher asked this, and nodded seriously. "Yes, as long as I become a demigod, I can obtain additional priesthood of creation and the racial priesthood of this species." "Very good." Wu Hai smiled, patted him on the shoulder and said, "There will be an extra test later. The old principal will start the endless mode. You do your best. And you can persist as long as you can. The last 10 will get a 5-star card. And if you are in the top 3, you can get rare cards given by the old principal himself, including God Domain card and Occupation card." After a pause, he seemed to think of something and showed a strange expression, and continued, "With the strength of your clan, in terms of comprehensive strength, you are not inferior to Wan Chuan and Yuan Hong, and you are ranked in the top 20 in the whole grade. But I hope you can persist to the last 3. Then you will enter the old principal's site, and you may get a place to participate in the Super Freshman Summer Camp. If..." Wu Hai obviously didn't finish his words, but Lin Xiao understood what he meant in seconds. Just seeing the exaggerated performance of the black-scaled Naga by the head teacher, he knew that the meaning of creating a new species is definitely not how much strength has increased on the surface. There must be other meanings. If you can enter the old principal's site, there will definitely be great benefits. "But," he answered seriously, "I will try my best." He dared not say this for sure. Wu Hai said that his comprehensive strength was in the top 20 in the whole grade, but he wanted him to be in the top 3. One person must try his best, but others will definitely try their best. He can only try his best. He has no idea whether he can be in the top 3. Speaking of this, Lin Xiao was secretly shocked. His 500 Nagas and more than 2,000 fishmen could only rank in the top 20 in the whole grade. Not even in the top 10. There were really many hidden dragons and crouching tigers among the classmates in the whole grade, and they were stronger than he expected. He still didn't accumulate enough. It would be better if he had more time. However, Lin Xiao didn't mean to feel sorry. Comprehensive strength was only superficial strength. Who was stronger still depended on actual combat. The teacher couldn't see the specific attributes of the black-scaled Naga, and of course, didn't know the various talents and expertise of his race, as well as the promotion limit. Lin Xiao's plan was to try his best to perform well. If he failed, he didn't need to be discouraged. As long as he was in the top 10, he would get a reward. The top 3 would be the best. But nothing was a big deal, no matter how good the reward from the old principal was. Could it be better than the reward from the school for this final exam? This obviously won't happen. Otherwise it would be a fuss. Now this is just an elimination match. Just an appetizer for the final exam. The old principal can't give 2 precious rewards. In a certain demiplane, Sang Ping, who was full of confidence before the elimination round, looked at the demiplane with a pale face and frustration. Watching more than 100 pigmen scattered in the demiplane chasing his less than 100 remaining followers. Although the number is similar, his followers are dwarfs, which are small humanoid monsters. They are small in stature, have pointed ears like goblins, green eyes and twisted smiles, and their weapons are specially equipped small maces and short javelins. He is much more prepared than Lin Xiao, but he is far less than Lin Xiao in the cultivation of his followers. After more than 20 years of preparation, he has accumulated more than 1,600 dwarfs. The combat effectiveness of only half the height of the pigmen can be imagined. The first 2 waves performed well, with only about a quarter of the losses. But the last pigmen came out and broke the formation with a round of charge. It was already difficult for more than 1,200 dwarfs to deal with 300 pigmen. At the critical moment, a small part of the family members were not determined enough and fled under the intimidation of the pigmen. And they collapsed directly. The demiplane is so small that there is no place to escape. The family members have not died yet. But Sang Ping has foreseen his failure. He usually ranks in the top 20 in the class, and has not even passed the elimination level. He could already foresee the surprised eyes of his classmates after the final exam. In another demiplane, more than 30 bloody goblins worked together to kill the last pigman. All the goblins were exhausted and sat on the ground. From the heights to the bottom, there were corpses everywhere in the empty wasteland. In the air of the demiplane, a golden figure sat down in the void, stretched out his hand to wipe a handful of non-existent sweat, and let out a long breath, feeling like he had survived a disaster. This situation happened in different demiplanes. Some people persisted to the end but failed. Some people barely passed the level after trying hard. And some people were strong enough to have spare energy after killing all the pigmen. Some planes were empty at this time, and had been eliminated before the third level. In the demiplane where Lin Xiao was, as the last pigman was killed, a prompt popped up in front of him. Lin Xiao, congratulations on passing the elimination level of the final exam for the first year of high school. You have been promoted. After this prompt lasted for more than 10 seconds, a new prompt appeared below. Please make a choice within 15 seconds. Choose to leave and return now, or choose to continue the additional challenge. Those with excellent results in the additional challenge will receive additional rewards. The results of the additional challenge will not be counted in the elimination level. If you do not make a choice after 15 seconds, you will leave by default. A countdown appeared after the prompt and was counting down rapidly. Lin Xiao immediately said, I accept the additional challenge. The additional challenge mode is endless mode, which will start in 10 minutes. Please be ready. Lin Xiao. Endless mode? He was quite surprised. The so-called endless mode is a test without an end. Monsters will continue to pour out of the portal without stopping until the tester is killed. This mode is generally used for extreme challenges. Of course, this is also the easiest test to force the challenger's absolute strength. Whoever can persist the longest is naturally the strongest. The head teacher Wu Hai also received the reminder. He patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder and said, the endless mode was proposed by the old principal. You just need to go all out to show your potential. I won't bother you. After saying that, he took a step back and exited the demiplane. If he said anything more, it would be a foul. I will. Lin Xiao nodded, and his expression became solemn when he looked into the demiplane. After a little contemplation, he issued a divine prophecy to all the clans in the demiplane. Evil has righted, and darkness is coming. Brave warriors, I am watching you in heaven. Take up your weapons and defeat evil. Chapter 34 Lin Xiao's specialty. After consuming thousands of faith powers, his plain voice was deafening and soul-stirring when it appeared in the ears of believers. Lin Xiao has studied many books on communication between gods and believers, and has referred to many classic speeches on Earth in his previous life, including many masters' quotations and success studies. He has some experience on how to mobilize the emotions of believers. I don't know if it's because of the different worlds. He found that many master success studies in his previous life are very useful in the management of believers. As long as the usage is changed, the effect is quite good. The combination of the master success study, his talent, and his devout faith. He can always use simple language art to mobilize the emotions of believers and make them high-spirited. The divine revelation was issued, and the clansmen of the half-plane were full of energy, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Several Nanda leaders shouted loudly to mobilize the fishmen, to gather not far from the portal, and wait for battle. 10 minutes passed in a flash. As the portal opened, a large group of 1.34 meters tall, green-skinned cowards emerged from it, and rushed towards the fish group not far away. The fish people, who were almost impatient, screamed and waved their weapons, eager to try. But they did not dare to rush out without the order of the Nanda leader. When this group of about 500 cowards rushed to less than 10 meters away, a Nanda leader waved his short spear and roared. And 700 or 800 impatient fish people rushed up to stop this group of cowards. It is introduced in the school encyclopedia that cowards are a kind of alien demon that is born stupid and slow in movement. They are about 1.3 meters tall and have a pair of claws. But their combat effectiveness is very low. They mainly rely on their own damage reduction talents and human wave tactics to resist the enemy. Just like goblins, they are bolder when there are more companions, and less courageous when there are fewer companions. So when several other groups of murlocs came over to surround them, the cowardly nature of the cowards prevailed, and they huddled together to passively take the beating. It must be said that the passive damage reduction talent of the cowards is indeed powerful. Obviously, the defense does not seem to be high, and there is no thick scales or stratum corneum on the surface of the body. But the effect of the murloc spear poking is not as good as expected, as if there is a tough film all over the body that blocks part of the damage. Moreover, although the cowards are rated as very low in the encyclopedia, this low is also relative. After all, they are demons. In actual combat, Lin Xiao was surprised to find that the combat effectiveness of these cowards is even stronger than that of the murlocs. More than 1,000 murlocs besieged them, but they actually managed to hold on. As the cowards gradually discovered that the murlocs besieging them were not strong, they became bolder and began to counterattack. They fought back and forth with the murlocs, which surprised Lin Xiao. A few minutes passed like this, and the portal suddenly reacted again. Circles of faint light waves spread out and arched, and another group of cowards came out of it. When the besieged cowards saw that they had support from their companions, their morale soared, and they even had the courage to launch a counterattack. Lin Xiao frowned, but did not speak. He did not interfere with the command of his clan. Gods need to be sensible when hurting believers. It is not a qualified god to command his clan to fight whenever there is something wrong. Moreover, another 500 cowards are not enough to pose a threat to his clan. They will only make his clan feel threatened and make the right response. In the demiplane, Yuan Hong stood on the sky and looked down at the earth, watching groups of cowards being harvested by waves of arrows shot by his clan, with a blank expression on his face. After decades of development, his clan, the Swamp Lizardman tribe, has nearly 3,200 people, including more than 1,000 Lizardman archers. In the early stage, everyone is a low-level race, and the enemies they face are basically low-level races. Occasionally, they will encounter intermediate races, but not many. Archers have very high strategic value at this stage. A wave of arrows from thousands of archers can be directly shot and disabled by ordinary classmates. He passed the first 3 waves of elimination tests almost without any casualties, and the current endless mode additional test is also unscathed for the time being. Arrows rained down from the sky, and waves of cowards fell halfway in the charge without even being able to get close. Originally, Yuan Hong had not thought about continuing to accept additional tests. As the son of the true god, he knew that the additional test after the 3 eliminations would only randomly reward a 5-star card, which was not attractive to him, mainly because he received a reminder from the class teacher just now. And he became interested in this additional test because he knew that the old principal mentioned it. It doesn't matter what the reward is, and the reward for the top 3 is not a must for him. What he values most is the place in the Super Freshman Summer Camp, which is very important to him, and he must do his best to fight for it. Just as he thought, Wan Chuan was also interested in continuing to accept the challenge of the Endless Mode because of the place in the Super Freshman Summer Camp. Otherwise, he would have been ready to return after the 3 eliminations. There were only 4 students in the class who were reminded by Wu Hai. In addition to Wan Chuan and Yuan Hong, there were also Lin Xiao and Meng Hui. The other students did not have a teacher to remind them. Basically, after the 3 levels, they felt that they could not compete with other outstanding students and chose to return. It is not that the teacher is partial. He will remind any student who has a chance. After all, they are all his students. No matter who gets the honor, it is the same to him. After observing the comprehensive strength of the students, Wu Hai believes that only these 4 students have the possibility of entering the top 10. The other students have no chance, and the remaining strength is not enough now. So there is no need to waste this time. Not only class 3, but the 10 classes in grade 1 are basically the same. The total number of students who are considered by the teacher to have a chance to stay is less than 50. These 50 are basically the best students in this year in the eyes of the head teachers of each class. If nothing unexpected happens, most of them can be selected into the elite class after the final exam. The final exam has not yet ended, but in the eyes of the head teachers of each class, the members of the elite class have basically been reserved. Lin Xiao is honored to have been recognized as a member of the elite class by the head teacher, and it is predicted that he will rank quite high among them. But he didn't know that his potential was higher than he thought in the eyes of his class teacher. At this time, he was overlooking the battlefield in the demiplane. watching a group of abyss ferocious boars rushing out of the portal just after a wave of cowards were dealt with. And a round of violent charge smashed the group of fish people into pieces. This is a beast as tall as a horse, with a back that bulges like a steep slope. Its small red eyes are dirty, and its body covered with black steel hair is surrounded by finger-sized magic flies. This thing is a ferocious boar that entered the abyss, and was corrupted by the will of the abyss. It has become more brutal than its already brutal relatives, and is larger in size. Some demons like to tame this kind of beast as a mount. There are also special ferocious boar riders in the abyss. When they charge in groups, they are comparable to human cavalry. Chapter 35 The Growth of Naga. The fishmen had no power to resist such brutal monsters, but they took the first wave of impact, which slowed down the speed of the abyss fierce boars. The Nagas, who had been waiting for a long time, launched a charge. The salted fish stab gave them 5 times the burst. One by one, the Nagas swung their bodies quickly, and the thick scales rubbed against the wasteland gravel. Sparks splashed. They rushed into the abyss fierce boars with sparks and lightning, knocking the abyss fierce boars 3 or 4 meters away, nailing the pigs and spears to the ground. But the power of the abyss gave the ferocious boars strong vitality. They were not dead yet, and they turned over and tried to get up with a hum. And those abyss fierce boars, who were far away, felt the threat of the Nagas, and turned their heads with violent screams. Above their mouths full of fangs, their small bloodshot eyes glared angrily, and their hooves dug the ground hard. And they lowered their heads and rushed over. The abyss fierce boars' charge speed was very fast, but the Nagas were not slow either. Moreover, their bodies were too flexible, especially after learning from previous combat experience. At the moment when the abyss fierce boar rushed over, the snake-like body twisted to the side and almost touched the ground. The abyss fierce boar hit nothing with its head, and its limbs hit the Naga's snake-tailed body. The body suddenly lost balance and fell on the ground, plowing a groove with blood and broken fangs on the hard ground. After experiencing many battles, the Nagas began to gradually explore their talents and form their own unique fighting style. This kind of dodging on the spot is really too confusing. In a lightning-fast battle, an unexpected dodge can completely create unexpected results, even if the abyss fierce boar has thick skin and flesh. This wave of charge mistakes with face shoveling the ground is very uncomfortable. Many of them couldn't get up for a while after sliding to the head, and were easily finished off by the Nagas. But this wave of abyss ferocious boars has lasted for more than 5 minutes. The portal opened again, and the next wave of invaders has arrived. A group of 200 berserkers. I don't know if the teleportation location is from the abyss of a crystal wall system. The monsters that have appeared in this endless mode until now are almost all abyss creatures, and each wave is stronger than the last. Although this wave of berserkers is not large in number, the threat is far greater than any previous wave. As a common cannon fodder in the abyss, berserkers are tall, about 2 meters tall, with a thick layer of keratin armor all over their bodies, a disgusting stench all over their bodies, and extremely powerful combat power. As soon as they came out of the portal, the corpses and killings on the ground made them roar with joy, and they excitedly pounced on the fishmen and Nagas. The Nagas were not afraid either. Several leaders raised their spears and roared, and many fishmen rushed forward under their command. The two sides approached each other quickly. Within a range of 50 meters, the Murloc suddenly jumped up and crashed into the berserkers at super-fast speeds. The fine iron short spears pierced through the armor of the berserkers, but only penetrated the tip of the spear and got stuck. The berserkers ignored their own injuries, grabbed the Murlocs close to them with a pair of large claws, and tore them apart, killing nearly 200 Murlocs on the spot in an instant. Insufficient strength. Even if the strength of the Murlocs is multiplied by 5, it is not much higher, and it is not enough to cause fatal damage to the armored demons like the berserkers. This is a crushing gap. Without weapons and skills, these 200 berserkers can easily slaughter tens of thousands of Murlocs. The Nagas also realized this. One Naga waved a short spear and loudly commanded the Murlocs to continue attacking, while commanding his companions to attack in coordination, using the Murlocs as cannon fodder for cover. A Murloc ran into the berserker and was torn in half. Taking this opportunity, a black-scaled Naga rushed forward and stabbed the berserker in the back with a spear. The demon roared angrily and swept with a claw in the backhand. The Naga twisted her body to avoid it, and then stabbed the demon's neck with another spear in the backhand, making a spear hole that was not much different from the Murloc salted fish piercing burst, but it was shallower. The damage of the Naga's general attack is a little lower than that of the Murloc's burst. But this is only a general attack, and it will not be exhausted like the Murloc. However, even if a Naga is caught by a Berserker, the fate will be miserable. The physical fitness of a Berserker is much stronger than that of a Naga, and the physique is at least 2 points stronger. The armor defense is very high. According to the general evaluation of civilization, the Berserker belongs to the second-level soldiers, the best of the same level, and the strongest one. The black-scaled Naga belongs to the best of the first-level soldiers, and the difference between the two is a whole level. If it weren't for the Naga's fast speed and high dodge, I'm afraid it would be defeated on the spot. But after all, there is a difference of 1 level. The speed is limited, and the dodge is not 100% dodge. Look! When a Naga twisted her body to dodge, the Berserker roared and pounced on the Naga to suppress it. A pair of sharp claws penetrated the scales and inserted into the body. 10 fingers bent and pulled violently, tearing the body apart, and a large piece of flesh and blood and internal organs were pulled out. Less than 2 meters away, on the other side, 2 Berserkers grabbed a Naga. One held down the upper body and bit the neck fiercely, and the other pierced the snake's tail with a claw and passed through the body. With a fierce pull, the snake's tail was cut into 6 bloody meat skewers by the sharp claws. Just beside, 3 Naga knocked a Berserker to the ground, and 6 fine iron short spears pierced the Berserker's face and chest at the same time, one of which went directly into the foul-smelling mouth. The angry Berserker turned over and grabbed a Naga, and forcibly took off the Naga's entire head. But he was also bounced 4 or 5 meters high by the tail of another Naga, and was stabbed in the head by a spear from a high position, and died on the battlefield. It took almost 2 or 3 Naga to barely resist a Berserker, and it was not a sure win. The fishman was completely unable to intervene. Occasionally, when he saw the Berserker being knocked down and rushed up to take advantage, the result was to leave a wound on the opponent, and then die without a complete body. This was the result of using the salted fish thrust. Ordinary attacks could not break through the defense. The fighting power of the Berserker was beyond Lin Zhao's expectation. He stood on the sky and looked down at the battlefield. Even from his perspective, he could not tell which side had the advantage. Unfortunately, the skill of salted fish thrust has a cooldown time of 10 minutes. Most of the Nagas in the previous wave have used the skill, so they can't use it in this wave. It's not a problem to knock down these violent demons without bursting out. Compared with his stable expression, Meng Hui in another plane looked at the situation in the plane at this time, and his face was extremely gloomy. Before the final exam, he had accumulated more than 2,000 dog-headed people, and personally sent down his incarnation to train an army of more than 1,000 dog-headed people in a formal way. I thought I would have a good performance in the final exam, and it was indeed as he expected. I performed very well in the previous few levels, so that when I heard about the bonus of the extra level from the class teacher later, I still fantasized about whether I could rush to the end in one go and make a big splash. However, after the 5th wave of the endless mode was activated, he found that his dream was about to be shattered. Chapter 36 Bet Between Teachers. The effect of his dog-headed army against the same low-level race is quite good, and it can fight 1 against 2 or even higher. But when facing a large number of powerful enemies, it begins to show a huge racial disadvantage. It's not that he hasn't tried it before against a single powerful opponent. He prepared monsters to be stuck in the divine domain for summoning trials, and the effect is not bad. But he has never tried to test a large number of intermediate and above species for the clan. In addition to not having the resources, he also dares not to. After all, it is in the divine domain. If it loses control, it will be finished. Now he knows how effective the dog-headed army he trained is against powerful enemies. A complete rout. Yes, it barely held on for a while at the beginning, but as more and more dog-headed people were killed, morale began to decline, and the demons' morale would rise as they killed more and more, and finally collapsed completely. The tall and strong violent demon killed the dog-headed people, and it was really a knife to kill a kid. He grabbed and tore it directly with his hands. The cruel scene made the morale of the remaining dog-headed people drop faster. Until now, he has been completely defeated, with only 500 to 600 kobolds left. But it is only a matter of time before he is killed by the remaining 170 to 80 violent demons. Meng Hui eliminated. Yuan Hong is in the plane where he has also entered the violent demon wave. Compared with Meng Hui's complete defeat, His condition is much better at this time, compared with Meng Hui's single melee combat. His divine domain has integrated an archer profession card, and nearly half of his clan lizardmen have been transferred to lizardman archers. The reason for not transferring all of them is that archers, a long-range profession, must create suitable combat conditions for melee combat. Pure long-range is strong, but once the enemy gets close, they will be slaughtered. In addition to job transfer, the biggest benefit of job cards is that the lizardmen who have changed their jobs can not only improve their troop levels by killing enemies normally, but also improve their job levels through training. Now there are more than 1,000 lizardmen archers, among which there are hundreds of first-level shooters, and even dozens of second-level shooters. This is his most core trump card. With this elite archer unit, after paying huge casualties, they finally killed the violent demons one by one, and the battle was coming to an end. But he was not too happy, because in order to resist this violent demon, most of the melee lizardmen died. More than 2/3. According to the rule that the endless mode is stronger than the previous wave, the remaining lizardmen will definitely not be able to withstand the impact of the next wave of enemies. That is, it is difficult for him to resist the next wave of enemies. Fortunately, it is difficult to persist with his own strength, and it is even more difficult for other students. The next wave is probably the time to sort out the order. Xiao Liang, the head teacher of Class 1, was standing in front of a classmate with his arms folded. He was in a good mood, as seen from the smile on his face. Suddenly, he looked up in a certain direction, as if he was communicating with someone. You think too much. Yin Rengjie from your class can pass the test. So how can Wan Ying from my class fail the test? In the half-plane in front of him, thousands of harpies with wings flapping were hanging in the air, constantly shooting arrows, and dozens of violent demons on the ground were roaring to the sky, with anger on their faces. However, they could not fly, and they did not even have throwing weapons in their hands. They had no way to face the enemies flying in the sky, and could only be slaughtered. The overall situation was determined. Xiao Liang retracted his gaze, and said with a smile, the first and second places in this extra level must be Wan Ying and Yin Rengjie. As for the third place, it is hard to say. In another half-plane at a certain distance from here, Zhang Yifan, the head teacher of Class 2, nodded and replied, should we make a bet? Instead of betting on the first and second places, we will bet on who will be the third place. Whoever loses will take 3 5-star cards to your Wan Ying or my Yin Rengjie. Okay. I am optimistic about Li Qing from my class. What about you? Tian Wei or Yao Shuangxi from your class? Zhang Yifan had expected this and smiled. You guessed wrong this time. I am optimistic about Yuan Hong from Class 3. Yuan Hong? Yes. Zhang Yifan looked at the demi-plane in front of him and murmured. After all, they are all archers. As long as the next wave is not a thick-armored type, like the violent demon, the probability of persisting to the next level is very high. In the demi-plane, a large group of lizard archers, who are exactly the same as the Yuan Hong clan, but much smaller in number, are resting on the ground full of corpses. What is slightly different from the Yuan Hong clan lizardmen is that the skin of this lizardman is red. Not the red of blood, but the red of lava flames. If Lin Xiao was here, he would definitely be shocked to say the name of this race, Lava Lizardman. This is a mutant lizardman living on the edge of a volcano or lava land. It belongs to the intermediate mutant race. After Yin Rengjie obtained this race, he loaded the archer profession template and transferred to a powerful profession called Lava Archer. Unlike the lizardman shooter, the lava shooter's attack comes with additional fire damage and lava armor piercing effect. The previous wave of berserkers was shot through the armor by lava armor piercing effect, plus the additional fire damage, and was shot dead. In Lin Zhao's demi-plane, this wave of battle is nearing its end. Under Lin Zhao's prompt, the Nagas used the remaining fishmen as cannon fodder to attract the attention of the berserkers, dragged the cooldown of the salted fish stab, and decisively killed nearly half of the berserkers on the spot with a wave of bursts. The rest were all seriously injured and were no longer the opponents of the Nagas. In the test, the player cannot take action personally. After all, with the strength of the divine creatures, a single person can pass 3 levels, but he can cast divine arts to assist, naturally including off-field guidance. When all the berserkers are killed and the battle is over, the next wave of monsters has not yet appeared. Although it is an endless mode, there are still rules to speak of. After each wave, the interval time will gradually increase. The first wave has only 1 minute of cooling time. The previous wave has a cooling time of 5 minutes. And this wave of the Berserker has a cooling time of 6 minutes, which is equivalent to adding 1 minute of rest and preparation time after passing a level. While there was still time, Lin Xiao conveyed the next wave of tactics to several Nada leaders in the form of divine revelation. No matter how urgent the situation is, you can't panic. Some players want to take action in person in this situation. In a hurry, they will do stupid things to directly command the clan, which is very unwise. The command ability of the gods is not necessarily outstanding. The correct way is to communicate with the leaders of the clan. As the actual commander, the leader is on the battlefield and has a very good understanding of the situation, combined with the fact that the gods can see places that the leaders can't see in the god mode. The victory rate will increase greatly. Lin Xiao knew that his talent in command was very average, so he did not directly instruct the clan on how to fight, but let them use their greatest advantage. As long as you make good use of your greatest advantage, it will not be difficult to pass another wave. Chapter 37. The sixth wave with a huge gap. In the demiplane, Wanchuan commanded his own clan, and the remaining 2,000 Stoneheart Halflings were waiting at the portal. Stoneheart Halflings are a variant of Halflings. They are no different from Halflings in terms of individual qualities, but they have a talent that ordinary Halflings do not have. That is, the Stoneheart talent, which can make them immune to charm, greatly increase resistance to negative states such as fear, and slow down the decline in morale. In addition, Wanchuan loaded the warrior profession for this Stoneheart Halfling. Each warrior is equipped with a chain mail, a short sword, a crossbow, and a small round shield. It can be said that they are armed to the teeth. There is no way to carry high-level clans, but the combat power can be compensated from other aspects. With armor, shield, sword in hand, they can face almost any enemy without any shortcomings. With this expensive equipment, he defeated all enemies head-on with his strength. Even the last wave of violent demons was shot to death by 500 or 600 Stoneheart Halflings with crossbows. 6 minutes later, the portal opened again. He looked confidently at the portal light wave arching up a human figure that didn't look very tall. Elf? No. Half-elf. His face changed involuntarily, and he gritted his teeth. He finally remembered what his teacher and father had taught him not to interfere with the family members who were about to fight. As half-elves holding shields and swords walked out of the battlefield and lined up in front of the portal, a Stoneheart Halfling leader raised his dagger and shouted loudly, "Supreme Lord of the Earth, Son of the Mountains, please protect your people. Cagulas, kill!" The prepared stone halfling warrior pressed the trigger of the crossbow in his hand, and a series of dense swoosh sounds rang out, and short crossbow arrows flew out in the sky. A series of snapping sounds rang out, and the half-elf round shield was full of short crossbow arrows. Occasionally, grassland warriors who could not be protected were shot, but the seemingly ordinary leather armor on their bodies was not ordinary leather armor, but magic leather armor. A layer of clear light flashed, and many crossbow arrows hit but bounced out. A wave of arrow rain failed, and the Stoneheart Halfling leader swung his sword fiercely, and the second wave of arrow rain flew out. At this time, more than 200 half-elf warriors had walked out of the portal, forming a semicircle to protect the portal. Then, under Wanchuan's gloomy eyes, half-elves holding longbows walked out, drawing their bows and arrows whizzed through the battlefield. With a clang, the round shield in the hand of a stone-hearted halfling was shot through, and the aftermath hit the chest of the stone-hearted halfling, piercing through the chain mail and several inches into the flesh. Elves are a serious high-level legendary race. Although half-elves are not as powerful as elves, they are also a medium-level race. Whether in terms of wisdom or potential, they are the top of the medium-level race. Although Lin Zhao's black-scaled Naga is also a medium-level race, it is still far behind the half-elves. When the half-elf archers appeared, Wanchuan could no longer bear it and issued a divine revelation to his clan. The remaining 2,000 stone-hearted halflings, under the command of the leader, launched a charge against the half-elves. Before, he wanted to kill a wave of them remotely with the crossbows equipped by his family. But now it seems that he is the one who is killed remotely. As a god, how could he not know what the elves are most famous for? There are almost no races that can shoot elves in long-range shooting, even if they are just half-elves. As soon as the Stoneheart Halfling moved, the half-elf warriors immediately moved forward to expand the defense range and distance themselves from the half-elf archers behind them. One by one, the half-elves walked out of the portal. And every arrow shot out could almost take the life of a halfling. 200 half-elf warriors certainly cannot stop 2,000 Stoneheart halflings. But they will definitely be able to resist for a while. During this period of time, when the 300th half-elf walked out of the portal, the first half-elf archer who walked out had already shot the 18th arrow. And the rectangular square of the Stoneheart halflings had been shot with a groove hole. And 700 or 800 corpses fell on the battlefield. The losses in this period of time are almost catching up with the losses in the previous wave of extermination of the violent demons. And the loss is still increasing. Every time they draw their bows and put their arrows on the bows, hundreds of their followers are killed. Lost? Wanchuan shook his head with a look of regret. Although there are more followers left than half-elves, the outcome has already been determined. Yuanhong Plain. The whole plain is deserted at this time. Only Yuanhong stands alone on the plain sky, watching the half-elves returning to the portal one after another below. The sixth wave was not a demon he expected, but a half-elf. 302nd level professional half-elves are senior archers. He and more than 1,000 lizardman archers shoot against them and are directly crushed. And then, there is nothing else. After losing the shooting, the other lizards are targets, shot to death one by one, without any ability to fight back. In another plane, there are also lizardman archers. But the lizardmen in this plane have red skin all over their bodies. And the arrows they shoot are red like rockets. One arrow after another hits the shield, directly melting small holes in the shield. Although they were inferior to the half-elves in archery, the difference was not much. And they had the advantage in numbers. This group of lava lizard archers narrowly won the head-on shooting with the half-elves. And in the end, only less than 50 lava lizard archers survived. Yin Renjie is worthy of being one of the 2 strongest students in the whole grade, and his hard power is indeed strong. As for the second strongest student in the whole grade, Wan Ying from class 1, his family of harpies is actually not as strong as the lava lizard archers. The reason why she is as famous as Yin Renjie is that she has a hero, the Harpy King. This is the queen of the harpies, a long-range archer who can shoot arrows with lightning damage. But the most powerful thing is not her lightning arrows, but the heroic spell Lightning Chain. She flew into the air, and a lightning bolt as thick as an arm flew out, instantly killing 40 or 50 half-elf archers. The cooling time of 1 minute is very short. After only 3 waves, the half-elf archers were crippled. At the beginning of the 6th wave, the winner was decided in a short time. Except for Yin Renjie and Wan Ying, almost all the others were killed within 5 minutes. The difference was who lasted longer, and who had a slightly greater victory. Except Lin Xiao. The Nagas and the Murlocs followed his tactics, and stayed away from the portal from the beginning, spreading out to implement guerrilla tactics. Although the demi-plane is so small, guerrilla tactics are also called waiting for death tactics. But his purpose is not really guerrilla warfare, but just to delay time. The half-elves directly occupied the center of the plane, and began to kill the Nagas and Murlocs scattered around the plane. Small groups of Nagas were killed by the half-elves with superior strength, and their numbers dropped rapidly. Chapter 38 Counterattack. Alas! Class teacher Wu Hai couldn't help but sigh as he saw the only one in the class looking like he was going to kneel. Meng Hui was eliminated early, and Yuan Hong and Wan Chuan were also eliminated 1 minute ago. Now only Lin Xiao has persisted the longest. But the difference in strength is too big, and it is impossible to turn the tables. However, when I thought that among the 10 classes in the whole grade, only Yin Renjie and Wan Ying passed this level, and the other classes were wiped out, and everyone was not doing well, I felt much better. In the 4th minute, the skills of the Nagas finally cooled down. The Naga leader hiding in the lower right corner of the plane raised his spear and roared. The Naga teams and scattered fishmen scattered on the edge of the plane stopped at the same time, with anger in their eyes, and they all raised their weapons and turned to kill the half-elf in the center of the plane. The half-elf archer didn't care, and still shot the fishmen and Nagas rushing up in an orderly manner. The scales of the black-scaled Naga were completely unable to resist the arrows of the half-elves. If they were hit, they would be injured. And if they were hit in the vitals, they would die. In just a short while, less than half of the Nagas were alive. And there were less than 400 Murlocs in total. But Wu Hai was not optimistic about the 600-odd Nagas and Murlocs, and felt that it was too late to fight back now. Just at this moment, a golden light flew in the distance, and he subconsciously turned his head and greeted it with a smile. In the demi-plane, a group of about 70 to 80 Nagas and 140 or so gray fog murlocs rushed towards the half-elves in a way that ordinary people would consider suicide. A wave of arrows sprinkled 7 Nagas and fell, and more than 30 murlocs were nailed to the ground and twitched. The half-elves elegantly drew an arrow from their backs, and were about to put on their bows. Suddenly, the murlocs who were charging with their heads down all raised their heads, grinned and showed their white teeth, and their bodies flashed violently, dragging a shadow and crashing into the half-elves at an extremely fast speed. The half-elf warriors, who were guarding the front, and were somewhat careless due to the long-term slaughter, were shocked. They raised their shields in a hurry, and then they felt a black shadow hit them hard. They also felt a sharp pain in their chests. The huge force made them stagger backwards involuntarily, and many of them fell directly to the ground. The sudden change surprised the half-elf behind them a little. They quickly drew their bows and strings, and subconsciously aimed their arrows at the fishmen who knocked over their companions. The weak fishmen after the outbreak could not resist, and all of them were shot dead without a single one left. But before the half-elf warriors could get up, the Nagas who caught up decisively activated the salted fish piercing skill, and the larger black shadow directly knocked the half-elf warriors, who had just gotten up 4 or 5 meters away. The other half-elf warriors, and the half-elf archers behind them were shocked and hurriedly pulled out their arrows and strung them. However, the scattered Nagas and murlocs had already rushed over at this time. Black shadows of different sizes shot towards the half-elves like arrows from a bow, and half-elves were knocked to the ground one by one, struggling in pain. The combat power of the half-elves was higher than that of the violent demons, but they were far behind in terms of vitality. The magic attached to the protective leather armor was to defend against long-range arrows, and there was no additional defense against melee physical attacks. A wave of explosions killed them on the spot. The outbreak of the Naga fishmen that came one after another directly stunned the half-elves, especially before the Naga fishmen were scattered, and the half-elves occupied the center of the plain in order to better clear them out. Now this has become their death warrant. Attacks from all directions make them not know where to defend, and their morale has long collapsed. Although they are summoned creatures, they are also living and intelligent creatures, and they also have high morale and fear. Outside the demiplane, the head teacher Wu Hai chatted with another head teacher for a few words, turned around and prepared to comfort his students. But when his eyes fell on the demiplane, his eyes almost popped out. He rubbed his eyes hard, quickly flew to the sky above the demiplane, and watched the less than 30 half-elves in the demiplane being chased by the Naga, and muttered to himself in disbelief. How is this possible? What happened? He quickly stretched out his finger and pointed, and a water mirror emerged, showing the previous scene, and quickly retreated to the scene 1 minute ago. Half a minute later, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Good. While he was observing, the last less than 30 half-elves were finally killed by the Nagas. The 6th wave, Lin Xiao, passed. At this time, there were only about 120 or 30 black-scaled Nagas in the plane, and only a few murlocs were left. They would definitely not pass the next level. He looked up outside the half-plane and asked, Teacher, what is my ranking now? The head teacher did not appear, but the voice came. 3rd. Thank you. He knew it in his heart, and the figure shrouded in golden divine light slowly emerged. He waved his hand, and blue starlight sprinkled all over the sky. The essence of seawater began to nourish their injured bodies. A huge voice sounded in the minds of all the living Nagas and murlocs. I have seen your strength and courage, and my glory is more brilliant because of you. In the name of the Lord of the Sea, the God of Nagas and murlocs, I give you glory. He extended his golden finger and clicked again, looking at the faith value of just over 2 million on his interface, and silently said in his heart, Increase. A full 1.31 million units of faith value were consumed, turning into dazzling golden light gushing out from his body, and divided into 128 golden mist columns falling from the sky, accurately landing on every living believer and injecting them. The next second, all the injuries on the living family members recovered, and their momentum increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Xiao, Class 3, Senior 1, you have violated the examination rules. According to the regulations, you can no longer continue the next test. Your score will be based on the current score. If you have any objections, please file a complaint with the school after the exam. Thank you for your cooperation. It was a sudden reminder, but he expected it. He smiled and closed the interface, letting a great force from nowhere bounce him out of the demiplane. With his remaining family members, he would definitely not be able to pass the next level. and it is estimated that he would be killed instantly. It just so happened that he had already ranked in the top 3, and there was no need to think about the first or second place. There was no point in persisting. So he might as well make use of the waste and improve the faith of his family. According to Lin Xiao's understanding, this was the best time to improve the faith of his family. Although it was a projection, the Nagas and the real bodies of the fishmen in the divine domain knew what happened during the projection. After surviving the brutal battle to the end, he was praised and rewarded by the gods he believed in. This was an unimaginable spiritual impact on the already devout believers. By consuming 10 times the normal faith value consumption, he forcibly upgraded the level of all the surviving family members by 1 level. All the black-scaled Nagas were promoted to level 2 Naga warriors, and all the fishmen were directly promoted twice to level 2 fishmen warriors. Chapter 39 Pay and Reward. Most students would be reluctant to spend more than 1 point of divine power, and would say that they are stupid and not worth it. But Lin Xiao thinks it is worth it, because when the promotion is completed, the line of faith between him and the 128 believers in the Sea of God suddenly thickened. No matter they were true believers or devout believers before, at this moment they all became fanatics. 128 fanatics. The faith value provided by the black-scaled Naga race is higher than that of the fishmen, about 1/3 of that of humans. But when the faith value reaches the level of fanatics, the faith value provided is often not considered according to conventional rules. A normal human fanatic can provide between 50 and 100 points of faith every day. It stands to reason that 1/3 is between 17 and 33 points. But in fact, the faith value provided by fanatics every day often exceeds this value, and it is possible to reach half of that of humans in a fanatic state. With these 128 fanatics, they can provide Lin Xiao with 3,000 to 4,000 points of faith every day. If we take the median value of 3,500, it will be more than 1.27 million points a year. These Nagas can live for 50 years, and can live for 60 years, or even longer after upgrading. If we remove 10 years, it will be 50 years. In total, they can provide him with 63.87 million points of faith in this life, and they can fight for him in the outer domains, reproduce offspring, and even if they die and enter the kingdom of God, they can become petitioners and continue to provide faith. Well, some of them may die in the middle, which is inevitable. But even so, even if we only count half of them, there are more than 30 million faith points, which is surprisingly high compared to the current expenditure of more than 1 million. Lin Xiao never short-sightedly only looks at the immediate benefits, and will never be stingy when it comes to paying. There are a few hundred students standing sparsely on the huge golden platform, but the number is much less than before. These are all students who have passed the 3 elimination levels and successfully entered the 2nd year of high school. After passing the 3 elimination rounds, they were already considered to be promoted to the 2nd year of high school. The next exam was just a matter of class division. After the 3 elimination rounds, there were only 17 students left in class 3 of the 1st year of high school. It was unexpectedly small. At this time, they were gathering together like other classes, waiting for the last few students to return. Wang Chuan and Yuan Hong were gathering together at this time, and the other students were a few steps away from them. Yuan Hong looked ahead and asked casually, "How many did you kill in the half-elf level?" Wang Chuan glanced at him and blurted out 2 words after a long while. "I didn't count." "That means not many?" "Definitely more than you." "TSK. I am." A golden light fell from the sky, indicating that someone persisted to the limit in the endless mode and was eliminated. At this moment, it attracted everyone's attention. Even the 2 of them didn't bother to chat and looked over. The golden light fell on the platform, revealing a handsome boy. Most of the students were surprised. "Who is this? Which class? Why have I never seen him before?" Lin Xiao's grades used to be in the middle of the class, and the whole grade. He was 2 places short of being a fool. It can be said that he was quite ordinary. Almost no one recognized him except his classmates. Compared with the doubts of other classmates, his classmates were shocked. Yuan Hong even shouted directly, "This is impossible." He was eliminated in the endless mode. How could he not know how difficult the endless mode was, and what it meant to persist longer than himself? Because of this, he couldn't believe that this classmate, who was in the middle of the class more than a month ago, would surpass him so quickly. But the fact is that when Lin Xiao came to the class area, several classmates subconsciously stepped back to make room. He smiled slightly. "Thank you. Reality is so realistic. In the past, No one cared about him. Now he just came over and said nothing. And someone took the initiative to make room. This is the difference. Turning back to look at Yuan Hong and Wan Chuan. The doubt in their eyes were still there. He nodded to indicate. Turned around and ignored them. After a while, 2 golden lights fell almost simultaneously. One in front and one behind, revealing the figures of Yan Renjie and Wan Ying. The two looked at each other with provocative eyes, turned around and left. Without the imagined mutual appreciation between geniuses. They were the last to arrive. After returning to their class, the golden light balls on the edge of the platform projected a golden light, which turned into the projection of their respective class teachers. They all bowed to the dazzling divine light ball on the dome. And a golden light fell from the sky and turned into a handsome middle-aged man with white hair. All the teachers and students bowed and shouted in unison. Your Excellency the Vice Principal. The white-haired middle-aged man nodded and said directly without any nonsense. The elimination round of the final exam for the first year of high school has ended. The remaining students have passed the test and will be promoted to the second year of high school next semester. After a pause, he suddenly changed the subject and said, because of the old principle, there will be an additional endless mode test after the 3 eliminations. The students who persist to the last 10 and rank 4th to 10th will each be rewarded with a common 5-star card. And they can choose any card type. The 3rd place will get a rare quality 5-star card. And the type can be selected. The 2nd place will get a rare quality 5-star card. And the type can be selected. The 1st place will get an epic quality 5-star card. And the type can also be selected. At this point, he glanced at all the students below and smiled slightly. In addition, the old principal will take out a place to participate in the Huaxia District High School Super Freshman Summer Camp, and randomly assign it to one of the top 3 students. It was not an illusion. Lin Xiao clearly felt that Wan Chuan and Yuan Hong's breathing on the side was a little faster. Looking at Yan Renjie and Wan Ying on the other side, these 2 best geniuses in the whole grade also showed expectant eyes. Lin Xiao knew why they were so looking forward to it. It was not for the ranking or the reward card, but for the chance to participate in the Huaxia District's first-year high school Super Freshman Summer Camp. The so-called High School Super Freshman Summer Camp is a freshman activity jointly organized by the 5 super colleges and 133 key colleges in the Huaxia region, which is held once a year. This thing does not mean that you can directly enter these key colleges by participating, but the activity is jointly organized by many key colleges and universities, and elite talents are selected from high schools across the Huaxia region. Participating in the first year of high school can directly enter the site of these key colleges. If you show enough potential to make them take a fancy, you can get certain extra points when you apply for the corresponding key colleges in the college entrance examination after the 3rd year of high school. If the potential shown is high enough, you may be directly specially summoned. Whether it is directly entering the site of many key colleges or extra points in the college entrance examination, it is very tempting for them. Normally, there are only 1 or 2 places for this super freshman summer camp in a city, and all the middle schools in the city need to compete for the places before giving them to students. But one of the disciples of the old principal of the number 5 middle school, where Lin Xiao is located, is a big shot in a super college, so he can often get a place. Chapter 40 Rewards. Because of this, although number 5 middle school ranks 5th in Dongning City, its actual strength ranks 2nd in Dongning City, second only to number 1 middle school directly under the city. At this time, Vice Principal Su Yudong continued. The rewards for the top 10 will be automatically issued. You have 3 minutes to choose the 5-star cards you want. As for the places for the Super Freshman Summer Camp, they are now with the old principal. After the final exam, the students who get the places will receive the official invitation letter for the Super Freshman Summer Camp. As soon as the voice fell, a light screen popped up in front of Lin Xiao's eyes, showing, "Congratulations, Lin Xiao. You have won the 3rd place in this extra endless mode. You can choose any 5-star rare card, or any 2 ordinary 5-star cards. Please choose the type you need. You can also change like this." He immediately said, "I want to. Mr. Vice Principal, I have a question." Lin Xiao looked up in surprise, and saw that Yan Renjie didn't even look at his reward, but was looking at the Vice Principal to ask. Su Yudong looked at the head teachers of the classes on the left and right, and finally stopped at Zheng Yifan, the head teacher of class 2, and turned back and said, "What do you want to ask?" "I want to ask the Vice Principal if he knows who got the quota." Lin Xiao looked up in surprise. His eyebrows twitched. and agreed with the vice principal Su Yundong. The vice principal shook his head and said, "You will know this after your final exam. Can't you tell me now?" The vice principal snorted and said with a smile, "The quota is with the old principal. And the old principal didn't tell me. How do I know who the old principal gave the quota to? If you have the time to ask this, you might as well have a good performance in the next assessment, which may increase your chances of getting the quota. Instead of asking questions here." At the end of the words, it was already a bit harsh. Obviously, Yan Renjie's untimely inquiry made the vice principal a little unhappy. Lin Xiao shrugged his shoulders as he watched Yan Renjie retreat in disgrace. There was no need to ask about such things. The school would do whatever it arranged. He was probably spoiled and dared to question the vice president. He was given preferential treatment because of his good grades. If he were an ordinary student, he would probably not even answer. Lin Xiao did not attach too much importance to this so-called super freshman summer camp quota. Nor could he. After all, he was third, and it would not be his turn normally. Instead of thinking about these, he might as well think about the next exams and do well. If he got good grades, he could go home and ask his parents for good things after the final exams. Or wait until the final exams and have a holiday. Go to the outer realm where his parents are to play and see if he can get some good things. Coming to his senses, he lowered his head. 2 cards. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment. He basically couldn't choose any good cards. For example, the career card he needs is at least a legendary level card. He can have a Divine Realm card. But the area increased by a 5-star ordinary Divine Realm card is too small, and it feels useless. There is no shortage of resources in the Divine domain for the time being. Or for now. The resources that are useful to him are not something that can be obtained by ordinary cards. In addition, there are weapon cards, species cards, and skills. Well, it seems that skill cards are possible. Lin Xiao has always felt that it is too few for the clan to have only one skill. The burst of the salted fish stab is high, but the cooling time is too long, so it can only be used as a big move. The Nagas need a common skill, but he was in trouble when searching for skills. It was not that there were few skills, but that there were too many skills. The school has a special source of skills. I dare not say that there are all kinds of skills, but there are quite a lot of types. There are hundreds of skill cards that reach 5 stars alone. Pick one suitable for Naga from here. He looked at the time. Gang Yan Renjie asked the vice principal and wasted a little time. Now there is only more than a minute. After thinking about it, he first excluded spells and range skills, and the number was reduced by half. Then, he excluded melee skills with a cooling time of more than 1 minute, and the number was reduced by half again. There were less than 100 skills left, so he quickly scanned them, marked the ones he thought were useful, removed the ones he couldn't use, and finally selected 13 skills. He was surprised to find that 5 of them overlapped with the salted fish thrust, so he passed them. Finally, there were 7 left, for passive skills and 3 active skills. The 3 active skills are /LV1 every time a target is killed. The excess attack power accumulates and is added to the next attack. Continuous /LV1 attack the same target twice in a row, consuming a small amount of physical strength, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Acceleration LV1 movement speed plus 20%. Continuous consumption of physical strength. Cooldown of 1 minute. Heavy attack LV1 charge for 1 second to hit the enemy hard, causing double damage. Depending on the weapon used and the attack method, there is a chance to cause additional effects. 5 passive skills. One-handed sword expertise LV1 improve the skills of using one-handed sword weapons. Polearm expertise LV1 improve the skills of using polearms. Basic footwork LV1 improves footwork-related skills in combat. These are all 5-star cards. The biggest difference from the 2-star card thrust is that these skills can be upgraded, while thrust cannot be upgraded. So the skills are powerful, but the card level is very low. Black Scale Naga has no foundation now, and can only learn these skills. Lin Xiao glanced at it, and quickly selected 2 cards. Namely, Cleave and Basic Footwork. Cleave is chosen to cooperate with the Salted Fish Thrust skill. Salted Fish Thrust has a 5-fold critical hit, which can easily kill the opponent in seconds. In many cases, there will be extra damage overflow. If there is a cleave skill, the extra damage will be superimposed on the next attack, which is amazing. If the enemy is not too strong, it is possible to kill an extra enemy in seconds after a charge. which is very strong. As for the basic footwork, it allows Nagas to dodge attacks better in close combat. In fact, if possible, he would like to collect the skill of long-handled weapon specialization, as well as acceleration, continuous slash, heavy attack, etc. Well, actually he wants all of them. But now he can only pick 2 cards, or find a way to put together a set of cards in the future. Lin Xiao now has a very good idea. To find all the basic skills and merge them into a super rare full weapon card. For example, the basic skills of all weapons such as one-handed sword, two-handed sword, one-handed hammer, two-handed hammer, one-handed axe, two-handed axe, dagger, long-handled weapon, fist-type weapon, etc. are all collected and merged into a full weapon basic skill card. Just think about it, and you will know that it must be very powerful. Put the 2 cards away first, and use them later. When the 3 minutes were up, the 10 winners had finished their choices. To Lin Xiao's surprise, the vice president did not announce the ranking. Only he knew his ranking. Lin Xiao knew that he was ranked 3rd. But he didn't know whether Yan Rengjie or Wan Ying was the first. The endless mode looks at the number of enemies killed, not who lasts the longest. Otherwise no one would have to fight. Just delay time. So although Lin Xiao is the 3rd to last to return, he is not necessarily ranked 3rd. Of course, he is still a big suspect. This is a good thing for Lin Xiao, as it saves him from trouble. Chapter 41 Final Exam Phase 2. At this time, the vice principal stood up again, swept his eyes full of pressure over all the students, and said in a deep voice, "The first phase of this final exam is passed. Congratulations to the students who stayed. You have successfully entered the 2nd year of high school. The next step is the ranking assessment, which will determine whether you will join the ordinary class or the elite class in the 2nd year of high school. This final exam will be held in a plane controlled by our school. It is relatively less dangerous, but it does not mean that there is no danger. So next you need to sign a waiver agreement, and then you will be teleported to the Crystal Wall System No. Ax 191. Plane No. S451574. The specific exam content will be sent to you later. Before that, I need to emphasize that because the task is somewhat dangerous, although there are teachers following, they may not be able to take care of everyone. So this final exam allows you to choose to give up the ranking exam. But as the price of giving up, no matter who gives up, they will be automatically assigned to the last class of the ordinary class, and will not be able to be promoted to the elite class." Vice Principal Su Yudong swept his eyes full of pressure over everyone. No one spoke, and no one gave up. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "I am very satisfied that no one gave up. In this case, the 2nd stage of this final exam officially begins." As soon as the voice fell, the whole person turned into a golden light and soared into the sky, leaving only many students and class teachers of each grade. No one spoke, because after the principal left, a light screen popped up in front of everyone, showing a huge plane map, with the plane number S451574 written on it. According to the prompt, this is the exam plane they are going to next. A medium-sized plane completely controlled by the school. The plane is located in the outer domain. The school's main activity number AX191 Crystal Wall System. A medium-sized plane in a small crystal wall system. According to the introduction on the side of the map, this medium-sized plane has an area of several million square kilometers, about 3,000 kilometers long from east to west, and about 2,000 kilometers wide from north to south, which is equivalent to 2/3 of the area of ancient China. It has a wide sea area, and a land that occupies about 40% of the plane area is located on the left side of the plane. That is, the west. The rest of the east is all ocean. This plane has several subsidiary microplanes and a considerable number of demiplanes. This plane has no humans, nor common races such as elves and dwarves. One part of the wild continent is occupied by orcs, and the other part is occupied by a considerable number of barbaric races such as centaurs, boars, goblins, and kobolds. The orcs established the orc kingdom in the west of the continent and believed in a god called the beast god, who was actually just a high-level demigod. The barbaric races established a united tribe in the east of the continent and believed in a god called the god of savagery, who was also a high-level demigod. The two forces divided more than 70% of the entire continent. The ocean is occupied by mermaids, who believe in a high-level demigod called Poseidon. With the help of Poseidon, The mermaids rule all the seas in the world and establish a huge mermaid empire. 3 high-level demigods rule this world, and together with several ordinary demigods and divine beasts, they form the upper power system of this medium-sized plane. Their final exam task was certainly not to let them kill gods, which was impossible. Their task was very simple: to complete any task with a score of 60 or above issued by the school. The higher the score, the higher the ranking. Lin Xiao touched the task panel on the right with his finger, and a series of tasks were refreshed. The names of the 2 100-point tasks at the top were as bloody as if they were sprinkled with blood. From top to bottom, the scores were getting lower and lower, and the color changed from red to yellow, and then to green. The higher the difficulty, the redder the color, and the lower the difficulty, the greener the color. Just like the monsters faced in the game. Monsters with lower levels than themselves appear green. Monsters with slightly higher levels than themselves appear yellow. And monsters with much higher levels than themselves appear red. When they reach a certain level, they will directly turn into skulls. When he casually touched one of the tasks called clearing wild boars, a light spot appeared somewhere on the plane map on the left. Just like in a game. The light spot expanded and detailed task information appeared on it. Task: clearing wild boars. Task introduction: a group of fierce wild boars live in Blackthorn Mountain and occupy a fertile valley lake in Blackthorn Mountain. It's time to eliminate them. Tip: the number of wild boars is between 500 1000. The basic level is level 1, and the highest level is level 3. Task reward: 60 points. 1 5-star card ordinary. And some loot. This is really like a game. Lin Xiao smacked his lips and thought this setting was quite interesting. Of course he would not do this task, but just took a look at it casually. He had to choose a task with a score of more than 80 points. According to previous situations, he had to score more than 80 points to have a high probability of joining the elite class. According to the rules of the final exam, each student can complete 3 tasks in the final exam, but the final score will be the highest score. That is, if you complete a task of 60 points, a task of 70 points, and a task of 74 points respectively, only 74 points will be selected for the final score, and the others will not be counted, and there will be no additional bonus. However, although the other 2 tasks are not scored, the task rewards will not be cancelled, which is equivalent to a benefit for students. This is why no student gives up even though they know that the exam is dangerous. Even those poor students. For these benefits, a 60-point task has a 5-star card reward. So what about 70 points, 80 points, and even 90 points? These task rewards will definitely be higher. If you have the ability to complete 3 tasks with more than 90 points, you can get 3 purple epic quality 5-star cards and several random quality 5-star cards. If anyone has the ability to complete a task with a score of more than 95 points, you can get an orange legendary quality 5-star card and 5 random rare quality 5-star cards. If anyone can complete the second of the 2 bloody 100-point tasks at the top, they can get a 5-star card of golden mythical quality, a 5-star card of legendary quality, and 10 5-star cards of random quality lower than epic quality. As for the first one, that is for students to see, not for you to complete, because with the student's strength, even if they are 100 times stronger, they can't complete it. Lin Xiao just glanced at it and directly passed it. Good guy. This second 100-point task actually asks you to kill a demigod. No matter which ordinary demigod you kill in this medium-sized plane, the task is considered completed. As for the first 100-point task, it is also to kill a demigod, but not an ordinary demigod, but the 3 high-level demigods in this plane, namely the beast god, the god of savagery, and the god of the sea. Chapter 42 Families load new skills. Oh my god. I'm just saying. This task is something a student can do? Are you kidding me? Don't think that Lin Xiao's head teacher Wu Hai looks easy to talk to, and is usually friendly. He doesn't have the majesty of a high-level demigod at all. The suppression of the main world is one aspect, and he himself restrains his divine power is another. But if he goes to the outer plane, once the divine power is released, just standing there and doing nothing can also cause turmoil in the world and changes in the celestial phenomena. For such a being to be slaughtered by students who are only in the first year of high school, isn't that bullshit? It may be difficult to even get close. Lin Xiao immediately passed the tasks above 90 points and set the goal below 90 points. He didn't want to die. You must know that the real body and the family will all come to the outer world later. If they die, they will really die. The teacher can take care of him. That is under normal circumstances. If he provokes the demigod, the teacher will not be able to save him in time at the speed of the demigod killing him. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao had an idea of what he should choose. First of all, it must be a task with a score of less than 90 points. In addition, it is best to be close to water in order to play the advantages of your family, such as rivers, lakes, or the seaside, or the sea. Shield the tasks below 80 points first, and then shield the tasks located in the interior of the continent. In the end, there are not many left. He browsed carefully, selected and compared them back and forth to see which one is more suitable. Fortunately, this artifact platform is heading to the outer domain at this time, and it takes more than a day to arrive. They have plenty of time to select and prepare. It took almost an hour to select, remove the tasks that conflict with other classmates, and finally picked 4 tasks that are quite suitable for themselves, and then took them all in one go. There are only 3 tasks that can get rewards, but it does not limit how many tasks you can do. It's just that there are no rewards for tasks outside of the 3. But there are spoils of war. Lin Xiao is going to lead first, and then choose the 3 easiest ones from them according to the situation. Easy is also relative. In fact, the task that can reach 80 points is not much easier, just like the seemingly simplest task among the 4 tasks. Clearing the Frogman Tribe. Mission: clear out the Frogman Tribe. Mission introduction: there is a huge Frogman tribe living in the Blackwater Swamp. Eliminate 80% of the frogmen and destroy 5 Frogman tribal stone pillars. Tips: the number of Frogman tribes is between 5,000 and 8,000. The basic level is 0, and the highest level is 3. Mission rewards: 85 points. 2 rare quality 5-star cards. 3 random quality 5-star cards. And some loot. In addition to this, the other 3 missions are to destroy a Fishman tribe with a number of about 20,000. Destroy a Snakeman tribe with a number of about 2,000. And kill a powerful sea beast active in a coral reef. The difficulty of the 4 missions is not much different, and the distance is very close, all in a shallow sea area. It is worth mentioning that there is a 90-point task and 2 tasks above 95 points in that area. He just glanced at them and gave up. He couldn't do it. First, he received the task through the artifact platform spirit. Fortunately, no other students chose the same task as him. It's normal to think about it. Among the remaining 500 or so students in the whole grade, there are not many who are capable of doing this difficult task. Among them, there are even fewer whose families are suitable for water areas. There are not many suitable tasks in the plain, but there are also many. In addition, he made a choice early, and few other students made a choice at this time. After choosing the task, the next step is to wait for the artifact platform to arrive at the outer plane. Unfortunately, they are not strong enough now, and they can't see the situation outside through the thick divine light of the artifact. They only know that the artifact platform is now shuttling through the crystal wall between the subspace and the outer chaotic virtual sea. Taking advantage of the sufficient time now, Lin Xiao talked to the class teacher and temporarily returned to his own divine domain. This artifact platform has the function of communicating with the god's domain in the subspace, allowing them to continue to communicate with their own god's domain after entering the outer domain. When they enter the test plane, they can summon their own clans from the god's domain. Returning to the god's domain, the number of clans in the god's domain has increased a little compared to the beginning. Lin Xiao stood in the kingdom of God and looked down at the Nagas and fish people living in the god's domain with great joy. At this time, there are nearly 600 Nagas, including 124 fanatics, all of whom are warriors who have persisted to the end in the endless mode of the previous elimination level. He has upgraded them by consuming 10 times the normal promotion faith value consumption. From the basic first level Naga to the second level Naga warrior. In the kingdom of God, Lin Xiao stretched out his palm, and 2 skill cards appeared out of thin air and hung in his palm. Spinning, his mind moved slightly. There are still 2 places for fusion cards in his own god's domain, which can just integrate these 2 cards into it. But before the fusion, he hesitated a little. Can he use the function of the creation cube to decompose and strengthen the cards, and save a place for fusion of cards? He can decompose the skill card of crossing the situation into nutrients, and upgrade the basic footwork to LV2. Or decompose the basic footwork into nutrients, and strengthen the crossing the situation. It is not clear what the specific strengthening is. This skill is a little different. It is a skill that cannot be upgraded. It has no power, and no skill cooldown. Even the strengthening direction is unclear. This is actually a passive skill. But in the end, considering the tasks that need to be faced later, these two skills can be key. One less will reduce the combat power of the clan. This final exam is very important to Lin Xiao. The cards rewarded by the task are not the key. The key is that this is the outer realm. The key is that the spoils obtained in the outer realm can be directly collected into the god's realm. For Lin Xiao, who holds the magic cube of creation, this is heaven. Compared with the big class, the end-of-month test is pitiful. There are creatures of different planes everywhere in the outer realm. Reward cards. Various trophies. You can decompose them as you want. You can fuse them as you want. Just think about it. It's so cool. He can completely collect a lot of resources through this final exam. Decompose and fuse the cards rewarded by the task. And strengthen several super rare cards to greatly improve his strength. So, although 2 ordinary cards use up the quota of 2 fusion cards, compared with the future gains, this price is still worth it. With a light wave of his hand, the 2 cards flew up and shattered into light and scattered into the realm of God. Preload. As soon as the voice fell, nearly 3,000 white lights that mortals could not see fell from the sky and enveloped all the clans in the realm of God. Preload completed. Please set the activation conditions. Looking at the prompt interface of the realm of God in front of him, Lin Xiao said, "True believers." After a standard prayer, Chapter 43 The Saint arrives. When Lin Xiao returned to the artifact platform from the divine domain, a day had passed. At this time, the classmates had basically made their choices. Many of them returned to their own divine domains like him to prepare. There were only more than 100 students on the artifact platform, and they were gathering in groups of 3 or 4 to chat and kill time. Lin Xiao's appearance attracted the attention of several nearby classmates, and they nodded to him. As the third to last student to return, he had left a certain impression on other students. He smiled and nodded in return, and sat down on a chair that appeared on the edge of the artifact platform. He pulled a light curtain with both hands and tapped his fingers back and forth on it. I opened a novel site I often visited. As soon as I entered, I found a prompt on the bookshelf. I knew that the books I collected had been updated. I clicked it, and saw that the novel called Starting with a Palm Universe on the top of the bookshelf had been updated again. The author was called Yi Chung Dao. I saw that the word count was almost 900,000 words. Well, it's fat enough to be slaughtered. He opened the novel, and read it while lying down in a comfortable position. He was fascinated by it, and was extremely envious of the protagonist's golden finger. He looked at his own golden finger, and then looked at the universe in the palm of his hand. They were not at the same level. If his magic cube of fortune could become a universe in the palm of his hand, it would be amazing. A casual wave of his hand could destroy the annihilation light of a galaxy. A wave of his hand could be a 2-dimensional foil dimensionality reduction attack. Or he could summon a star battleship powered by a star. TSK. If he had this thing, the powerful divine power would be just like this. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but drool. Just as he was about to wipe his saliva, he suddenly felt something and looked up. He saw Yuan Hong sitting not far away drinking tea. It was probably because he happened to look up and saw him drooling. And his face showed a contemptuous expression. Hack. Is it such a coincidence? Lin Xiao turned his head expressionlessly, feeling that he had lost all his face. Fortunately, the novel was very exciting, and he quickly immersed himself in the plot of the novel and forgot the embarrassment just now. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xiao felt the platform tremble slightly, and a prompt popped up on the screen in front of him. Dear students, the platform has arrived in the outer domain and is connecting to the mission plane. Please wait. He closed the light screen and stood up. The students around him received the prompt and stood up. With a loud boom, more than 10 golden lights were projected down again, transforming into 10 head teachers and vice principals. Su Yudong said in a serious voice. We have arrived at the designated plane. You have 1 hour to prepare to be projected to the mission location. During this period, you can reselect the mission. If you do not leave after 1 hour, you will be randomly sent to the vicinity of the mission location you selected. If you have not made any choice by then, 3 random missions will be randomly sent. After speaking in one breath, the vice principal left again. But the 10 head teachers did not leave. They clapped their hands and called their students over. Lin Xiao and other classmates walked towards Wu Hai, the head teacher of Class 3. Although they were no longer classmates after the final exam, they were still classmates now. Wu Hai looked at all the students and said, "I have said what I should say long ago, so I will not say more. I just remind you to be careful. If you feel defeated, you can give up. Never be stubborn. If the loss is too great, you will regret it in the next semester." After speaking, his eyes fell on Lin Xiao, Yuan Hong and Wan Chuan. After a pause, he looked at Meng Hui again and said, "You four stay, and the other students can go to prepare." Everyone looked at the four people with envy and turned away. You all have the opportunity to be selected into the elite class. According to the current ranking, you can basically be selected into the elite class as long as you complete a task with 75 to 80 points. You all know the benefits of joining the elite class, so work hard. After speaking, Wu Hai's figure slowly became transparent and disappeared, leaving only the four people looking at each other. Yuan Hong was the first to turn around and leave. Wan Chuan smiled and left. Lin Xiao and Meng Hui looked at each other, and he bowed and left. Although they were classmates, their relationship was more like that of disciples in a sect in a novel, competing for resources and even hostile to each other. Lin Xiao had nothing to prepare, so he looked at the four tasks and chose to do the task of destroying the Fishman tribe first. The overall difficulty of these four tasks was not much different, but for him, the fishmen were the easiest to kill. He could use the experience of killing a large number of fishmen to raise the level of the 600 Nagas in the divine domain first. The upper limit of his clan level was level 4. And now it was basically the initial level 1. With more than 100 level 2 Naga warriors. And their potential was only a little bit. The strength of level 4 creatures was not a little stronger than that of level 1 or level 2. Kill the fishmen first to upgrade, and it would be easier to do the other two tasks at a higher level. After making a decision, he communicated with the artifact, clicked a point on the map with his finger, and an artifact prompt popped up. Please confirm the number of clans to be transferred. All. Please confirm your own way of descent. What are the advent modes? The artifact platform responded immediately. The real body descends, the incarnation descends, the projection descends, and the saint descends. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and said, Saint Advent mode? The Saint Advent mode has been determined, and the Advent will begin in 15 seconds. Please wait. The so-called Saint Advent mode is that the consciousness descends on one of its own believers and descends with this believer as the incarnation. Just like the Fishman leader that Lin Xiao often used before. That is the Saint Advent mode. The disadvantage is that there is no combat power. After all, there is nothing but a consciousness descending. The only additional advantage is to obtain additional all-attribute bonuses according to the divinity it possesses. For example, if Lin Xiao only has a little divinity, then the body he lives in after the Advent will be enhanced by +1 in all attributes. Then it was gone. If it was the real body that descended, even if it was a divine creature like him with a little bit of divinity, when the real body descended to the outer realm, it would be a little Superman with all attributes of 10+, which was much stronger than the lower-level species. There are naturally advantages and disadvantages. The advantage of the Saint's descending mode is that there will be no loss if you die. The real body is strong. But once you die, you are gone and fall. 15 seconds passed in a flash. With the arrival of an invisible force, Lin Xiao felt that the void where he was located collapsed and fell rapidly. In the S451574 plane, meteors that mortals could not see fell from the sky and fell all over the plane. Lin Xiao felt like a meteor falling rapidly to the earth, surrounded by a distorted atmosphere. And below was the earth getting closer and closer. After dozens of seconds, the vast earth turned into an endless flat beach, and a large group of Nagas and fishmen covered by transparent white light appeared in front of him. With a thought, he charged straight at one of the particularly strong Naga leaders and flashed into the body of the apostle he had previously designated. Chapter 44 The First Mission. Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes, and the first feeling was that something was wrong. He had no feet. He lowered his head and saw the snake tail wrapped in black scales. Then he remembered that he had descended on a black-scaled Naga leader, and opened the attribute panel to check. Race: black-scaled Naga Saint descended into the body. Category: subhuman. Level: medium race. Level: level 2. Occupation: none. Talents: underwater breathing. Intermediate strange strength. Intermediate regeneration. Hard scale SH. L. Skills, Bloodthirst. / Basic Dodge LV1. Expertise, Advanced Swimming. Intermediate Brisk Walking. Ape Arms. Constitution, 2.8+1 You are a strong barbarian. Strength, 2.7+2+1 You are born with supernatural power. Nearly 6 times the strength of an adult man. Agility, 1.9+1+1 You are already a top professional sprinter. Spirit, 1.1+1 Your spirit is stronger than that of ordinary people. After training, you may become a spellcaster. Evaluation, this is an amphibious humanoid species that has never appeared before. With superhuman strength. Not bad. This black-scaled Naga leader was an apostle selected by Lin Xiao long before he came. Just like he chose the Fishman leader to lead the clan. In order to better command the clan in this final exam, he specially selected the strongest Naga and consumed a lot of faith points to strengthen it. The level is still level 2. But the talents and expertise have been strengthened. The primary super strength has become the intermediate super strength. And the strength bonus has increased from 1 point to 2 points. Primary regeneration becomes intermediate regeneration. I haven't tried this effect yet, but it will definitely be stronger according to the literal meaning. The scale SH. L becomes a hard scale SH. L, which should be a defense enhancement. The strong physique plus defense enhancement should have a better effect after the superposition of the two. I won't talk about advanced swimming. It just means swimming faster. The primary brisk pace becomes the intermediate brisk pace. And the speed bonus changes from 0.5 to 1 point. Coupled with the blessing of all attributes of divinity. Combined, his current strength has exceeded that of ordinary level 3 creatures. And his strength can be comparable to that of level 4 creatures. Moreover, he, the apostle, can be promoted normally. If he can be promoted to the upper limit of the race level 4. His strength is estimated to be comparable to that of level 5 creatures under various bonuses. After closing the panel, Lin Xiao looked around. And many Nagas and fishmen looked at him expectantly. When selecting the apostles, Lin Xiao had already issued divine instructions. All the clansmen knew their purpose very well. So he didn't need to waste words explaining anything. He grabbed 2 short spears and swam to a 2-meter-high rock on the beach with unfamiliar movements. He raised the short spears and shouted loudly in the common language. My lord, the divine might, sent us to this plane to kill the pagans. Children, listen to my command and set off. He jumped off the stone and swam to the right of the beach according to the map in his memory. His thick snake tail left snake-shaped marks on the beach. Many Nagas and fishmen followed closely behind him, rolling over the snow-white beach in a black mass. When he looked at the map at the beginning, Lin Xiao specially checked the map near the mission location. The location they were deployed was located in a coral reef group to the north of the large fisherman tribe, and it was about 3 or 4 kilometers away. However, he did not take his family to find the fisherman tribe directly at this time. There was another rocky beach less than a kilometer below, and he planned to take his family there to settle down first. This final exam lasted 10 days, which was 10 years in the outer domain. I don't know what rules caused the time flow rate of all crystal wall systems in the main world, the divine domain, and the chaotic virtual sea to be unified. 1 day in the main world and 1 year in the outer domain. It is impossible to fight and leave at any time for such a long time. There are about 20,000 Murlocs in this Murloc tribe. Even if you don't fight back, you can't kill them all in a short time. Not to mention that they have to fight back. You can't win in a head-on fight. You have to build a base and slowly attack. Soon the team came to the rocky beach. From a distance, you can see a large sea area full of reefs exposed outside the sea. The sea breeze blows, and the unique fishy smell of the sea hits you in the face. But for the Naga and the Murlocs, this fishy smell is very pleasant. At Lin Xiao's command, many Murloc laborers jumped into the rocky beach and began to clean up the environment. The Nagas swam into the sea and began to patrol around this rocky beach, which is about 1,700 to 1,800 meters long and extends less than 500 meters into the sea. The Murlocs serve the Nagas as cannon fodder and coolies, and the Nagas provide protection for the Murlocs. Lin Xiao also moved his body into the rocky beach. The cool sea water passed over his body, and the coolness penetrated into his body along the gaps between the scales, which made him feel very comfortable. He swam to a boulder about 5 or 6 meters high in the rocky beach, climbed up along the gentle slope on one side, and looked out from a high place. To the east was the endless sea, with waves rushing to the shore with the wind. To the west was the mainland, and most of the students' mission targets were here. To the north was a flat beach. With his eyesight exhausted, he could not see anything. He only vaguely saw a huge black shadow, which was probably the mountain in the distance. To the south was a not-so-flat beach, and even the sand on the beach was coarser than in the north. Under the sunny weather, he could roughly see a shadow extending very low from the sea in the distance, which was probably the coral reef where the large fisherman tribe was located. The fishermen diligently picked up stones and built foundations based on the rocks. In the next few days, they would bring more stones, get some wood, leaves, grass and other things from the land, mix them with mud and sand and fish flesh, and build simple houses. According to Lin Xiao's estimation, it would take at least 1 or 2 years to complete this first task. There was plenty of time, so there was no need to rush. The first step was to find out the surrounding situation. After almost 6 days, the rocky beach had disappeared, replaced by fishermen huts built on stones exposed above the water, and a large thatched house in the middle of the rocky beach, where the Nagas lived. As for Lin Xiao himself, he lived next to a stone pavilion in the center. His holy symbol was enshrined in the stone pavilion. Usually, the family members prayed at home, but every 10 days, a large prayer event would be held to consolidate their faith. On the first day of the stone pavilion, Lin Xiao summoned all the Nagas and fishmen in the tribe to hold a large prayer event, gaining some faith points. The next day, he took a dozen Nagas out. It's time to start the strategy for the fisherman tribe not far away. These days, the Nagas and fishmen who went out fishing occasionally encountered fishmen coming out of the large fisherman tribe to fish. And they caught a few fishmen. They were the same species as the gray fog fishmen, but the color of their scales was slightly different, and their combat effectiveness was half a catty to 8 tails. But all of his clan's gray mist murlocs can perform the salted fish thrust, the straight slash, and basic footwork, which makes them much stronger than wild murlocs. Chapter 45 Reconnaissance. Lin Xiao led 15 black-scaled Nagas out of the temporary tribe and swam southward into the sea not far from the coast. There were no humans in this world, and the seawater was very clear. There was a thin membrane on the surface of the Nagas' eyelids, which could prevent the seawater from entering their eyes. When they opened their eyes in the water, they could clearly see about 100 meters away. Further away, they were a little blurry, but vaguely visible. The black-scaled Nagas moved faster in the water than on the shore. With the swing of their thick snake tails, their bodies shot out like arrows from a string. 16 4-meter-long, short-looking snakes passed through the water. A group of unknown small fish passed by, and he grabbed one and put it in his mouth to chew. It had a faint fishy and sweet taste. Although his original body was human, his senses were exactly the same as Naga's after he descended, and his taste also changed. The fishy raw fish tasted extremely delicious in his mouth. Of course, although his sense of taste has changed, his mentality is still there. At most, he can eat some fish raw, or the meat of the fish. He dare not eat the internal organs. In addition, he dare not eat some sea insects. When the fishmen cleaned up the rocky reef before, they caught a lot of sea cockroaches hiding on the edge of the reef and stuffed them into their mouths. The insect sauce produced when they were chewed made him sick. He absolutely dared not eat this kind of food. After swimming about 1 kilometer in the sea, he suddenly saw dozens of fishmen collecting kelp and a seaweed on the seabed in front of him. He immediately stopped and looked around. With a wave of his hand, a dozen Nagas surrounded him. About 20 meters away from them, a fisherman found the Naga who came with bad intentions. After a moment of stunness, he screamed and pointed at the Naga rushing towards him. Dozens of fishermen panicked and turned around and ran away. But in the water, they were not as fast as the Naga, and were soon caught up. A Naga raised his spear and pierced a fisherman through, and blood gushed out, dyeing a large area of sea water red. The other party raised his bone fork to fight back before dying, but he didn't even pierce the scales. In less than a minute, all 20 fishermen were killed. Lin Xiao did not take action, but squinted his eyes and observed the whole process. Actual combat showed that these fishmen were really no different from the gray fog fishmen in his own divine domain, except that the color of their scales was slightly different, and their combat effectiveness was equally poor. At this point, he was relieved, and the battlefield was not cleaned up. He just asked the Nagas to quickly cut off the nearby kelp and take it away, pretending to be an alien species to grab food. The fishermen corpses were useless to him. Even if he took 10,000 of them and put them into the magic cube of creation, He could not extract anything extra except the blood of the fishmen. It was meaningless. However, these kelp and seaweed could be collected and put into the sea in the divine domain to reproduce. Humans can eat kelp, and murlocs can eat it. And fish raised in the sea of the god's domain can be used as food. The player's god's domain is in the subspace. And things in the main world must be made into cards before they can be put into the god's domain. But there is no such restriction on things in the outer world. As long as you get them, and have the ability to get them, you can put them directly into the god's domain. He didn't know what the reason was, and guessed that it was probably because the level of the main world was too high. After all, 1 day in the main world is 1 year in any world in the outer domain. And the difference can be seen from the speed of time. Of course, although there is no restriction on the things in the outer domain to be placed in the divine domain, the premise is that one's own divine domain can accommodate them. And there are also restrictions on the energy level. For example, students like Lin Xiao, who are not even demigods, cannot exceed the level of level 5 cards. For example, if a group of hundreds of bison were found in the outer plane, they could be placed in the divine domain. But if there were 10,000 cattle, it would not work because the divine domain was too small to accommodate them. For another example, if a young beast with dragon blood was found in the outer plane, it could be placed in the divine domain. But if an adult dragon beast or even a giant dragon was found, even if the other party was willing to follow you, it could not enter, because the other party's power is too strong. The divine domain is too small to bear it. The result of forcible entry is that the divine domain is blown up. The sea in Lin Xiao's divine domain was still very monotonous. Apart from the various fish he had placed, there was almost no seaweed in the sea, and the biological chain was still very weak. This final exam was an opportunity to get more extra resources into the divine domain to enrich the marine life and plants. Then, they swam forward for a distance and began to find groups of fishmen going out to look for food. In order to avoid being discovered and arousing vigilance, Lin Xiao did not approach them, but just observed from a distance and left. He spent almost half a month circling this large fisherman tribe. And during this time, he ventured close to the coral reef where the fisherman tribe's nest was located, and roughly observed the situation of this large tribe from a distance. This is a super large fisherman tribe with more than 20,000 fishermen living in this coral reef group that is several kilometers long. Its main core area is a coral island that is several hundred meters long and wide. Lin Xiao glanced at it from a distance and felt a strong threat from a distance. He retracted his gaze after just a glance. He did not dare to look again for fear of being discovered. That was not a powerful creature, but an altar dedicated to the sea god. The sea of this plain was ruled by a huge empire called the Mermaid Empire, and this large fish tribe was also part of its territory. As the most powerful demigod in the sea, the sea god had a very broad faith, and his followers existed in many sea tribes. Of course, after all, it was only a demigod, not a true god. It was just a lowest level altar dedicated to the holy symbol, not even a temple. The will of the sea god could extend here, but the power could not extend here. The threat he felt was not from the sea god, but from the holy symbol. As a god in the main world, how could Lin Xiao not know the magic of the holy symbol? Where the holy symbol existed, a wide-ranging aura of faith could be formed, and any hostile creature entering this area would be detected and warned. Mortals cannot see through his body of a saint, but a high-level demigod can definitely see through it. Just think about it. A saint suddenly sneaks up to his followers and secretly observes them. Anyone with a little bit of brains knows that this is not normal. After observing the interior of the Fishman tribe, Lin Xiao went back. When he returned to the temporary tribe, he was surprised to find that the tribe had expanded again under the hard work of the fishmen. The altar in the center of the tribe was taller and bigger, and even he, the leader, had an independent stone house. That evening, Lin Xiao sat on a huge rock beside the altar, with his long snake tail coiled around the rock, and looked into the distance. He seemed to be in a daze, but in fact, he was thinking about how to attack the Fishman tribe next. Chapter 46 Lobster Man. Well, I was still in a daze. What can I think about? I can't win in a head-on fight. I could only use sneak attacks to kill some of the fishmen first, and slowly weaken this large tribe. When this large tribe of fishmen is weakened to a certain extent, my own clansmen will also be upgraded. When the enemy is weak and I am strong, I will reverse to a certain extent, and then destroy this tribe of fishmen in one go. The next day, Lin Xiao divided all the clansmen into two groups. One to guard the house and fish, and the other led by him to start the task. A total of 300 Nagas and 1,200 fishmen finished praying in front of the central altar of the temporary tribe. And under his leadership, they left the temporary tribe and entered the vast ocean. According to previous reconnaissance, this large tribe of fishmen sends no less than 10 groups of fishmen out of the tribe to hunt in the sea every day. Lin Xiao led his men out of the tribe and headed straight for a certain direction of the sea. There is a small island about 10 kilometers away from here. There is a slightly smaller coral reef on the edge of the island. There are a large number of fish schools active there. Every day, 1 or 2 fishing teams from the large tribe of fishmen catch fish from there. They don't hide. They go straight to the island. Lin Xiao swam at a depth of about 1 meter from the sea surface. The azure blue water was extremely clear, but looking down was deep. The vast sea always gave people a sense of unknown fear. I always felt that there would be some underwater monsters hiding in the invisible places on the seabed and secretly bite you. Fortunately, the huge group gave him enough courage. In addition, he was the leader of the tribe and the apostle chosen by the gods in the eyes of his fellow tribesmen. He must not have any fear. As a leader and an apostle, once he feels fear, it will be magnified tenfold when it is passed on to his people. They will be even more terrified and will collapse in a minute. After nearly half an hour, Lin Xiao surfaced and looked into the distance. He vaguely saw a dark shadow far ahead, and they were almost there. According to what he saw during the previous reconnaissance, he led his men to go around in another direction and bypass from the other side to avoid a direct collision with the fishman's fishing team. Not long after turning the corner, a fishman on the left edge suddenly made a wow cry. Lin Xiao immediately stopped, stretched out his hand to signal the team to stop where they were, and took a dozen Nagas over. At a glance, he saw several huge dark shadows wandering back and forth in the sea in the distance. Sharks? After a little thought, he sent a dozen fishmen to swim over as bait. As soon as the Murloc left the team, the shadows rushed over quickly. The Murloc screamed and ran back. At this time, Lin Xiao finally saw clearly that the shadows were indeed sharks of unknown species. About 7 or 9 meters long. Very large. Comparable to small whale sharks. They were probably discovered before. But they were not small in size and number, and did not dare to move. Now the Murloc left the team and rushed up immediately. Kill! Lin Xiao waved his short spear, and many Naga Murlocs rushed over in 2 groups. One on the left and one on the right. At this time, the 6 sharks bit a fishman each and threw it violently. Their sharp teeth bit the small fishman in 2 on the spot, and the blood dyed the small seawater red. If they ran immediately at this time, they might have escaped. But they were still greedy and swallowed the other half of the body that they had bitten off. At this moment, the encirclement was completed. Lin Xiao snorted coldly and swung his thick snake tail violently, breaking through the sea water like a javelin, and hit a shark hard. Bang! A circle of ripples in the water spread out from the impact point. The huge force knocked the huge shark crooked, and the 2 short spears were completely inserted into the shark's body. The shark let out a silent painful roar, opened its bloody mouth, and half of the corpse and the unswallowed flesh and blood spurted out. It bit its body and bit the Naga hanging by its neck. However, Lin Xiao was prepared. He turned his body flexibly around the shark and pulled out his short spear. Blood spurted out, and 2 2-meter-long blood columns sprayed out in the sea water, which quickly melted into the sea. The snake's tail hooked the shark's dorsal fin to stabilize its body. The 2 spears were raised high and stabbed down fiercely, hitting the shark's eyes on the left and right. Bang! With 2 inaudible sounds, the shark's 2 eyes were pierced. The spear tip pierced its brain, and it struggled madly. Lin Xiao let go of the shark and jumped out of the shark after the 2 spears were stabbed, leaving it to struggle. Compared with the pain of this shark, the other 5 sharks died very simply. A group of Nagas used the salted fish stab skill at the same time, like a torpedo breaking through the sea water and bombarding it. Each shark was simultaneously subjected to the explosion of 20 or 30 Nagas from all directions, and was stabbed with holes on the spot, and died very simply. After killing a few sharks, Lin Xiao threw all the bodies into the divine domain to provide a snack for the fish in the divine domain. For the time being, the ecology in the divine domain is relatively fragile, so he dare not throw live sharks in. Although the divine domain can bear it, the fish in the sea in the divine domain cannot withstand the daily hunting of a group of sharks. This group of sharks is a small episode. 6 fishmen died, And no Naga has accumulated enough experience to upgrade by killing sharks. Normally, a Naga hunting a shark of this size is enough to be promoted to a level 2 Naga warrior. But now a shark is 20 to 30 Naga points, which is not enough experience. However, if he hunts a shark alone, he will have 1/5 of the experience to upgrade from level 2 to level 3. If he kills about 4 sharks of this size, he will be promoted to level 3. Or he can kill a few hundred fishmen. More than 10 minutes later, they came to a sea not far from the island and stopped. 10 fishmen were sent to explore, and the rest rested on the spot. After about 10 minutes, only one of the 10 fishmen came back. As soon as he came back, he started to talk and gesture in front of him. He listened to it seriously, with a surprised expression on his face. The other 9 fishmen were not killed by the Fishman tribe, but by a group of lobstermen. They probably thought these 10 fishmen were from the Fishman tribe. As soon as they passed by, they were surrounded and killed by the lobstermen who were ambushed in the seaweed. Fortunately, this one swam slowly and escaped without being surrounded. A group of lobstermen ambushed in the hunting ground of the Fishman tribe. This is quite interesting. Obviously, this group of lobstermen are the enemies of the Fishman tribe. This seems to be a place that he can use. But it is not cooperation. He is leading a group of fishmen. How can he cooperate with the shrimp men? It is estimated that he will be considered as the attack launched by the fishmen. Lin Xiao's idea is, can he use the shrimp men as scapegoats, hunt the Fishman tribe himself, and then put the blame on the shrimp men? This idea is very feasible. He thought quickly and made a plan. With a wave of his hand, he let the fishmen who had just escaped take them to the hunting ground of the Fishman tribe. Soon the fishmen stopped and pointed at the seagrass area in front of him that looked like an underwater forest and screamed. Chapter 47: Communication between the God's Domain clan and the natives of the other plane. It's amazing to say that the fishmen have no language at all. Nor do they know the common language. They can only speak a low-level aquatic language like screaming. But both he and the Naga can clearly understand what they mean, which is amazing. Lin Xiao looked in the direction pointed by the clan. Kelp rose from the seabed and hung upside down in the seawater. Piles of brightly colored corals on the seabed swayed with the waves. Colorful little fishmen passed through kelp or seaweed. Occasionally, a group of small fish could be seen chewing on a long kelp, which looked like a string of colorful candied haws hanging on the kelp. He didn't see the lobstermen, but he could smell the bloody smell in the nearby seawater. And a group of small fish gathered together on the seabed not far away to fight for some remaining meat residue. Kill! He pointed the short spear in his hand in one direction and waved it. The Naga and the fishmen rushed forward without hesitation. He was not worried about hitting a wall. If the shrimp people were really strong, they would have attacked the Fishman tribe long ago, not ambushed here secretly. A large group of Nagas and fishmen rushed over. The lobster people hiding in the dark seaweed and rugged seabed thought they were discovered and rushed out from their hiding places. What a big size! These lobster people have different levels of blue, cyan or purple LS all over their bodies. The length is about 3.5 meters, which is equivalent to the length of a tiger. They look like multi-legged, giant freshwater crayfish. The pair of small eyes on the meat handle can move back and forth flexibly. The 6 tentacles on the head dance flexibly. The 2 dark giant claws open and close. And the clamping force seems to be super strong. The body size is almost the same as 3 fishmen stacked together. It is slightly shorter than the Naga, but looks stronger. However, it's not disrespectful to the opponent. But when the lobster people look like this, Lin Xiao always feels that he is not seeing an enemy, but a seafood feast that can walk. At this moment, an idea suddenly came to his mind. Should he catch some lobster people and take them back to the God's Domain to raise them? He could catch one for a lobster dinner when he had nothing to do. These lobster people were very fierce. They came out of their hiding place, and their 4 legs and duck-web tails swung quickly. They rushed in the water quite flexibly. And then, a series of black shadows flew over like javelins, knocking them away fiercely. The hard I was blown apart, and the broken meat flew everywhere. They drifted dizzy to the bottom of the water, but they recovered quickly. Before they could do anything, a group of black shadows hit them, and then nothing happened. The individual combat effectiveness of this group of lobster people was quite high, but there were not many of them, about 100 or so. It was estimated that they had never encountered a fishman who would charge, and they were stunned by a sudden charge. Hundreds of lobstermen were separated on the spot. Lin Xiao followed closely and killed them. He smashed the head of a lobsterman with a gun, and the protruding eye stalks and several shrimp tentacles were all smashed off. And he died on the spot. He was very brave and fierce, with his strength far stronger than his companions. He killed 7 lobstermen in one breath. The rest were separated and killed by the dense Nagas and fishmen. After the battle, a Naga and 4 Murlocs had accumulated enough experience, and he consumed 1,400 points of faith to promote him. Murlocs are a low-level race, and it takes 100 points of faith to upgrade from level 0 to level 1. If you force a promotion without experience, you need 1,000 points, which is 10 times the faith. Naga is a mid-level race, and it takes 1,000 points of faith to upgrade from level 1 to level 2. If you force a promotion without experience, you need a full 10,000 points of faith. Accumulating enough experience can promote continuously in a short period of time. But if you force a promotion without experience, it takes a year of God's domain time. And the higher the level, the higher the cooling time. The Murlocs quickly cleaned up the battlefield, collected large pieces of corpses, and secretly ate some of the broken meat scraps. For the Murlocs, the lobster man tastes very delicious, and it is a fresh seafood that can be eaten raw. Several fishermen brought a lobster that was more than 3 meters long. Lin Xiao broke one of its claws with a gun, and smashed the hard SHL of the lobster claw with a fierce punch. He broke the hard SHL, revealing the crystal clear lobster meat, dug out a piece, and put it in his mouth. It was chewy, sweet and delicious, and very delicious. He only collected a dozen lobster corpses, and brought them into the divine domain, and the rest were distributed to his subordinates. They were feasting on this, and did not notice that a large black shadow was quietly approaching from the bottom of the sea more than 1,000 meters away in the south, until a fisherman, who had eaten a small piece of lobster meat, and was cutting kelp to eat, found a large group of fishmen quietly approaching from the seaweed group on the bottom of the sea, and let out a strange cry. Lin Xiao reacted, shouted loudly, and ordered his subordinates to prepare for battle. But to his surprise, these fishmen found them, and did not attack immediately, but looked at the gray fog fishmen curiously. Lin Xiao's eyes flickered as he scanned the surroundings. He roughly estimated that there were probably 2,000 or 3,000 fishmen in total, twice as many as them. But they might not be able to defeat them in a real fight. After all, they had a large group of Nagas. But since the fishmen did not take action immediately, he did not take action either, and waited and watched. At this time, several fishmen in the group, who were larger than their peers, and were probably the leaders, swam out and yelled at the fishmen. A clever fishman swam out and also yelled. Outsiders must have thought they were arguing. But in fact, in Lin Xiao's ears, they said this: "You are not fishmen nearby. Where are you from? We came from a very far place. We live not far away. Have you encountered the evil lobster people? We defeated a group of lobstermen who attacked us. Did those evil lobstermen escape? No. We killed them and ate them. You are brave warriors." Lin Xiao's mouth twitched, and he continued to listen to their meaningless conversation. Then, after a long while, they changed from asking each other questions and communicating to chatting, and the relationship between the two sides seemed to be very familiar. Lin Xiao listened to the chat between the two sides calmly without interrupting. He was also curious whether the clans in his own divine domain and the same kind in the other plane could create sparks. Now it seems that they don't fight when they meet. The species in his own divine domain are not special in the eyes of the creatures in the outer domain and the other plane, and they are not treated specially. Just like seeing a group of wandering fishmen. It is worth mentioning that the bloodline of the black-scaled Naga is mainly fishmen, and it is not the same species as the similar species Naga. Strictly speaking, it is a variant of fishmen, or an evolved species, and its race is still classified as fishmen. So these fishmen did not feel hostile to the black-scaled Naga, which looked very different from themselves, as if they saw the real Naga, but instead felt a little close. Chapter 48, Love and Hate. Lin Xiao, the leader, did not speak, so the followers naturally acted according to their instincts. The two groups of fishmen chatted and chatted until they came to the same place. The gray fog fishman, who spoke first, was quite intelligent. He did not hint at anything, but many of the questions he asked with the native fishmen were questions he wanted to ask. Most of them were nonsense, but a few of them were very sophisticated. Lin Xiao secretly gave a thumbs up in his heart. Through some messy chats, a lot of interesting information was also collected. The fishmen have limited IQ, but they have no awareness of anti-reconnaissance. Basically, they will answer any questions they can. And the meaning of being able to answer is not that there is something that cannot be said, but that the IQ of wild fishmen is limited, and they don't know how to answer many questions. After communicating for about half an hour, the native fishmen on the opposite side stopped chatting and took 2,000 or 3,000 men to the bottom of the coral reef near the island to fish and catch kelp, which is their food. Lin Xiao watched thousands of fishmen leave like this, and his scaly hands pressed on his ugly chin, which was also covered with scales, and rubbed it, and made a crunching sound. He felt that he might need to change his thinking. The previous thinking was very simple. Just kill them all. Now he felt that it was unnecessary. Although the mission required the destruction of the Fishman tribe with a number of about 20,000. Killing them all was a kind of destruction. If you can conquer this Fishman tribe, it is also a kind of destruction. There is no restriction that you must kill them all. If you can conquer this Fishman tribe. His eyes were shining and his mind was active. That is to say, if you can conquer this wild Fishman tribe in another dimension and bring these 20,000 fishmen under your command, then your strength will definitely increase greatly. In that case, the remaining 3 tasks can be easily completed. And he still has enough strength to try to complete those difficult tasks with a score of more than 90 points. There are several difficult tasks with a score of more than 90 near the sea area, and the rewards are extremely generous. But he was not strong enough before, so he couldn't even think about it. If he can subdue these 20,000 fishmen, he can try it. The rewards for difficult tasks are much higher than these tasks now, whether in terms of physical rewards, ranking scores, or personal. As long as he completes one, he will definitely be in the top 5 in the final exam. He pinched his chin hard and made up his mind. He waved his hand and said low to the native fishmen who were cutting kelp not far away. And he left with his subordinates. He walked and thought all the way. And when he returned to the temporary tribe, he already had a simple plan in his mind. First, he sent a few Nagas with a group of fishmen and some food to visit the native Fishman tribe. The purpose was only one: to show his existence and tell them that there was a new small Fishman tribe not far north of the large Fishman tribe. Then, the remaining fishmen were dispersed to explore the surroundings, mainly heading north and east to the deep sea, looking for fixed food resources, killing large numbers of fish and other foods, and then bringing some food to visit every once in a while. The key is food. Every time they visit, they bring a certain amount of food and other gifts. As the saying goes, a person who eats someone's food should be grateful, and a person who takes someone's money should be soft-handed. After these 2 visits, they bring food every time. Naturally, the Fishman natives are full of goodwill towards them. Every time they go, Lin Xiao repeatedly reminds his subordinates to investigate the situation of the large Fishman tribe in addition to the normal visit. The clever little fishman was named Gula by him and promoted to the leader of the Fishman delegation. Every time, he personally taught him what to do. The IQ of the Fishman is really too limited. It is rare to meet someone who is smarter than his own tribe. He plans to train him well. The delegation basically goes out twice a month. During this period, he personally takes his subordinates out to hunt the surrounding fish and some sea beasts that threaten the Fishman, such as sharks, sea lizards, sea elves, or some crocodiles living around the island. Occasionally, some lobster people can be encountered, and they are all killed by the Fishman or Nada and eaten as snacks. Unfortunately, he didn't see the lobsterman's nest after a long time. He hadn't forgotten how delicious lobstermen were, so he had to catch some and raise them in the divine domain. Later, he simply gave up and asked Guru to ask about it when he went to the native Fishman tribe. What made him complain was that although this Fishman tribe was large and under the rule of the Mermaid Empire, it was not developed at all. Not only did they only know simple aquatic language, but they didn't even have a name for their own tribe. Although the tribe was quite large, because they were fishmen and located at the edge of the sea, they had a low status and were not taken seriously in the Mermaid Empire, except for the envoys from the Mermaid Empire coming to collect taxes and tributes at the end of the year. They had no contact with the Mermaid Empire. Mermen and fishmen seem to have their names reversed, but they are actually 2 completely different races. One is like a standing fish, and the other is a mermaid with a human body and a fish tail. Fishmen are the lowest species, while mermaids are the advanced race. It took Guru 2 visits to communicate before he found out the location of the lobster man's nest from the native fishermen. It was actually in the south of the native fisherman tribe. No wonder they hadn't found it before. They hadn't been there yet. Then Lin Xiao went there in person, and found a large lobster man's nest of 3,000 or 4,000 people 7 or 8 kilometers south of the native fisherman tribe. In the center of the two tribes, there was a river estuary. A large amount of nutrients flowed into the sea with the river. The delta was lush with seaweed and fish, which was a natural hunting ground for the two tribes. The two tribes fought each other for many years to compete for this hunting ground, but they never won. The lobster man's nest is located on a complex rocky seabed south of the small river. The terrain is complex, and the lobster man has the terrain advantage. The fisherman tribe has never been able to do anything to them. It is worth mentioning that this large lobster man is actually a marginal subordinate of the Mermaid Empire, and needs to pay tribute every year. Like the Murloc tribe, they were not taken seriously by the Mermaid Empire, and even if they were completely destroyed, they would not attract the Mermaid Empire's attention. After spending some time observing, Lin Xiao sent envoys to communicate with the Murloc tribe and jointly attack the lobster tribe. The Murloc tribe, which had long regarded the lobsters as mortal enemies, readily agreed. The two sides agreed on a day, and Lin Xiao led his men out in full force. And the two sides gathered near the river estuary. He came out in full force, and the Murlocs also came out in full force, with nearly 20,000 Murlocs forming a large black mass. The leader of the Murloc tribe was a level 3 Murloc tie caller, a type of Murloc warlock who could summon tides and water elements to help in battle. Chapter 49 Cooperation and Extermination of Lobstermen. This profession is promoted by a second-level Murloc warrior due to some special circumstances. Generally, it is promoted after eating some water-attributed treasures and experiencing enough battles. It is not included in the regular promotion system of Murlocs. The upper limit of normal Murloc promotion is the second-level Murloc warrior, and there is no spellcasting profession. The Murloc priests often seen in novels are not normal promotions for Murlocs. They are priest professions, and are promoted by the power bestowed by the gods they believe in. Not only Murlocs, but other races can be promoted to rare professions after meeting certain special conditions, including black-scaled Naga. In addition to the basic promotion system, it takes divine power to promote believers to priests. The higher the level of priests, the more divine power is consumed. Students like Lin Xiao lack everything in the early stage, especially divine power. Basically, they will not be priests. Most of them choose an apostle who can come at any time to guide believers like him. There is no tactics to speak of. With the IQ of Murlocs, they cannot execute any tactics. The key is that he can't command the Murloc natives. He can only simply agree on the time and rush to the lobster man's nest at the same time. The large army quickly approached the lobster man's nest. Some lobster men who were looking for food outside found that the black fish men quickly fled back to the nest. When they arrived, the black lobster men rushed out from a sea of stone forests with extremely complex terrain. Lin Xiao calmly controlled the speed of the troops and let the fishmen take the lead. That is, to let them be cannon fodder to resist the most fierce counterattack of the lobster men, and also to weaken the fishmen. Although he wanted to subdue the fishmen, it was uncertain whether this would succeed now. If it did not succeed, he would have to fight in the future. Weakening them now would make it easier to deal with them in the future. The black fishmen collided with the lobster men and quickly became a mess. It took him about a minute to catch up. Waving his short spear and shouting loudly, commanding his subordinates to go around from the side to intercept the lobster men's retreat, and at the same time sent a team of 100 Nagas and 500 fishmen to rush into the lobster man's nest to collect the spoils first. As for himself, he stayed at the back and took charge. And by the way, he killed the lobstermen on the edge of the battlefield. A considerable number of lobstermen saw that they were being attacked from both sides and wanted to turn around and defeat them. But because there was no command, the forces were dispersed one by one, just in time to defeat them one by one. A group of about 30 or 40 lobstermen saw Lin Xiao, who was protected by only a dozen Nagas, and rushed over thinking that they saw an opportunity to pick up. He grinned, and the thick snake tail swung violently, creating a circle of ripples in the seawater. The whole person blasted into the lobster crowd like a torpedo, and shot the entire head of the leading lobster man with one shot. The SHL fragments and flesh flew everywhere. He twisted his body and slashed horizontally. The residual force of the 5 times explosion generated by the salted fish thrust was attached to this blow and hit another lobster man on the side. Just like gunpowder exploded. A large piece of the SHL flew off on the spot, revealing a pit as thick as an ordinary person's waist. He was beaten to death on the spot. The scene was extremely brutal. A wave of burst. Not weak. But the skill fell into cooldown. He twisted his body to avoid 2 basin-sized claws, and backhanded 2 spears to poke 2 fist-sized holes. The outer SHL of the lobsterman's body is very hard. A species like the fishman with insufficient strength can't pierce it even if it is poked once or twice with a spear. But once the defense is broken, a hole will be directly broken. Too fragile. The advantages are obvious, and the disadvantages are also obvious. Usually, the lobsterman has an advantage in fighting against the weak fishman. Otherwise, it would not be possible to fight 20,000 fishmen with only 3 or 4,000 lobstermen. But when they meet the Naga, it is like meeting their nemesis. The strength of the Naga plus a fine iron short spear in each hand is enough to break the defense. And the flexibility of the Naga is not comparable to the fishman. Plus the dodge bonus of the basic footwork. In a single fight, it is completely a crushing posture. Even if it is 1 against 2 or 1 against 3, there is still room for maneuver. The melee lasted only 4 or 5 minutes. And Lin Xiao found that some Nagas had accumulated enough combat experience and could be upgraded. In particular, one of them was a level 2 Naga warrior who had been forcibly promoted through faith value not long ago. He was very brave in combat and had accumulated enough combat experience to be upgraded to a level 3 Naga warrior. There was no need to consider this. He immediately raised his short spear and pointed it at the Naga and roared loudly. The great lord of the sea, the god of Nagas and Murlocs, told me that he admires your bravery very much. My lord is very pleased and will give you power. As soon as the voice fell, he consumed 5,000 plus 16,000 points of faith value to promote him and other Murlocs together. More than a dozen golden lights that were specially made for them to see fell from the sky and fell into all the promoted clansmen. The next second, the momentum of all promoted people rose steadily. The momentum of other clans was not obvious, but the momentum of this Naga was the most obvious. Especially the size that grew steadily with the momentum, which had the greatest impact on other believers. The first level Naga is about 2 meters tall, and if the tail is included, the total is about 4 meters. When it reaches level 2, the body will be more than 10 or 20 centimeters taller, and the total length will reach 4.5 meters. When it reaches level 3, the height will reach 2.5 meters, and the total length including the tail will reach 5 meters, and the muscles will be stronger. And you can see at a glance that it has become stronger. After the promotion, you could almost see the morale of the clansmen soaring with the naked eye. A wave of charge forced several groups of lobster people to push back, which surprised the fish natives in the distance. These fish natives are a little far away and did not see the changes here. Moreover, they cannot see that this is the treatment that only the clans of the gods' domain in the main world have. The conquered indigenous races do not have this kind of treatment of promotion at any time. But if the conquered indigenous races enter the gods' domain, believe in the Lord of the gods' domain, and reproduce for several generations in the gods' domain, they will receive this treatment, relying on the absolute advantage in strength and numbers. The hundreds of lobster people on their side collapsed in less than 10 minutes. Lin Xiao commanded the Naga and the fishmen to surround them on both sides, deliberately driving the collapsed lobster people towards the fishmen to prevent them from escaping. On the other side, in the lobsterman's nest, 100 Nagas and 500 fishmen had already rushed into the lobsterman tribe, killed some old and disabled lobstermen in a few moves, captured all the young lobstermen and locked them aside, and then began to plunder the resources in the lobsterman's nest. It's not a lot of resources. Anyway, there will always be some good things in such a big nest. On the main battlefield, under Lin Xiao's intentional control, the lobsterman was attacked from both sides, but the pressure was not enough to make him collapse. The strength displayed by the Nagas made the lobsterman timid, and he dared not attack this side, so he could only attack the fishmen. Under the protection of several Nagas, Lin Xiao watched the battlefield between the lobstermen and the fishmen with relish. Almost every second, many fishmen were killed, and some lobstermen were besieged and killed by a group of fishmen. Chapter 50 Promotion to Level 3. Under his deliberate control, the number of lobstermen continued to decline, and the number of the fishman tribes declined even faster. Countless corpses floated to the surface, with their bellies turned upside down. Lin Xiao saw a huge black shadow looming in the distance. It was probably a shark or other sea beast that smelled the blood and rushed over. These sharks and sea beasts were quite smart. They did not rush in directly, but cruised on the edge of the battlefield. From time to time, they quietly rushed in and took away a few corpses. But no one paid attention. Time passed by minute. Under his deliberate control, the lobstermen and the fishman tribes fought each other, and the number dropped sharply. Now there are still about 1,600 to 1,700 lobstermen, and the number of fishmen has dropped from the initial 20,000 to about 12,000. The two sides are evenly matched, and neither side has an advantage. If there is no spoiler like him, if this trend continues, it is estimated that both sides will suffer losses in the end. But at this stage, Lin Xiao feels that it is almost done. The murlocs were almost dead. If they died anymore, they would be worthless. About 12,000 murlocs were just valuable enough, and he was sure that he could turn against them even if he failed to subdue them. He twisted his thick neck, raised his weapon and shouted to the more than 300 Nagas and more than 1,000 murlocs resting behind him. Boys, it's time to eliminate these heretics. He rushed forward and smashed a lobsterman in half with one blow. He shot another lobsterman in the head with a backhand shot. He threw another lobsterman away with a swipe of his thick tail and quickly retreated more than 10 meters. The angry lobstermen rushed up and were knocked away by the hundreds of black shadows that followed them, killing them instantly on the spot. It has to be said that the salted fish stab skill is really abnormal, especially in low-level battles where enemies rarely have powerful life-saving skills. A burst of fighting can kill a group of people on the spot. Few races can beat them with the same number. There were only 1,600 or 700 lobstermen left, but 300 or 400 were killed by a wave of explosion, which put them in a disadvantageous position. This was because many Nagas attacked the same target. If each of them dealt with one target, more lobstermen would die. Next, the overall situation was basically determined. But Lin Xiao did not stop, but fought harder. After killing a shark and so many lobstermen, he felt that he had accumulated more than half of the experience. He took this opportunity to kill more and accumulate enough experience to upgrade. This plane is not safe, and the mission is not easy. The stronger the better. Every time he killed a lobsterman, he could feel his blood changing. As the accumulated experience progress bar approached the end, his breath gradually boiled. Bang! He shook off a lobsterman with a fierce tail, and his left hand shot into the claws of a lobsterman. With his right hand, he violently smashed a section of the lobsterman's eye stalk and the SHL in his brain. Improvement. Lin Xiao, who had been paying attention to his own condition and was only a little short of experience, let out a low roar the moment he killed the lobsterman. 5,000 points of faith value were consumed, turning into a warm current that flowed out of his heart and flowed through his blood vessels throughout his body. Wherever this power flowed, the muscles began to strengthen, the skin became tougher, and the scales became harder. It seemed slow, but in the eyes of outsiders, he roared. An invisible wave of air expanded, and the whole person swelled up like a blow. His height increased from 2.3 meters to 2.5 meters, and the total length of the tail increased from 4.5 meters to 5 meters. He was suspended in the water like a small giant. Race: Black Scale Naga Saint's Descending Body. Category: Subhuman. Level: Medium Race. Level: Level 3. Occupation: None. Talents: Underwater Breathing. Intermediate Strange Strength. Intermediate Regeneration. Shining Scales. Skills: Bloodthirst. Slash. Basic Footwork LV2. Salted Fish Stab. Specialties: Advanced Swimming. Intermediate Fast Steps. Ape Arms. Constitution: 3.8 plus 1. You have a bull-like constitution. Strength: 3.7 plus 2 plus 1. You are born with supernatural power, nearly 6 times the strength of an adult man. Agility: 2.7 plus 1 plus 1. You are already a top professional sprinter. Spirit: 1.8 plus 1. Your spirit is stronger than that of ordinary people. After training, you may become a spellcaster. Evaluation: this is an amphibious humanoid species that has never appeared before, with extraordinary strength far beyond that of ordinary people. Compared with the second level, the constitution and strength are increased by 1 point each. The agility is increased by nearly 1 point, and the spirit is increased by about half a point. There is not much change in the talent, skills, and expertise, except that the hard scale Ella the talent has become a shining scale. In addition to enhancing a certain degree of defense, the shining scale also comes with a small amount of spell resistance. In addition, the skill basic footwork can also be upgraded from level 1 to level 2. It is not shown in the attributes, but Lin Xiao feels that he seems to be more flexible in the water after the promotion. Although the skill is footwork, it actually refers to the dodging and evasion in battle. However, the effect of learning it depends on the race, not the fixed footwork. After all, races such as Naga or Snake people do not have feet. The third level Naga warrior is not much stronger than the second level Naga warrior in terms of strength. It is equivalent to a comprehensive enhancement on the basis of the second level. But there is no qualitative change. Regardless of any race, the level below 3 is the basis, and there will not be much change. But if it exceeds the third level and enters the fourth level, there will be a big leap, or a small qualitative change. In other words, the highest promotion limit of low-level races will not exceed the third level. Perhaps the upper limit can be broken by transformation or eating some special treasures. But this is only an exception. Only intermediate races can be promoted to more than 3 levels. Conversely, races that can be promoted to more than 3 levels must be intermediate or above races. Of course, Lin Xiao's state at this time is the attribute of the Saint's Advent state. In fact, a normal Naga promoted to the third level not only does not have a buff of adding 1 to all attributes, but even the talent, skills, and expertise are not as high as his. His is enhanced. To use the game's terms, he is now a boss template, so he is stronger than his peers in all aspects. After the promotion, Lin Xiao wanted to roar to the sky, but just as he opened his mouth, he found that the water was not suitable. He swung his thicker snake tail violently, even without the salted fish thrust. His speed was amazing. The weight of nearly a ton hit a lobsterman hard, knocking him crooked directly. The thick tail went around and hooked and pulled back, just hitting the extended spear head and passing through his chest. It was easy to kill a lobsterman, but Lin Xiao always felt unsatisfied. The lobsterman was too weak and couldn't even warm up. He turned his head left and right and set his sights on the lobsterman leader in the center of the lobster crowd. That was a large lobsterman who was several times larger than other lobstermen, estimated to be 5 meters long. This prey seems to be okay. Chapter 51: The sudden appearance of sea whale knights. However, before he could make a move, he suddenly heard a strange noise coming from behind. He looked back and saw the sentry fisherman running over in panic, pointing and shouting behind him. Lin Xiao frowned and listened, and immediately looked up and looked behind him. Hearing from the fisherman, a group of very big guys came. He thought for a while and ordered the team to retreat to avoid being attacked from both sides. Less than a minute later, he saw a group of very large figures swimming in the sea in the distance. At first glance, they thought they were a group of sharks. But as the distance between the two sides approached, he could see that the sharks were riding on the backs of fully armed mermaid knights. But what attracted Lin Xiao's attention the most was an extremely large whale in the center of the team. The body of 20 to 30 meters long looked like a floating island moving over, and a mermaid sitting on the back of the whale, wearing thick plate armor and looking extremely strong, was looking down at them from a high position. Behind the team, there was a large group of elite-looking fishmen warriors, estimated to be thousands in total, following in neat formation. These fishmen warriors were well equipped, and were stronger than their fellow tribesmen in both condition and spirit. Even the look they gave to their fellow tribesmen was filled with a hint of arrogance and contempt, which was the so-called feeling of city people looking down on country people. A sea whale knight, who was unknown whether it was level 4 or 5. 7 sea shark knights who were estimated to be level 3. Thousands of level 1 fishmen warriors, and hundreds of level 2 fishmen warriors. Lin Xiao silently evaluated the strength of both sides in his heart, and felt that it was difficult. Even if he could win, it was estimated that he would suffer huge losses. At this moment, he saw the mermaid knight on the back of the whale like a floating island took out a huge horn and put it to his mouth. Woo! The dull and long horn sound spread and echoed in the seawater, as circles of tiny ripples swept by. Lin Xiao felt that his eardrums were shaken and uncomfortable. But the biggest reaction was not from them, but from the lobstermen and fishmen who were fighting. After hearing the thunderous horn sound, all the lobstermen and fishmen paused, then quickly stopped fighting and retreated, with one on the left and one on the right clearly separated. From a distance, The Murlocs and lobstermen were clearly apprehensive and afraid. Lin Xiao quietly gestured to his subordinates, asking them to retreat to the side. At this time, the troops led by the Sea Whale Knights swam over in a patrolling manner. When passing by Lin Xiao, the knight on the back of the huge sea whale immediately looked at Lin Xiao, who looked different from the others. He paused and leaned forward, looking at him and the black-scaled Naga behind him with a puzzled look, and pointed at him with a whip and asked, "What race are you? Why have I never seen it before?" The voice was unexpectedly beautiful. This mermaid knight, who was hidden in armor and looked extremely strong, was actually a woman. Lin Xiao looked up. His ferocious face unfolded with an ugly smile, and replied, "We are the Naga tribe, and we just moved here from other places." "What race is Naga?" The Sea Whale Knight didn't know Naga, and thought about it with a puzzled look on his face. Obviously, there is no Naga species in the sea of this plane. Otherwise, there is no reason why this mermaid knight with obvious identity and status has not heard of it. She quickly gave up thinking, looked at them carefully, and finally looked away with some disgust, and asked arrogantly, "How many people do you have?" Lin Xiao immediately answered, "All are here." "So few?" He clearly heard the surprise and pity in the knight's mouth. He didn't know if it was an illusion. He found that the interest in the mermaid knight's eyes disappeared instantly, and his tone returned to coldness, saying, "As an alien group, I allow you to settle in this sea area, but you must pay taxes and tributes to the Empire every year. Are you willing?" Lin Xiao nodded hurriedly. "It's our honor." "Yes." The mermaid knight was very satisfied, nodded, and gently urged his mount. The giant whale, as big as an island, made a whistle-like sound and slowly swam past him. The surging undercurrent made him retreat involuntarily. Then, the mermaid knight led his subordinates and left without even looking at the fishmen and lobstermen standing by, let alone the fight between the two races. From this, it can be seen that the Empire only collects taxes and tributes, and does not care about the conflicts between the people. This is good news for him. He was afraid of interference from the Mermaid Empire, which would seriously affect his mission. Now it's good. Lin Xiao watched the mermaid knight leave until he could no longer see his shadow. He grinned at the lobstermen who were at a disadvantage, and nearly half of the fishmen who had died, and a smile of unknown meaning appeared on his face, as several gray fog fishmen rushed towards the lobstermen at his instruction, and were killed by counterattack. The battle was triggered again. The following battle was almost without suspense. Under his control, the lobstermen and the native fishmen kept dying in battle, and their numbers kept decreasing. Half an hour later, when there were less than 200 lobstermen and more than 10,000 native fishmen, he ordered his subordinates to launch a full-scale charge and defeat all the lobstermen in one wave. Not all of them were killed. There were about 70 or 80 injured or disabled lobstermen left. They were tied up with ropes made of seaweed and carried by his subordinates to be dealt with when they returned. Then, he swept his eyes over the fishmen who were cleaning up the battlefield, especially the leaders of the fishmen tribe. Most of the fishmen had injuries. The lobstermen's claws had a strong clamping force. Generally, the fishmen were basically broken wherever they were clamped. No less than 1,000 or 2,000 fishmen had broken arms or legs, and their lives were bleak. With the current state of the fishmen, he was very confident of defeating them. But defeating is one thing, conquering is another. If he was in the god's domain, he could spend decades slowly assimilating them. But he only had 10 years for the final exam, so he had no time to slowly assimilate. Then, he could only spend some time and effort to slowly conquer. He already had a plan in mind, and brought his subordinates to the Murloc chieftain, the third-level Murloc Tide Caller. This Murloc Tide Caller knew a few water spells, but the power was not very great. His strongest tide calling ability had no effect in front of the same water creatures. The summoned water element was killed by the lobster man after a few seconds in the melee, so he did not participate in the battle just now, but just commanded from behind, which was equivalent to the commander in battle and the tribal leader in normal times. Lin Xiao came in front of him. His ferocious face showed a smile that looked even more ferocious no matter how he looked at it, and with a wave of his hand, his subordinates moved a pile of things tied with seaweed over, saying, "This is the spoils of war snatched from the lobster tribe. As partners, you have a share." The fishman chief was a little surprised and said with great emotion, "The literal meaning is, your generosity is as broad as the chest of the sea god. You will be the best friend of the fishmen." Lin Xiao answered seriously, The Fishman Chief nodded continuously. Lin Xiao smiled and said. The Fishman Chief extended his hand in a friendly manner. Lin Xiao quickly shook the Fishman Chief's dry hand, and the two sides signed a friendly agreement. Chapter 52 Harvest. The chief waved his bone staff and called the Fishman to go home. Lin Xiao watched him leave with a smile. When the Fishman could no longer see him, he turned around and shouted, Children, pack up the spoils and go home. Many fishmen excitedly rushed to the lobsterman's corpse floating in the sea. Hundreds of fishmen pushed the corpse together, tied it up with seaweed and dragged it away. Lin Xiao also came to the lobsterman's nest under the guidance of the fishmen and collected several large items that his subordinates could not move. Back in the tribe, the fishmen excitedly piled the dead lobstermen in the center of the tribe and placed them around the altar under the command of Naga, preparing to hold a large prayer ceremony. As for Lin Xiao, he put all the living lobstermen into the magic cube of good fortune, decomposed them all, and first extracted the blood of the lobstermen and stored them. He has not yet decided what to do with it. Should he transform it directly into a lobsterman card, or use the lobsterman's blood to merge with other delicious creatures' blood to form a more delicious creature? He has an idea. He is going to use the lobsterman as a basis to prepare a very delicious food that is rich in nutrition and energy, and use it as a specialty of his own divine domain. After the player becomes a demigod, the divine domain will expand greatly. After meeting the needs of the family's life, the divine domain will have extra space to cultivate economic products or economic crops, and use this to trade with other divine domains to earn faith points or divine power. The purchased faith points and divine power cannot be used to improve strength, but can be used as consumables. For example, faith points are required to transform cards, to make semi-artifacts or holy artifacts, to increase the level of the family, etc., all of which require faith points. It feels too uneconomical to directly use the faith points or divine power that you have accumulated with great effort. If you use the divine domain specialty to trade with other players to obtain faith points, you will not feel sad no matter how much you use. Ding 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 ding. A series of knocking sounds woke him up. The fishmen had already set up the prayer ceremony venue. Many Nagas and fishmen heard the knocking sounds and surrounded the altar. Lin Xiao swam to the edge of the altar under the gaze of many family members, swam around the altar one circle after another in the fanatical prayers, and finally stood in the center of the altar, shouting with a passionate voice, Children, your bravery makes my lord very happy. He paused, and many believers raised their heads and looked at him eagerly. He said loudly in a serious face to the expectant eyes of the believers, You fight for my lord, the supreme lord of the sea. The god of Nagas and fishmen will never let your bravery lose its meaning. The supreme lord told me that he will give strength to all brave warriors. At this point, his tone suddenly became high, and a blue light suddenly lit up above his head, exploded, and turned into the essence of sea water that spread out and enveloped all the fishmen. Amid the increasingly fervent prayers of the many believers, he almost roared, In the name of my lord, a favor. As soon as the words fell, Lin Xiao's true body in the divine domain suddenly opened his eyes, and a ball of golden light exploded in his pupils. Most of the remaining 1 million faith points were consumed at this moment, transformed into more than 700 or 800 golden lights of varying sizes. They flew out from the holy symbol in the center of the altar and poured into the bodies of all the kneeling Nagas and fishmen. At this moment, a Naga lying in front of the altar suddenly let out a low roar. His strong back muscles arched at a speed visible to the naked eye. His whole body was trembling, and his breath was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He was about to be promoted to level 3. Lin Xiao's mind moved, and a light screen that only he could see popped up in front of him, showing the attribute table of this newly promoted level 3 Naga warrior. Race, Black Scale Naga. Category, Subhuman. Level, Medium Race. Level, Level 3. Occupation, None. Talents, Underwater Breathing. Intermediate Strength. Primary Regeneration. Hard Scale SH. L. Skills, Bloodthirst. Slash. Basic Footwork LV2. Salted Fish Stab. Specialties, Intermediate Swimming. Intermediate Fast Pace. Ape Arm. Constitution, 3.8. You have the physique of a bison. Strength, 3.7 plus 2 natural strength. Nearly 6 times the strength of an adult man. Agility, 2.7 plus 1. You are already an excellent professional sprinter. Spirit, 1.3 Your spirit is stronger than that of ordinary people. After training, you may become a spellcasting profession. Evaluation. This is an amphibious humanoid species that has never appeared before, with a strength far beyond that of ordinary people. Compared with the second-level Naga, the basic constitution and strength and agility are increased by 1 point each. Talents, skills, and specialties each have an upgrade. Namely, primary strength is upgraded to intermediate strength. Basic footwork is upgraded from LV1 to LV2. Primary agile steps are upgraded to intermediate agile steps. And the rest remain unchanged. Not bad. He didn't expect to be as strong as himself, the incarnation of the saint. But this was already very good. At least ordinary level 3 creatures were not their opponents. This time, a total of 10 level 3 Nagas were promoted, plus the previous battlefield promotion. A total of 11 level 3 Nagas, 49 level 2 Nagas, plus the previous ones. Now there are a total of 176 level 2 Nagas in the family. 11 Nagas were killed, and the remaining 402 Nagas have basically accumulated more than half of the experience bar. It is estimated that killing 10 more fishmen will be enough experience for promotion. There is no rush for this. There are plenty of monsters in the sea for them to kill. As for the promotion of the Murlocs, there were also many. Now there were a total of 44 second-level Murloc warriors, 780 first-level Murloc fighters, and 1,596 ordinary Murlocs. In addition, after the large-scale prayer ceremony, the faith of a large number of clans increased to varying degrees, and a total of more than 200 devout believers and 37 fanatical believers were born. It doesn't seem like much, but in fact, this effect is exaggerated. These are devout believers and fanatic believers. No matter what god, these are the most solid and core believers, and it is difficult to be promoted. If true believers can appear in large numbers due to environmental influence, then devout believers must be guided step by step and deepen their faith step by step. Except for individual cases, most devout believers slowly change from true believers to devout believers. It is unlikely that a believer can quickly become a devout believer after just believing. This requires a process. Devout believers are like this, let alone fanatics. Many people don't understand what fanatics are. Some people may confuse fanatics with brain-dead fans. In fact, these are two individuals that cannot be compared. Let's just make a simple comparison. Fanatics are fanatical about the gods they believe in. Their faith is as firm as steel. They practice the doctrines of the church in their words and deeds. They can fight for their faith without hesitation, even if they die. And brain-dead fans are just impulses for a moment. They will change their favorite objects with a little fluctuation. How can such a belief that is not firm at all be compared with fanatics? The most important thing is that brain-dead fans just like it, not believe in it, which is an essential difference. Chapter 53 Rewards for completing the first task. After the promotion of his subordinates, the large prayer ceremony ended, and the food used as sacrifices was distributed to his subordinates. After Lin Shao finished eating half a lobster meat, he returned to the other side of the altar, where the spoils were piled up. All the spoils looted from the lobster tribe were here. Most of them were stored food, which had no value. The rest were also some messy sundries. There were only 2 or 3 things that were really valuable to him. One was a huge rusty iron anchor, like a ship anchor, 7 or 8 meters long and very heavy. When he went to the lobster tribe to see it, it had sunk into the mud and sand. The lobster people didn't pay any attention to it, and just put it there as a landscape. This thing is of no use to Lin Shao for the time being, but it may be in the future. The second valuable thing is a huge turtle SHL. It is unknown what turtle-like sea beast left it. It is about 40 meters long and very huge. It was turned over by the lobster people as a place to store precious food. Lin Shao first stored this thing in the creation space, but did not decompose it, because he had not yet figured out how to deal with it. The third valuable thing was a stone sculpture several people tall, which looked like a male mermaid. Lin Shao sensed the existence of an extremely rich power of faith on it. This was the object used by the lobster people to worship the sea god, also called a statue. Just like the simple sea god altar of the fisherman tribe, there was a sea god symbol on it to receive faith value. The lobster people had accumulated considerable faith value through years of prayer and worship. This was a good thing for Lin Shao. Even if he could not absorb it, he could use it as currency. He did not dare to take this thing out, and directly decomposed it through the creation magic cube to extract the faith value inside. he actually gained more than 4.8 million units of faith value. Close to 5 points of divine power. This was close to all the faith values he had obtained since he opened up the divine domain. Obviously, this holy symbol had been worshipped for a long time, and the sea god had never taken it back. Lin Xiao couldn't help but think of the holy sign of the fishman tribe. The number of fishmen is much larger than that of lobstermen. If it is not taken away for a long time, it is likely that more faith points can be accumulated. When thinking of this, Lin Xiao was a little excited. After a few days, he couldn't wait to implement his own plan to attack the fishman tribe. The method is very simple. First, continue to build closer relations as before. This time, the fishman tribe was nearly half destroyed in the war. More fishmen were injured and unable to go out hunting. The remaining food in the tribe could not last long. Lin Xiao set people to deliver some food every 2 days to enhance the favorability. Then send subordinates out to find some powerful sea predators to lure them over, or even drive them away directly, and constantly attack the fishman's fishing team or tribe to create a sense of crisis for them. Then, he appeared as a savior to save them. With the pitiful brain capacity of the merman, he would certainly not have thought that all this was arranged by his companions. Over time, after a while, when the merman tribe was attacked by a powerful sea beast that was lured here, Lin Xiao proposed to the chief of the merman tribe that he move the entire tribe from the original small place into this large merman tribe, on the grounds that he was very tired from running back and forth all the time, and in order to get better nearby support, he should move the entire tribe from the original small place into this large merman tribe. Next, it was just like the integration into the fishman tribe when the Naga was born in the divine domain. It took only 2 months for the two tribes to become close and inseparable. Under Lin Xiao's intentional control, the primary and secondary styles of the Naga and the fishmen of his own clan could easily influence these native fishmen. The changes were not obvious at the beginning, but as the Nagas continued to show their powerful military power, the Nagas who were promoted many times could easily kill sharks, which were extremely terrifying sea beasts for the fishmen. This had a huge impact on the minds of the native fishmen. In just half a year, this fishman tribe had become accustomed to being dominated by the Naga and was completely conquered. It took only 8 months from the time he first came to this world to the completion of the first task. Lin Xiao was very satisfied with this progress. He immediately applied to the artifact platform spirit outside the plane to submit the completion of the task. The artifact spirit spent a day evaluating and confirmed that he had completed the task. Student Lin Xiao, you have completed a task. Please decide whether to confirm this task as one of the 3 limited tasks. He immediately answered, yes, I am sure. It has been confirmed that student Lin Xiao has completed 1/3 of the task. Rewards are being distributed. Please check. The cards rewarded by the task are random, but the random range is generally to evaluate the range of appropriate use of students. It may not be completely suitable, but it will never say that some completely useless cards are rewarded. A task with a score of 81 points will reward 2 blue rare quality 5-star cards, 3 random quality 5-star cards, and a number of loot. The number of strategic items can be ignored. There are only loot. If there is no loot, there is no. The main reward is these 5 5-star cards. It is certain that there are 2 rare quality cards, and the other 3 are random. It may be all ordinary quality, or all rare quality. As a golden light fell from the sky into Lin Xiao's hands, it turned into 5 cards emitting a faint golden light. He immediately rubbed the 5 cards with his fingers and opened them in a fan shape, revealing the true appearance of the 5 cards. 2 rare quality cards, 1 rare quality, and 2 ordinary quality cards. Not bad. This is definitely not bad. At least there is an extra rare quality instead of 3 blank cards. The 2 blue rare quality cards are a resource card small shallow sea ecology extremely rare. Some in a 1 km * 1 km shallow sea area with rich nutrition to cover the existing sea area. Simply put, it simulates a whole set of submarine ecological environment systems that are rich in nutrition and lush aquatic plants, including edible submarine plants such as kelp and seaweed, some inedible submarine plants such as corals, nutrient-rich seawater, microorganisms, etc. It seems to be useless, and there are no fish creatures in it, just an ecological environment. But in fact, this is quite useful. You must know that the seabed of his current divine domain is quite barren, except for a small amount of seaweed and fish planted. There is nothing else. There is basically no submarine ecology. and most of the seabed is bare. If you have this, you can form a perfect submarine survival. Fish and shrimp gather here, and it can be more easily reproduced, which is equivalent to increasing the reproduction rate of submarine creatures in disguise. And it is permanent as long as it is not destroyed. Needless to say, this must be kept. The second rare card is a unique card Centaur Archer, extremely rare. Summon 150 level 2 Centaur Archers at one time, including 5 level 3 Centaur Wasteland Archers. Note, equipped with standard weapons and 5 days of rations. Chapter 54 Blackwater Swamp. 5-star weapon card Standard Fine Iron Sword common. Get 1000 standard fine iron swords at one time. 5-star resource card Sheep Flock common. Summon 500 sheep at one time. Note, half are male and half are female. 5-star reproduction card rare. Species fertility plus 300%. Survival rate plus 300%. Duration 10 years. Note, this card cannot be stacked with the same type of effect card. Only one can be used at a time. Lin Xiao didn't know what to say. Among these cards, the first Shallow Sea Ecology card is the most useful. And the other cards, it can't be said that they are useless. Normally, these 5 cards are useful for students of his level, but they are still a bit useless for him. It belongs to the category of loading is not bad. But there is always a feeling of wasting a card slot, which is commonly known as useless. If it were a normal student, the best way would be to exchange it with other students for a card that suits him. But Lin Xiao had only one way. To take it to the gold finger to decompose it, and see if he could extract some useful good things. Or to decompose it directly as nutrients to strengthen a certain card. He couldn't make up his mind for the time being. And the upper limit of the existing fusion cards in his own divine domain was full. If he wanted to fuse new cards, he would have to wait until next month. He first stored the cards in the creation cube, and did not decompose them, but also stored them. In the following time, Lin Xiao began to reform the Fishman tribe drastically. The first step, of course, is to replace the belief in the sea god and change the belief of the Fishman natives from the sea god to himself. This is the most basic. If you want to completely conquer the Fishman natives, the belief must be unified. If the sea god is really the sea god, he is looking for death by doing this. Maybe the Fishman tribe will know it as soon as they change their belief in the sea god. Unfortunately, the sea god is only a demigod. Even a high-level demigod is only a demigod. And he has insufficient control over his own beliefs and believers. The Fishman tribe is far away from the Mermaid Empire. The nearest mermaid city with a temple is hundreds of miles away. Few people from the Mermaid Empire come here all year round. The whale knights they met half a year ago just passed by chance and quietly converted. It is estimated that the Mermaid Empire will not know about it for a few years. On the altar of the Fishman tribe, Lin Xiao harvested a total of more than 8 million faith points. More than twice that of the lobster tribe. Adding it all up, he now has up to 13 million foreign faith points, equivalent to 13 points of divine power, which is enough for him to squander for a period of time. Use these unabsorbed faith points to trade, make cards, upgrade subordinates, etc. Save the faith points of his own believers, and save up 100 million points to condense that divinity as soon as possible, relying on a set of standard brainwashing procedures taught by the school, plus Lin Xiao's own talent in condensing the faith of believers. It took him only 3 months to make the entire mermaid tribe change their beliefs, abandon the sea god, and turn to believe in the Lord of the Sea, the god of Naga and the Fishmen. It is worth mentioning that his name as the god of Fishmen played a great role in converting the Fishmen. Compared with believing in the sea god, the god of Fishmen inherently makes the Fishmen closer and more willing to believe in him. Lin shouted this every time there was a large-scale prayer ceremony. He instilled in the Fishmen the idea that the god of Fishmen was a Fishman deification and was their own fish, which made it easier for the Fishmen to believe in him. It's like a human warrior coming to 2 temples not far apart. One is the human war god, and the other is the orc war god. 99 out of 100 human warriors will choose to enter the temple of the human war god, and very few are willing to believe in a foreign god. The next few days will consolidate the faith and start preparing for the next mission. According to the map, the other 2 mission locations are located in the Blackwater Swamp further south. Both the Frogman tribe and the Snakeman tribe are in the Blackwater Swamp hundreds of kilometers south. This distance is a bit far. After consolidating his faith, Lin Xiao took half of the Nagas and 2,000 Murlocs with him. Just like the Murloc natives, They first built a new tribe near the Blackwater Swamp to settle down. After the tribe was built, they moved all the tribes there. The huge team went south along the coastline. Compared with the Murloc tribe, the northern coastline was mostly flat sandy beaches, while the southern coastline was mostly rugged rocky beaches. The seashore terrain gradually rose more than 10 meters above the sea level, forming a long cliff. The team went forward along the edge of the cliff. A distance of over 100 kilometers is quite far for the Murlocs. It took them several days to walk half of the way. Halfway through, in the middle of the cliff terrain, he found a small river flowing from a coast that was dozens of meters high. A large amount of nutrients rushed into the sea along the river. There were lush aquatic plants and many fish nearby. He found a medium-sized Murloc tribe with about 4,000 or 5,000 people nearby. Lin Xiao circled the Fishman tribe, but finally left by a detour. He didn't have that much time to conquer a new Fishman tribe. The main reason was that it was too small, and the time spent was not equal to the harvest. If it was also a Fishman tribe of 20,000, he wouldn't mind spending another year or two to conquer it. Although it would waste 2 years, he had the courage to do those high-difficulty tasks with more than 95 points with the extra 20,000 fishmen as cannon fodder. After spending another 11 days, they finally crossed a distance of hundreds of kilometers and came to the locations of 2 adjacent tasks marked on the map. An alluvial beach formed by the estuary of a river several hundred meters wide. The huge team stayed at the estuary, and Lin Xiao climbed up a tree with his snake tail wrapped around it and looked into the distance. The big swamp called Blackwater was just south of this river, close to the river. The reason why it is called Blackwater Swamp is that an unknown black plant grows in the swamp. When the plant dies and rots, it will decompose into black pigments like ink, which will dye the swamp water and silt black. So it is called Blackwater Swamp. In this vast swamp, which is rich in products and resources and stretches for countless kilometers, there live a large number of alien races. In addition to the Frogman tribe and the Snakeman tribe, there are also the common fishmen, which are almost everywhere, and can even be seen in freshwater rivers or lakes on land. About a mile from the mouth of this river, which we will call Blackwater, there are several alluvial islands of different sizes. The islands are covered with lush vegetation and rich seaweeds. The nutrients in the river are deposited nearby, nourishing a large number of fat fish and shrimps, and attracting a large number of predators to gather nearby. So even though they knew that there was plenty of food around these small islands, no race would settle down nearby. Lin Xiao didn't dare to do that either. His main purpose was to wipe out the Frogman tribe and the Snakeman tribe, not to grab territory. If he settled down here, he would have to fight with predators in the sea every day, so he wouldn't have time to do anything else. Chapter 55 Frogman and Encountered Classmates. After taking his subordinates around the river estuary, Lin Xiao finally decided to build his new home on the beach about a mile away from the north bank of the river, facing the Blackwater Swamp on the south bank of the river. According to the map shared by the artifact platform, there is a large mermaid city in the sea about 40 kilometers east of the estuary of the river, which is also the core area of the Mermaid Empire's rule over the nearby sea. As for the Blackwater Swamp, there are frogmen, snakemen, and fishmen, as well as a large number of swamp creatures, including fierce predators such as the violent crocodile. There are dragons and snakes mixed together, and he dare not sell his home in it. Compared with the previous mission, the Blackwater Swamp is much more complicated. Even though there are more cannon fodder available now, he did not dare to act rashly. He just asked the fishermen slaves he brought to cut down trees and move stones to build nests. And he took dozens of Nagas out for a walk. He first went to the alluvial island near the estuary. As soon as he approached the area, he saw a fat and strong bluefin shark rushing over with its mouth wide open. This guy was very fat, and his whole body was round. But when he opened his mouth and shook his body and rushed over, for some reason, Lin Xiao was reminded of a certain emoticon picture, which was inexplicably funny. But the funny feeling was funny, and he would not show mercy. With a wave of his hand, dozens of Nagas rushed up and shot them to death. Naturally, the corpses were eaten on the spot as their snacks. When they left, only a pile of uneaten debris was left, attracting a large group of small fish to fight for the scraps. Then, they circled around these alluvial islands and encountered no less than 30 battles. There were more predators in this sea area than expected. Fortunately, they are now quite strong. The strength of level 2 and 3 is considered to be the upper middle combat power in the shallow sea area. Dozens of them go together. Generally, There are not many sea beasts near the shallow sea that can beat them. Bypassing the alluvial island and heading south along the junction of the Blackwater Swamp and the sea. The Blackwater Swamp is right by the sea, with no dividing line from the sea. And you can enter the swamp directly from the sea. Of course, although there is no dividing line between the Blackwater Swamp and the sea, there is a clear dividing line. That is, the water in the Blackwater Swamp is particularly black. When you see the clearly separated black and white colors at the junction of the two, you know that this is the junction of the two. He did not enter the Blackwater Swamp, but continued to go south along the junction of black and white. He swam for almost a day and estimated that he swam for 60 to 70 kilometers before he saw the end of the Blackwater Swamp. This swamp is a bit big. He remembered that the Blackwater Swamp terrain marked on the map was a rectangle, with the width on the sea side and the length on the land side. From the topographic map, the length was about 2 to 3 times the width, which means that the Blackwater Swamp was 60 to 70 kilometers wide and nearly 200 kilometers long. It was the largest swamp in this plain, and even if it was placed on the mainland, it would occupy a considerable area. Lin Xiao had already reached the end of the swamp, and he did not continue forward. He was about to turn around when he suddenly saw a large group of dog-headed people suddenly emerge from the edge of the swamp near the sea. It is not surprising to have dog-headed people in this plain, but this group of dog-headed people are well disciplined and equipped with small shield weapons. This person is obviously not a native of this plain, but a student. He immediately became interested and turned around to swim over. When he swam ashore from the sea, the dog-headed people on the barren slope by the sea also found him. After observing for a while, the dog-headed people separated, and a group of fully armed dog-headed people surrounded an exceptionally tall dog-headed person and walked over. They waved in the common language from a distance. "Which classmate is it?" Lin Xiao also replied in the common language. "Class 3. Grade 1. Lin Xiao." The other side was obviously stunned for a moment, and a look of surprise appeared on the dog's face, saying, "I am Meng Hui." Lin Xiao was not surprised, because when he saw this fully armed dog-headed person, he had a little guess in his heart. After all, there are only 1 or 2 people in the whole school who choose dog-headed people as their initial family and develop to this point. Meng Hui in the same class is one of them. "Is your mission also here?" "Yes." "You too?" "Yes. I have 2 missions in this Blackwater Swamp." "That's a coincidence." "Yes." The two of them talked in a flat tone with meaningless words. During the conversation, Meng Hui kept glancing at the Naga behind him, hesitating to speak, as if he wanted to ask, but was embarrassed to ask. After chatting for a while, he finally couldn't help asking, "Is your race Naga?" Lin Xiao smiled and shook his head. "It's not Naga. It's a new race that I created myself that looks similar to Naga." Meng Hui's eyes immediately widened, and his face was full of uncontrollable surprise. "A new race you created yourself?" "Yes. It's still an intermediate species." "Then, yes, I have already condensed the creation priesthood in advance, and I can get it as soon as I become a demigod." Meng Hui. The shock and envy on his face were almost beyond words, and he squeezed out 2 words after a long while. "Congratulations." "Hee hee. Good luck." That day, the conversation was over. Meng Hui found an excuse to run away after a few words. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would reveal his envy and jealousy. Watching him leave, Lin Xiao just smiled. Although they were in the same class for a year, they had only said a few words to each other in that year. In the past, Meng Hui, who was in the top 5 of the class, looked down on him. Now, he has stronger strength and potential, and he almost needs to look up to him. The little episode was quickly forgotten by him. Anyway, their missions did not conflict. Returning from the original route, back to the mouth of the Blackwater River, when they were about to cross the valley, they suddenly saw a small group of frogmen hunting another large group of fishmen at the junction of the swamp and the sea. Obviously, there are fewer than the fishmen, but they are suppressing the fishmen. Frogman, also known as Toadman, is a humanoid creature that looks like a frog or a toad, with a fat body, webbed hands and feet, big eyes, and an extremely wide mouth. He has a long and flexible tongue that can stick to the target like a green snake. Frogmen like to settle down by the river or in the swamp. They build small villages and lay eggs in breeding pools on river banks or floating islands in the swamp. They will not come ashore to live until the tadpoles grow hands and feet and are about 1 meter long. Young frogmen must successfully kill a prey before they are accepted by the clan. Failures will be exiled and not recognized by the clan. This group of young frogmen hunting this group of fishmen should be their coming-of-age ceremony. Lin Xiao did not interfere with their coming-of-age ceremony, but just observed their fighting style outside, which happened to be a good opportunity to study the ability of frogmen and deal with them better when the time comes. The fighting style of frogmen is very primitive. They usually use bone sticks or wooden sticks, or even stone sticks or stones as weapons. They know simple swamp language and usually like to move in groups of 3 to 12. Chapter 56 Early Reconnaissance. The young frogmen inherited the strong physique and strength of their ancestral frogs, and their combat effectiveness was obviously stronger than that of the fishmen. In terms of physique and strength, they were not weaker than an adult man. Often, a hammer could knock a fishman down and make him unable to get up. Even if there were more fishmen, they were still no match for the smaller number of frogmen. In a few minutes, the fishmen were defeated and killed one by the frogmen. Their bodies were carried back to the swamp as trophies. It was not until the frogmen disappeared that Lin Xiao left with the Nagas with a serious face. From the battle just now, it can be seen that the individual strength of the frogmen is not as good as that of the Naga, but it is much stronger than the fishmen, and it is also limited to being weaker than the Naga. Comprehensively evaluated, if they are not promoted, 3 frogmen can pose a threat to 1 Naga. The mission requires the elimination of 5 frogman tribes with a number between 5,000 and 8,000, adding up to at least 25,000 and 40,000 frogmen. Fortunately, these 5 tribes are scattered, and the threat level of each tribe is smaller than that of the 20,000 fish tribes. This is also the main reason why the task is rated between 80 and 80 points. Just like the previous task, they can be done separately, and the difficulty is naturally not that great if they are defeated individually. However, it is much more difficult for Lin Xiao to eliminate frogmen than to eliminate fishmen. Fishmen can take advantage of their relationship with the same tribe, but frogmen do not have that advantage and must fight with real swords and guns. After returning to the gathering point, after a few days, with the efforts of the hard-working fishmen, the gathering point has built several simple tents, and a large amount of wood and stones have been moved and piled up into a mountain. Under the command of several Naga supervisors, a large number of fishmen used these materials to build fishermen huts on the beach. Lin Xiao is a person who can't sit still. After staying at the gathering point for a day, he took a group of Nagas out again. This time, he did not go to the beach or the swamp, but went upstream along the north bank of the Blackwater River to see how deep the Blackwater swamp goes into the mainland. This time, I brought 50 Nagas and 200 fishmen and walked directly along the river. Without modern industry, this river has always maintained its most primitive ecology. There are calamus, cattail, water plantain, reed and other plants everywhere on the riverside. Some grow in the water, and some grow on the riverbank. You have to wade through them to pass by. There are many floating plants near the riverbank, such as big water hyacinth and water chestnut floating on the water surface. There are some submerged plants at the bottom of the water, such as water lilies, water pins, water sunflowers and the like. Many insects and small fish in the water swim around in the water plants and eat aquatic plants. The fishmen who paved the way in front swam through these water plants, occasionally breaking off a piece of green leaves and stuffing them into their mouths, or taking out a snail from the bottom of the water and biting it hard, digging out the meat and swallowing it. Fishmen are omnivorous creatures. Basically, they eat grass roots, green leaves, insects, fish, etc., and even rotten corpses. They are very easy to feed. There are many fat freshwater fish in the river, and occasionally huge black shadows can be seen passing by. Lin Xiao has good eyesight and can see clearly that they are huge carnivorous fish, or crocodiles and pythons, but their groups are too large, and these predators dare not come over. Going up the river, it took most of the day, and we walked about 30 to 40 kilometers, and came to a large lake. This is a large deep water area near the river in the Blackwater swamp. There is no swamp island, and it is connected to the Blackwater River, so it looks like a large white lake at a glance. At this point, Lin Xiao asked the team to stop and watch for a while, and ordered everyone to go ashore, because he just observed the deep river water in front of him. He felt a faint threat in the river water. There must be a big guy hidden in such a large lake. It is more difficult to walk on the shore than in the water. There are too many weeds, And from time to time you will encounter poisonous snakes or other poisonous insects hidden in the grass. On the way around this lake of more than 10 kilometers, more than a dozen fishermen who walked in front died in the mouths of snakes and poisonous insects. Fortunately, after crossing this large lake, you can continue to go into the water and walk by the river. It took almost 4 days, and encountered dozens of attacks by bold predators along the way. After walking nearly 200 kilometers, we finally came to the end of the swamp. After staying in the vicinity for half a day, he returned directly along the same route. He did not go around the swamp or directly through the swamp, which was too dangerous. 4 days later, he came to the mouth of the lake again and saw a large group of swamp toads. That is, frogmen, fishing by the lake. He had not seen this group of frogmen when he came here before, and it was estimated that their tribe was in the swamp not far away. Lin Xiao thought about it for a while, waved his hand, and led his subordinates to slowly approach from behind. He was ready to test the quality of these frogmen. But when he was about to get close, he suddenly glanced into the lake and saw a huge shadow slowly approaching the frogmen who were fishing. He immediately waved his hand to signal his subordinates to retreat. 10 seconds later, accompanied by a huge splash of water, an extremely huge black shadow rushed out of the lake, biting the 2 frogmen at the same time and dragging them into the lake. In a flash, Lin Xiao saw the appearance of the huge black shadow clearly. It turned out to be an extremely large crocodile, or a crocodile, also known as a violent crocodile. It looks like a crocodile, but its body is even bigger. Just now, Jing Hong saw that its body was probably more than 14 or 15 meters long, and its body was covered with keratinous bumps, which was extremely ugly. This ferocious crocodile is extremely brutal, fierce, and powerful. Its huge mouth can bite an elephant and drag it into the water, and it can swallow a horse in one bite. Its combat power in the water is very strong. Lin Xiao estimated that if their team encountered it, they would not be able to deal with it without killing a bunch of cannon fodder. This is still the case of the salted fish stab burst. If there is no such burst, the casualties will be greater. This guy's crocodile's skin is thicker and tougher than that of ordinary crocodiles, and his physique is higher and more resistant to roughness, so he can withstand high bursts without dying. Then the ferocious crocodile killed 2 frogmen before leaving, and the other frogmen did not dare to go into the water to save their companions. At the same time, Lin Xiao sneaked up again, and when the frogmen were still in shock, he suddenly jumped up from the water. He was the first to rush out and shot a frogman through and threw him into the water. He then shot another frogman next to him and knocked him away. He turned on the spot and used his thick tail to knock another frogman away with his weapon. He took care of the 3 frogmen with one move cleanly and neatly. Although the movements of other Nagas were not as amazing as his, they were not bad either. After all, the Nagas that he could lead were at least level 2, and there were more than a dozen level 3 Nagas, which were much stronger than the frogmen. When the fishmen rushed up, the battle was over, and they just had to wait for the end. They ignored the frogmen's bodies and left quickly. For Lin Xiao, the frogmen were useless to him regardless of their talents or skills, and there was no value in refining them. After returning to the gathering point a few days later, the tribe had taken shape. Lin Xiao sent a small team of Nagas and fishmen back to the original tribe and asked the tribe to prepare to move here. He was ready to take action against the frogmen. Chapter 57: Attacking the Frogmen Tribe. While waiting, he led the Nagas to run to the alluvial island near the estuary every day, hunting frogmen or sea predators fishing there to improve the strength of his subordinates. Unfortunately, the experience required to upgrade from level 3 to level 4 is too high. Even if he squatted there every day to kill monsters, like spawning monsters, he only accumulated 1/3 of the experience in a month, which is still a long way from level 4. It was not until tens of thousands of fishmen and Nagas moved the entire tribe here with their families that 1.5 months had passed, and his accumulated experience reached 2/3 and 1/2. That is, about 85%, not far from promotion. With the arrival of tens of thousands of fishmen, his community suddenly became a huge fish community, and Lin Xiao felt confident. After a few days of settling down, he could not wait to start the attack on the Frogman tribe. According to the task, he needed to wipe out 5 large Frogman tribes. Killing more than 80% of the Frogmen was considered a complete elimination. At this time, there was a large Frogman tribe and a Fishman tribe with thousands of people near the Blackwater swamp near the sea outlet. These frogmen were very smart. They had the strength to destroy the Fishman tribe, but did not do so. Instead, they let it exist nearby. Whenever there was not enough food or there were young frogmen who needed a coming-of-age ceremony, they would go to harvest a wave and completely feed them. In the past 1 or 2 months, Lin Xiao had already figured out the specific situation of the frogman tribe. As soon as the large army arrived and settled down, he immediately gathered 90% of the Nagas and tens of thousands of fishmen to kill the frogman tribe in a mighty manner, leaving dozens of female Nagas and more than 2,000 fishmen to guard the home. He wanted to attack head-on. There was no way. In the past few months, the Nagas who stayed in the large fishman tribe had nothing to do. Dozens of little Nagas were raised, and the pregnant female Nagas definitely could not go to war. This is also a good thing. The new race of Naga is quite powerful in high school, but the number is too small. It is a good thing to reproduce more individuals. The time of attack is set at noon when the sun is the strongest. The habit of frogmen is to stay at night, and stay at night. Under normal circumstances, they rest or sleep during the day, and get up in the evening or at night to go out hunting. The frogmen seen in the daytime before are young frogmen looking for prey for the coming-of-age ceremony. Most of the other alien humanoid creatures appear during the day, and they have to go out during the day. Under normal circumstances, frogmen go out at night or in the evening, and sometimes appear on rainy days. Lin Xiao chose the time when the sun is the strongest at noon, which is equivalent to the midnight of human beings for frogmen. This is usually the time when they sleep the most soundly and deeply. He sent a dozen teams headed by level 3 Naga warriors, and composed of a dozen Naga warriors to enter the swamp first to hunt frogmen sentinels. Of course, at this time, most of the sentinels were hiding under the water plants, or buried in the mud to avoid the scorching midday sun, and they could not be found without careful searching. Fortunately, there were no large predators near the frogman tribe, and the small group of only a dozen Nagas was not large in size. Even if they were discovered by the frogman sentinels, it would not cause a strong reaction or a large-scale alarm. The hunting team advanced layer by layer, constantly clearing out the sentinels on the periphery. The huge team behind them slowly approached, wading through the black swamp water that looked like ink, swimming through the mud that was more than 10 meters deep, and slowly approaching the frogman tribe. It was clearly daytime, and the frogman tribe was quiet. Occasionally, some huge tadpole-like young frogmen were seen playing and running around in the black mud water, and no frog calls could be heard. Some people always think that frogs croak when they sleep. In fact, frogs croak at night, when frogs are most active. It's just that humans have to sleep at night, so they have the illusion that frogs croak when they sleep. The huge team of Nagas and fishmen slowly approached the periphery of the frogman tribe. About 20 to 30 meters away, Lin Xiao's thick snake tail lifted his body 3 or 4 meters high and looked at the frogman tribe. After thinking for a few seconds, he raised his short spear and swung it fiercely. The Nagas took the lead, swinging their snake tails to break through the muddy black water and rush towards the frogman tribe. The gray mist fishmen under his direct command also followed behind him. But the newly conquered fishmen natives did not have such good discipline. They followed in a mess, and could not help but make strange noises. Tens of thousands of fishmen made noises together. Even if the noises were not loud, they were exaggerated. They immediately woke up the frogmen sleeping near the edge of the tribe. There was no other way. It was not easy to train these natives to be as well trained as the fishmen of the clan. It required long-term training and extremely firm faith. Most of the more than 10,000 newly conquered fishmen are now pan-believers. That is, shallow believers. And the proportion of true believers is less than 10%. If you want to turn all of them into true believers like the clan, it will take several years to do it. The best way is to wait for the next generation of fishmen to be born. But he didn't have that much time, and he was going to use these fishmen as cannon fodder, so he didn't have the time to train them. Lin Xiao's plan was to use them as cannon fodder first. If they were not all dead after he completed all the tasks and left, he could take the rest back to the divine domain. There were tens of thousands of people, and it was endless. Even though the fishmen were not as big as humans, their numbers were still exaggerated. They rushed into the frogman tribe. From the sky, it looked like a large area of black dots that instantly submerged part of the frogman tribe. The frogman who had just woken up had just crawled out of the nest when a group of fishmen rushed over. 7 or 8 bone spurs and stone knives stabbed at him. Even if the frogman was stronger than the fishmen, he would still be overturned in this unprepared state. In just a moment, the frogmen on the edge of the frogman tribe were basically dead. But at this time, the frogmen in the tribe were awakened, rushed out of the nest, and gathered towards it with the loud cry of a frogman leader. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, took a bone spear from the hands of his subordinates behind him, and threw it at the frogman leader, who was still quacking. The bone spear broke through the air and dragged out a thin invisible airflow, crossing hundreds of meters like lightning and hitting the frogman leader fiercely. The huge force brought its body and knocked several frogmen behind it into the mud. The blood spurted all over the ground, but quickly merged into the black water. But this did not scare the frogmen on the side. To be precise, when the frogmen found that the attackers were fishmen, whether it was genetic or in their memory that the frogmen crushed the fishmen, it was not enough to make them afraid. It's like someone found something biting him in the dark when he was sleeping. It hurts. He will definitely be scared at first. But when he wakes up and turns on the light, he finds that it is a small animal like a rabbit that bites him. He will definitely not be afraid. Instead, he may laugh in anger or be angry because of his fear just now. Now the mentality of the frogmen is like this. More and more frogmen don't need the leader to boost morale after they react, and they spontaneously pick up weapons to fight back. Chapter 58: The Faith of the Frogmen. The Snakeman Demigod. At this time, Lin Xiao had already swam to the top of a protruding mound of earth. The tip of his thick and powerful snake tail supported his body, and he stood up nearly 5 meters high. He raised his weapon and roared loudly. Children, the Supreme Creator, the Lord of the Sea, the God of Naga and fishmen are watching us in heaven. Show your courage to our Lord, and the glory of our Lord will shine on us. Under the gaze of all the fishmen and Nagas, he swung the short spear in his hand fiercely. Kill! The thick snake tail arched and jumped more than 10 meters away and fell into the mud and water, creating a big pit. The thick snake tail bounced fiercely, like an arrow from an arc, killing into the frogman tribe. And the 20 or so Nagas guarding him followed closely. When he entered the field, it was time for a full-scale attack. However, outside the battlefield, he also left a few Naga teams as supervisors, specializing in killing deserters, and more than 1,000 murlocs as reserves to prevent unexpected situations. Although it is a wave charge, the necessary supervisory team and reserve are still necessary. The newly conquered murlocs cannot be compared with his family. Once the war goes wrong, there is a high probability that deserters will appear. At this time, if there is no supervisory team to kill the deserters, it will immediately cause a large-scale rout, and the battle will collapse immediately. Most of the murlocs are cannon fodder, and the main force to kill the frogmen is the Naga and the Grey Mist Murloc. Needless to say, the Naga is stronger than the frogmen, while the Grey Mist Murloc, whose individual strength is the same as that of ordinary murlocs, mainly relies on the salted fish stab to burst. The unupgraded Grey Mist Murloc will lie on the ground and wait for death after the burst, but the upgraded Grey Mist Murloc will still have some spare strength after the burst, and can escape if lucky. Fortunately, there were too many fishmen on the battlefield. One round of burst could usually kill one frogman. If they didn't die, they basically had no spare energy to fight back. After killing them, they lay on the ground and pretended to be dead. The frogmen around them wanted to take revenge, but there were too many fishmen around, and they couldn't spare a hand. After lying in the mud and resting for a while to catch their breath, they could continue the previous operation. The number of frogmen in this frogman tribe was about 5,000 to 6,000. After deducting the sentinels killed and those killed in the first wave of sneak attacks, there were less than 5,000 left. Normally, they could easily wipe out a tribe of 10,000 fishmen. But at this time, they had just been awakened from their deepest sleep and were in poor condition. In addition to the mixed Nagas and 2,000 gray fog fishmen, only the first wave of burst killed nearly 1,700 to 1,800 frogmen, and the remaining frogmen inevitably fell into a disadvantage, especially with Lin Zhao's participation in the battle. His combat power close to level 4 was completely irresistible to the frogmen. He killed several rounds into the frogman formation as if he was invincible. 10 minutes later, the salted fish thrust skill cooled down, and the second wave of explosions exploded in the frogman formation, instantly blasting the frogmen's defense line into pieces. About half of the 3,000 frogmen were killed instantly, leaving only more than 1,400 frogmen. After a moment of confusion, one of the frogmen screamed and turned to flee, causing a chain reaction. More and more frogmen fled, And finally even the frogman leader, who was supervising the battle in the rear, began to flee with his subordinates. And the frogmen collapsed immediately. However, Lin Xiao had no intention of letting them go. And many Nagas followed closely behind. The Nagas were faster than the frogmen, and soon caught up with them, knocking down frogmen one by one. Lin Xiao was the most courageous and rushed to the front, rushing into the frogmen from time to intercept groups of frogmen. And the Nagas followed and killed the intercepted frogmen. This chase and escape lasted for nearly half an hour. In the end, only a few of the thousands of frogmen who escaped fled into the swamp and disappeared. The others were all caught up and killed, including the chief of the frogman tribe. When he returned to the frogman tribe, Lin Xiao saw a huge pile of frogman corpses in the center of the tribe. And the fishmen had already cleaned up the battlefield. The corpses were naturally used as food, and he had no interest in the frogman species. Although it was stronger than the fishmen, this species had no characteristics. Moreover, he now had the powerful Naga species, and no other clans were needed in the divine domain. Now he only needed to cultivate the Naga and the fishmen. On the other side of the pile of corpses, there was a pile of miscellaneous items, which were the spoils of war found in the frogman tribe. Lin Xiao went forward to check with great interest, but the result disappointed him greatly. There was no good thing in the tribe that he could take a fancy to, but it was normal to think about it. This blackwater swamp was definitely not as good as the sea, and the frogman tribe had no habit of collecting treasures, so there would definitely not be any good things. He didn't take this to heart. If there were no spoils, there would be no spoils. It would be fine if he could harvest some faith points. Turning to the center of the frogman tribe, there was an altar made of rubble. In the center of the altar was a stone pillar with a male human head and a snake body carved on it. Human head and snake body? Lin Xiao instantly realized that this was not the sea god. The frogman tribe did not believe in the sea god, but a snake man demigod. He looked at the human-headed snake body on the altar with some solemnity. A faint pressure emanated from the statue. The entire frogman tribe was free from the poisonous insects that were everywhere in this swamp because of this faint majesty. He looked up at the sky again, and then looked into the depths of the swamp for a while. He gritted his teeth and suddenly turned around and left, without harvesting the faith value contained in the holy sign. It was not that he forgot, but that he did not dare, because through the power emitted by this holy sign, he found that the snakeman demigod was actually in this swamp. This was different from the sea god far away in the depths of the sea. If he dared to harvest, the snakeman demigod not far away would immediately know to rush over, and then he would be finished. Fortunately, he descended as a saint this time, and only a little consciousness descended into this body. If the real body descended, I am afraid that the snakeman demigod would discover his divinity as soon as he stepped into the Blackwater swamp. In 2 hours, the 8,000 or so fishmen and Nagas who survived emptied all the spoils of the entire frogman tribe, and the mighty team returned to the gathering point. On the way back, Lin Xiao was a little depressed. Not only did he not get any spoils, but he also got this bad news. Such a large frogman tribe was destroyed, and the source of faith of the snakeman demigod disappeared so much at once. They would definitely come to investigate. What should he do with the next task? He still had to kill 4 frogman tribes and 1 snakeman tribe, not to mention the frogman tribe. This snakeman tribe is most likely the nest of the snakeman demigod. If he went there, he would be beaten and killed by the furious snakeman demigod. Throw! He smashed a groove on the beach with his tail in annoyance, and fine sand flew everywhere. Should he give up these 2 tasks and change 2 tasks? This seemed to be the only choice. The demigod was in existence that he could not afford to provoke now. Any one of them could easily crush him to death like crushing an ant, even if his strength increased tenfold. Chapter 59 Conflict and Bold Ideas. There was nothing to hesitate about. The facts forced him to make the decision to change the task. Could it be that he really wanted to slaughter all the followers of a demigod under his nose? Being audacious is one thing, and being suicidal is another. With a thought, he recalled the task light screen projected by the artifact platform outside the plane. He wanted to see if there were any tasks suitable for him nearby, whether it was to wipe out the other 4 frogman tribes or the snakeman tribe. It was impossible to do it. There was one task to kill a powerful sea beast among the 4 tasks he had received before. Let's take a look at the tasks nearby to see if there were any tasks that could be done together. The tasks that were originally densely packed on the task panel have now basically turned gray, indicating that they have been received and can no longer be done. First, block the gray. and the densely packed task panel suddenly became quiet, with only a few tasks left to do, including several nearby. However, a bloody task with 100 points, and 3 high-difficulty tasks with red names above 95 points blinded his eyes. The 100-point task was directly passed. This task was very simple: killing the Snake Man demigod. The difficulty of the other 3 tasks was above 95 points. From low to high, they were 95 points, 97 points, and 99 points. The 95-point task was to destroy the totem pole in the Snake Man tribe in the center of the Blackwater Swamp, which was the altar representing the Snake Man demigod. Good guy. What's the difference between this and reaching out to hit the face of the Snake Man demigod? Even if... Huh? Lin Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he saw that there was another page behind the task. He swiped over it and saw that it was a hint. It has been observed that the Snake Man demigod was injured for unknown reasons decades ago, and he fell asleep half of the year. In winter every year, he habitually fell into a deep sleep. This is useless. Lin Zhao temporarily ignored this point. It's not like he won't wake up from his deep sleep. If he senses that his old nest of believers is about to die, he will definitely wake up in anger. Moreover, the battlefield is in this swamp. If he wakes up at the critical moment of the war, it will be a pitfall. Lin Zhao didn't dare to gamble. After all, if something goes wrong, it's basically GG. The second 97-point task, as expected by Lin Zhao, is to destroy the Mermaid Empire city Yuyuan, which is 40 miles east of the Blackwater Swamp. This task also has a hint. It has been observed that every spring, Yuyuan City will send a large number of envoys to the tribes in the surrounding seas to collect tribute and taxes. This is the time when Yuyuan City is the weakest. It's also useless. No matter how many teams Yuyuan City sends, the city's defense will not be weak. It is definitely not possible to attack it with his strength, unless his strength is 10 times stronger. He may dare to try. The third 99-point mission, second only to the 100-point demigod killing mission, was shown on the panel as aiming to kill a divine sea beast that was lurking in a trench more than 50 kilometers northeast of Yuyuan City. The so-called divine sea beasts are powerful sea beasts that have condensed divinity due to the long-term belief of certain races. Many gods are not human beings, but powerful creatures that are believed by intelligent creatures for various reasons. They slowly accumulate faith and condense divine power. After a long period of accumulation, they finally condense the priesthood and may even ignite the divine fire to become true gods. Such wild gods are generally evil gods, with priesthoods such as fear, destruction, killing, and death. After all, these creatures will not consciously collect faith at the beginning. Most of them are too powerful, which makes people afraid, thus giving birth to deformed faith and becoming gods. Just like the huge sea beasts are easy for fishermen on the seaside to believe in. Even in the ancient times of China, fishermen on the seaside will burn a stick of incense to the Dragon King, the sea god, Mazu, etc. before going out to sea. This is the most primitive belief. These creatures accumulate enough faith to condense divinity, and they are divine creatures, like Lin Zhao. They just have no wisdom, and cannot accumulate faith and divine power. Whether they can become gods depends purely on luck. So the number of such gods is quite small. The divine sea beast in this task obviously became a divine creature in this way. It has no wisdom, but its combat power is quite high. Ordinary demigods, who are also intelligent beings, may not be able to defeat this divine sea beast in the opponent's home field. Although this task is only rated 99 points instead of 100 points. The difficulty is estimated to be no less than that of killing demigods. Like the previous 2 tasks, this task also has a hint. According to observation, this divine sea beast is a deep-sea giant octopus with a maximum tentacles of 630 meters. It lingers in the rift and likes to eat large creatures such as sea sharks and whales. Damn. 630 meters. This size directly made him give up the idea, and he honestly focused on the other 2 tasks. But after looking at the tasks again, he simply closed the panel and didn't choose any of them. The difficulty is too high. There is no way to do it. If all his fishmen were transformed into Nagas, with tens of thousands of Nagas in his hands, he would have the courage to give it a try. Even if he had the courage to touch the Snakeman demigod. Although the demigods are powerful, they are not without weaknesses. As long as they strike first and kill the source of faith of the Snakeman demigods, that is, the Frogman and Snakeman tribes in the Blackwater Swamp, as quickly as possible, the power of the snakeman demigods will be greatly weakened instantly. And without the replenishment of faith value, the demigods will become weaker and weaker. And eventually the divine power will not be enough to maintain the priesthood, thus falling from demigods to powerful divine creatures. No longer demigods. Compared with the strength of demigods, divine creatures. As he thought about it, Lin Xiao suddenly showed a strange expression on his face. He tilted his head and looked at the sky. His face kept changing back and forth. And he froze for a moment, not knowing what he was thinking. At that moment just now, a bold idea suddenly popped up in his mind. If we could find a way to kill all the followers of the Snake Man demigod, and then wait for the Snake Man demigod to gradually become weaker, and eventually fall from a demigod to a divine creature, could we drown him with the human wave tactic? This idea is very feasible. Demigods cannot be killed by human wave tactics, but divine creatures can, as long as all the followers of the Snakeman demigod can be killed. This operation is possible. Of course, it is also quite dangerous. At the same time, how to hide the Snakeman demigod from killing all its followers is a big problem. He already has a rough idea in his mind, but he doesn't know if it will work. The idea is very simple. He goes to Yuan city of the Mermaid Empire, and then after stabilizing, he finds a way to slowly provoke the Snakeman tribe, causing disputes between the two forces, and uses the power of Yuan city to attack the Blackwater Swamp. Lin Xiao doesn't believe that there is no dirty work between the Mermaid Empire and the Blackwater Swamp. The location of Yuan city is just opposite the Blackwater Swamp, which is obviously used to contain the Blackwater Swamp. Chapter 60 on the move. As the saying goes, there can't be two tigers in one mountain. The sea already has a sea god. From the name of the sea god, we can see the other party's ambition. It is impossible for him to accommodate a snake god to compete with him for the faith in the sea. These two demigods are inherently hostile. Lead the army of Yuan city to attack the Blackwater Swamp. Let the two forces be hostile, and add fuel to the fire to increase the fire. Finally, take the opportunity to break through the Frogman and Snakeman tribes. Transfer the anger of the Snakeman demigod to Yuan city, and escape. The idea is good and feasible, but whether it can be successful depends on real-time operation. Moreover, before operating this crazy idea, he must first complete another task of killing sea beasts and get the reward first. After all, he doesn't know whether this crazy idea can succeed. Generally speaking, the probability of kneeling is greater than the probability of success. In order to avoid failure, he should get the reward first. The next morning, Lin Xiao led more than 2,000 fishmen and 300 nagas out and entered the sea according to the map. After swimming about 20 kilometers northeast of the Blackwater Swamp, they arrived near a huge coral reef. According to the map, the area where the sea beast often moves is here, because the rich microbial plankton in this coral reef attracts a large number of fish, and the abundance of fish attracts a group of shallow sea fishmen to settle here. The large number of fish and fishmen attract a large number of predators. This large sea beast that needs to be hunted is one of the many predators. The seawater near the coral reef is very clear. Through the clear seawater, you can clearly see the colorful corals under the water swaying with the water flow, and colorful small fish swimming around in the coral reefs. Occasionally, you can see small octopuses, or lobsters, and crabs hiding under the cracks in the rocks. A slender sea fish as thick as an arm swam on the bright corals and ate seaweed. Suddenly, a tentacle stretched out from the darkness under the rocks beside the seaweed, wrapped the sea fish and dragged it into the darkness. A turbidity rose, and there was no movement inside. After a while, an electric eel almost 2 meters long passed by. The tentacle suddenly popped out and wrapped the slender and slippery electric eel. There was no flash of lightning. The tentacle became stiff. As the electric eel struggled hard, it pulled out the tentacle body. It turned out to be an octopus as big as a table hiding under the rocks. The octopus was stunned and stiff and could not move. It could only watch the electric eel eating its body. Bang! A short spear broke through the seawater to form a long seawater trajectory, accurately piercing the electric eel and nailing it to the muddy ground on the seabed. The electric eel was not dead yet and struggled wildly, rolling up a large piece of mud and muddying the nearby seawater. But the spear was so powerful that it was driven into the mud under the seabed, and the electric eel's strong body could not bounce away. After a few seconds, a large group of fishmen and naga rushed over. The tall naga in the lead looked at the struggling electric eel from a distance, and felt the numbness that could be felt even at a distance of nearly 10 meters. He couldn't help but smack his lips. It's really hacking awesome. He took another short spear from his subordinates, and threw it at the target again. The spear shot through the electric eel's head. After a while, the electric eel stopped struggling, and the electricity all over its body glowed. Lin Xiao stepped forward to pull out the short spear, and put away the electric eel's body. The value of this thing is higher than that of 10,000 frogmen to Lin Xiao. Frogmen can't extract anything good, but the electric eel's ability to discharge electricity is quite valuable. He doesn't sell it, but only uses it for himself. He plans to wait until the next time he evolves Naga to see if he can load this discharge ability into it, and make it one of the innate abilities of the evolved Naga. Just think about it. If Naga has the same discharge ability as the electric eel, the enemy will feel the electric shock every time they fight in battle. Just thinking about it makes me feel sour. This coral reef group is very wide. Probably more than 10 or 20 kilometers long and wide. And there are several coral reef islands, and a large number of reefs. When Lin Xiao was looking for the sea beast, he found a large fisherman tribe gathered near one of the coral reef islands. The scale was smaller than Lin Xiao's tribe, with 7,000 or 8,000 fishmen. This group of fishmen was very aggressive. They were attacked when they first came into contact. Even if they were the same kind of fishmen, Lin Xiao didn't take this to heart. Anyway, the attacking fishmen were killed by his men in the first time. Instead, he pinched his chin and became very interested in this coral reef. If the crazy plan is to be implemented, the tribe must not be placed on the edge of the Blackwater Swamp. Otherwise, the battle between Yuyuan City and the Blackwater Swamp will affect them in minutes. This coral reef is located in the northeast of the Blackwater Swamp and the northwest of Yuyuan City. It is more than 20 kilometers away from the sea. It is a distance from Yuyuan City and the Blackwater Swamp, and it is not in the center of the two. The distance is not far, which seems to be a pretty good place. After circling around several coral reefs, he did not encounter the sea beasts required by the mission. But he immediately returned and mobilized the tribe to prepare for moving. At this time, the tribe had not been built yet, so he asked the fishmen to carry the wood and throw it into the water, tie it into a huge raft, pile all the saved food on it, and push it to the planned new home. On the way to the coral reef, the smell of a large amount of food on the raft attracted a large number of predators. But more fishmen and Nagas scared away most of the predators. Only a very few brainless ones dared to attack the team, and naturally became the food reserve of the tribe. However, when they approached the coral reef, the team encountered a large group of sharks, probably 20 to 30 in number. This group of sharks was also attracted by the smell of food, and was also wary of the huge group of fishmen. But they did not retreat in fear. Instead, they dispersed and kept circling and following the team, constantly testing and intimidating the fishmen on the edge, looking for opportunities to attack. At the same time, because of the existence of this group of sharks, more sea predators were gradually attracted. The huge sharks with sharp fangs were carnivorous predators at a glance. As more and more predators gathered, the sharks began to get restless, and their probing movements became more and more intense. Lin Xiao, who was in the center of the tribe, frowned. This can't go on. Otherwise, there will be more and more predators. Any creature has a herd mentality. Once there are more and more predators, not only will they become more and more courageous, but they will also attract more predators from afar. At this time, 2 small groups of sharks have come, and there are nearly 50 sharks. It is already a large group of sharks, enough to easily hunt down smaller tribes of fishmen. He made a decisive decision and took the initiative. After discussing with several Naga leaders, they dispersed and gathered several teams of Nagas, each with a 3rd-level Naga as the leader, several 2nd-level Nagas as the backbone, and a lot of ordinary fishmen as cannon fodder. Chapter 61 Hunting Giant Sea Serpents. With a shout, a large group of fishmen, driven by the Nagas, bravely rushed towards the predators that they would never dare to approach in the past. They surrounded these large carnivorous fish when they rushed up, and the Nagas behind them skillfully stabbed them with a wave of salted fish, focusing their fire and killing them instantly. There were about 150 or 60 predators around the tribe, except for the sharks. The other predators were not very strong except for a few very powerful ones. Maybe even a Naga warrior could not beat them. They were caught off guard by their counterattack, and half of the predators were killed in one encounter. How could these single-handed troops beat an organized army? The freed-up team joined the battle to besiege the sharks. The overwhelming fishmen came from all directions, looking like they were trying to encircle them. The sharks rushed crazily among the fishmen, biting a fishman in two and spitting it out from time to time. They did not eat it, but just killed it. At this time, Lin Xiao had already set his sights on a shark leader who was stronger than his companions, and was approaching with a small group of Nagas mixed in with the fish people. But just as he was about to take action, the shark suddenly became a little confused. And then the shark leader's cry came. And in his confusion, the sharks actually began to break through and evacuate. Lin Xiao immediately realized that there might be some super powerful predator coming. Otherwise these sharks would not have escaped without much loss. He quickly glanced around and soon saw a very huge long snake figure rushing over from the deep of the clear sea. As the distance quickly approached, he saw a huge sea snake covered with yellow and blue rings rushing over. This thing is at least 50 to 60 meters long, and probably 3 to 4 meters in diameter. There is a row of sharp bone spurs on its back, which are blue and probably poisonous. The thick body with a diameter of at least 3 to 4 meters arched up, and suddenly jumped out hundreds of meters away. It opened its mouth, with a diameter of at least 5 meters, and bit a shark with its nearly meter-long fangs. Lin Xiao was sharp-eyed, and saw that the flesh under the shark's skin immediately turned blue-black. This behemoth is poisonous. At the same time, a small light screen popped up in front of him, showing the virtual model of this giant sea snake. This thing turned out to be the powerful sea beast he needed to hunt this mission. As soon as the giant sea snake appeared, other predators fled as if their butts were on fire, and other sharks had no intention of avenging their companions at all. The sea snake did not chase these predators, but took the initiative to rush towards the group of fish people. The thick body jumped out with a big mouth, and the fish people could not resist at all with lightning speed. It bit more than one fish people. Lin Xiao's pupils flickered with a faint gleam, and he raised his spear and shouted, "Children, kill it!" The slogan was roaring loudly, but he himself did not move at all, and even quietly retreated a little. Just kidding. Such a big guy, but so agile, suddenly burst out. Even his saintly body would probably not be able to react. If he was bitten, he would die. But correspondingly, no matter how powerful this guy is, he is just a beast, not a supernatural creature without supernatural power. Tens of thousands of fishmen and hundreds of Nagas. Ants can bite elephants to death. There is no reason why they can't surround it and kill it. Groups of fishmen rushed forward one after another, and were swallowed by sea snakes one by one. More were bitten to death or hit to death by powerful forces. The fishmen couldn't get close at all. Only the Nagas could use the super high speed of the salted fish to jump up and retreat quickly after a shot. But the sea snake's reaction was too fast. Every time it jumped up, there would always be 1 or 2 Nagas caught and bitten to death by the angry sea snake, or directly swung its tail. As long as it hit, it would be directly crushed to pieces. Lin Xiao was heartbroken every time one died. But since it was killing such a giant beast, it was completely normal to have combat casualties, and he was mentally prepared. Groups of murlocs and Naga followed one after another, and groups of murlocs were killed. With the size of this sea snake, the force of tens of thousands of pounds of force could smash the murlocs into pulp. The blood spread and dyed this clear sea red. In less than 10 minutes, thousands of murlocs were killed, until the second wave of salted fish thrusts by the Naga and the gray fog murlocs cooled down. At Lin Xiao's command, a wave of hundreds of black shadows gathered like torpedoes from all directions to hit the slender sea snake. The huge sea snake suffered heavy damage, and hundreds of wounds were added in an instant. The 50-60 meter body was full of blood holes, and the red snake blood oozed out. The murlocs and Naga who were close began to show poisoning reactions. Fortunately, the Naga's physique was stronger than the murlocs. When they found something wrong, they turned around and ran away, leaving only the murlocs to be bitten by the seriously injured sea snakes to vent their anger. After a burst of anger, the sea snake felt its own pain and weakness, and turned around to escape. How could Lin Xiao let it leave at this time? A large group of Nagas chased after it, and hung far behind it. Fortunately, the sea snake was seriously injured in the previous wave of explosion. Both its head and tail were full of blood holes, which seriously affected its speed. Otherwise, it would be a dream to keep up with it in its complete state. When the sea snake came to a wide seabed, it suddenly turned and plunged into the deep seabed. Its thick body drilled into the mud and sand on the seabed. With a swing of its thick tail, the mud and sand were lifted up and covered a large area of the seabed. Lin Xiao waved his hand, and the team dispersed and watched the rapidly expanding turbid range closely. This sea snake is still a little smart, but it was useless. While it was creating chaos, a large group of fishmen followed and expanded the encirclement. At the same time, the fishmen were driven into the turbid range. The sea snake may have sensed this and had to give up creating chaos. It rushed out from a certain direction and swallowed a naga and rushed out of the encirclement. Lin Xiao's pupils turned cold, and he whispered to the guards behind him, "Follow me." He leaned forward and swung his thick snake tail, and the whole person shot forward like a fish. Naga swam very fast in the water, and his descending incarnation had advanced swimming skills and was even faster. He quickly caught up with his subordinates and hung far behind the sea snake. But he did not act rashly. Even the weakest sea snake was still a big guy of 50 or 60 meters. It was easy to kill him suddenly. He was waiting for his subordinates' skills to cool down. The third wave of salted fish stab would hopefully kill this guy. He had sighed more than once about the power of the salted fish stab skill. Such a perverted skill was fused with only a few skill cards that were not even level 5. It was simply too worthwhile. Or, if there were many cards accumulated during this final exam, some useless cards could be exchanged with other students for some skill cards. And then, these skill cards could be combined to form a super powerful skill card. Salted fish stab does not need to be strengthened, although it will be stronger if it is strengthened. The skill cooldown time will be longer, which will affect its use. Chapter 62 Rules of Fusion Cards. After all, he was going to use this skill as a regular skill, and he was going to strengthen it again when he had the chance. With a small increase in power, the cooling time would be greatly reduced. 10 minutes was still a little long. When the third salted fish stab was about to cool down, he ordered the team to catch up quickly. The giant sea snake seemed to sense something and suddenly turned around and bit him. 2 nagas were caught off guard, and their bodies turned black and green in an instant. The poison had entered their bodies, and there was no hope. Lin Xiao calmly stepped back and continued to follow. The sea snake stared at him, who was stronger than his companions, and rushed over. He snorted coldly and turned around decisively to run. The sea snake couldn't catch up for a while and had to turn around to bite a few nagas nearby. At this moment, the salted fish stab skill of his subordinates had cooled down. Lin Xiao, who had been waiting for this moment, quickly turned around and raised his gun and roared, "Kill!" The naga stared at by the sea snake turned around without hesitation. The thick and powerful snake tail swung out an invisible undercurrent in the water, distorting the light. With the help of the reverse thrust of the seawater, it suddenly rose up, and the invisible undercurrent separated layer by layer, like a torpedo fired from a gun, heading straight for the giant sea snake's open mouth. The 2 nagas' scaly and ferocious faces were full of fanaticism. The supreme naga god is above. Without hesitation, they rushed into the giant sea snake's mouth, which was several meters wide. As the snake's mouth closed, the snake's lower jaw bulged slightly, like a cowhide being lifted by a needle, and it was pierced instantly, with a section of the spear tip mixed with dark green snake blood passing through the snake's mouth muscles. The giant sea snake shook its head violently and let out a hissing sound, and the sound waves turned into circles of substantial water waves on the seabed hundreds of meters deep. At the same time, other nagas had already taken their positions and suddenly rose up, and hundreds of black shadows once again passed through the seawater and bombarded the giant sea snake from all directions. The giant snake's body twisted into an S shape and bounced up, raising its head and making a sharper hiss. Its extremely thick neck turned violently and bit a naga beside it, chewing it hard and trying to swallow it. At this moment, Lin Xiao finally seized the opportunity and broke through the seawater like lightning to form a circle of holes and hit the giant sea snake's head fiercely. And one shot went straight through the snake's brain. Under the burst state of the salted fish stabbing skill, the strength of nearly 7 times that of an adult man increased 5 times at this moment, reaching 35 times that of an adult man. The strength of the man drove the fine iron short spear to penetrate the skull of the giant sea snake and inserted it into it. Under the urging of the terrifying power, the remaining gun body was twisted off after the shot penetrated. He turned around and swung his tail on the head of the giant sea snake, and with the help of the force, he turned around the sea snake's head and slid into its lower jaw to avoid the giant sea snake's counterattack before death. He jumped over the sea snake and plunged into the seabed away from the giant sea snake that was struggling to death. With 3 waves of outbreaks and his fatal blow, The giant sea snake was finally going to be killed by them. Now it was just struggling to death. Ordinary snakes would bite people if their heads were cut off. Not to mention, this thing was so big that it would not die for a while. This guard lasted for almost 2 hours. The sea snake struggled fiercely at the beginning, then gradually became weak, until it finally floated in the middle of the sea water polluted by dark green poisonous blood, with only unconscious twitching left. Then, Lin Xiao waved his hand, and his subordinates rushed forward again to attack again. They were relieved when they were sure that they could not resist. After that, he excitedly submitted the task to the artifact platform outside the plane. After a point evaluation, the artifact platform confirmed that he had completed the second task, with a difficulty evaluation of 82 points. 1 point higher than the previous task of killing fishmen. But the reward did not change, which was also 2 extremely rare quality 5-star cards and 3 extremely rare quality or lower random quality 5-star cards. The trophy was naturally the corpse of the 50 or 60 meter long sea snake, which he collected immediately. The other uses of this thing are still unclear. But there is one thing that Lin Xiao is very interested in. That is, the deadly poison contained in its body should be able to be extracted. And he already has an immature idea to extract a concentrated toxin essence from the dead body of the sea snake to do something bad. Well, I have to study how toxic the concentrated sea snake toxin is before I can make a decision. Now, let's accept the task reward first. Just like last time, 5 cards were directly sent to his hands, and he rubbed his fingers to get a flush. Ahem. An extremely rare weapon card. Get 200 high-quality steel one-handed swords. A rare quality skill card. Can learn basic archery LV1. A rare reproduction card. An ordinary creature card. Summons a level 5 armored war bear. A level 5 resource card. 500 sheep. Half male and half female. Not bad. After staring at the 5 cards for a long time, Lin Xiao could only say that it was okay. It is estimated that there will be 1 reproduction card for each task. And this is also one of the most practical and valuable cards for students. The resource card is still 500 sheep, and there are 1,000 sheep added up to the last time. The divine domain can be changed into a pasture. The common creature card summons a level 5 armored war bear. This guy is very powerful. It has thick skin and flesh, and can be used as a tank, a charge, and a mount. It is very good. But the problem is that this guy is powerful on land, and cannot be summoned in the sea, which is a bit useless. I can only save it first, and see if I can use it later, or exchange it with other classmates. The 2 rare quality cards are not bad. One is basic archery, and the other is 200 high quality steel one-handed swords. Maybe they know that the 1,000 refined iron short spears are about to be used up. Over the years, they have rusted from time to time due to improper maintenance and corroded by sea water. There are hundreds of these short spears that have been naturally damaged. Now many of the short spears in the hands of the Nagas have been reinstalled with the gun body. The original gun body has long been decayed in the seawater. High-quality steel is many times stronger than iron, and has strong corrosion resistance. So it should be able to be used for a longer time. But this is not a long-term solution. After all, the card slots are limited. Lin Xiao really wants to get a creature card or race card that can forge iron, and make a place in the god's domain to make weapons for the clan. But this kind of card is too rare. It's not that the card is rare. Maybe some 3-star cards can summon a group of creatures that can forge iron. But mainly because this kind of card is too popular. There will definitely be such card rewards in this final exam. But the distribution is random. So who knows if you can get one? The most reliable way is to get a ranking in the final exam and get 1 card. Speaking of which, Lin Xiao really wants to complain about the card limit of only being able to use 1 card a month, and only being able to use 12 cards a year. It's nothing for ordinary students, but it's a limit for students with backgrounds. But there is no way. The newly opened God's domain is very weak. The things in the cards belong to the rules of the God's domain. If they are integrated into the God's domain, they will definitely cause disorder in the rules and space. 1 month is the time to calm the fluctuations in the God's domain. Generally speaking, the fluctuations generated by different cards are different in size. For example, the fluctuations generated by cards, such as species cards, can also be called influences, which are definitely greater than summoning some weapons. The influence of 5-star advanced cards is definitely greater than that of 1 or 2-star cards. Chapter 63 5 years later. However, students are generally unable to accurately assess the impact time. So for the sake of uniformity, the rules are set according to the 1-month impact period of 5-star cards. As for why the number of card fusions can be accumulated, this involves a word called stability. If the divine domain does not fuse cards for a long time, the divine domain will become more stable, and multiple cards can be fused at one time until the fusion reaches the limit of stability. However, this situation will change slightly after the second year of high school. After the second year of high school, the divine domain of students generally develops, and the fusion of cards becomes more stable, which means that more cards can be fused. In other words, in the first year of opening up the divine domain, only 1 card can be fused per month. In the second year, 2 cards can be fused per month. By the third year of high school, 3 cards can be fused per month. After the third year of high school, if you can become a demigod, the upper limit will be higher. But if you cannot become a demigod yet, the upper limit of the cards fused per month will remain the same as the third year, and will not increase, because of the special nature of the 3 years of high school. They are also called the golden 3 years. They are the 3 years to lay a good foundation. If you cannot become a demigod after 3 years, the possibility of condensing the priesthood will decrease year by year, and the possibility of becoming a demigod will be lower as time goes by. Of course, this rule is only valid for students in regular schools. Students who drop out of school can use cards to enhance the divine domain without restrictions without abiding by this rule. But the consequence is that the stability of the divine domain will decrease, affecting the foundation. Not only will it be difficult to condense the priesthood and become a demigod, but it will be almost impossible to ignite the divine fire and become an immortal true god. Therefore, any student who aspires to become a true god will strictly abide by this rule, and will never dare to rush for quick success and take chances. Even if Lin Xiao has a golden finger, he dare not do this. Now he can only save the card first, and put the giant sea snake's body into the magic cube of good fortune instead of the divine domain. He is afraid that the giant sea snake's toxins and resentment will pollute the divine domain. The death breath of this extremely powerful and huge sea beast is not easy to dissipate, and it will affect the divine domain if it is placed in a small divine domain. As for the dead Nagas, there were basically no intact bodies to be found, so they were left alone and allowed to sink into the sea, either to be eaten by marine creatures or to rot due to the toxins of sea snakes. They returned to the original place to find the remaining fishmen, rested for a while, and continued to set off. Half an hour later, a huge coral reef appeared in front of him. A small group of local fishmen were collecting kelp. When they saw the huge group of fishmen coming over, they were stunned for a moment, immediately dropped their things, and turned around and ran away, screaming as they fled. The little thing is quite hostile. It was too different from the conquered fisherman tribe, and Lin Xiao's senses suddenly became bad. The team stopped here, and Lin Xiao summoned all the fishmen and Nagas who had just participated in the battle. The other fishmen who did not participate in the battle gathered together, first giving a routine and passionate speech to mobilize the emotions of his subordinates, and then opening the clan panel that only he could see, and his mind moved. Improve. In an instant, more than 7 million faith points were consumed, turning into nearly 2,000 golden lights of varying sizes that fell from the sky and entered the bodies of 90% of the clan members. Fortunately, the Murlocs and Lobster tribes were destroyed and a wave of faith points were harvested. Otherwise, the faith points accumulated by myself would not be enough for my subordinates to be promoted. This time, the number of promotions was quite large, just in time for the previous extermination of the Frog tribe. Although these wild Murlocs cannot enjoy this treatment, if he didn't say it, they would not realize it themselves, and really thought that the Murloc god they believed in was showing miracles. After the promotion, the degree of faith rose rapidly. After this promotion, Lin Xiao's subordinates had a total of 101 third-level Nagas and 356 second-level Nagas. The remaining ones, who were not promoted, were mostly pregnant Nagas, who could not participate in the war. The changes in the Murloc clan were even greater. There were more than 2,200 Grey Fog Murlocs in total. And now there were a total of 744 second-level Murloc warriors, and 1,380 first-level Murloc warriors, and less than 100 were not promoted. With the addition of a large number of cannon fodder fishmen, the total strength of Lin Xiao's subordinates increased again. Unfortunately, there was still no level 4 Naga, except Lin Xiao. After killing the giant sea snake, He finally accumulated enough experience to be promoted to a level 4 Naga Shark Hunter Warrior. This level means that a single Naga has enough strength to hunt a large shark head-on. After the promotion, Lin Xiao pointed to the east. There was a coral island several miles away, and a large group of fishmen were rushing over from there. Without his command, many newly promoted clansmen and fishmen who had seen the promotion of clansmen were more anxious than him, and they took up their weapons and enthusiastically greeted them. Then, there was nothing else. After a wave of defeat, the Naga went around and surrounded them, and the group of fishmen surrendered in less than 10 minutes. An hour later, the Coral Island Fishmen tribe was captured, and a cuckoo came to occupy their territory. The defeated fishmen were naturally made slaves and were commanded to expand the tribe. Lin Xiao checked the fishmen tribe and found that there was basically nothing good. The only good thing was the altar. Unfortunately, the tribe was too small and did not accumulate much faith points, which added up to less than 1 million. In the following days, Lin Xiao learned about the situation of the nearby sea area from the conquered fishmen tribe. After settling down, he led his subordinates to go out and conquer the fishmen tribes in the nearby sea area. He ran hundreds of kilometers to the north and spent almost a year to conquer 9 fishmen tribes of different sizes, including the small tribe he encountered at the estuary before going south, and a large tribe with a total of 10,000 or 20,000 fishmen. In total, there were nearly 60,000 fishmen, plus his own subordinates. A total of 70,000 fishmen gathered near the huge coral reef, forming a super large fishmen tribe. But Lin Xiao was not satisfied yet. These 70,000 fishmen were not enough to meet his plan. Next, they headed south, crossing Yuyuan City and the Blackwater Swamp all the way south, all the way to the southernmost tip of the continent. Relying on tens of thousands of Murloc troops and elite Nagas, they swept across the country. It took more than 2 years to sweep through more than 20 large and small Murloc tribes as well as other alien tribes. When Lin Xiao entered this plain for the 5th year, the first batch of Murlocs had given birth for the 3rd time, and the first batch of newborns had grown up. He had already established a giant Murloc tribe with 140,000 Murlocs. At this time, the Murloc tribe had expanded into a behemoth, the 3rd largest force in this area besides Yuyuan City and Blackwater Swamp. In other words, if these two forces were not backed by demigods, they would not be able to match the Murloc tribe in terms of conventional strength. After all, 140,000 Murlocs is not a small number. Not to mention that he also has a group of level 4 Naga Shark Hunter warriors in his hands. Chapter 64 Synthetic Concentrated Poison and Trial. After several years of fighting, the surviving Nagas have been promoted to level 4, including the first batch of newborn Nagas born in this plane. The total number of Naga followers now exceeds 800, of which more than 720 adult Nagas are all level 4, and the remaining more than 80 Nagas are all infants and cannot participate in the battle to be promoted. Compared with the slow growth of Nagas, the growth of fishmen is an exaggeration. Gray fog fishmen are also fishmen, and can mate and reproduce with fishmen in this plane. Gray fog fishmen are more powerful than fishmen in this plane, and are favored by native fishmen. In the later period, when there were not many opponents, Lin Xiao issued a divine revelation. So, in addition to mating, the gray fog fishmen ate every day. In 5 years, a large number of fishmen were bred. Now Lin Xiao has more than 5,000 fishmen followers, which is more than twice the number when he first entered this plane. Among so many Murlocs, there are 3,744 second-level Murloc warriors, 1,250 first-level Murlocs, and the remaining more than 200 are small underage Murlocs. Fortunately, conquering so many tribes harvested a lot of faith points. Otherwise it would not be enough for promotion. However, harvesting so many tribes and changing their faith still attracted the attention of the sea god. In addition, the location of the tribe is not far from Yuyuan City, which inevitably attracted the attention and vigilance of Yuyuan City. Fortunately, Lin Xiao sent an envoy to Yuyuan City very straightforwardly, expressing his willingness to accept the rule of the Mermaid Empire and his willingness to return the tribe's faith to the sea god, which solved the crisis. Of course, this is only on the surface. In fact, Yuyuan City's orders cannot reach the tribe. The so-called faith to the sea god is not simple. Just set aside a part of the Murlocs to believe in the sea god. The biggest faith in the tribe is still himself. Anyway, shallow believers are also faith. Right? The faith of the Murlocs has been in a free-range state before he came. The sea god has not come to harvest for many years. I don't know if he doesn't like it or what. Isn't it the same if there are fewer? Anyway, Lin Xiao was just a passerby in this plane. He had to leave after completing the task and didn't have to worry about the future. In the past 5 years, Lin Xiao was not idle. He conquered dozens of fish tribes. Although most of them were very poor, he also found some good things. While he was free, he used the magic cube of good fortune to clean them up. First, he decomposed the giant sea snake as a whole. He didn't want anything else. He extracted the poison of the giant sea snake. There was a full tank of black venom, which he then extracted and concentrated into a ball of concentrated poison as big as an eyeball. This is a neurotoxin. Once it touches the nerves, it will quickly damage the nerves. He used a lobster man to apply a little bit of it. The lobster man immediately turned green and became stiff and unable to move. The toxicity is quite strong. But Lin Xiao felt that this was not enough. He didn't want a whole body, but only extracted the toxin. The purpose was not just to have a concentrated poison. What he needed was a super poison that could be effective against divine creatures and even demigods. Although the concentrated venom of this giant sea serpent is terrifying, it is not enough to pose a fatal threat to the demigod. Even the divine octopus in the underwater canyon, about 50 kilometers northeast of the tribe, could not do anything to it. It was a big guy with a tentacle of 600 to 700 meters. The effect of this poisonous octopus spreading to the whole body was not so strong. In addition, the divine creatures were resistant and had super vitality due to their huge size. He needed a stronger toxin. He did the same. He collected various poisonous substances in the sea over the years, including exchanging them from Yuyuan City. He really got several kinds of poisonous creatures and even poisonous substances. He put all these poisonous substances into the magic cube of creation to decompose, extract, refine, and then melt them with other toxins. Finally, he mixed a very, very horrible venom. Only a drop of it was the size of an egg, but its toxicity was dozens of times that of all the toxins in the giant sea snake. Lin Xiao carefully preserved this toxin. This was the most critical part of his crazy plan. Now that he had a poisonous substance that could work on demigods, there was a question in front of Lin Xiao. Who should he attack? Since this toxin can work on demigods, it must also work on divine creatures. Now there is a fishman demigod and a giant divine octopus near the tribe. Which one should be killed? This entanglement did not last long. Lin Xiao quickly made a decision to try the snakeman demigod first. He has not seen the real power of the demigod yet. Although he often sees the class teacher, it is in the main world. The class teacher has never shown his true self in front of the students. He knows that the demigod is very powerful, but he does not know how powerful a demigod is. First try to see how powerful the demigod is. If it is not as powerful as imagined, it is naturally higher to kill a demigod. If the strength of the demigod exceeds expectations, then honestly go to the trouble of the divine giant octopus on the seabed. He did what he said and immediately issued an order, and the tribe began to mobilize the fishman army. The large tribe of 140,000 fishmen naturally cannot be as messy as before. Under his leadership, the current fishman tribe has begun to transform into a city-state with a regular army. 30,000 relatively strong murlocs were selected from the murlocs and divided into 10 battalions, which formed the army system of the tribe together with the Grey Mist Murloc Battalion and the Naga Battalion. This time, he sent out 5 battalions with a total of 15,000 strong murlocs, as well as 1,000 Grey Mist Murlocs and 100 Nagas. Of course, there were also tens of thousands of cannon fodder murlocs. It was just a test, so there was no need to send out all the troops. Half a day later, a large group of murlocs appeared near the Blackwater Swamp again. Lin Xiao floated on the water and looked up at the Blackwater Swamp. A new frogman tribe appeared at the original site of the frogman tribe that was wiped out a few years ago. They should have migrated from other places, and there were only more than 2,000 of them. He observed for a while, waved his hand, and the murlocs went south along the junction of the Blackwater Swamp and the sea. He did not attack this frogman tribe, but prepared to go south to find another frogman tribe in another corner of the swamp. This frogman tribe is located in the southeast corner of the swamp, with about 6,000 frogmen. When it got dark, the team quietly moved towards the frogman tribe with a wave of the hand. Compared with the mess at the beginning, the fishmen now have been trained for several years and have been initially trained. The formation is still crooked, but at least it can be arranged. When charging, they will not be as noisy as before. They were not discovered until they reached the edge of the frogman tribe. Of course, the main reason is that the Naga walking in the front is too strong. It is easy for the 4th level Naga to deal with these 1st level frogman sentinels. They can be easily killed in seconds. The next step is naturally a sudden massacre. The 14th level Naga Shark Hunter Warrior took the lead and rushed into the frogman tribe, specifically killing the frogman leader who wanted to gather the frogmen, making it impossible for him to organize an effective resistance. Chapter 65. The Snakeman Demigod Glass Awakens. In just 1.5 hours, nearly 6,000 frogmen were slaughtered, and their bodies piled up into a mountain. Lin Xiao ordered his troops to immediately withdraw to the border between the swamp and the shallow sea, and took away the snakeman statue by the way. When he returned to the border between the swamp and the shallow sea, he took away all the faith points accumulated on the statue. The moment of harvesting. The faint faith glow on the surface of the snakeman statue disappeared, and the statue seemed to have lost its color and turned gray, and it broke into pieces in front of his eyes. Who is it? A somewhat familiar angry roar sounded in Lin Xiao's ears, which was breathtaking. Even with his will, he couldn't help but feel a little fear. The fishmen around him all showed panic expressions, and some screamed in fear. But this sound came and went quickly, and it dissipated in an instant because it had no support, and the frightened fishmen also recovered. Lin Xiao looked up at the depths of the distant swamp. His powerful perception made him feel that a huge consciousness was slowly awakening in the depths of the swamp. I don't know if it's an illusion, but in the direction where the huge consciousness awakened, the void seemed to be twisting, as if a round twist was slowly rising, and a faint pressure was slowly increasing. The creatures in the swamp were affected by this, and hid in the black water mud and stopped moving. Circles of invisible waves slowly spread from the depths of the swamp. In Lin Xiao's vision, the circles of distortions that seemed to be real were expanding, becoming stronger, and turning into reality as the consciousness gradually awakened. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the depths of the swamp for a while, stretched out his right hand and waved it gently, and the team turned and dived into the sea. The Snake Man demigod was stronger than he thought. Just the sign of awakening had such an impact. If he waited for him to wake up completely, I don't know how powerful he would be. Too difficult. Lin Xiao sighed on the way. Although there was only 1 level difference between a demigod and a divine creature, the difference in strength between them was as great as the difference between heaven and earth. He was just a saint incarnation, but he wanted to take a demigod. He was really bold. However, wealth and honor are sought in danger. If you want to grow quickly, you have to take some risks. He did not return to the tribe directly, but went straight to Yuyuan City. He was not sure whether the Snakeman demigod had discovered him. He went to Yuyuan City first. It would be best if he did not find him. If he did, he could move the disaster to the east. However, he did not enter Yuyuan City. He could not enter with so many subordinates, and he did not want to go in. Yuyuan City is an important city in the Mermaid Empire, and an important fulcrum of faith for the sea god. There is a sea god temple, and a group of priests here. His body of a saint did not dare to hang around in front of the sea god's priests. With the current strength of his true body, he would most likely be discovered. Even before he surrendered to Yuyuan City, he only sent messengers instead of going to Yuyuan City in person. 2 months later, feeling that the surrounding seas were calm, Lin Xiao left Yuyuan City with his subordinates and went home. The Snake Man demigod did not seem to notice him. The culprit, a few miles away from Yuyuan City, he looked back at the mermaid city built on a large underwater reef. The hideous Naga face opened and became even more hideous. He thought of a better idea. Another half a year passed, and feeling that the limelight was about to pass, Lin Xiao led his troops to the Blackwater Swamp again. This time, he directly swept the Frogman tribe near the mouth of the Blackwater River, and killed all the frogmen in a familiar way. The corpses were piled up in a mountain. He came to the Snakeman statue in the center of the tribe again. When he stepped forward and pressed the statue, the faith condensed on the statue suddenly lit up, and a tall snakeman with golden scales all over his body appeared. A golden scale with a mysterious pattern was embedded in his brow. A faint golden light bloomed in his pupils and swept towards Lin Xiao. He said in a high-pitched tone full of majesty, "Like an Arya. Shameful thief. Glass has seen you." As soon as the voice fell, before Lin Xiao had time to respond, the Snakeman demigod suddenly changed his face and said murderously, "It's you. You dare to appear in front of Glass again. Damn it!" Lin Xiao, who was still confused, recognized the snakeman demigod as an old acquaintance at the first time. It was Glass, the snakeman demigod, who wanted to cross the boundary and devour him in the extra test given by the teacher in the last class. He never thought that the snakeman demigod would be a demigod in this plane. It was obvious that the snakeman that the teacher had released was from the snakeman tribe in the Blackwater swamp. New hatred plus old hatred. Lin Xiao can already foresee what he will encounter next. He turned around and ran without hesitation. And his subordinates didn't want the spoils of war, and withdrew from the Blackwater swamp. Boom! A deafening roar came from the depths of the swamp. He looked back and saw a thick blood light rising from the depths of the swamp and exploding into the sky, turning into a sticky blood cloud that spread outward like a tide, spreading outward layer by layer, and soon spread to several kilometers away. And it was still expanding. A depressing and terrifying pressure exploded like lightning with the blood-colored light column as the center. Lin Xiao saw from the corner of his eye that the grass leaves on the swamp soil pile shook violently at the moment when this invisible pressure swept over, and the leaves slowly rolled up. The power of the gods is like an abyss and a prison. As long as it is alive, it must bow its head. At this time, Lin Xiao didn't care about his demeanor. He rolled and crawled all the way out of the swamp and into the sea, rushing straight to Yuyuan City at the fastest speed. At this time, only Yuyuan City nearby could save him. At this time, the rolling blood cloud in the sky had spread to a radius of tens of kilometers. With a muffled thunder, a golden light shot up from the blood column. The next second, the blood cloud in the sky flowed back at an extremely fast speed and turned into a huge blood-colored vortex. From time to time, a golden lightning exploded in the vortex. Half a minute later, the vortex rapidly shrank to a radius of hundreds of kilometers. With a huge inhalation sound, the vortex collapsed inward in an instant, forming a human-shaped outline about tens of meters high. The golden body and limbs slowly emerged, turning into a human-headed snake body. The body and tail added up to more than 20 meters. The scales all over the body were like pieces of gold upside down, and the vertical pupils were like golden glass crystals. The snakeman demigod took a deep breath and swallowed the last trace of blood. His face, as if made of gold, slowly looked towards the sea. A hint of coldness appeared in his golden vertical pupils. He disappeared without any movement. Lin Xiao, who had crossed the sea that was 20 to 30 kilometers wide, suddenly felt a chill behind his head and shuddered all over. Without saying a word, he ordered the team to split into two. The Naga and the Gray Fog Fishman team, plus himself, went to the bottom of the sea and swam northeast. Yuyuan City was a few kilometers away. The remaining team swam southeast, but did not enter the sea and continued to float on the surface. Hoped to buy some time. Chapter 66 The Incarnation of the Sea God. Although he had rehearsed in his mind how to face the true body of a demigod, when he actually faced it, no, just saw it from afar. The overwhelming pressure knocked out most of his confidence. The reason why he still had a little confidence was that the concentrated poison in his hand was indeed quite powerful. And he had the shield of Yuyuan City. If any of these points were missing, he would not have come up with this crazy idea. As the saying goes, wealth and honor are sought in danger, and there are many people in the world who would risk their lives for the sake of profit. A thinker once said that 50% profit can make most capitalists take risks. With 100% profit, they dare to trample on all laws in the world. And with 300% profit, they dare to risk being hanged. Moreover, the profit that Lin Xiao wanted to grab at this time was not just 300%. That was 10 times, or even 100 times, which was enough for him to risk losing a large number of his family members to do this. Besides, his incarnation of the saint was not his real body. So if he died, he would die, and it would not affect his real body. Only 6 minutes later, Lin Xiao had already approached the edge of Yuyuan City, and could see from afar the huge city foundation standing in the sea water, and the dense parasitic barnacles parasitizing on the city foundation. The snakeman demigod was indeed attracted by the bait deliberately released, which delayed him for a while. Otherwise, there was no reason why he could not catch up with him with the strength of the demigod. Rushing to the edge of Yuyuan City quickly, Lin Xiao brought a small part of the Naga family to his side in the name of meeting the city lord. And all the other fishmen and Nagas were left outside the city. There was no way. He wanted to bring them all in, but the city did not allow it. So he could only leave them outside, but ordered them to go around the city to the other side of the sea city. I don't know if it's useful, but at least it's a psychological comfort. Less than a minute after entering the city, Lin Xiao felt the terrifying pressure approaching quickly at the gate. He hadn't reacted yet, but the city reacted violently. An old fisherman in gorgeous clothes suddenly flew out of the tall temple in the center of the city and said to the distance, "Your Highness Glass, this is the territory of His Majesty the Sea God." The voice was not loud, but it had super strong penetrating power, and the whole city could hear it clearly. Lin Xiao looked up expressionlessly and retracted his gaze. This old man was an archbishop of the Sea God Temple in Yuyuan City. He was a devout believer of the Sea God and a powerful priest. I have never seen him before, but from various rumors, this archbishop is estimated to be level 5. But his strength can be temporarily increased by 1 level to level 6 near the temple. The priests of the Church of Gods are generally devout believers and true believers, but not fanatics with more firm beliefs. The main reason is that the fanatics are too fanatical in their beliefs, which easily affects their daily decisions. Think about it. If a noble slanders a god in private, if the Pope of the Church is a fanatic, his first reaction is to arrest the person first, regardless of whether it is true or not. Even if it is the king. If it is a more rational and devout believer, he will investigate first. And if it is true, he will quietly warn the other party in an informal setting, handling church affairs more smoothly and more in line with the will of the gods. After only a glance, Lin Xiao did not look again, lest he be noticed by the old fisherman. At this time, a faint pressure surged from the horizon, and a faint red light quickly spread from the far sea surface, dyeing the entire western sea surface of Yuyuan City blood red. Not long after, a thick and extremely blood-colored water column suddenly rose from the sea that was like a deep abyss of blood. A tall golden figure shrouded in blood light slowly rose up, and his cold eyes swept across Yuyuan City. When he swept over the old mermaid, there was a slight muffled sound. The old mermaid groaned, and a blush appeared on his face. The old mermaid did not get angry, but bowed to the tall golden figure. A faint blue light slowly rose from his body to counter the pressure of the demigod, and he said in a deep voice, "Your Highness Glass, this is the territory of His Majesty the Sea God. You have crossed the line." Glass's slightly fearful eyes swept across the temple in the center of the city, and vaguely saw a huge pupil staring at him. He snorted coldly and pointed at Lin Xiao and said, "Leave him to me. I will leave immediately." Lin Xiao's face changed slightly, and he turned around and bowed to the temple without hesitation, saying loudly, "I am the patriarch of the fish tribe in the southwest. The great sea god saves me, and 140,000 fish people will be your devout believers." After saying that, he knelt down and bowed his head without hesitation to show his piety. His voice was so loud that almost half of Yuyuan City heard it. He did this on purpose, just to let more people hear it. At this time, it would be a fool to dare to look down on the indigenous gods with his status. The most critical thing about his crazy idea is whether the sea god is willing to protect him here. If he is willing, there will be a chance to continue to the next step. If not, then there is no need to say anything and just return directly. Deliberately speaking so loudly is to increase the weight, betting that the archbishop dare not risk losing faith and refuse to rescue his believers in public, regardless of whether he is a true believer or not. At least he, a fake believer, cannot hide from the church priests. But the various sea creatures in Yuyuan City don't know. Lin Xiao said that he is a devout believer of the sea god, and the various sea creatures in Yuyuan City believe it at this time, even if it is clarified afterwards. The crisis is past. If the archbishop is a fanatic, his lies will be exposed and sent out immediately. Unfortunately, the archbishop is not. He is more rational and needs to consider the impact of saving or not saving. Moreover, the 140,000 fishmen in Lin Xiao's hands also make him quite excited. The archbishop also has a performance statement. Educating more believers will please the gods of faith more, and thus gain the favor of the gods. 140,000 fishmen are a large new faith. After much deliberation, the archbishop finally made a decision. Of course, there was also a whisper in his ear that made his expression suddenly become serious and excited. When he raised his head, his expression was very serious. He said in a deep voice to the majestic figure standing high above the sky, "Any sea creature in the sea is the child of the supreme sea god, and His Majesty will not give up any child." The snakeman demigod, who was patiently waiting for a reply, suddenly had his golden vertical pupils light up, and a golden flame burst out from his vertical pupils. He snorted coldly, "I am here to tell you, not to discuss with you. I will take this person. After saying that, he stretched out his right hand without hesitation and grabbed down. The blood light in the sky gathered and turned into a blood-colored hand hundreds of meters long, which pressed down into Yuyuan City. Bold. A cold snort exploded above the temple, and the blue light in the sky gathered above Lin Xiao and turned into another blue hand that collided fiercely with the blood-colored hand. A circle of transparent light waves exploded, stirring up layers of undercurrents in the sea. Of course, it was not the Archbishop who made the move. How could he fight with the demigod? The one who made the move was an incarnation of the sea god. Chapter 67 Headache. A thick blue beam of light rushed out of the temple, and the sea began to boil. The blue light in the sky surged from the seawater in all directions, gathered, and condensed into a huge mermaid phantom with a gorgeous crown on his head, which could mobilize the essence of the seawater in the sea with his gestures. This god has 100% of the powerful priesthood of the ocean. Otherwise it would be impossible to fight against a demigod with only an incarnation. Although normal high-level demigods are stronger than ordinary demigods, they cannot fight against ordinary demigods with their incarnations. Only high-level demigods with powerful priesthoods can do it in a short time by relying on the temple and the home environment. The ocean is a very powerful priesthood, which is on par with the powerful priesthoods of war, earth, light, darkness, death, killing, etc. It is a powerful priesthood that can be promoted all the way to a powerful divine power, which is extremely enviable. As for the Snakeman demigod, judging from the current performance, he has 100% of the Snakeman priesthood, and there is a high probability that he has the blood priesthood. Of these two priesthoods, only the Snakeman priesthood has some potential, while the blood priesthood has insufficient potential. However, if the other priesthoods can be combined to form the blood priesthood into the killing priesthood, it will instantly become awesome. The status of the god of killing is not inferior to that of the god of the ocean. His main job is fighting, and he is stronger than the ocean priesthood in terms of fighting. The two demigod-level beings fought fiercely, and the terrifying power impacted back and forth. The wall near the west gate of Yuyuan City began to become unstable after only 4 or 5 waves of aftermath, scaring the nearby defenders to flee frantically. Lin Xiao also took the opportunity to flee into the city, but he was stopped by several fisherman priests and a team of temple knights before he fled far. The leader was a beautiful female mermaid priest with a human head and a fish body, holding an exquisite coral staff. Her lower body scales were blue-green. Her upper body skin was delicate. Her slender waist was slender, and her flat belly was embedded with a blue crystal at her navel. As she swam, her waist swung back and forth, which was very tempting. She was dressed quite boldly, with 2 SHLs on her chest to cover her slender breasts, and a string of blue pearls hanging in the gap between the 2 SHLs. Her face was very delicate, with a hint of temptation and a hint of holiness. She bowed to Lin Xiao first and said softly, "Mr. Patriarch, the Archbishop wants to see you." Well, he had expected it, and replied calmly, "Please lead the way." He was not naive enough to think that he could easily leave after letting someone block the bullet. Don't treat others as fools. He had already realized that he would pay a certain price. The Temple of Poseidon is located in the center of Yuyuan City, and even the Yuyuan City Lord's Mansion is next to it. Yuyuan City is a city built in the sea. The whole city is on the reefs under the sea. From time to time, you can see fish swimming over the city. There are many barnacles or other fish parasitizing on the sides of the houses built of SHLs and stones. Seaweed grows on the edges of the houses. Strips of kelp hang down, extending upwards for tens or even hundreds of meters, and from a distance they look like slender trees. There are many beautiful corals near the temple, and many colorful fish swim around in the corals, not afraid of the temple guard standing nearby. There are all kinds of marine races in Yuyuan City. Common fishmen, lobstermen, octopusmen, starfish, clammen, etc. live harmoniously in the city, giving Lin Xiao the feeling that there are many large and delicious fresh seafood. Of course, what caught his attention even more was the beautiful mermaid girl in front of him. Her swaying slender waist was so tempting. After taking Lin Xiao to a side hall in the temple to meet the old mermaid archbishop, the mermaid girl left. There was only him and the archbishop in the hall. Lin Xiao prayed in front of the sea god sign according to the standards of believers. When he turned around, he saw the old fishman's interested expression and a look with some meaning. He suddenly felt a little uneasy. As he expected, the archbishop startled him when he opened his mouth. I am Loren, the god of the sea, from an unknown country. The voice, that was out of tune with the old mermaid, and the faint pressure all told Lin Xiao that the person who was talking to him at this time was definitely not the old protagonist, but the will of the sea god. Obviously, his identity had been known by the sea god. No, to be precise, the sea god had been waiting for a student like him for a long time. Not for him. Any student who met the sea god would be like this. The humility on his face disappeared instantly, and he slowly stood up and looked at the archbishop, who was emitting a faint blue light at some point. He put his hand on his chest and bowed slightly, and said in a deep voice, Sebelex, meet His Majesty the Sea God. He didn't dare to say his full name, but only the part of the true name he obtained when he opened up the divine domain that could be revealed. In the world of gods, the true name represents one's own origin and the source of power. It cannot be leaked at will. Otherwise it is easy to be controlled by the enemy through various means. The real name displayed on Lin Xiao's attribute board, Sebelex Meyer, is actually only part of his real name. After that, there is a long hidden real name, but he cannot see it with his current strength. When he becomes stronger, such as becoming a demigod, a new real name will be displayed. If he becomes a high-level demigod, another part will be displayed. If he becomes a god, another part will be displayed. The stronger the power, the longer the real name will be. It is said that the real names of some powerful gods are hundreds of bytes long, which is very long. I don't know what His Majesty the Sea God came to see me in person. At this time, he is equal to the Sea God. The Sea God also knows this, but he doesn't care about it. He just said, I know that you all come from a powerful country. This plane is your private territory. In the tens of thousands of years since I became a demigod, I have seen too many beings like you come and go freely in this plane. I am very curious to know some information about your country. Lin Xiao stared at the archbishop for a while, and suddenly laughed. Your Majesty wants to know more than just some information. Right? Your Majesty has lived for tens of thousands of years, and has met many companions like me. Haven't you asked before? Poseidon nodded and shook his head. I have asked before, but their answers were so different that I could not judge the truth. Then your Majesty knew that what I said would be true? So, I need you to swear by your real name and guarantee that every word must be true. What if I say no? I am sorry. I will hand you over to glass. This is really troublesome. Lin Xiao knocked his head with a headache. This is definitely not allowed. The Federation has a ban on this. Information about the civilization of the main world cannot be disclosed to the indigenous gods. Especially some important information. Once a mistake is made, the consequences are very serious. The right to use the god's domain landing cabin will be directly deprived, which means that you will never be able to return to the god's domain and can only stay in the main world, which is equivalent to being useless. Chapter 68 The Fall of the Saint Incarnation. There is nothing to consider. This is a red line that must not be touched. Lin Xiao refused decisively. The face of the sea god became gloomy at a speed visible to the naked eye, but he seemed to be unwilling to ask. I can promise to only ask you questions that you can answer. If you can't answer, you don't have to say it. Lin Xiao shook his head and said, If I can, I will agree. But unfortunately, this is not allowed. That's a pity. I regret it even more. An invisible force bound him. The archbishop stretched out his hand and pointed, and the space was torn open, carrying him into it. Once again, a vast divine power appeared, making his hands and feet stiff and unable to move. When he raised his eyelids, he saw a majestic figure shrouded in infinite blue light. He saw from the corner of his eyes that on the other side of the vast blue was dazzling blood light. The red and blue repelled each other fiercely, and small groups of flashes kept exploding. They are fighting each other with the power of the domain, limiting the scope of the battle to a limited range. The sea god was concerned about the safety of Yuyuan City, while the serpent man demigod did not want to completely break up with him. After all, he was not as strong as the sea god. If he destroyed Yuyuan City and caused the sea god's true body to come, he would be in trouble. The sea god was also decisive. He twisted Lin Xiao and threw him out as soon as he turned his face. At the same time as the serpent man demigod's domain was withdrawn, he was pushed towards the serpent man demigod shrouded in blood by a mighty force. The serpent man demigod, who looked like a human man and was extremely handsome, showed an evil smile on his face. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and he flew straight into the Serpent Man demigod's outstretched palm. Lin Xiao looked at the Serpent Man demigod, who was approaching quickly with a calm face. There was an extremely tough divine power shield around him to prevent him from escaping. But he did not want to escape. At this time, he could not escape under the gaze of the two demigods. And this state was also within his expectations. Long before the black water swamp seduced the Serpent Man demigod, he had considered various possible situations. Maybe he would be protected by the sea god, or not protected by the sea god, or maybe he was caught up by the Snakeman demigod halfway. He even considered the possibility that he could escape from the Snakeman demigod by luck. He was a little surprised that he was sent out after the negotiation with the sea god failed. But in fact, it was no different from not getting the protection of the sea god, which was exactly what he expected. At this time, according to his early prediction, he already had a countermeasure, which was, he turned his head expressionlessly and gave the Snakeman demigod a middle finger, the universal gesture in the heavens, and the worlds made the Snakeman demigod look angry. And then a ball of black liquid as big as an egg appeared in the palm of his hand with the middle finger, wrapped in a layer of light film. He opened his mouth and slapped it into his mouth without hesitation and swallowed it. Then, he pointed at the Snakeman demigod and cursed in a classic Chinese language. But to his surprise, the furious Snakeman demigod suppressed his anger after catching him. And with his room-sized claws, he squeezed hard enough to break the sea god's divine power shield and held him in his hand. Then he closed his 5 fingers and unleashed a terrifying force. Lin Xiao roared in a low voice and glared at the Snakeman demigod. He did not cry out even though his bones were crackled and broken by the huge force like firecrackers. Tell me, where is your demiplane? The Snakeman demigod leaned forward. His huge face was close in front of him, and the fierce divine power and the faint golden light stained his body with a faint golden color. This Snakeman demigod obviously did not know the player's divine domain, and thought it was a demiplane. Obviously, he did not know as much as the sea god. Lin Xiao smiled miserably. This saint's incarnation must be gone. So he did not have so many scruples. He sprayed a mouthful of blood at the Snakeman demigod, which was blocked by a layer of light film. But it also angered the Snakeman demigod. His upright golden glass pupils closed slightly. When the gods are angry, the sky and the earth change color. Instantly, endless bloodlight surged. The Snakeman demigod grabbed him and lifted him up to his mouth. His voice was extremely cold. It doesn't matter, as long as I eat you. Glass can also get what he wants to know. After saying that, he grabbed Lin Xiao and stuffed him into his mouth. As a demigod, if he wants, he can eat any creature and get the other's memory. This is what the Snakeman demigod is thinking. But this is also what Lin Xiao expected, when he was stuffed into the mouth of the Snakeman demigod and sank into the throat like an abyss. He secretly said good in his heart. With a thought, the concentrated poisonous outer layer of light film swallowed in his stomach suddenly disappeared, and a force as hot as lava exploded from his stomach and quickly flowed throughout his body. Then, his consciousness gave up this body, and as soon as he got out of it, he felt the powerful will of the Snakeman demigod rushing up fiercely. He chuckled and let it pounce on him, but was bounced off by his consciousness. He turned around and gave it a middle finger, and this consciousness disappeared, under the protection of the artifact. It broke through the plane and returned to the artifact platform outside the plane. In the divine domain, a bright light was thrown into the divine domain along the connection between the artifact platform and the divine domain. Lin Xiao, who was sitting in the core palace of the divine domain, suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 faint golden lights bloomed. As he slowly received all the memories of this consciousness, a smile began to appear on his face. After a few seconds, he suddenly stood up, solemnly shouted, "Order, go to the Blackwater Swamp and kill the pagans." At this moment, he consumed more than 100,000 faith points and issued divine instructions to all believers, including his followers and many true believers. At the same time, he consumed a full 10,000 units of faith points and temporarily established a temporary connection with a pious Naga follower. At that time, he would need to use this Naga to command the next action. At the same time, the Snakeman demigod outside Yuyuan City had already noticed something was wrong. When he swallowed Lin Xiao into his stomach, the toxicity, like boiling lava, had melted the Naga's body, turning it into rolling black molten lava that corroded the Snakeman demigod's divine power covering his entire body, including his internal organs. As this giant sea snake was refined, hundreds of toxin essences from the sea completely erupted, and the golden light on the snakeman demigod's body dimmed a little in an instant, and continued to dim as the toxicity erupted. The snakeman demigod didn't dare to stay and turned around to leave immediately. But this change had already attracted the attention of the incarnation of the sea god. After carefully observing the state of the snakeman demigod, he suddenly laughed and said, "I have a treasure, and would like to invite His Highness Glass to see it." The snakeman demigod knew what the sea god wanted to do, and he didn't even perfunctorily turn into blood light and leave. However, less than a mile after rushing out, the sea suddenly exploded, and a blue water column like a mountain peak rushed up into the sky and turned into a huge male mermaid, who was the incarnation of the sea god. As soon as he appeared, the vast divine power exploded, and the blue sea domain spread out like a tide, and collided fiercely with the blood domain that the snakeman demigod also spread out. Chapter 69 Audacity. The terrifying power burst out, and the sea's surface within a radius of dozens of kilometers was sunk by more than 10 meters. Even Yuyuan City, which was built on the submarine reef not far away, was affected and was pressed out of the water. Countless buildings in the city were destroyed by the terrifying god's domain, and countless residents in Yuyuan City were affected. Half of the city turned into ruins at this moment. Only the sea god temple in the center of the city, and the city lord's mansion on the other side were protected by a thick layer of blue light shield and survived. Countless sea creatures in Yuyuan City were killed instantly, and a small number of sea creatures in solid buildings survived. They all looked up at the sky covered by the azure divine light with fear, and heard a roar like thunder that spread over dozens of sea miles. "Loren, do you want to be my mortal enemy?" The unhurried voice of the sea god sounded. "When were we not enemies? You will regret it. I will regret it even more if I don't take action now." The snakeman demigod groaned, and the blood light suddenly dimmed and shrank, and the sea domain of the sea god took the opportunity to expand. The snakeman demigod Glass actually had no intention of fighting at this time. The sea was the home of the sea god. Even an incarnation could stop him. Moreover, he was poisoned at this time, and it was even more difficult to defeat him. The sea god also saw this good opportunity, and wanted to keep the snakeman demigod. But Glass, as a demigod with almost endless lifespan, was also very wise. He knew that he could never defeat his opponent in his current state, and it was difficult to escape. So he made a decision after just a little hesitation. Burning divinity. Yes, burning divinity. The so-called burning divinity is a desperate method for demigods and divine creatures. It is more radical than burning divine power, and is generally a desperate method in the face of desperate situations. As we all know, when burning divine power, it can explode greatly to defeat the enemy or escape, and burning divinity can increase the power of the domain several times in a short period of time, so as to achieve the purpose of killing the enemy or escaping. Generally speaking, after the burning of divinity, if a certain amount of divine power is consumed in a short period of time, the burning divinity can be replenished. But if it is delayed for too long, this divinity will disappear permanently, leading to a drop in strength, and even more serious consequences, such as reduced potential, etc. The snakeman demigod Glass burned a little divinity very decisively. The blood field surrounding him felt like a bucket of oil was suddenly poured into a fire. The flame suddenly expanded and exploded. The field that increased several times directly tore the sea god field apart, and forcibly broke through the layers of ocean fields and rushed to the sky. But the sea god incarnation was not to be outdone. This incarnation was condensed with a little divinity as the core. It could not burn divinity, but it could burn a lot of divine power. The azure ocean field also expanded rapidly. Although it was not as good as the blood field that burned the divinity, it still followed the snakeman half-body firmly, with a stronger foundation, like a maggot attached to the bone that could not be shaken off. At the same time, in the depths of the distant sea, a faint breath is slowly awakening, and a faint blue light rises from the end of the sea, covering hundreds of miles of sea. The true body of the sea god is awakening. Of course, the snakeman demigod Glass could sense this undisguised breath, and he knew what would happen to him if the sea god awakened. He stopped running towards the Blackwater swamp, turned around and glared at the sea god, and roared with indescribable anger. "You are courting death." As soon as the voice fell, the center of the huge blood field suddenly erupted like a volcano. At this moment, the power of the blood field increased by more than 10 times. The snakeman demigod directly burned 2 points of divinity, and burst out more than 10 times the power. The blood field exploded like a blood ring, crushing the sea god's incarnation field like a dead tree, and included the unprepared sea god's incarnation in the blood field. A big hand with a dazzling blood light of more than 100 meters slowly emerged from the field and grabbed the sea god's incarnation fiercely. Boom! The incarnation of the sea god was crushed by a claw without any resistance, and a golden light shot up into the sky, but was caught back by the other claw of the snakeman demigod Glass. Glass? You dare! Why don't I dare? Glass, whose face was distorted with anger, roared viciously and swallowed the sea god's divinity into his stomach. Warning. Very dangerous. Please leave the Blackwater Swamp area immediately. Warning. Very dangerous. Please leave the Blackwater Swamp area immediately. Warning. Very dangerous. Please leave the Blackwater Swamp area immediately. 3 rapid alarm prompts appeared in front of Meng Hui, who was commanding his family to encircle and kill a medium-sized fisherman tribe on the edge of the Blackwater Swamp. He subconsciously looked up in the direction of the sea. Just now, he felt a pressure that made him depressed and palpitated. But he didn't care because he was too far away. He had thought about taking some time to go over and take a look, but now it seemed unnecessary. The artifact spirit of the observation plane gave such an urgent reminder that something must have happened. He should not join in the fun. He decisively ordered a retreat, even though most of the medium-sized fisherman tribe had been wiped out. Outside the plane, 10 class teachers gathered at the edge of the artifact platform and observed the sea area near the Blackwater Swamp through the crystal wall of the plane. At this time, the expressions on the faces of the 10 teachers were very interesting. Xiao Liang, the head teacher of Class 1, looked back at Wu Hai and smacked his lips and said, "Your student is really bold. You dare to have the idea of a demigod." Another head teacher touched his bald head and praised, "This kid has courage and ability, regardless of whether this matter can succeed or not. It is already quite amazing to be able to do this step. It will not be a problem for him to enter the elite class next semester." At this time, one of the teachers suddenly exclaimed, "Huh? Why did his family members disappear?" Wu Hai turned his gaze and probed into the plane again, glancing between the tribe and Yuyuan City. Contrary to his expectations, he found nothing. Instead, Zhang Yifan, the head teacher of Class 2, said in surprise, "Good guy. He hasn't given up yet? Good guy." He ran to the Blackwater Swamp. Wu Hai looked to the west and saw a super large group of more than 100,000 fishmen who had come to the edge of the Blackwater Swamp and rushed into the Blackwater Swamp. According to Lin Zhao's estimation, the incarnation of the sea god alone would definitely not be able to stop the snakeman demigod. But it would not be so easy for the poison snakeman demigod to repel the incarnation of the sea god. And there was a high probability that he would be injured. This was his chance. The injured snakeman demigod would definitely return to his hiding place to remove the poison and recover. At this time, more than 100,000 fishmen and nagas rushed into the Blackwater Swamp and wiped out all the frogmen and snake men in the swamp in one fell swoop. That is, to eliminate all the believers of the snakeman demigod to further weaken his strength, and then besiege the real body of the snakeman demigod. Chapter 70. Both sides suffer and take advantage of the fire to rob. Hundreds of thousands of murlocs and nagas marched into the Blackwater Swamp in a mighty force. The huge team formed a line of more than 20 kilometers wide and swept across. A frogman tribe of less than 1,000 people who had just moved to the Blackwater Swamp near the Blackwater River was directly submerged by the murloc tide. The army marched into the Blackwater Swamp, crossing the swamps, and drowning all foreign races or predators. Even the ferocious swamp crocodiles that were huge and liked to eat murlocs as snacks could only flee in the face of so many murlocs. The terrain in the depths of the Blackwater Swamp is extremely complex, with turbid black water everywhere, unknown plants, insects, and various poisonous insects, leeches, and even terrible parasites such as iron wire worms hidden in the rotten black water. Normally, a small number of frogmen and snakemen dare not enter here casually, let alone fishmen. But now when enough companions gather together, the fishman's courage has swelled to the extreme. It is estimated that some fishmen with brains burned out dare to attack a giant dragon now. The army crossed the dangerous swamp of 30 or 40 kilometers wide and came to the other side of the Blackwater Swamp, where they found a tribe of snake men and frogmen living together. The snake men are the leaders, and the frogmen are the slaves. In the Blackwater Swamp, with the support of the snake men demigods, the snake men have always been the top species in the swamp, enslaving all species in the swamp. including the fishmen, the lowest species. A blue-black snakeman thought he saw food when he first saw the fishmen crawling out from behind a long mud bank, and excitedly commanded several slave frogmen to flank him from left and right. However, when rows of fishmen crawled over from behind the mud bank, their movements froze, and they quickly turned around and fled. The fishmen did not chase, but continued to move forward at the same speed as before. About a kilometer ahead, there was a huge tribe of snakemen and frogmen. The army did not hide its whereabouts. The alarm bell sounded in the mixed tribe. A large number of snakemen and frogmen were waiting at the entrance of the tribe in full armor. However, as the army advanced, more and more fishmen appeared, including a large number of fishmen from the left and right sides of the tribe, and the morale of the snakemen began to decline. 10 minutes later, the huge tribe was trapped in the sea of fishmen and was surrounded by hundreds of thousands of fishmen. A black-scaled naga with a stronger figure than his companions was perched on a rotten tree stump with a bone fork several meters long. The fourth-level black-scaled naga shark hunter warrior was about 3 meters tall, and with a tail, it could reach 6 meters. But this naga was much taller than his companions, nearly 3.5 meters tall, and with the tail, it was more than 7 meters. Lin Xiao had already paid attention to this extremely powerful family before his saint incarnation fell. This big naga was the second leader of the naga, second only to his saint incarnation. Now that the saint's incarnation has fallen, this great naga is naturally the leader of the nagas, and also the leader of this army of more than 100,000 fishmen. Several nagas with the same ferocious appearance gathered around him and looked at the battlefield from afar. They did not participate in the battle, but just sat there. Suddenly, the big naga who was watching the battle suddenly looked up, and a golden light with a long blood flame crossed the sky, and a suffocating divine power came over the sky, and the huge battlefield suddenly became a mess. But the snake people sensed the breath of the snake god they believed in, and their morale soared. They took advantage of the fear of the fish people to launch a counterattack. The big naga quickly reacted from the shock, snorted coldly, raised his fork, and roared loudly. The naga and the fish god are watching us. Kill them all. The roar was deep and powerful, reawakening the frightened subordinates, and the breath of the snake demigod quickly passed and disappeared, and the fish people quickly regained their lost courage and continued to attack the snake people. At this time, the snake demigod was in a very bad state. Of course, he could find that his family was besieged, but at this time, he had no hands to help. He needed to return to his safe nest immediately to suppress the poison that broke out in his body. As Lin Xiao expected, he burned 3 points of divinity in a row and killed the incarnation of the sea god. At this time, the snakeman demigod was weaker than ever. He had to quickly suppress the poison in his body and consume his divine power to restore the burning divinity. Otherwise, the burning divinity could not be restored after a long time. His remaining divinity was not enough to support 2 priesthoods, and he had to give up 1 priesthood, which was unacceptable to him. But the believers could not ignore it. Otherwise, when all the believers were killed and lost the source of faith, the consequences would be unbearable. So after returning to a mountain in the center of the Blackwater swamp, he immediately issued a divine prophecy involving all the believers in the entire Blackwater swamp. The final holy war is coming. Children, gather at the holy mountain and completely eliminate the pagans. At this moment, the entire Blackwater swamp was boiling. Whether it was the snakemen, frogmen, and other alien races who believed in the snakeman demigod distributed throughout the swamp, especially a huge quagmire deep in the swamp. This quagmire is several kilometers in radius. There is no water in it. Only black muddy water formed by the mixture of silt and water. Occasionally, you can see swamp plants covered with black mud. The huge quagmire is extremely silent. No living creatures can be seen. As the snake man demigod gave the oracle, a small hill suddenly arched up in the center of the silent quagmire, and then it suddenly exploded, and a giant clam with bumps all over its body, like a small hill, emerged from it. Its cheeks bulged, and it opened its mouth to make a frog call like thunder. A circle of transparent air waves exploded with the frog call, blowing the thick mud around it out layer by layer. This is a super giant frog about 20 meters high, with a black-brown body and bumps on its body like a toad. But it does not contain poison like a toad, but has a hard cuticle like a hammer. This guy came out of the quagmire where he was hiding, and with his indescribably strong legs, he gave a sudden leap and soared into the sky, leaping hundreds of meters away, falling straight down like a meteorite. Boom! with a tremor of the earth and mountains. Mud and water flew hundreds of meters away, more than 100 kilometers away. The siege of the snake tribe by the Fishman army had come to an end. Under the overwhelming number of people, even escaping and breaking through were impossible, and all were killed without a single one left. The great Naga led his men to the ruined tribal altar, took up the snakeman statue and placed it, and many of the clansmen began to pray and sacrifice the faith on the statue. As a large tribe where snake men and Nagas live together, the snake men and frogmen in this tribe have a very high degree of faith in the snakeman demigod, even if the snakeman demigod often takes away the faith value. The faith value left on the statue is still quite high, a total of more than 7 million. But through the sacrifice of the way into the divine domain, more than half of the loss, Lin Xiao only received more than 3.5 million faith value. There is still a big difference between direct harvesting and sacrifice. In addition to the previous gains, Lin Xiao now has a total of 29 million additional faith points, all of which cannot be refined by himself. Chapter 71, attacking the holy mountain and going straight to the dragon. During the sacrifice, Lin Xiao took the opportunity to give instructions to the Naga leader, asking him not to take a detour, but to attack the core area of the snake tribe in the center of the Blackwater swamp and go straight to the dragon. The big Naga understood, and after a short rest, he adjusted the marching direction and headed straight to the center of the Blackwater swamp. On the way, the army did not encounter any enemies except those unintelligent beasts in the swamp. Among them, a small fish tribe was moved away at this time, including the statues on the altar, all the way west, across hundreds of kilometers, caught up with and destroyed a frog tribe on the way, and finally arrived outside the Snake Holy Mountain on the 4th day. The so-called Holy Mountain is a dark mountain about 2,000 meters high. This mountain is particularly conspicuous in the flat swamp. Looking from a distance, a faint blood-colored light column can be vaguely seen on the top of the mountain. Looking at the blood column, a faint pressure can be vaguely felt. Under the Holy Mountain, there was originally only one snake tribe, the largest family of the snake demigod. But at this time, the snake demigod summoned all the believers, including the snake men, frogmen, fishmen, lizardmen, etc. All the believers in the swamps rushed over. At this time, more than 40,000 snake demigod believers gathered under the Holy Mountain. Fortunately, several tribes were wiped out in succession before. Otherwise, there would be more than 10,000 snake demigod believers, which would be more difficult to fight. No nonsense. There is no compromise in the dispute of faith. After a short rest, with the order of the great Naga, more than 100,000 fishmen rushed to the snake demigod believers under the Holy Mountain, and they were instantly in a melee. In terms of quantity, the number of fishmen is more, but in terms of average strength, the snake demigod is stronger. The strength of each snakeman is only half a chip inferior to that of the Naga, and the total number of snake men is over 10,000, while the Naga is only over 700. But at this time, the Naga has basically been promoted to the 4th level shark hunter warrior, and the individual strength is far stronger than the snakeman, so it is not without the power to fight. And most importantly, Lin Xiao's goal is not to kill all the snakeman demigod believers completely. His goal is to kill as many snakeman demigod believers as possible. As long as he kills them to a certain extent, it will be enough to make the snakeman demigod unable to stabilize his injuries. It takes a lot of believers to maintain the daily priesthood of a demigod. Any divine creature condenses the priesthood to become a demigod, and its condensed priesthood needs a certain number of believers to maintain it. Or it can be said that faith is okay. If enough faith is accumulated, it can be maintained for a period of time without believers. Once the faith value is insufficient, the priesthood will not be able to be maintained, and the power of the demigod will begin to weaken. If it continues to a certain extent, the priesthood will collapse due to the lack of divine power to maintain it, and it will degenerate from a demigod to a divine creature. So, a divine creature can have no believers, but a demigod cannot. It must develop its own believers and protect its own believers. If it were usual, the snakeman demigod would definitely wake up and take action himself. But this time the snakeman demigod happened to be seriously injured and didn't even have time to spare his hands. According to Lin Xiao's prophecy, the great Naga commanded the army of fishmen to launch a desperate attack on the snakemen demigod believers, even if it meant mutual consumption. Teams of Naga law enforcement teams sat in the back, and if there were any fishmen deserters, they would be killed on the spot, forcing them to continue the attack. At the same time, More than 500 level 4 Nagas mixed into the army, specifically killing the enemy leaders. Race, Black Scale Naga. Category, Subhuman. Level, Medium Race. Level, Level 4. Occupation, None. Talents, Underwater Breathing. Advanced Strange Strength. Intermediate Regeneration. Shining Scales. Skills, Bloodthirst. Slash. Basic Footwork LV3. Salted Fish Thrust. Expertise, Advanced Swimming. Intermediate Fast Steps. Ape Arms. Constitution, 7.5. You have the constitution of an elephant. Strength, 8+3. You are born with divine strength. Even the strength of an elephant man is no match for this. Agility, 5.2+1. You have super fast speed and reaction ability. Spirit, 2.5. Your spirit is stronger than that of ordinary people. After training, you can become a spellcaster. Evaluation, this is an amphibious humanoid species that has never appeared before, with extraordinary strength far beyond that of ordinary people. The 4th level Naga Shark Hunter Warrior is much stronger than the 3rd level Naga Warrior. Whether it is constitution, strength, or agility, it is a comprehensive crushing. Imagine a warrior with nearly 8 times the constitution of an ordinary person, 11 times the strength, and more than 6 times the agility, facing an opponent far weaker than himself. Crushing is not enough to describe. 504 level Naga Shark Hunter Warriors form 10 scouts, just like a hot blade inserted into butter. Even the salted fish stab was useless, and they killed through the position of the Snakeman demigod believers without any resistance, and then killed one back and forth, with this elite vanguard that far exceeds the current average combat power. The Snakeman demigod believers were forcibly separated and devoured one by one. The Fishman army suffered heavy losses. After all, their individual strength was too weak. In less than half an hour after the full-scale war, more than 10,000 people were killed or injured. However, the Fishman army had a large number, more than twice the number of advantages. Even if the casualties were heavy, they would not collapse for a while. In addition, many Nagas drilled through the enemy positions back and forth, which greatly boosted the morale of the Fishmen. There was no sign of collapse for a while. On the contrary, the Snakeman demigod believers had a tendency to collapse when their leaders were constantly killed. The decapitation tactic itself had a great impact on morale. Even the most elite army could not hold on when faced with the army commander beheading them one after another in front of the battle. Moreover, the Snakeman demigod believers, a mob of mixed troops, were all commanded by the tribal leader. Once the leader died, there was no command at all, and they could only be numbly torn and killed. An army with a commander is completely different from an army without a commander. Thanks to the excellent performance of their clansmen and Lin Zhao's repeated divine oracles to boost morale, the Murloc army managed to hold on despite a horrific casualty rate of nearly 30,000 deaths, and they held out longer than the Serpent Man demigod believers. At this time, the Fishman army had reached a critical point. After all, most of the Fishmen were not followers, but ordinary believers, mostly Pan-believers. With the high pressure from the Naga, they barely managed to hold on. At this time, more and more Fishmen began to flee, and the army showed signs of total collapse. But fortunately, the believers of the Snakeman demigod collapsed earlier than them. Some marginal believers, such as Fishmen, Lizardmen and Frogmen, began to flee early, as the casualties increased, and the Snakeman demigod did not respond for a long time. More and more believers collapsed and fled. At the foot of the holy mountain, the giant toad breathed in and out violently. Every time it couldn't help but want to jump out to kill. The majestic voice of the Snakeman demigod would come to its ears. Guard the exit of the sanctuary. Don't leave. At a certain time, as the first Snakeman began to flee, the core followers of the Snakeman demigod collapsed, and the other believers, who were struggling to support themselves with devout faith, instantly seemed to lose their support in their hearts, and began to flee in an organized manner. From the beginning to the end, the giant toad lying at the foot of the holy mountain did not participate in the battle. It just stood there, ready to make a move, but refused to participate in the battle, and ignored the collapsed Snakeman demigod believers. As soon as the enemy fled, the dawn of victory arrived, and the morale of the Fishmen who were about to collapse returned again. They screamed excitedly, and chased the fleeing Snakeman demigod believers. The overall situation has been decided. Lin Zhao, who had been paying attention to this battle in the god's domain, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 72: The Terrifying Giant Toad. After the defeat, It was time to chase and kill. The commanding Naga leader followed Lin Zhao's early instructions and focused on the most hardcore snake believers of the snake demigod and chased and killed them, ignoring the defeated frogmen. Although they were defeated now, the snake men, as the original race of the snake demigod, had the most devout faith. Now it was only a temporary defeat. If they were not killed, they would come back later after they came to their senses. On the contrary, the frogmen did not have this worry. They were just the servant race of the snake men and had only a slave relationship with the snake men. Once they were defeated, they would basically not come back without the gathering of the snake men. Whether it was the decisive battle before or the pursuit of the fleeing snake men later, the giant toad at the foot of the holy mountain did not move at all, and guarded the holy place of the snake demigod. Following Lin Zhao's instructions, the army did not get close to the holy mountain at all. Even if there were escaped snake men who fled into the holy mountain, they did not chase them down. They only chased and killed the snake men, frogmen and other alien races who fled to other places. 2 hours later, the last wave of pursuers returned, and the army reorganized, rested, had a full meal, and slowly surrounded the holy mountain of the snake people. Outside the plain, the artifact platform was close to the crystal wall of the plain. 10 class teachers and vice principal Su all crowded in front of a water mirror, watching the scene near the holy mountain of the snake people displayed on the water mirror with interest. Lin Zhao was so bold that he dared to attack a demigod, which attracted their attention. The 10 class teachers were not interested in observing their students at this time. They all gathered here. They all wanted to know whether his plan could succeed, including Vice Principal Su. He was also paying attention with interest. He said with a smile, "If I remember correctly, this student is the 14th student in the first year of high school who has the courage to attack a demigod in the thousands of years since the establishment of this school. A total of 2 of the 13 predecessors succeeded. I wonder if this student can become the third." The teachers pinched their chins and did not respond. After a while, Vice Principal Su said to Wu Hai, "You are his class teacher, and you know Lin Zhao best. Do you think he can succeed?" Wu Hai paused and said, "I can't tell. My student has only become enlightened in the past 2 months, and has not accumulated enough. If he had accumulated thousands of clans a few months earlier, it would not be a bad idea." He didn't say anything more, but the meaning was very clear. He was not optimistic. Wu Hai felt sorry. If this student could have created this intermediate race a few months earlier, it would have been amazing to accumulate thousands of Nagas in a few months in reality. It is worth mentioning that Wu Hai did not say everywhere that Lin Zhao's clan was a self-created race. In addition to the principal and the old principal, even Vice Principal Su didn't know. Not to mention the other class teachers. They were also surprised when they saw Lin Zhao's clan before, but he covered it up with a mutant branch of the Naga clan. There are many crystal wall systems in the outer realm, and each crystal wall system has countless planes. The races are so vast that no one knows how many there are. It is completely normal for a mutated branch race that is extremely similar to the Naga to appear. As long as no one says it, no one will doubt it. This is also to protect Lin Zhao. If a tree stands out from the forest, the wind will destroy it. Before growing up, it is better to keep a low profile. The opinion of the head teacher Wu Hai is the same as that of other head teachers. They don't think Lin Zhao can succeed, even if he is a seriously injured demigod. You should know that in the thousands of years of history of the school, the 14 students who had the courage to attack a demigod in the final exam of the first year of high school were all true geniuses. The worst one had already condensed 5 points of divinity in the final exam of the first year of high school, and initially reached the minimum condition of condensing the priesthood to become a demigod. As long as he was willing, he would become a demigod immediately. With strong strength, coupled with equally powerful divine domains and families, he had the courage to attack a demigod. But even so, only 2 of the 14 geniuses succeeded, and all the others failed. Lin Zhao's current strength is far inferior to that of his predecessors. No wonder they are not optimistic. While the teachers were watching the battle with interest, the Fishman army in the plain had already launched an attack on the holy mountain of snake men after resting. The overwhelming murlocs rushed towards the black mountain. The giant toad that was like a hill guarding the foot of the holy mountain bulged its mouth and let out a thunderous cry. Its 4 legs, which were too thick to be true, pushed hard and blasted 4 large pits under its feet. It soared into the sky and smashed into the charging murloc army like a meteorite. Boom! With a loud bang, it smashed into the murloc army and plowed a gully more than 20 meters wide and hundreds of meters long in the swamp mud. In an instant, hundreds of murlocs were crushed into meat paste, and the blood and flesh mixed in the mud could not be seen clearly. The giant clam that had just stood firm bulged its mouth again and roared fiercely. The fan-shaped ground dozens of meters ahead, including the murlocs and a thick layer of mud and water, was sprayed hundreds of meters away. When it fell, the bones and scales on its body were shattered like a pool of mud. With just a jump and a roar, hundreds of murlocs were gone. This giant toad was even more terrifying than the giant sea snake. But the Nagas were not afraid at all. The fishmen continued to attack. Many Nagas came from all directions. In a moment, they all jumped up and crossed a distance of dozens of meters like lightning. In an instant, hundreds of black-scaled Nagas hit the giant toad at the same time. The terrifying force tore the giant toad's extremely tough skin, leaving hundreds of thick blood holes. It was different from dealing with giant sea snakes. At that time, the Nagas were mostly at level 1 and level 2, and there were only a dozen at level 3. Now all Nagas have been upgraded to level 4, and their individual and comprehensive strengths are far better than before. This giant toad may be stronger than the sea snake, with thick skin and stronger vitality. But there is no toxin in this thing, and the threat to the Nagas is far less than that of the sea snake. Of course, this is compared with the giant sea snake. In fact, the threat to the Nagas is still quite large. The painful giant clam suddenly jumped hundreds of meters and crushed a bunch of fishmen to death. It turned around and opened its mouth. A thick tongue popped out and wrapped around a Naga and drew it back into its mouth to chew fiercely. The tragic sound of bone breaking was heard. A level 4 Naga shark hunter warrior was killed directly. The Naga quickly dispersed and mixed into the fishmen. At the same time, some gray fog fishmen were also transferred. Thousands of level 2 fishmen warriors scattered around the giant clam and charged. With twice the strength of ordinary people and 5 times the critical strike, it was equivalent to 10 times the strength of ordinary people. It barely broke the extremely tough skin of the giant toad and poked a hole. What embarrassed the fish was that after the fishmen did not hurt the giant clam, they did not have enough strength to pull out the weapons that were stuck in the giant clam and were clamped by the muscles. As the giant clam leaped hundreds of meters away and smashed down fiercely, the hundreds of fishmen warriors who had just started were thrown away, and their weapons hung on the giant clam, like a hedgehog covered with thorns. On the other side, the army of fishmen had already attacked the holy mountain, and were engaged in a melee with the previously fleeing snake men and the sanctuary guards of the snakeman demigod. Chapter 73 Cooperation? Picking peaches? The so-called sanctuary is the nest of the undeified demigods. It is well known that after being deified, the gods will hold up the kingdom of God and leave the material plane. But before being deified, there is no kingdom of God, or the kingdom of God has not been built yet. This unbuilt kingdom of God is the sanctuary, which is the last nest of a demigod and the safest place. Although it is not a kingdom of God yet, it already has some of the power of the kingdom of God. In the sanctuary, the demigods can gain home advantage and weaken the enemy. There are also petitioners in the sanctuary. But because it is not a divine domain, the rules are not perfect, and the number of petitioners that can be carried is limited. The snakemen demigods converted the most elite group of believers who died over the years into petitioners, and set them all as sanctuary guards. In other words, if Lin Shao wants to attack the sanctuary, he must kill all the sanctuary guards first. Of course, at this time, even the holy mountain has not been attacked, not to mention the sanctuary, which is not known where it is hidden in the holy mountain. And even this giant clam can't do anything for a while. This big guy has thick skin and flesh and super vitality. It is even more terrifying than the giant sea snake killed before, and its life regeneration ability is equally terrifying. The wounds caused by the gray fog fishman piercing through the tough skin can heal in just a dozen seconds. Even the big wounds torn by the Naga can heal slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. This guy is guarding the holy mountain pass and jumping up and down. He can stick to a target and swallow it with his long tongue, no matter how to fight. Once a fishman kills at the holy mountain pass, this giant clam will jump over like crazy and kill a lot of people. With this unreasonable body, it has defended the holy mountain pass under the siege of 70,000 to 80,000 fishmen and Nagas. Even ordinary attacks by the Nagas can break the giant clam's defense. But the damage is not enough to have a big impact on the giant clam. It basically heals in just a dozen seconds. Although the salted fish stab is powerful, the 10-minute cooldown is too long, and it cannot kill instantly in one wave. After 10 minutes, the damage of the previous wave is almost healed. During this period, many Nagas were killed by giant clams, and the huge loss made Lin Xiao very sad. The current situation is stagnant. The Fishman army lacks the ability to cause fatal damage to the giant clam, so they can only consume it like this. Fortunately, life regeneration also requires physical strength and nutrition. No matter how strong the giant clam is, it is limited. It is impossible to keep jumping around like this. There will always be a time when it is exhausted. But Lin Xiao felt that he could not wait that long, and he could not really consume it like this. According to his estimate, it would be impossible to kill tens of thousands of fishmen and Nagas to kill this giant clam. What would he use to attack the sanctuary at that time? So, he prepared to descend in person. Yes, he would take the risk of descending in person to kill this giant clam, open the road to the sanctuary of the Snakeman demigod, and break through the sanctuary before the Snakeman demigod recovered. This is the best opportunity. If it drags on, once the Snakeman demigod recovers, then he will be sent to the sanctuary. If the time drags on too long, he is afraid that the sea god will come, and there are other demigods in this world. He is afraid that the battle will be too loud and attract other demigods. That means it will be a waste of time, and he will be doing waiting clothes for others. While Lin Xiao was thinking, on the artifact platform outside the crystal wall of the plane, the 10 class teachers who have been paying attention to this battle, Zheng Yifan, the class teacher of class 2, saw that the fish army was already besieging the holy mountain, and the snake demigod had not appeared. He suddenly turned his eyes and said to the vice principal, "Mr. Vice Principal Su, I suddenly have an idea." The vice principal glanced at him and said, "You say?" Zheng Yifan looked at the other teachers, especially Wu Hai, and said, "From now on, it is difficult for Lin Xiao to break through the sanctuary of the Snake Man demigod, but it is rare for him to achieve this point. This is also a great opportunity. It would be a pity if he fails. So I have an idea. Can I call Yan Rengjie from my class 2 and Wanting from class 1? The 3 of them are the 3 best students in this class, and the gap between them and other students is very obvious. I suggest that the 3 of them work together to complete this task and share the pressure." All the head teachers cast surprised eyes at the same time. Zheng Yifan smiled at Wu Hai and continued, "With Lin Zhao's current strength, he will most likely fail. I think it is a pity to fail again at this point. Instead of having nothing, it is better for the 3 of us to work together to take down the seriously injured Snake Man demigod and share the benefits." Everyone pondered for a while, and Vice Principal Su said to Wu Hai, "Lin Xiao is your student. What do you think?" The vice principal said this, obviously agreeing with the proposal. But after all, these are students from class 3, so we have to ask the opinion of the class teacher of class 3. Wu Hai pinched his eyebrows, looked up and said, "In principle, I agree, but I can't make the decision for him. I need to contact Lin Xiao first to ask his opinion." "It should be so." Vice Principal Su nodded, and the other class teachers all agreed. In the divine domain, Lin Xiao, who had already considered and was ready to descend in person, suddenly received a message from the class teacher Wu Hai. He pointed at Wu Hai's projection and said, "Just now, the class teacher of class 2 proposed to the vice principal that Yan Rengjie from class 2 and Wanting from class 1 come to help you attack the sanctuary of the Snake Man demigod. What do you think?" This, Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, and his mind quickly turned to think about the news brought by the teacher. If the combination of Yan Rengjie's clan and Wan Ying's clan would have what impact on this action? He did not refuse. It was a good thing to have someone to share the pressure. Why refuse? It was too much for him to do it alone. It was difficult for him to even deal with a gatekeeper. Once he entered the sanctuary and faced a demigod, even if it was a seriously injured demigod, he would be under tremendous pressure. To be honest, he had no confidence at all. He had already thought about it. When the real body came, he would only kill the giant clam, and the attack on the sanctuary would depend on his subordinates. The real body would not easily enter the sanctuary of the Snakeman demigod. Unless the battle went smoothly, he would not easily take risks. However, although he would not refuse, there were some things he had to ask before agreeing. Lin Xiao asked the teacher bluntly, "If the cooperation is successful in the end, how should the spoils be distributed? This is the most critical, and it must be agreed in advance. Otherwise it will be annoying to argue in the end." Wu Hai paused, turned around and conveyed Lin Zhao's meaning to the head teacher of Class 1 and Class 2, and said with his hands spread out, "In this cooperation, all the previous work was completed by my students. And the serious injury to the snakeman demigod was also the work of my students. Now there is only the last step. So in the distribution of the spoils, my students must account for the majority. This is a must." Vice Principal Su immediately confirmed it, and asked Xiao Liang, the head teacher of Class 1, and Zheng Yifan, the head teacher of Class 2, who were about to speak, to open their mouths, but were unable to utter a word for a long time. Chapter 74 The True Body Arrives 1. Zheng Yifan, the head teacher of Class 2, who finally proposed this suggestion, said, "In this way, if it succeeds, Yin Rangjie and Wanning will each get a little divinity, a small part of the demigod body, a quarter of the sanctuary, a quarter of the Serpent Man demigod treasure house, and the task rewards, in addition to the myth quality card and the legendary quality card, the extra 10 random 5-star cards for them to share." His tone was a little awkward at the end, because Wu Hai's look at him like a fool made him feel guilty. After he finished speaking, Wu Hai directly rejected it and said, "Are you kidding?" Zheng Yifan hid his embarrassment and said, "Then how do you say it should be divided?" Wu Hai did not answer immediately, but just passed Zheng Yifan's words to Lin Xiao and said, "How do you want to divide it? The teacher supports you." Lin Xiao did not get angry when he heard this. Bargaining is just like his head teacher protecting himself. The head teacher must fight for the interests of his students. It is normal. He thought for a moment. But instead of answering the question, he asked an unrelated question. "Teacher, can you save me from a wounded demigod? That is, if I come in my true form to fight the snakeman demigod, can you save me when I am caught by the snakeman demigod after my failure?" Wu Hai's eyes immediately widened, and he asked in surprise, "You want to come in your true form and do it alone?" Lin Xiao nodded with a firm face. "Yes, I want to try it with my own strength." What a joke. The two of them asked for half of it as soon as they came. How could he be willing to do it? Wu Hai hesitated for a moment. His face was uncertain. He was surprised by the boldness of his student, but more of an appreciation. He did not expect that this student, who had always been quiet and low-key, would have such courage. Throughout the ages, anyone who has made great achievements must have superhuman courage. No opportunity will fall from the sky. You have to fight for it yourself. Just like the 13 students who had the courage to fight a demigod in the final exam of the first year of high school for thousands of years since the school was founded, regardless of success or failure, as long as they did not die halfway. Each of them is a famous figure in the history of the school, because they have excellent talents and great courage. They dare to seize opportunities and create opportunities, thus rising rapidly. In Lin Xiao, he saw this precious trait, combined with the talent he saw before, and the fact that he was able to create a new race at such a young age. All these combined together. He was very optimistic about the future of this student. He nodded heavily and said, "You have this courage and idea. The teacher appreciates it very much. The teacher can tell you clearly that you can boldly implement your plan. According to the rules, the teacher cannot help you, but I can guarantee that I can protect you at the most critical moment. You can rest assured." "That's great." Lin Xiao still believed in the promise of a high-level demigod. "Then please reply to the 2 class teachers. I decided to do it myself, and don't bother the 2 students." On the artifact platform, Wu Hai looked at the puzzled and unbelievable expressions of his 2 colleagues with a smile on his face. He felt very happy and then said, "My students told me. Thank you for your kindness." As soon as the voice fell, before they spoke, the class teachers started to talk about it. Vice Principal Su's eyes lit up and praised. Good. Courageous. At this time, he had a doubled favor for this student who he had not heard of before, and said, "He has this courage and deserves recognition. The school cannot fail to express it. Please tell Lin Xiao that this principal will help him stop the sea god from coming over, so that he can complete this task with peace of mind. In addition, if he can complete this task, the task rewards a golden myth card and an orange legend card, as well as 10 random quality 5-star cards, all of which are designated by him. Not random." After the vice principal said this, it was the turn of the 2 head teachers of Class 1 and Class 2 to feel awkward. The 2 looked at each other, and Zheng Yifan said to Wu Hai, "Well, I was wrong just now. What I meant was that if the mission can be successful, Yin Renjia from my class and Wan Ying from class 1 only need to share a little divinity. And he paused and suddenly swallowed the rest of the words. And laughed. They don't lack anything else. Just divinity. If they can succeed, they only need to share a little divinity. Brother, you should discuss it with Lin Xiao. The difficulty of 3 people working together is always less than that of 1 person. And the success rate is higher, and the loss is smaller. Lin Xiao doesn't want all his family members to die. Right? When it succeeds, you only need to share a little divinity with each of them. And everything else will belong to Lin Xiao. After listening to what the teacher conveyed, Lin Xiao thought seriously and replied with only 1 sentence. Do they dare to descend in person and enter the sanctuary with me? Descend in person and enter the sanctuary of the semi-gods? Yin Renjia and Wan Ying were stunned for a long time when they received the message from their class teacher at the same time. It took a while for them to figure out what happened from the class teacher. The 2 were shocked and moved, and nodded immediately. We are willing. The action is led by me. Can you follow my command? Yes. Well, let them come immediately. What made Lin Xiao change his mind was that sentence. He was really afraid that all the clans would die after this battle. This matter was settled. Under the witness of the vice principal, Yin Renjia and Wan Ying cooperated with him to complete the task. The vice principal specially allowed the cooperation of 3 people to complete the task. Otherwise, normally a task is limited to single players and cannot be completed by cooperation. Although it is necessary to divide 2 points of divinity, compared with having 2 partners to share the pressure and risk, this effort is still worth it. Lin Xiao was not stubborn and had to complete it by himself and take all the benefits. He wanted to complete it alone before, which was related to the fact that the 2 of them wanted to take nearly half of the spoils. He would definitely be reluctant to share half of the spoils with the 2 of them. But if he only shared a little of the divinity, it would be different. The body of the snakeman demigod, the sanctuary, the treasures of the demigod for thousands of years, as well as a designated type of golden mythical quality 5-star card, a designated type of orange legendary quality 5-star card, and 10 designated type of random quality 5-star cards. These gains are exaggerated. As the old saying goes, eating alone is easy to get bloated and make people jealous. So it is also a principle of life to share a little. So he specifically proposed that the 2 of them also come in their true bodies, together with his true body, and the 3 families will work together. If the success rate of attacking the sanctuary and killing the snakeman demigod alone is only between 40% and 50%, less than half of the success rate, then the success rate of the 3-person cooperation will increase to more than 80%, as long as it is a little more cautious. It is almost a sure thing. The 3 class teachers communicated, and the cooperation was officially achieved in the envious eyes of the other class teachers. There was no other way. None of the other 7 class teachers had talented students who could compete with the 3 of them, so they were not qualified to participate in this feast. The clans of Yin Renjia and Wan Ying would be teleported here by the 2 class teachers. Lin Xiao was also preparing to descend in person. He asked the clans to build a simple altar behind the battlefield, and a group of devout believers began to pray around the altar. Chapter 75 True Body Arrival 2. As the believers continued to pray, Lin Xiao felt that a connection between himself and the space where the believers were gradually emerging. As the believers continued to pray, this connection became clearer and clearer. He felt that as long as he wanted, he could immediately pass through the space through this connection and come to the altar where the believers were. But he did not respond to the believers' prayers immediately, but let them hang out first, so that the believers could pray more devoutly. Unless it is a very urgent moment, the gods cannot descend immediately. The necessary prestige of the gods must be maintained. There is no more than 3 times. You have to pray 1 or 2 more times before responding to the descent. This is the most important professional ethics of a god. Just like a blind date, girls always have to be reserved. If they go as soon as they are invited, they will be looked down upon. They have to be reserved and refuse once or twice, but they cannot refuse again and again. They have to grasp this degree. Lin Xiao is very talented and familiar with this. At the end of the believer's second prayer, when they thought they were about to end and prepare for the third prayer, he responded. A ripple spread in the center of the simple altar, and a majestic voice sounded. I am the Lord of creation, the Lord of the sea, the God of Naga and fishmen. The voice was full of awe-inspiring divine power, reverberating in the ears of all believers like thunder, as if announcing his existence to the world. After hearing this, Many believers immediately knelt in the mud with a fanatical look on their faces and prayed loudly. The words of praise gathered and merged under some strange power to form a hymn that spread to all directions. In the center of the altar, there was a space that was twisting, and dots of blue starlight permeated from the distortion. Lin Xiao consumed 100,000 faith points to perform divine arts. The essence of seawater. Countless blue lights flew out from the space channel and spread out. The devout believers around felt the nourishment of the essence of seawater, thinking that it was a divine grace, and their faith in their hearts became more pious and fanatical. In the divine domain, in the divine country, Lin Xiao was consuming a certain amount of faith points to change his true body into a super large golden scaled naga that was 10 meters high. As a god, he can transform into the appearance of his believers at any time. Since he created the species of black scale naga, not only did he change his name, but even his sect also changed. The sect name changed from the original Fishman Ancestor God to the current Naga and Fishman Ancestor God. The holy symbol also changed from the previous Fishman, with a fork surrounded by sea water, to the Naga, with a fork surrounded by sea water. In addition, the original belief was a primitive religion of pure ancestor worship. But after creating the Naga species, on the basis of ancestor worship, he began to consciously guide new believers to change to the direction of formal God belief, especially after conquering many fishmen and establishing a large tribe. Under his intentional guidance, the fishmen of the large tribe no longer prayed to the former Fishman Ancestor God, but called him the Lord of Creation and the Lord of the Sea. He needs to change the concept of believers. No longer just one ancestor God, but a more diversified belief, to lay the foundation for having more believers and believers of more races in the future. Under the repeated prayers and calls of the devout and fanatical believers, Lin Xiao's true body turned into a 10-meter-tall naga covered with golden scales in response to the believer's call, and began to descend, as layers of blue light poured out from the twisted space. An existence full of divine power that the believers dared not look directly at slowly emerged and appeared in this world. I am the Lord of Creation, the Lord of the Sea, the God of Nagas and Fishmen. The moment this powerful existence appeared in the world, it loudly announced its existence, with a voice full of majestic divine power. The sound quickly spread throughout most of the swamp, with the blessing of the power of faith. And all the believers who heard this sound were all refreshed and their morale soared. The morale of the enemy quickly dropped, especially the frogmen who were defeated before, who did not even look back at this time, and ran away quickly. Unless the snakeman demigod also descended in person at this time, he might be able to gather the fleeing believers again. But this was impossible. Before recovery, the snakeman demigod would never come out of the sanctuary. Lin Xiao saw this point, and dared to descend in person. At the moment of his descent, the giant clam guarding the holy mountain entrance was also greatly affected. It changed its previous wild jumping fighting style, and lay down near the holy mountain entrance to defend. Lin Xiao slowly stretched his body, and carefully felt the power contained in his true body. After leaving the divine domain, and coming to this outer plane, without the blessing of the divine domain, he felt a little empty and insecure. Fortunately, he had nearly 30 million faith points on him, which gave him a certain sense of security. These harvested believers could not increase the divine power and condense the divinity, but they could be used as divine power. Speaking of which, only freshmen like him have the courage to descend in person. Any student with a certain background, such as students in the second and third year of high school, would not casually descend in person to take risks. Once the real body is injured, it is very difficult to heal. But there is no way. Wealth and honor are sought in danger, and for the huge benefits that this demigod can bring, he can only fight. Before many fanatical believers came to the holy mountain, Lin Xiao looked up at the black holy mountain. He could sense that there was a divine power fluctuation inside the mountain that stood alone in the black water swamp, which made him feel palpitating. The nest of the snake man demigod, that is, the sanctuary, was hidden in a space inside. Yes, the sanctuary is the prototype of the kingdom of God. It is an independent space, not a nest that really digs a hole in the mountain. Through the induction between the divine powers, Lin Xiao roughly locked the location of the sanctuary. But before that, he had to kill the giant clam that blocked the way. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and a full 1,000,000 faith points burned, turning into a golden mist that gathered in the sky, condensing into a giant gun about 10 meters long and pure gold, and threw it at the giant clam at the entrance of the holy mountain. Spear of Faith. A fatal blow condensed from the power of faith. With negative special effects such as guaranteed hit, armor breaking, penetration, tearing, bleeding, etc. The giant clam felt the fatal threat and let out a loud quack. It supported itself with its unimaginably strong limbs, and suddenly jumped up several hundred meters high and fell towards Lin Xiao. But in the air, a golden light flashed, and the thrown gun of faith appeared out of thin air above the giant clam's head. With a loud roar, the 10-meter-long pure gold giant gun tore open the giant clam's extremely hard skull like a rotten wood and penetrated it. The giant clam let out a mournful cry in the air, and its huge body lost control and fell down in the air. Boom! With a loud bang, mud and blood burst all over the sky, and dozens of fishmen were smashed into meat paste by the giant clam. But the vitality of this giant clam is indeed unbelievably strong. It did not die after being hit by such a shot, but became ferocious. It roared in the direction of Lin Xiao like a frog. The terrifying shock wave shattered a large number of fishmen in front, and a thick layer of mud on the ground was shaken off. It rushed over again with a fierce bullet. Lin Xiao stretched out his hand expressionlessly, and the golden gun of faith inserted in the top of the giant clam's head suddenly shattered into a sky full of golden mist and flew into his hand. And a golden gun of faith slightly smaller than before was condensed again. Chapter 76. Yan Rangia and Wanting arrive. With a thought, another 1,000,000 faith points burned into golden mist and merged into the gun of faith. The golden gun body quickly became thicker and longer, and soon turned into a thick pure gold giant gun that was 20 meters long and threw down fiercely. With a flash of golden light, a miserable scream sounded in the air. The giant clam was shot down from the air by his volley, and the thick gun body directly passed through the body. Snap! Lin Xiao snapped his fingers lightly, and the pure gold gun body suddenly exploded, turning into golden flames to burn the flesh and blood of the giant clam, and quickly burned a hole with a diameter of more than 1 meter. No matter how strong the giant clam's vitality was, it could not withstand such damage. It was immediately severely injured and lay in the mud and water for a few seconds. Although this giant clam was powerful, it was still only in the category of beasts after all. How could it be a match for a divine player like him from the main world? Besides, he also Krypton gold. You should know that although students like Lin Xiao are only divine creatures, they are different from the divine creatures in the alien plane. After opening up the divine domain, in a sense, they have already possessed some of the power that only the true gods in the alien plane can possess. And their real combat power is far stronger than the divine creatures in the alien plane. Normal divine creatures in the alien plane cannot use the faith value at all, let alone the divine power. They can only passively absorb faith, and the faith they absorb can only absorb a small part. For example, if there are 10,000 faiths, divine creatures like Lin Xiao from the main world can absorb 100%. But the indigenous divine creatures in the alien plane may only be able to effectively absorb less than 1/10. Even if they are demigods, they can only absorb and utilize between 20% and 50%. And it is impossible to exceed 50%. Only true gods can greatly improve the absorption of faith according to their understanding and mastery of the rules. Without saying too much, just from this point, we can see the gap between the gods in the main world and the indigenous gods in the alien plane. Whether they can use faith or not, whether they can improve their strength or combat power, it is a qualitative gap. This is also one of the main reasons why Lin Xiao dared to descend in person to face the snakeman demigod. In a sense, there is no gap in rank between him and the indigenous demigod, only in divinity and power, as his series of layouts have narrowed the distance. And with the arrival of Yan Rangia and Wan Ying, the gap is still narrowing. In less than a minute, the body of the giant clam, which was like a hill, was burned through a 2 or 3 meter hole by the golden flame, and the flesh and blood inside were all burned out, and the giant clam was burned to death. As soon as the giant clam died, he saw a huge giant clam phantom rising from the corpse and thrown into a vortex above the corpse. As a believer of the snakeman demigod, he will enter the sanctuary after death, which means that they will have to kill him again at that time. Moreover, in the sanctuary, there are the blessings of the sanctuary rules and the blessings of the snakeman demigod's power, which makes it even more difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the sanctuary is not a real kingdom of God, and the rules are limited. If it is a real kingdom of God, it will be difficult to deal with. The corpse basically has no value to be used. Although this guy is so big and has strong blood, He is just an ordinary beast after all. He has no extraordinary power, and no value to be decomposed and extracted. Besides, he is already dead. And the only thing that may be valuable is that his strong vitality has also dissipated. Killing the giant clam with 2 strikes is a fatal blow to the morale of the guardians of the Holy Mountain. And it is a surge in morale for Lin Zhao's followers. And the faith of ordinary fishmen has increased to varying degrees. Many fishmen screamed and rushed to the Holy Mountain Pass with high morale, forcing these snake guards with average strength of level 2 and 3 to retreat step by step. Lin Zhao looked at the tall Holy Mountain from a distance, and turned back to look in one direction after a while. A golden light fell from the sky like a meteor, and fell into a swamp a few kilometers away from him, turning into a golden light curtain covering thousands of meters. After a while, the light curtain disappeared, and a large group of lava lizardmen fell out, surrounding a tall lizard man, with golden red scales all over his body. Yin Renjie has arrived. He also descended in his true form, and his true form transformed into a lava lizard man, who was 1 head taller than Lin Zhao, the 10-meter Naga. He had a giant bow on his back that was more than 10 meters long, made of lava, and the bowstring was a line of fire burning. This bow was most likely a semi-artifact embryo. It must be said that having a good birth is great. Yin Renjie was born much stronger than Lin Zhao. He prepared a semi-artifact rough embryo so early, and grew up all the way. As long as he was promoted to a demigod, he would immediately be promoted to a lifelong semi-artifact, which was much more powerful than an ordinary semi-artifact. Lava lizard men like hot environments and hate water. It is obvious that the lizard men who were suddenly teleported to the swamp hate the current environment. Yin Renjie doesn't like it either. This environment will affect the combat effectiveness of the clan. Under normal circumstances, he would never run to this environment. But this time was different. The message sent by his class teacher left him no choice. To be honest, if it weren't for his class teacher, he would never have fooled him. He really couldn't believe that there were students in this class who could do this and dared to hit on a demigod. Yin Renjie thought that his talent and strength were ranked in the top 100 in the history of the school. But he never thought of hitting on a demigod from the beginning. He never thought that there would be a madman who would do this. And he was almost successful. To be honest, when he heard the news, his first reaction was disbelief. And his second reaction was envy and jealousy. A demigod? If this succeeds, wouldn't it soar directly to the sky? I dare not say that I can get all the divinity of a demigod. This possibility is not great. But as long as I get half of it, it will be at least 3 points. And it is possible to have 4 or 5 points. With the integration of 5 points of divinity, I immediately meet the minimum requirements for becoming a demigod. This is only the first year of high school. Based on this, I will enter the second and third years of high school. The starting point alone will crush most people. The first thing he saw was Lin Zhao, who had also appeared in his true form. To be honest, he felt jealous, but he immediately suppressed his thoughts, flew over with a smile, and greeted him from a distance. The big head definitely has nothing to do with me, but it is good to get a little divinity. I already have 2 points of divinity, plus these 3 points. The starting point is already quite high. Lin Zhao waved back and greeted Yin Renjie. And when Yin Renjie flew over, he said, "That snake man demigod was poisoned by my poison, and burned at least 3 points of divinity to kill the sea god incarnation. Now the state is very bad. When classmate Wanging arrives, we will start immediately." Yin Renjie nodded repeatedly. This is a must. After speaking, he glanced at the holy mountain in the distance, and proposed to show his presence. "I think we can clean up the area around the holy mountain first. Cut off all the wings of the snake man demigod. And when classmate Wanging arrives, we can immediately attack the sanctuary." Chapter 77, Invasion of the Sanctuary. Makes sense. Lin Zhao turned around and stretched out his right hand to grab, and another golden spear condensed. But this time it was not as big as the giant clam, only about half the size, and it was thrown fiercely, and the golden light flashed and disappeared. The next second, a particularly tall snakeman leader behind the remaining snake men blocking the entrance of the holy mountain was shot through by a gun and died on the spot. Then a ball of blue light shot up into the sky and exploded above the holy mountain entrance, turning into a sky full of seawater essence and starlight and falling into the fishmen. A huge voice sounded on the battlefield. Kill! Without the command of the leader, the snake men were in chaos for a while. Many Nagas who sneaked over took the opportunity to rise up and knock down one by one. The fishmen took the opportunity to rush up along the gap and drown the guards of the holy mountain. He didn't let Yanrenjie do this, which meant to show the strength of his family, but also had some small thoughts. Guarding the holy mountain is not difficult at all. The most difficult part is the sanctuary. The sanctuary is equivalent to the kingdom of the gods. There are a large number of snake believers and praying people in it. There must be a lot of them accumulated over thousands of years. It is quite difficult for Lin Zhao's family to kill them all with their current strength. Not to mention that there is still a demigod there. He wants to kill a demigod in the sanctuary. Even if it is a seriously injured demigod, it is quite difficult. Or the success rate is quite low. Less than half. This is also the main reason why he agreed to split 2 points of divinity to let Yanrenjie and Wanning join. That is, he is not sure. As long as he is more than half sure, he will not share with others. At this time, another golden light fell from the sky, revealing a large group of harpies flying in the air, surrounded by 2 harpies, one big and one small. The smaller one is a harpy hero of Wanning, who is slightly taller than her companions, about 2 meters tall, with bright yellow wings, a large bow in her hand, and a prismatic crystal between her eyebrows, with small flashes of lightning from time to time. The larger one is Wanning herself, about 3 meters tall, with golden feathers all over her body, shining like pieces of golden feathers. She doesn't have as much hair as ordinary harpies, but she has a slender figure and a perky butt, and a delicate face full of majesty. But her breasts are a little small in the half-wrapped golden armor, and even the harpy heroes under her are more turbulent than her. Her weapon is not a bow, but a golden scepter, with a huge gem on the top that sparkles, and small flashes of lightning explode from time to time, flying in front of the 2 of them. She looked at Lin Zhao carefully with interest, and suddenly said, "I didn't expect that there would be you in this class besides Yanrenjie." Lin Zhao replied expressionlessly, "You will get used to it in the future." Seeing what else she wanted to say, he continued, "It is easy for him to change. If he does it slowly, he will recover some strength. Let's act immediately." Yanrenjie nodded with a serious expression. "That's right. There is no time to lose. It is better to act sooner." Wanting had to swallow back what she was about to say, and nodded as well. "Then let's do it." As they gave their respective orders, many of their clansmen gathered outside the holy mountain, and a large number of fishmen poured into the holy mountain from all directions. They soon found the exit of the sanctuary. A stone staircase spiraled along the mountain to a platform halfway up the mountain. At the end of the platform, there was a huge snakeman demigod statue, and the entrance to the sanctuary was at the foot of the statue. In other words, this snakeman demigod statue was the gate and exit of the sanctuary. The next step was very simple. They rushed into the sanctuary with the fishman cannon fodder as the leader. The harpies, lava lizardmen, and Naga waited behind, and entered only after the fishman cannon fodder had almost entered. They didn't know what was going on in the sanctuary. The first batch of cannon fodder who entered must have died miserably, and they would rush in with all their might after they were almost exhausted. About 10 minutes later, there were probably 20,000 to 30,000 fishmen swarming in, and there was no communication between the inside and the outside. The fishmen outside didn't know how miserable the fishmen who went in were. In addition, Lin Zhao was in charge himself, so the morale was still stable. As another large wave of fishmen rushed in, Lin Zhao didn't want to wait any longer, and said to Yanrenjie and Wanning, "Get ready to fight." The 2 naturally had no objection. Wanning waved her hand, and the harpies in the air gathered on the platform, and followed the large wave of fishmen into the room. Yanrenjie also waved his hand, and nearly 2,000 lava lizardmen lined up, and followed closely behind. Lin Zhao issued a divine oracle, and the remaining less than 600 Nagas gathered, and followed closely behind to kill in. Finally, the 3 of them looked at each other. Yanrenjie remained silent, and Wanning looked at Lin Zhao with interest. He had no expression, but just said, "Follow." He took the lead and walked towards the tall snakeman statue, towards the snakeman's curled snake tail, where there was a layer of almost invisible transparent light film. Passing through the light film was the sanctuary of the snakeman demigod. Reaching out and touching the elastic light film, Lin Zhao took a deep breath. Success or failure depended on this move, and stepped into it without hesitation. Passing through the light film felt like passing through a layer of real film scraping across the body, and then the whole body felt sinking. and a huge gravity came over, as if carrying some invisible heavy object. At the same time, under the influence of the blood priesthood of the snakeman demigod, he felt that the blood in his body was particularly heavy, and the blood flow was not smooth in the body. The manifestation on the body was that the blood flow rate slowed down, and the nutrients could not be supplied to the whole body, which caused an extra burden on the body, resulting in general weakness. Of course, with the resistance of Lin Zhao's divine body, this effect was almost zero. After all, it was just a sanctuary, not a real kingdom of God. But for ordinary fishmen, the rules of this sanctuary had a great impact on them. In the sanctuary, the fishmen's every move required more strength than usual, plus the influence of the blood rules on their own blood. The combination of the two caused the fishmen's combat effectiveness in this sanctuary to be weakened by at least 30%. As soon as Lin Zhao stepped into the God's Eye, he saw a blood cloud filled with blood-colored lightning that kept exploding. This was the embodiment of the blood rules mastered by the snakeman demigod in the sanctuary. Not sure if it was an illusion, he felt something in the blood cloud on the dome, which made him feel palpitating. The second thing he saw was the corpses of fishmen all over the ground. More than 70% of the 30,000 or 40,000 fishmen who had entered before had died. Now there were less than 10,000 fishmen left, and they were being surrounded and killed by 20,000 or 30,000 snake men and frogmen. These snake men and frogmen were all petitioners, elite believers accumulated by the snakeman demigods over the years. This is because the sanctuary has limited capacity and cannot accommodate all believers. It can only select the most devout snake men or frogmen believers to be introduced into the sanctuary. If it is a real kingdom of God, a true God who has lived for thousands of years may have accumulated millions of elite petitioners, and the difficulty of attacking is exaggerated. So the gap between true gods and demigods is so big. They are completely two different levels. Perhaps some extremely powerful demigods can kill gods if certain conditions are met. There are many such geniuses and monsters in history, but no one has ever heard of a demigod who can head-on attack the kingdom of a true god, even if he has just been deified and has a weak power of level 0. Chapter 78 Bluffing. With the main force of the 3 elite students and a large number of fishmen entering the field, the defeated situation was quickly stabilized. Yanrenjia's lava lizard men are also a medium-level race, with a total of about 1,900 people, of which more than 1,200 are lava lizardman archers, which is a serious race plus archer profession, and the rest are all melee fighters. The combination of lava talent equivalent to armor breaking and archer profession makes the arrows of these lava lizardman archers extremely threatening, and can more easily penetrate the armor and scales of snake men petitioners. The sky was full of red arrows, and a large number of frogmen or snake men petitioners fell down. The harpies were suspended in the air 40 or 50 meters high, looking down and raining arrows. The arrows shot by Waning's hero, the Harpy King, had lightning. Occasionally, she stretched out her hand and pointed, and a thick lightning flew out and exploded in the group of petitioners, and a burst of crackling sounded and killed a group of them instantly. I have to say that the hero is really powerful, and Lin Zhao is envious. The Nagas stayed behind the formation and did not fight. Yanrenjia and Waning had no objection. It's very simple. As the only powerful melee fighter among the 3 parties, they need to be cannon fodder when attacking the core of the sanctuary and facing the snakeman demigod later. Only the 4th level Naga shark hunter warriors are qualified to be cannon fodder. The fishmen are not even qualified to be cannon fodder at that time. There is a slight difference between the petitioners in the sanctuary and the petitioners in the kingdom of God. Once the petitioners in the kingdom of God die, they will be resurrected immediately, but the life mark and power will be weakened. After resurrection again and again, the life mark will be weakened to the extreme and cannot be resurrected. Finally, they will be integrated into the kingdom of God and become a part of the kingdom of God, so as to strengthen the kingdom of God. The sanctuary is different. As an incomplete kingdom of God, it does not have the function of continuous resurrection, or the rules of the sanctuary of the snakeman demigod are not perfect. Once the petitioners die in battle, they will be directly integrated into the sanctuary and have no chance of resurrection. This is also the reason why he has the courage to attack the sanctuary. If he can be resurrected infinitely, even if he consumes, he can kill all his tens of thousands of fishmen and his family. It must be said that it is indeed much easier to have 2 helpers. If it weren't for Yanrenjia and Waning, Lin Zhao estimated that he would have to consume 80% to 90% of the fishmen cannon fodder to defeat the petitioners in the sanctuary. The remaining power would be difficult to defeat the giant clam guarding the center of the sanctuary, or even the more powerful snakeman demigod. The giant clam died in the battle and entered the sanctuary. With the blessing of the sanctuary, it became more powerful. Even if he took action personally, he couldn't kill it as easily as before. Not to mention the snakeman demigod in the core of the sanctuary. Lin Xiao silently evaluated in his heart that if he didn't have helpers, he wanted to kill the snakeman demigod in the sanctuary. He could only hope that the concentrated poison was strong enough, or that the real strength of the snakeman demigod was lower than expected. But this is all unknown. The snakeman demigod has not appeared, and he doesn't know what the snakeman demigod is like now. So in order to be safe, he was willing to share some of the profits, and bring in 2 more classmates to share the pressure. It is better to lose 2 points of divinity than to suffer heavy losses but have nothing. You should still be willing to give up when you should. With the fishmen as cannon fodder, Yin Renjia and Wanning provided nearly 3,000 long-range firepower coverage, and pushed all the way to the center of the sanctuary. When the giant clam with a faint golden light was seen from afar, 80% to 90% of the petitioners in the sanctuary had died, and only 3,000 to 4,000 petitioners were still resisting stubbornly, and their morale was still very high, without any fear or cowardice. This is because after becoming a petitioner, there is basically no such thing as morale. Everyone is a fanatic who can sacrifice themselves for the gods they believe in. But as a spiritual fanatic, the faith value provided by the petitioner is only 1/10 of that when he was alive. And as the number of resurrections increases, the faith value that can be provided will become less and less. Like before, the giant clam was also strictly ordered to guard the gate of the shrine and not to participate in the battle. And it jumped back and forth at the huge gate of the shrine in a rage. Many people may think that the snakeman demigod is stupid. Why didn't he order the giant clam to join the battle early and defeat the opponent in one go? Why did he let the enemy come to his lair step by step, like breaking through a level? In fact, it is stupid to do so. Think about it from another perspective. If you are seriously injured and the enemy comes to your door, will you bet everything on it and put all your strength on it without even a guard? For a demigod who has lived for thousands of years, his life is extremely precious. No matter what the situation, his safety is the primary consideration. If the giant clam is sent out, Lin Xiao will definitely dare to call Yin Renjia and Wan Ying's real body to kill the shrine and behead it. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the snakeman demigod is not doing well and has no powerful subordinates. There is no civilization in this plane, nor is there any systematic professional system. Whether it is strong or not basically depends on talent. The upper limit of the snakeman race is the same as Lin Xiao's black-scaled naga, unless it is deified like the snakeman demigod. The normal upper limit of the snakeman is only level 4. The snakeman demigods cannot use fate points to improve the level of their clans like the gods in the main world. There are less than 10 snake men who have reached the 4th level among the 10,000 or 20,000 snake men in the entire Blackwater swamp. And there are not many of them among the petitioners in the sanctuary. About an hour later, all the petitioners in the sanctuary with a diameter of about 13 kilometers were killed, leaving only the giant clam that was like a hill lying before the central golden temple, and the few divine guards inside the temple. The divine guards are also petitioners, but the snakeman demigods use divine power to change their life essence, and their strength reached the upper limit of the species. At the same time, they can enter and exit the kingdom of God and the material plane. Normal petitioners cannot leave the kingdom of God, like the fishman divine guards in Lin Xiao's kingdom. They are just titles, not real divine guards. They are still petitioners in essence. He does not have the divine power to transform fishmen into divine guards, which is too extravagant. When they had cleared out all the petitioners in the sanctuary and surrounded the divine palace, the serpent man demigod, who had been silent all this time, finally showed up. A column of blood shot up into the sky above the exotic divine palace. The blood light and the thick column twisted and transformed into the handsome face of the serpent man demigod. A pair of golden and red-colored glass pupils stared at Lin Xiao intently and roared angrily. Glass's patience has its limits. If you leave my kingdom now, Glass will let you go. Otherwise, you will die. As if to strengthen his momentum, the blood light that shot up into the sky quickly spread over the sky, connecting with the blood cloud rolling in the sky. The two resonated, and the blood cloud covering the entire dome of the sanctuary began to boil, slowly twisting and changing into a huge face with a diameter of kilometers. A terrifying pressure fell from the sky. And I don't know how many fishmen couldn't bear this pressure and showed fear on their faces. Bluffing. Lin Xiao snorted coldly. And more than 500,000 faith points were integrated into this cold snort, forcibly awakening the fishmen who were trapped in fear. Chapter 79 Demigods Battle 1. At the same time, he consumed a full 2 million faith points again, and blessed all Nagas with a buff, making them immune to the influence of the gravity rules of the sanctuary, and greatly increasing their resistance to negative mental states, such as fear and hypnosis. Yin Renjie and Wanting also silently blessed their subordinates. They had no interest in talking nonsense with the Snakeman demigod at all, and now they were ready to take action. He was not sure before, but the bluffing roar of the Snakeman demigod made him conclude that the current state of this Snakeman demigod was definitely very bad. For a demigod, having all believers killed by the enemy and entering the sanctuary to kill all the petitioners was an irreconcilable blood feud. Putting himself in his shoes, if Lin Xiao was the Snakeman demigod, as long as he had the spare power and was certain, he would decisively kill all the enemies who invaded his sanctuary. The performance of the Snakeman demigod made him sure that it was time to take action. Without any delay, after the buff blessing was completed, many fishmen cannon fodders rushed to surround the temple. The giant clam guarding the gate of the temple could not wait any longer and roared with swollen cheeks. The strong air force was like a huge air cannon. The ground within 100 meters in front of the giant clam was broken by nearly 2 meters, and the fishmen in it were blown into blood mist on the spot, under the blessing of the rules and divine power of the sanctuary. This giant clam is more terrifying than before. But at this time, its enemies are not only fishmen, but also nearly 2,000 archers, especially the lava lizard men with lava armor-breaking talents. Thousands of arrows with red tips flashed and accurately hit the giant clam, and it was immediately covered with arrows like a hedgehog. None of the three of them made a move, but just stood in the air and coldly watched the waves of arrows falling from the sky and the powerful aura slowly rising in the temple. The Snakeman demigod, who was sleeping and healing in the temple, was about to wake up. Lin Xiao looked up at the blood cloud on the dome of the sanctuary, which was getting thicker and thicker, boiling like a boiling oil pan, which meant that the Snakeman demigod was extremely angry at the moment. He took a deep breath and whispered to Yin Renjie and Wan Ning, "You can't be careless when facing a demigod. I will use a big move from the beginning, so you have to be prepared." The two nodded solemnly. It was also the first time for them to face an angry demigod. The increasingly powerful aura and pressure made them dare not be careless at all. Boom! Just when the aura and pressure in the temple reached a certain critical point, the giant clam with arrows all over its body, like a hedgehog, suddenly jumped up hundreds of meters high and opened its mouth to bite the three people in the air. Yin Renjie and Wan Ning subconsciously moved left and right. But at this time Lin Xiao's pupils shrank suddenly and shouted, "Block it for me!" With a thought, a full 10 million faith points burned into a layer of light golden flame that enveloped the entire body. From a distance, it looked like he was on fire. He stretched out his hand and made a virtual grab. The flames all over his body quickly gathered to his right hand, condensing into a 10-meter long, materialized, pure gold spear emitting rich golden light, and threw it fiercely at the distant shrine. The power contained in the extremely condensed golden spear, with a full 10 million faith values, was extremely terrifying. Even the giant clam that opened its mouth and bit towards the sky subconsciously paused. The blood flame in the distant shrine suddenly exploded and enveloped the entire shrine. With a roar, a 2-meter-long pure gold finger slowly stretched out from the blood flame. Ding! Accompanied by a crisp sound of metal that tore the eardrums and trembled the heart. A pure gold spear appeared out of thin air at the top of the pure gold finger. The two were deadlocked for only 0.01 seconds. With a painful roar that shook the soul, the pure gold finger began to break into pieces, and as the pure gold spear slowly moved forward, it broke into countless pieces and scattered. Then, the pure gold spear, which had shrunk a circle at some point, crushed the golden finger and fiercely stabbed into the shrine in the blood flame. Boom! Just like billions of tons of dynamite exploding, the endless blood flame surged like a tide, turning into a ring of blood flames that exploded, rushing in all directions like lightning to cover most of the sanctuary. As long as the fishmen in the blood flame coverage area were injured, their blood would flow out of their wounds involuntarily in the blood flames. The larger the wound, the more blood flowed. In just a few seconds, some seriously injured fishmen could not bear it and died. But at this time, Lin Xiao did not pay attention to this place at all, but stared at the shrine covered by blood flames. A strong breath full of anger and resentment stood in the shrine. As the blood flame slowly faded, the strong breath slowly revealed its true form. Compared to the previous one, a more powerful snakeman demigod slowly rose from the temple. It was over 30 meters tall, with mysterious patterns on its dark golden scales. It had a handsome face, but a strong sense of evil. Its vertical pupils emitted rich golden flames. It had no hair on its head, only a golden flesh crown. It looked slightly different from the real body seen outside the sanctuary before, and was even more evil and dangerous. He swept the three divine creatures with a look that almost wanted to devour people, and finally fell on Lin Xiao. He slowly extended his missing index finger to him, and said in a hoarse and low voice, "Dare to enter Glass's territory. You are courting death." The shot that he turned into 10 million fate points just now destroyed not only one finger of the snakeman demigod. How could it be possible to destroy one finger with such a large consumption? It also greatly consumed the remaining little divine power of the snakeman demigod. Before the snakeman demigod Glass finished speaking, Lin Xiao sensed something, and suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed. A ball of golden light exploded in the void, where the golden fingertip pointed, reflecting a transparent snake-shaped phantom in the void. He clenched his 5 fingers and crushed the transparent snake-shaped phantom. That's it? He looked at the snakeman demigod in the distance, with disdain and ridicule. It was not only that he sensed something, but also that Lin Xiao, who had been extremely vigilant, had a subconscious reaction when the other party pointed his finger at him. Although the demigod is not a true god, it also has the word God in it. Even if it is in a bad state, it is still a god. It is extremely dangerous to him, and he must be careful to deal with any of its actions. After this simple fight, Lin Xiao can be sure that the snake man demigod state has really fallen to the limit. Although there is no sign of poisoning on the surface, a demigod will attack several divine creatures. This shows that the snake man demigod is no longer sure to kill the 3 of them head-on. In this case, he and Yanrangjia and Wanning looked at each other and shouted, "Do it!" Lin Xiao's mind moved, and a total of 6 million fate points were consumed. The golden mist in his right hand gushed out and condensed into a divine spear, and the golden mist in his left hand surged into a divine shield. On the other side, Yanrangjia and Wanning did not hesitate to consume a large amount of fate points to condense their own divine weapons. The 3 of them rushed to kill the snake man demigod above the temple at the same time. Chapter 80 Demigods Battle 2. You are courting death. The snakeman demigod Glass spits out snake tongue, roars in a deep voice, grabs with his empty hand, and the blood flames in the temple below separate, slowly rising a 40-meter long pure gold spear. The tall snakeman demigod grabs the spear and points it at one of the golden meteors, and a thick golden light blasts out. The golden meteor quickly turns around, but the golden light also turns and hits the golden meteor accurately. With a sound of boom, it is like a gorgeous firework exploding, and the meteor is blown back, revealing Yanrangjia with a dusty face. On the other side, Wan Ying's body suddenly stops, and she raises the more than 10-meter-long giant bow in her hand. She pinches the golden bowstring with her jade fingers and quickly pulls it open, pouring a steady stream of faith into it. A dazzling golden arrow quickly takes shape, immediately attracting the attention of the snakeman demigod. With a cold snort, her body suddenly disappears, and she immediately loses her target. Behind, just as gods have the power to teleport infinitely in their own kingdoms, snakeman demigods also have the power to teleport infinitely in their own sanctuaries. It may not be infinite, but a few times is enough. Fortunately, Wanning reacted quickly. Her family had a true god, so she knew about this. She didn't even have time to disperse the arrow of divine power that had just been condensed. She swung the giant bow and chopped it back. Clang! A spear several tens of meters long fell from behind her head, hitting the giant bow that was chopped back. Suddenly, golden light burst out, and under the pressure of the terrifying huge force, she fell from the sky like a meteor and smashed a big hole on the ground. Glass's handsome and evil face was full of ferocity. He swayed and stabbed Wanning with his spear. Yanranqiang raised his spear and threw it without saying a word. But Glass's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared in the air. He appeared less than 50 meters away from Wanning again, and the sharp blade of the giant spear was already pointing directly at Wanning, who had just stood up. At this moment, Lin Xiao suddenly rushed over from the other side and blocked Wanning in front of him. He raised a large golden shield to block the tip of the spear falling from the sky. With a clang sound, he sank dozens of meters and fell like a meteor, and sat on Waning's face, who was quite moved. Her face suddenly turned black. If she encountered such a thing at other times, she would definitely get angry. But this was not the time to get angry. The two quickly separated and rushed into the sky, one on the left and the other on the right. Lin Xiao raised his shield and rushed towards Glass. Yin Renjia also rushed over on the other side. Wei Ning opened her bow again and aimed at the snake man demigod, who was retreating quickly. When her divine arrow, which consumed a full 2 million faith points, took shape, Glass's pupils turned. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he deliberately slowed down and stabbed Lin Xiao's divine shield with a spear. His left hand clenched into a fist, and a layer of golden light covered his fist and hit the spear stab by Yin Renjia. Wanting thought she saw an opportunity and immediately locked the target and shot an arrow. However, Glass had expected it. Suddenly, he disappeared again and appeared behind Yin Renjia, who was rushing over. He swung his spear and hit Yin Renjia directly, knocking him to the ground. He raised his spear and threw it 40 meters at the falling Yin Renjia. In a flash, no one could save him. Fortunately, Yin Renjia had a universal trick, which was the explosion of divine power. He immediately consumed a large amount of faith to condense a thick divine power light shield in front of him, and adjusted his body shape, ready to counterattack after taking this attack. At the same time, not far from here was his family, under the command of a tall lava lizardman leader. More than 1,000 lava lizardman archers adjusted their directions at the same time. Not far away, there was a giant clam corpse with arrows stuck in it that was slowly fading. Once the per-merger dies, it will be directly integrated into the kingdom of God without leaving a corpse. The lava lizardman leader waved his hand vigorously, and thousands of arrows covered the sky. Glass didn't take the mortal's attack seriously at all, but angered him. With a fierce light flashing in his pupils, he appeared above the lava lizardman formation not far away. No! Yin Renjia's face suddenly changed, and he saw a golden meteorite falling from the sky and hitting the group of lava lizards. With a loud bang, a circle of blood flames exploded with the falling meteor. The ubiquitous blood flame tide surged to the surroundings. The lava lizards in it struggled painfully in the blood flames, watching the blood flame surge in their mouths and noses and burn, and soon turned the lava lizards into blood flame torches, and finally melted. This attack covered a range of hundreds of meters, and more than 300 or 400 lava lizards melted in the blood flames. Hack! Yin Renjia's heart was bleeding at this moment. Since entering this plane, he suffered such a big loss for the first time, which made him so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. Seeing the snakeman demigod soaring into the sky and preparing to swoop down on other clans not far away, he dared not hide his secrets anymore. A golden light flashed in his emerald pupils, and a full 10 million faith points burned. The emerald pupils suddenly burned with a rich emerald flame, and the emerald crystal between the eyebrows lit up, transforming into a vague face phantom covering Yin Renjia's face. The snakeman demigod suddenly felt uneasy. Do it! The two emerald flames converged and turned into a thicker light column that blasted out into the void and disappeared. The snakeman demigod disappeared several kilometers away in a flash. When he appeared again, the green light flashed and his body tilted and fell directly. You have 3 seconds. Lin Xiao, who was well prepared, flew over quickly, and Wanting took a deep breath, and her slender little hand grasped in the air. The full 17 million faith points burned into a dazzling golden arrow, and she quickly drew her bow and shot it out. The golden meteor flashed and shot at the horrified but immobile snakeman demigod Glass, directly exploding a hollow hole in his chest that could accommodate a normal person's waist. Through the wound, the demigod's internal organs and flesh could be seen. I don't know what Yin Renjia's move is. Even though he was so seriously injured, he couldn't even blink. He could only watch himself being severely injured and Lin Xiao flying like a meteor. He clasped his hands together, and the gun and shield merged into a thicker spear. At the same time, the remaining millions of faith points were all burned, and like Wei Ning, he made a desperate move and hit the snakeman demigod Glass's head fiercely. Compared to the arrow's penetrating wound, his shot smashed off half of Glass's head on the spot, and golden broken bones and flesh flew all over the sky. But 3 seconds after the shot, the snakeman demigod, who had recovered his action, had only the remaining vertical pupils revealing incomparable pain and madness. He clenched his hands and hit Lin Xiao, who had no time to dodge. Hard. With a loud crack. Half of his shoulder was gone, and he fell like a meteor into the swamp. The snakeman demigod, who was about to catch up and make up for it, suddenly stopped moving, spewed out a mouthful of golden blood flames, and his whole body's aura plummeted. Due to this delay, Lin Xiao had already flown away, and the broken half of his shoulder in the air quickly grew and regenerated. The faith points that could not be absorbed in this plane had been used up, but Lin Xiao himself still had millions of faith points of his own believers. Consuming faith points could quickly restore the state.